Ancient 1 Chapter 2082 to Chapter 2136. In the center of the plaza, runes gathered in the sky and arranged themselves in a certain order. A beam of light shot out from the runes and scattered in all directions. After that, Zitong raised his eyes and looked at Li Yunxiao expressionlessly. Li Yunxiao smiled and cupped his hands at him. "Thank you for your hard work." He strode into the light, and his figure faded until it disappeared. Zitong waved his sleeves, and the runes in the sky scattered. The light disappeared, and the plaza returned to normal. All sorts of clamoring sounds could be heard. "Esteemed lord, who was that just now?" Zitong's eyebrows were furrowed in anger. His face was wooden as he said, "Don't ask. Everyone, prepare your defenses. The heaven-shaking mountains are going to change." He raised his head and looked at the sky. His eyes were filled with worry. After Li Yunxiao stepped into the light, his surroundings became blurry. When his vision became clear again, he was in a different place. In front of him was a new world with green mountains and clear waters. He looked at the scene in front of him. The clear mountain range seemed a little dazzling under the halo of light, making it dazzling. After remaining silent for a long time, he sighed and said, "In the end, I'm back here." The heaven-shaking mountains used to be a spiritual land in the realm of heaven martial arts. Because of the cracks, it had become an important base for the demons to invade. It was also an ancient battlefield for the two realms. As far as the eye could see, the bell was nimble and elegant, winding like a dragon, but it was an extremely dangerous place. After many years of fighting, the mountains had separated from the realm of heaven martial arts and become a secret realm. There were all kinds of traces left by battles. There were all kinds of strange terrains and secret restrictions. If one was not careful, one could die. Li Yunxiao took out a coordinate pointer. When the pointer appeared in the sky above the heaven-shaking mountains, it spun quickly and exploded with a bang. As expected, the field energy is still so chaotic. The pointer relied on reading the field energy of time and space to determine its position. However, the field energy here was so chaotic that it was like a whirlpool. As soon as the pointer touched it, it was affected and exploded. I can only use my divine sense to search. I hope I can find some clues. Fortunately, the heaven-shaking mountains didn't have any restrictions on divine senses. Li Yunxiao spread his divine sense and covered thousands of miles. He could hear everything. He identified the direction, then turned into a bolt of lightning and flew forward. More than an hour later, they finally found a figure. Within the mountain range, there were 5 people hurriedly moving forward. They were leaning against the towering trees, as if there was some sort of taboo, not daring to fly in the air. The 5 of them were only in the Jiutian realm. 2 of them were in the advanced Emperor Wu realm, while the other 3 were only in the intermediate realm. They were extremely anxious and in a sorry state, as if something was chasing after them. Li Yunxiao scanned with his divine sense and did not find anything unusual within a radius of 1,000 feet. He was a little suspicious, so he immediately flew down and followed behind them without batting an eyelid. After the 5 of them ran for a long time, the spiritual qi in the mountain range began to change. It was mixed with a faint demonic aura that was almost undetectable. However, Li Yunxiao was keenly aware that the surrounding plants had also become strange. Many unusual species had appeared, and their color had begun to turn black. Li Yunxiao knew that there must be a crack in front of him, which was why the demonic aura leaked out and interfered with the spiritual energy and vegetation in this area. "No. Are we going in the wrong direction?" One of the advanced Emperor Wu said in shock. "Look, the surrounding environment seems to have been demonized." He also finally realized the abnormality and stopped moving. The other 4 were equally shocked. They abruptly looked around, and their eyes were filled with fear. They were somewhat flustered. Could we have fallen into the demonic spirit's illusion and returned to where we started? One of the intermediate Emperor Wu said in panic. Hearing that, the other people's faces turned pale, as if they believed him. Li Yunxiao shook his head silently. There was definitely no illusion here, otherwise it would not be able to hide from his eyes. "Don't think too much. We have been following the coordinates, and we are getting closer and closer. There is no mistake." The other advanced Emperor Wu was very calm. He took out an astrolabe, and a needle appeared on it, quietly pointing at the star map. Yes, the star map can't be wrong. The advanced Emperor Wu clenched his teeth and said. His face calmed down a little and said, let's continue moving. The worst case scenario is that we will return to where we started. What's there to be afraid of? We ran from where we started anyway. With that, the other three intermediate Emperor Wu calmed down a lot and followed behind the two of them. But very quickly, the five of them stopped again. Because the demonic aura had become extremely dense, everyone knew that they must have gone the wrong way. It was pitch black in front of them, and the demonic aura flowed like a river, causing the five of them to feel extremely uncomfortable. We really went the wrong way. The five of them had an ugly expression on their faces. One of them said worriedly, there must be a crack in front of us. Even if we didn't return to where we started, we might have entered another tiger's mouth. Even the star map is wrong. What should we do now? The advanced Emperor Wu with the astrolabe changed his expression and said, the possibility of the star map being wrong isn't high. Maybe what we are seeing now is an illusion. Why don't we continue moving? How could this be an illusion? We must have gone the wrong way. The other advanced Emperor Wu shook his head and did not agree with that. The other three also thought that it was impossible. Suddenly, the advanced Emperor Wu turned around and shouted, who is it? Come out. The other four were shocked and looked at the forest behind them cautiously. They didn't find anything strange after scanning with their divine sense. But this was Xianxia mountain range, they didn't dare to be careless. Xianxia walked out of the forest with a calm expression. He purposely let the five of them discover him. Otherwise, with the five of them, they wouldn't be able to detect his presence. Who are you? The high-level martial emperor shouted in alarm, we don't know you. You are not from the floating island. Could it be, you are Mo Ling? Are you the one who led us here? The other four were shocked as well. They all took out their weapons and raised their chi to the maximum, ready to fight. Mo Ling? Are you talking about the warriors who died in the Xianxia mountain range, whose souls were infected by demonic qi and turned into evil spirits? Xianxia asked calmly. Humph. Don't play dumb. The Emperor Wu with the astrolabe shouted, you are not from the floating island and we don't know you. But you appeared here, if you are not Mo Ling, then what is? Everyone, let's kill him. He clapped his hands together and slammed forward. The space was compressed and exploded. The force of impact rushed towards Xianxia. The other four were just on their guard. Seeing that their comrade had made a move, they didn't have time to think and used their ultimate skills at the same time. Kaboom! Under the violent tremor, 5 forces came crashing down. The space around Xianxia's body was blurred and there was a faint light flowing, blocking the 5 forces. What? The 5 people's faces changed and their eyes were filled with despair. Xianxia smiled faintly and raised his hand to form a seal. The protective glazed light around him flickered and the 5 attacks were immediately dispersed. The 5 of them were immediately sent flying, and the plants within a few hundred feet of them were reduced to nothingness. Although the 5 people were sent flying, they found that they were not injured. They turned around and ran. But the space hummed. No matter how hard they tried to run, they felt extremely tired. Their limbs became very slow and sluggish. What was more depressing was that after running for a while, they found that they were still in the same place. Xianxia smiled faintly, don't worry, I am a normal person, not a Mo Ling. He retracted his ocular technique and the 5 people fell to the ground, eating dirt all over their faces. You. Senior. Are you really not a Mo Ling? One of them mustered up his courage and asked. Xianxia didn't answer. Instead, he asked, what's wrong with you guys? Where are you going in a hurry? The 5 people were a little relieved. If he was Mo Ling, he would have killed them directly instead of talking nonsense. As for why this person in front of them was so strange, they didn't find it strange. Because there were several passages in the Xianxia mountains other than the official entrance of the sky-floating island. As long as one was strong enough, he could tear the space apart and come to the sky-floating mountain. Besides, some powerhouses often did this, so it was not strange to meet them occasionally. We are the inspectors of the sky-floating island. We entered the crack by mistake and ran into Mo Ling. We couldn't defeat him, so we ran away, an Emperor Wu said. His face was a little red, as if he was embarrassed. Li Yunxiao asked, have you seen Hua Qianqiu? The 5 people were stunned. One of them said, Master Hua Qianqiu is also with us, but he is in charge of the inspection in another direction. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. He asked, which direction? Are you on a mission? How can you communicate with each other? A high-level martial sovereign answered honestly, Your Excellency, a total of 64 inspectors have come down this time. Under the leadership of Lady Ren Shimin, they are divided into 8 teams to inspect the crack thoroughly to see if there are any dangerous mutations. It is impossible to communicate with each other in the Tianshao Mountains, so Master Ren Shimin has assigned them an astrolabe. Once they find something, they will immediately follow the astrolabe and return to their original point. But for some reason, the astrolabe is also wrong. Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. He immediately understood what Ren Shimin was thinking. He reached out to the other high-level Emperor Wu and said, Give me the astrolabe. The high-level Emperor Wu's expression changed. He put the astrolabe behind him and said, Master, please forgive me. I can't hand it over. Oh? Li Yunxiao smiled faintly. Killing intent shot out from his eyes. He said in a cold voice, If that's the case, then go to hell. He opened his palm and grabbed at that Emperor Wu. The other 4 were shocked. They didn't expect this seemingly friendly person to suddenly attack them. Master, you. The high-level Emperor Wu was so scared that his face turned pale. He quickly stepped back and said anxiously, I am the inspector of the sky-floating island. You can't kill me. Li Yunxiao sneered, Those who disobey me, even if you are the real inspector of the sky-floating island, will still die. Moreover, you are only possessed by Mo Ling. You are too stupid and naive to think that you can survive under my watch. The other 4 were shocked, and then a look of realization appeared on their faces, as if they were thinking of something. Emperor Wu moved in panic. He made a gesture in front of him and launched a big handprint to resist Li Yunxiao's claw. What are you talking about, senior? I don't understand. That's why I said you're very stupid and naive. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly with a sarcastic smile. Boom. The big handprint collapsed instantly when it came into contact with the claw. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree or a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Ah! Emperor Wu screamed and turned around to escape. But how could he escape? His whole body was frozen, and his face became ferocious. Demonic chi kept gushing out of his body. Just as I expected. The other 4 Emperor Wu were shocked and couldn't help but retreat. They finally understood why they would return to the same place when they followed the astrolabe. Ah! Damn it! The demonic chi that surged out from the martial emperor's body slowly condensed into a human figure. He held a black saber in his hand and slashed wildly in the air. A large amount of demonic chi spread out, trying to break the power of Li Yunxiao's claw. However, how could this be possible? When that claw descended, a pung sound rang out, and this figure was crushed into pieces, completely disappearing into thin air. Emperor Wu's face was pale, as if he had been seriously ill. His eyes gradually brightened, and he immediately understood what had happened. He hurriedly bowed to Li Yunxiao and said, Thank you for saving my life, my lord. Li Yunxiao said, It's nothing. Take me to Ren Shimin's place with the astrolabe now. Yes, my lord. Emperor Wu was in fear and trepidation. But he was also very happy that he had survived. The other 4 also felt the same. With such a powerful figure joining them, their safety was guaranteed. Emperor Wu immediately operated the astrolabe, and the coordinates on it changed. It was not the same as before. My lord, this way please. Emperor Wu respectfully made a gesture of invitation, but Li Yunxiao did not move. Instead, he turned his head back and looked at the previous direction. Emperor Wu was stunned. Sir, what's wrong? Just as he finished speaking, the space in front of him distorted, and a surge of demonic energy rushed out. Within the demonic energy, there was a large number of demonic fiends making croaking sounds. 3 10 directions ferocious souls appeared behind the demon fiend. Their 6 eyes shone with a ferocious light as they pounced forward. TSK. Evil spirits of 10 directions. The faces of the 5 Emperor Wu paled, instantly turning ashen. This thing was a god realm existence, one was enough to kill all of them, let alone 3 of them. Has the rift mutated? Li Yunxiao's expression flickered. Looking at the 310 directions ferocious soul banes and the hundreds of demonic banes charging at him, he raised his hand and lightning gathered. Boom! The lightning condensed into a seal in his palm, and he slapped it forward. Under the loud noise, all the demonic beings were blasted into smithereens. Even the demonic energy was swept away, and the sky was clear again. Ah? The 5 Emperor Wu's mouths were wide open, completely petrified. Since it has mutated, then I will go take a look. Li Yunxiao looked back at the 5 and said, "You guys come with me." Yes. Yes, my lord. The 5 shivered, and only then did they recover from the shock. Wiping the sweat off their foreheads, they followed closely behind Li Yunxiao. The lightning just now had cleared away the demonic energy in the area. Li Yunxiao caught the faint fluctuation of demonic energy, and the 6 figures sped forward. Moments later, the mountain in front of them cracked open, revealing a canyon. Inside the canyon, there was a terrifying demonic energy, rolling and tumbling, blinding the eyes. Li Yunxiao's face was solemn, and he used his eye sorcery to stare at the canyon. The plants inside didn't die, but were completely demonized, becoming strange and bizarre. Rumble, a low rumble came from the canyon, as if a giant chariot was slowly moving. All of a sudden, a demonic light shot up and flashed in the sky. Suddenly, a monstrous flame exploded, and a pitch-black beast appeared. It opened its mouth and spat out a column of demonic flame. Rumble, the demonic flame turned into a line of fire and fell down, covering the 6 of them like a falling meteor. Li Yunxiao held his sword with one hand and stabbed it into the ground. With the other hand, he formed a seal and formed an enchantment array, covering the 6 of them inside. Rumble, the endless demonic flame shattered on top of the sword array, and shook in all directions. The entire mountain peak shook, and a few hundred feet was shaved off. But the 6 of them were still unharmed. The 5 Emperor Wus behind Li Yunxiao were already pale. This horrifying power was beyond their imagination. They were all thinking, just who is this man in front of them? Interesting. Other than the demonic fiends, the omnidirectional evil spirits, and the demonic king, there are other demonic beasts like this? Li Yunxiao flew up, raised his sword, and slashed down like a crescent moon, so, a huge crack appeared in the sky, and the sword slashed down on the demonic beast. With a pung sound, it was cut in half. The demonic beast did not even have the chance to cry out before it was cut in half and fell into the valley, completely disappearing. The 5 Emperor Wus were completely dumbfounded, and their eyes widened. Such horrifying power, just who is this young man? Is he still human? The 5 of you stay here, don't leave. Li Yunxiao ordered and flew into the valley, hiding in the demonic fog. Yes, yes. The 5 nodded their heads. How could they dare to wander around in this place? The 5 of them immediately formed an enchantment array and carefully guarded. Li Yunxiao quickly flew to the bottom of the valley and found that it was a deep abyss that led to an endless underground. After a while, he finally arrived at the boundary wall. Such a strong demonic aura, did it mutate? Li Yunxiao extended his hand and slowly touched the boundary wall. Immediately, the demonic light struck his arm like lightning, making a paw-paw sound. Li Yunxiao's expression became serious, and he once again extended his hand an inch deeper. At the same time, he activated his demonic arts, and hundreds of demonic runes appeared on his body, sucking in all the demonic aura. Immediately, it was as if he had sucked blood, becoming as bright as ink. Li Yunxiao suddenly felt irritated, and his eyes became as sharp as an eagle's, staring straight at the boundary wall. A strong desire spread in his heart, and he wanted to go inside. No. A rational voice sounded in his heart, and he was suddenly startled. A crystal light flashed on his body, and the demonic runes on his body disappeared. The moment the demonic runes disappeared, the pressure on his arm increased by 100 times. The demonic light once again turned into lightning, and with a ping sound, it bounced him back, and he only stabilized his body after a few dozen feet. That was close. Li Yunxiao's head was full of cold sweat, and his face was somewhat white. He stared at the boundary wall for a while, and thought to himself, once I use the demonic arts, I can adapt to the boundary power of the demonic realm, but that feeling is like losing my clarity of mind, and going crazy. He suddenly remembered the method of entering the realm taught by Lu Xongzi, and silently recited it in his heart. He stared at the boundary wall as if he wanted to give it a try. Forget it. Maybe next time. After a while, Li Yunxiao finally let out a long sigh, shook his head, and said, if I really enter the demonic realm, I still don't know what will happen. Let's find Hua Qianshu first. With a turn, he turned into lightning, pierced through the layers of demonic barriers, and disappeared in front of the boundary wall. After a long time, in the darkness in front of the boundary wall, light slowly emerged, and there were hundreds of them. They were actually pairs of eyes, big and small, with different colors. The only thing they had in common was that they were filled with haze and murderous intent, cold and emotionless. The true bodies of those eyes were revealed, and they were hundreds of demonic beasts of different shapes and sizes. They just looked forward, and walked slowly, neatly in front of the boundary wall, and suddenly made a strange movement. These demonic beasts all knelt in front of the boundary wall, they prostrated on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. 3 human faces slowly appeared on the boundary wall, followed by the curves of their bodies, slowly seeping out. Phew! The 3 were all wrapped in black robes, and the leader let out a long sigh, as if he was extremely uncomfortable with the situation, and seemed to be panting a little. After the appearance of the 3, many demonic beasts prostrated even lower, and some in the front row even more trembled, as if they were extremely afraid. Ran, did you see that young man just now clearly? The leader in a long robe asked, his eyes flickering under the robe, extremely sharp. I saw it clearly, it is indeed the power of the demon emperor. The person in a long robe on the left said slowly, although it is not pure enough, that kid must have obtained a part of the demon emperor's power and cultivated it. Damn it. We actually didn't grasp the opportunity that was sent to our doorstep. The person on the right cursed, and demonic flames burst out of his body, showing his anger. Qing, are you blaming me? The person in the middle said indifferently, not taking it to heart. Humph, the Mo Qing on the right snorted and did not say anything, obviously blaming them. He said, since Lady Ji did not make a move, she must have her reasons, don't blame her. Reasons? Humph. Qing snorted coldly and said, didn't we tear open the crack to come here to obtain the emperor's power? Now, we don't even want it, and you still want to talk reason with me? Ji laughed and said, the 2 realms have just connected, and a large number of demons are about to descend, so why should we be in a hurry? Don't forget that in this heaven-shaking mountain range, besides the pressure of the realm of heaven martial arts, there is also the power of the seal left by the experts of the realm of heaven martial arts, which is also suppressing us greatly. If we really fight, we may not be able to kill that guy. What? You're thinking too highly of him. Qing said discontentedly, he is only a demon king. If we were in the demon realm, we would be able to do whatever we want. Hee hee. Ji smiled calmly and said, you also know that we can only do that in the demon realm. This is the territory of the realm of heaven martial arts, so we have to obey the rules of the realm of heaven martial arts. If you don't behave, you will be the one to be beaten. Qing said disdainfully, I still don't believe he can escape from the 3 of us. Ji said, he has already left, so it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. But I have already memorized this guy's aura, and when we adapt to the rules of this realm, we will get him back sooner or later. Now, the most important thing is to adapt to the rules of this realm before the other demons. Fine, he has already left, so it is useless to be angry. Qing calmed down and said, I have waited for so many years, so I don't mind waiting for a few more days. He waved his hand, and the demonic beasts that had gathered let out deep roars, then retreated while shivering, and soon disappeared. After Li Yunxiao rushed out of the abyss, he met up with the other 5 and headed in the direction indicated by the astrolabe. After flying for more than an hour, the Emperor Wu who was controlling the astrolabe frowned. The other 4 also seemed to have noticed something wrong. Li Yunxiao asked, what's wrong? The Emperor Wu immediately stopped and bowed. Master, something is wrong. We've been walking for a long time, and it doesn't seem to be the path we took before. Li Yunxiao replied with an "oh" and said, show me the astrolabe. The Emperor Wu presented the astrolabe with both hands. Li Yunxiao scanned the area with his divine sense. His body glowed in a white light that enveloped the surrounding area. He sensed the changes in the space. After a while, he said, the coordinates of the astrolabe are indeed in front of us. It didn't fail because of the interference of the field. How can this be? The Emperor Wu said in surprise, Master, didn't you notice it? The feeling is the same as before. There seems to be a fluctuation of demonic qi. Maybe there's another crack in front of us, Li Yunxiao snorted. Even you felt it. How can I not feel it? Maybe Ren Shimin wants you to go to the crack. What? We don't understand. The 5 Emperor Wu looked at each other. Li Yunxiao said, let's stop talking. Let's go. The 6 of them continued to follow the coordinates of the astrolabe. As expected, the same situation happened again. The demonic qi increased, and the path ahead became blurry. They couldn't see the end. Is this a forbidden area? One of them exclaimed. He stopped and didn't dare to go any further. Li Yunxiao was intrigued. He asked, what is a forbidden area? The Emperor Wu explained, it's a place that is extremely dangerous and unexplored. There are more than a dozen such places in the Tianxiao mountain range. Because this place has been the battlefield of the war between the 2 realms for countless years, there are countless traps and seals. Li Yunxiao was silent. He thought of the place he set foot in his previous life. It was most likely a forbidden area. It was just that the heaven-shaking mountain range was too big, and it was difficult to determine the direction. Otherwise, he would have gone there to explore again. He said, do you have an accurate location for each of these places? Emperor Wu said, Sir, there are detailed records, but we can't locate them. Because the field energy in the Tiandang mountain range is constantly flowing, it's fine if it's just a short-term location, but it will definitely change after a few months. Li Yunxiao sighed, all right, forget it then. The 6 of them continued forward. Soon, they were shrouded by the demonic fog, and the range of their divine senses and vision became smaller and smaller. This demonic fog was similar to the one outside the ancient demon well, but it was much more powerful. Li Yunxiao was almost unaffected. Wait. Li Yunxiao suddenly said, this fog is interfering with the astrolabe's coordinates. Follow me. He was leading the way alone. Although the 5 Emperor Wu were shocked, they didn't dare to disobey him and carefully followed behind him. Li Yunxiao relied on his perception of the source of the demonic energy and his powerful divine senses to follow the source of the demonic energy. After 10 minutes, they reached a spacious area. The fog was even thicker, and they had to use their origin energy to resist it. Otherwise, they would feel extremely uncomfortable. This is, Li Yunxiao suddenly exclaimed, a relic. In the center of this spacious area, there was a giant palace. Although it was blocked by layers of demonic fog, they could still see the outline of the palace clearly. It was completely different from ordinary palaces, but it didn't affect its magnificence. A relic? What relic? Is this really a forbidden area? The 5 Emperor Wu all exclaimed, but they couldn't see what was in front of them clearly. They ran forward for a while and gradually saw the outline of the palace. Ah! How could this be? This is a demonic palace. Oh my God! One of them exclaimed, and the other 4 were also shocked. Li Yunxiao also noticed that this building was different from the one in the realm of heaven martial arts. He frowned and said, a demon's palace? How could it be built in the Tiandang mountains? One of the Emperor Wu swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, we don't know, but it's rumored that there are 17 forbidden areas. I didn't expect it to be true. But, where is Her Excellency Ren Shimin? In this spacious area, they couldn't sense any aura of living beings except for the magnificent demonic palace. Li Yunxiao released his divine awareness to make sure there was no one in a radius of several thousand feet. Then, his divine awareness reached the demonic palace, but it couldn't penetrate the restriction. Li Yunxiao said, maybe Ren Shimin is in there. His eyes lit up. He didn't dare to be careless. This demonic palace was magnificent, and its momentum alone made him feel oppressed. It was definitely not an ordinary palace. She's in there, the 5 people were all shocked. They couldn't believe it, but they believed it subconsciously. Li Yunxiao said, do you want to stay outside or go in with me? Ah? The 5 people were shocked. One of them said, Your Excellency, are you going in too? Li Yunxiao said, Of course. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come in vain. That person said bitterly, Your Excellency is skilled and bold, but we're not. Please allow us to discuss this. The 5 people discussed for a while and shook their heads. They didn't dare to go in. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, All right, the 5 of you wait for me outside. Be careful. The 5 people said in unison, Be careful, Your Excellency. Li Yunxiao took a step forward and walked towards the main hall. The mountain-like pressure gradually became stronger as he got closer, and he actually felt a little stuffy in his chest. Li Yunxiao was shocked. He had never heard of a palace that could be built in such a strange way. As he got closer to the palace, a whirlwind suddenly came out of nowhere and hit the palace door. It made an ancient and dull sound as if time and space had been opened, and the earth trembled. Rumble. The huge door opened right in front of Li Yunxiao. It was pitch black inside, and he couldn't even see his own fingers. A shocking demonic aura rushed toward him, almost as if it was real. It attacked his body, and he felt great pressure. What's going on with this demonic palace? Li Yunxiao was shocked, but he was brave enough to step in. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the 2 huge doors closed with a bang. Li Yunxiao felt that it wasn't just the doors that were closed, but the entire space had been sealed. Suddenly, ghostly flames danced in the hall. With a ting-ting-ting sound, the entire hall was illuminated. At the top of the palace, there was a majestic throne. A man sat on the throne with a cold smile. He looked at Li Yunxiao quietly. Beside the man stood an old man with a humble expression. He stood there peacefully, ready to serve at any time. When Li Yunxiao saw the 2, he was relieved. The unknown was the scariest. He knew both of them. They were Dijia and Ren Shimin. I didn't expect to meet you here. How have you been? Li Yunxiao calmed himself down and immediately cupped his fists and said with a smile. Dijia smiled faintly and said, When I saw you outside the demonic palace, I knew you would come in. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, You know me very well. Dijia said, It's all right. You're also the kind of person who gets killed by curiosity. Li Yunxiao said, I'm really curious about this demonic palace and your goals. Dijia smiled and said, I don't mind telling you. You're going to die anyway. Huh? No way? Li Yunxiao blinked and said, Aren't we acquaintances? Dijia nodded and said, We are acquaintances. But I don't discriminate when I kill. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, Why do you want to kill me? For power? Dijia said, The demonic aura and partial memories in your body, and you're the owner of the Universe God Monument. These are all reasons why you must die. But we are fated, so it's not a waste of our acquaintance. I can answer any questions you have. His eyes shone brightly as if he admired Li Yunxiao and didn't want him to die. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, It seems like you're going to kill me? Dijia nodded and said, Yes. This demonic palace is my bedroom in the realm of heaven martial arts. It's called the Sacred Demon Palace. It's also a very powerful profound weapon. With my current power, I can use its full power. So, you have no chance of survival. Li Yunxiao was shocked. The demonic lord's bedroom. No wonder its aura was so oppressive, Dijia said, If you don't have any more questions, go on your way. He stood up as if he was going to do it himself. Li Yunxiao hurriedly extended his hand and shouted, Wait. I have a lot of questions. Come at me one by one. First, why are you here? What's your goal? Dijia looked at him calmly and said, Of course it's for this demonic palace. I'm in control of the demonic palace now. Not only do I recover my power very quickly, but I also have a very powerful profound weapon. At the same time, I hope to find a crack strong enough to return to the realm of demons. I still have some things left in the realm of demons that can help me recover further. I see. Li Yunxiao said, Among the inspectors of the floating island who came with you, there's a man called Hua Qianshu. He's my disciple. Where is he now? Dijia frowned and looked at Ren Shimin beside him. Ren Shimin hurriedly bowed and said, Master, there is indeed such a person. He has the most profound demonic technique. He's on the 7th floor of the palace. Yes, I understand. Dijia nodded and turned to Li Yunxiao. He said, "Your disciple is quite talented. His demonic technique is very good. I'll grant him a fortune." Li Yunxiao was shocked and asked, "What fortune?" Dijia smiled and said, "You don't have to worry. He'll live a good life. Actually, if you're willing, I can make you my first demonic servant and let you lead all my subordinates. That way, you won't have to die and you can meet your disciple again." Li Yunxiao said gloomily, "Do you think I'll agree to that?" Dijia let out a long sigh and shook his head. He said, "Of course not. That's why I said you're dead for sure." He raised his hand and demonic light wavered in his palm. Li Yunxiao hurriedly said, "Wait. I haven't finished my questions." Dijia said coldly, "Unfortunately, I've run out of patience." Demonic flash. He waved his arm and a terrifying demonic power instantly shot down like lightning. Li Yunxiao was shocked, but he did not panic and retreated. However, he suddenly felt that he was restrained by a force. Not only was the space around him as strong as an iron wall, even the ground he was standing on seemed to have a suction force of 10,000 jin, shackling him. Ta, ta, ta. He staggered a few times and almost lost his footing. Sword art, Demon Slayer. Since he could not dodge, he could only attack. The sword decapitation slash red burst into flames and entwined with the sword chi, turning into a dragon. Boom. The demonic flash was directly sliced in half by the sword force, turning into demonic flames that flowed out from both sides. Li Yunxiao gripped his sword tightly and used the radiant glass body to reduce the pressure on his body, allowing him to withstand the suppression of the Saint Devil Hall. Not bad. Dijia praised, but his expression was cold. With a flash of demonic light, he disappeared on the spot. Then, the entire hall rumbled and trembled. An ancient chant sounded in the hall, and the demonic chi in the surroundings boiled like a river, rolling down. In the demonic chi, a tall figure appeared. Its aura was as strong as a mountain. Li Yunxiao looked over and could not help but be shocked. In the demonic chi, there were 3 giant spirits, all looking like Dijia, but their expressions were different. They were mocking, cold, and indifferent. These 3 giant spirits were like 3 heads and 6 arms, separated, each taking a position. At the same time, they formed hand seals and struck towards the center. Boom! The demonic chi in the surroundings shot up into the sky, and as the 3 palm imprints flew, the shrill sound of the wind could be heard in the hall. Li Yunxiao transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms, and with a shout, golden light shone from his body. His muscles also swelled up, and a mighty force shook the Saint Devil Hall away. It was like a golden lotus had suddenly bloomed in the boundless darkness. His 6 arms formed hand seals, and golden talismans danced in the air, instantly forming the floating life, mortal world, and heaven and earth seals, striking in all directions. Boom! The seals shattered the shackles of space and clashed with the 3 Dharma imprints. A terrifying spiritual pressure shook the heavens and earth, the hall shook, and the space was completely distorted. "Master! Let me help you." Seeing Li Yunxiao's bravery, Ren Shimin shouted in shock. She grabbed the air with both hands and a bronze-colored battle axe appeared in her hands. Then, she swung it at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao was currently fighting against Dijia. Dijia seemed to have borrowed the power of the entire demonic Saint Palace. The impact from the 3 Dharma idols were like ocean waves, stacking layer upon layer, causing Li Yunxiao to feel great pressure. Roar! The third eye between his brows flashed, and a ball of light burst forth. The astral wind burst out of his body and morphed into a wind blade. Like a huge crescent moon, it slashed at Ren Shimin. Bang! Ren Shimin was sent flying in an instant. The astral wind whirled in the air and turned into a crocodile. With a swoosh, it pounced on Ren Shimin and pursued her relentlessly. Ren Shimin was shocked. She couldn't care less about Dijia anymore. She turned around and fled with her battle axe. At the same time, Li Yunxiao felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. His opponent's power was endless, as if there was no end. Meanwhile, Li Yunxiao's spirit power was declining rapidly. It was getting more and more difficult. The expressions on Dijia's 3 Dharma idols gradually converged. They all wore cold expressions, and the corners of their mouths were curled into sinister grins. It seemed as if they were intentionally trying to wear Li Yunxiao down. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank and turned blood red. He stared at Di Jia and shouted, "Heaven's shortage." The power of his eye sorcery combined with his mind power at the level of spell god was almost tangible. A layer of white light appeared on the demonic chi around him, and it began to dissipate rapidly. Everything that his eyes could see was reduced to nothingness. The Dharma idols in front of Di Jia happened to be facing Li Yunxiao's eyes. It bore the brunt of the attack. Di Jia closed its eyes and changed its hand seal. It pressed forward against the power of heaven's shortage. Rumble. The spiritual pressure swayed, pushing Di Jia forward. Li Yunxiao's internal organs turned violently, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This also proved his guess. Di Jia was purposely suppressing his power to wear him down. Although Li Yunxiao didn't know what Di Jia was thinking, it seemed that Di Jia didn't want to kill him immediately. In the midst of danger, Can and Ho flew out from the World God Monument. They turned into two rays of golden light and attacked the two Dharma idols. The expressions of the three Dharma idols changed drastically and darkened. Di Jia couldn't control Li Yunxiao's World God Monument. He didn't know how many experts were in it. Originally, with his power, if he could completely control the demonic Saint Palace, he would be able to see what was inside the Saint weapon. However, his current power was less than 10% of what it was when he was at his peak. He couldn't do that at all. Two of the Dharma idols changed their hand seals and attacked Can and Ho. However, they were no match for the two Dharma idols. The two great monsters attacked each other, and a terrifying power surged forward, instantly shattering the two Dharma idols. It was as if a mountain had collapsed. Li Yunxiao instantly felt the pressure on him lessen. At the same time, his body swayed, and the three Dharma idols retracted. They formed a seal in the sky and attacked the Dharma idols in front of him. Kaboom! The third Dharma idols was also no match for the Dharma idols. They exploded on the spot and turned into smoke. The entire space was distorted and returned to its original state when the three Dharma idols collapsed. The hall became quiet again. No one could be heard. Even Ren Shimin was nowhere to be seen. After losing sight of Ren Shimin, Crocodile crawled slowly on the ground. His eyes were full of frustration and hostility. This is the demonic Saint Palace? Can and Ho returned to Li Yunxiao's side. They looked around and suddenly exclaimed. Li Yunxiao said happily, "Do you know anything about this palace?" Can said in a deep voice, "This palace used to be the residence of the Monogatari. It itself is an extremely powerful Xian artifact. If that person can completely control this palace, we'll be in trouble." He looked worried. Li Yunxiao said, "That person was the doppelganger of the Monogatari." Ah? Can and Ho were shocked. Can said hurriedly, "Then leave quickly. Or else we'll be in danger." He clenched his fingers like a blade and slashed at the void. Chi! Wherever his hand slashed, a black stripe appeared. There was no crack in the space. Can's expression changed immediately. Shua said in a deep voice, "Since he is the doppelganger of the Demon Lord, I'm afraid he can already control this palace." Can said with an ugly expression, "Although this item is not a divine artifact, it can resist it. Back then, it suppressed a large number of experts and almost killed them instantly." TSK, I was wondering who it was. It seems that you two are the remnants of the past. Otherwise, you wouldn't know about the demonic Saint Palace. A figure flashed on the upper throne. DG's doppelganger appeared again. He sat on the throne and looked at the three with a sarcastic expression. Demon Lord. Can and Ho were shocked. They seemed to be extremely afraid of that face. Their faces turned pale. Hee, don't be afraid. I'm not the Demon Lord anymore. I'm not as violent as before. My name is Di Jia. You two can choose to be my servants and stay alive. Or you can choose to resist stubbornly and die. Di Jia said with a faint smile. Humph. We weren't afraid of you back then. Why would we be afraid now? It's just death. Who doesn't die since ancient times? Let's leave behind a loyal heart. Shua said coldly. His eyes were full of sarcasm. Clap, 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 clap. Di Jia clapped his hands and smiled. You have guts. You are indeed someone who could fight against me back then. But do you think you'll be fine after you die? Ho frowned, what do you mean? Dijia smiled, I'll show you one thing. I didn't expect the Tiandang mountain range to be a treasure vault. He snapped his fingers. Pa. Ren Shimin also appeared beside him. She took out her battle axe with a smile and waved it in front of her. She drew symbols in the air and scattered them into the surroundings. Then, many powerful auras surged out from the darkness around the palace. Then, many pairs of violet eyes appeared and approached them. What are these? Li Yunxiao was shocked. These powerful auras were ancient and ancient. They shook his heart. He suddenly thought of something. It was the demonic beast he killed in the sky above the Devil's Valley. It had the same feeling. The things around him gradually became clearer. There were many demonic beasts. Demonic chi filled their bodies and they stood quietly at the sides like statues, waiting for orders. Li Yunxiao couldn't feel any spiritual chi or life force from these demonic beasts. They were like bewitched puppets with no consciousness. Hee, these are all powerful creatures that have fallen in the Tiandang mountain range over the years. Jia's eyes lit up and he chuckled, because their physical bodies are strong and immortal, they were preserved. Now, I can use them. Li Yunxiao cursed, I see. I didn't expect you to have necrophilia. That's such a bad word. Dijia sneered and waved his hand, kill them all. The auras of the demonic beasts exploded. They roared and charged forward. Damn it. The countenances of Li Yunxiao and the other two drastically changed. If they were outside the Saint Devil Hall, it wouldn't be difficult for them to kill these things. But the Saint Devil Hall directly suppressed half of their strength. If they were to be surrounded again, it would be hard for them to resist. Shui said anxiously, Brother Yunxiao, how many experts are there in the World Deity Monument? Summon them all and torture them to death. Li Yunxiao forced a smile and said, just the three of us. Lady Lin is left. Can and Hui were instantly dumbfounded. Haha. Ken laughed wildly. He was full of heroic spirit and said, whatever. These things will be trouble sooner or later. Let's kill as many as we can now. Coldness flashed in his eyes and he charged toward the demonic beasts. He tore one of them apart with his bare hands. With a bang, a large amount of demonic chi exploded. There was no blood. Li Yunxiao and Ho were also inspired. They charged to the left and right and fought with all their might. We didn't die in the hands of the demons 100,000 years ago. At most, we will die now. Ho rushed to Kan's side and fought with him. He laughed and said, I wonder if our brothers are still waiting for us underground. Li Yunxiao said gloomily, don't say such depressing words. I don't want to die with you. He raised his sword and beheaded a few demonic beasts. Then, 12 golden rays shot out from his body. Boom. 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 The moment Luding Liujiao landed on the ground, he turned into a giant statue. A layer of golden light appeared on his body and millions of runes flashed. The giant spirits floated around him like armor. They each held a light blade and slashed at the demonic beasts. Chi. With every slash, several demonic beasts were killed. After the demonic aura exploded from their bodies, only their shriveled bodies were left. Dijia was shocked, and he exclaimed, 12 divine auras. He reached out with his right hand, and the space before him wrinkled like a curtain. Then, Dijia kept forming hand seals with his left hand, and the palace emitted a majestic power. A hazy power instantly pressed down on the 12 divine auras. Luding Liujiao's movements became extremely sluggish. Large numbers of demonic beasts pounced, and all kinds of attacks landed on the puppets. Rings of light rippled, and the armor-like giant spirit possession also began to fluctuate. Li Yunxiao was shocked. Not only Luding Liujia, but even he felt the pressure, and he could barely stand. Kan and An's expressions also changed. The demonic beasts, however, were not affected at all. They were all excited and attacked. Damn it. How are we supposed to fight this? Li Yunxiao cursed, and his eyes bulged. He roared, since this palace is strange, then I'll smash it first. The Tusida heavenly mountain flew out of his hand, and 6-colored light shone. It turned into a huge divine mountain, and smashed towards Dijia's throne. What? Dijia was also panicking. The powerful earth element that this thing emitted was shocking, and even he was shocked. Mirror image. Dijia shouted, and his hands formed hand seals, and he slammed them forward. A demonic light like a mirror stretched out, and it was 700 or 800 feet wide, just enough to block the Tusita Heavenly Mountain. The mountain crashed into the demonic light, but there was no expected explosion. Instead, the mountain was pressed into it. Although the mirror was distorted, it did not break. Xianxia was shocked, and his eyes were full of shock. That so-called mirror image technique should be a spatial duplication technique. It directly moved the Tusita Heavenly Mountain into another space. It was like opening a passage, but it was much more advanced. Dijia was also constantly drawing demonic energy from the surroundings, and he could only use it with the power of the Saint Devil Hall. Pipa, Xianxia's body flickered with lightning and white light as he teleported to the top of the Tusita Heavenly Peak. Then, he clenched his hand into a palm and summoned a violet lightning dragon. What? Stop. Dijia was shocked as he watched the purple dragon strike the mirror image. Bang, the mirror-like devilish light shattered in an instant, and the Tusita Heavenly Peak appeared once again. Rumbling sounds could be heard as it spun upward and slammed into the throne. Boom, under the head-on collision, both the mountain and the palace shook violently. Terrifying shockwaves shot out in all directions, instantly blasting away Xianxia and Dijia, who were the closest to him. The light emanating from the Tusita Heavenly Peak didn't diminish, and continued to press down on the throne, rotating slowly. The entire hall was shaking violently, and the throne was showing signs of collapsing. The pressure on Xianxia and the rest immediately decreased. Looting Liujia shook violently and shook off the attacks. It raised its light blade again and slashed down. Haha. Kan and Tian were also overjoyed. Under the suppression of the Tusita Heavenly Peak, they were covered in wounds and vomiting blood. They had been suppressing the Tusita Heavenly Peak for a long time and were filled with anger and frustration. After the suppression disappeared, the two of them roared and exploded, tearing the demonic beasts around them to pieces with their bare hands to vent their anger. At that moment, the entire space in the hall was in chaos. This was the sign of a spatial storm. Dijia was shocked and angry. Xianxia, take back your profound artifact, or you will die. Oh? Lord Dijia is actually concerned about me. I am very grateful. Xianxia floated above the Tusita Heavenly Peak and cupped his fists mockingly to show his gratitude. Dijia was so angry that his chest felt stifled. Do you think this mountain can destroy my demon hall? Dream on. I just don't want the demon hall to be damaged. If you continue to be stubborn, you will be the ones to die. With that, he flew into the air and landed on the throne. He formed hand seals and the demonic talisman revolved around him. Immediately, hundreds of streaks of black light gathered from all around the hall, circling around the throne to resist the Tusita Heavenly Peak. The terrifying spiritual pressure turned into bolts of lightning that shot out in all directions. Xianxia was calculating in his heart. With the magnificence of the demon hall, it was not something that the Tusita Heavenly Peak could easily destroy. Moreover, the six-colored light on the mountain was weakening, but it was only causing the space in the hall to tremble. It did not cause any substantial damage. But Dijia's expression was becoming more and more unsightly. Before his strength increased, the Saint Devil Hall was his strongest support. If it was damaged too much, it would be a huge blow to his strength. It was just that with his current strength, he wasn't able to unleash the full might of the Saint Devil Hall. If not, he would have long killed Xianxia and the others. And now, under the pressure of the Tusita Heavenly Peak, he was in a sorry state. The many pearls and jade inlaid on the throne were shattering, and the Tusita Heavenly Peak was also shaking violently. Large amounts of earth and rocks fell, as if it was going to perish together with the Saint Devil Hall. Suddenly, a figure flashed above the throne, and a white light flew down. It was a woman. Xianxia and Dijia's hearts trembled at the same time, and they exclaimed, "Little Red." The woman was Little Red. She glanced at Xianxia, and as she descended, she formed hand seals that were exactly the same as Dijia's. With a bang, she slapped the throne. Instantly, a demonic light bloomed, and the runes on the throne flowed. The unbroken gemstones on the throne lit up, reflecting five-colored light. Boom! The throne emitted a majestic power that directly suppressed the six-colored light. The earth and rocks on the Tushita heavenly peak crumbled even more violently, and large amounts of dust and rocks fell. Li Yunxiao immediately felt that the Tushita heavenly peak was about to collapse, and he hurriedly withdrew his hand seals. A wave of backlash devoured his blood, and with a muffled groan, he was injured. Big brother Yunxiao, are you all right? Seeing this, Little Red frowned, and she became concerned. Another figure flew over the palace, carrying a coffin on his back. It was Jing Qi. His face was pale, and he looked at the demonic beasts with a surprised expression. Li Yunxiao groaned, looked at her coldly, and said, "Why are you here?" Di Jiao was also surprised, and he stared at her. Both of them were clones of the demon lord, and they were natural enemies. They both wanted to devour each other to help themselves. Little Red pointed at Di Jiao, and said faintly, "If he can come, why can't I?" Li Yunxiao said, "So you want to join hands with him to kill me?" Little Red hurriedly shook her head, and said, "Big brother Yunxiao, why do you say that?" "Of course not. It's just that I also want this sacred demon palace, and I don't want you to destroy it, Big brother Yunxiao." Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes, and said, "If you stand on the side of the realm of heaven martial arts and don't join hands with the demons, I can join hands with you to kill Di Jia, and help you get this sacred demon palace." Di Jia's expression changed greatly. Little Red was pleasantly surprised, and she said, "Really?" Little Red was born in the realm of heaven martial arts. Strictly speaking, she is also a member of the realm of heaven martial arts. Of course, she won't join hands with the demons. Di Jia said angrily, "Di, don't forget why my clan wants to conquer the realm of heaven martial arts. How dare you disappoint such a mission?" Little Red said with a cold smile, "I'm sorry, you got the wrong person. My name is Little Red. The person you are talking about is already gone." Di Jia was infuriated, but at the same time, he was wary. Li Yunxiao laughed loudly, and said, "Haha, what are we waiting for? Let's join hands and kill him." After laughing crazily, he held his sword and attacked Di Jia. Little Red also attacked. The ice-evil heart flame rose from her palm and danced with her white clothes. Both of them had a deep understanding of the way of heaven, and they cooperated very well. Their moves were airtight, and they faintly formed a dense net that covered Di Jia. Di Jia was shocked. This kind of attack, which attacked from both sides, gave him a feeling of fear and shock. It seemed to have triggered some memories. Even though the three of them weren't demon emperors, they were connected to the demon emperor in countless ways. Especially when they used demonic aura, the subtle connection was even more indescribable. Boom, Di Jia transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms, and fought fiercely with the 2 of them. After a few attacks, he couldn't rival them, and he kept retreating. Soon, he was forced into a corner, and he had nowhere to go. Angry, Di Jia shouted, and his eyes were filled with anger. "I am the true inheritor of the demon emperor. You 2 imposters, give me back my power." He formed a seal with his 6 arms, and the nebula spun around him. Majestic power descended from the sky, and his surroundings became dim. Li Yunxiao and Little Red were both shocked. They looked at each other, and their eyes regained clarity. They also used their 3 heads and 6 arms dharma. Di Jia's entire body was black, Li Yunxiao's was gold, and Little Red's was white. The majestic power landed on Li Yunxiao and Little Red at the same time. The 3 powers instantly turned into nebulas, and they suppressed each other. A terrifying storm brewed in the middle. Di Jia's eyes widened, and he roared. He flipped his right hand, and instantly grabbed his weapon. He pulled it out. It was a bronze battle axe, a Lai Xianxia. Li Yunxiao and Little Red also grabbed it with one hand. The sound of weapons being dragged came from the void. It was like grinding teeth, and it made one's heart tremble and body feel uncomfortable. Clang, with a clattering sound, a row of chains broke free from the void and formed a nebula around his body, forming a formation. Li Yunxiao raised his eyebrows, and his expression was solemn. He had only grabbed the demonic weapon once before, and it was the iron chain he used when he fought Lu Congzi in the ancient demon well. Alai Fansha. Little Red took out the Alai bone cutter and held it in front of her. The blade was domineering, and it was almost as long as her body. As soon as the 3 weapons appeared, time and space seemed to stop. Only the three of them were left in the world, facing off against each other. Li Yunxiao and Dijia both looked serious. Only Little Red's eyes were filled with excitement. She shouted, "Kill," and charged forward first. The Alai bone cutter flashed in the air, and appeared above Dijia's head, and slashed down. Clang, the Alai Xianxia went up to meet it. When the two weapons collided, a gust of wind and cloud stirred, and time and space spun. A powerful force came from the weapons, and it was as if the two of them were sucked in, and they stood there motionlessly. Everything was still, and only the demonic weapons were flashing. A strange feeling descended on everyone's heart. What's going on? Li Yunxiao was also in disbelief. After Diga and Little Red's attack, he seemed to be pulled by someone and teleported to an unknown place. This place was neither the Tianshao Mountains nor the demonic Saint Palace. Instead, it was a strange stone forest with stone pillars of different sizes everywhere. Bam! The stillness between Diga and Little Red was suddenly broken. The two weapons collided with each other and made a crisp sound before separating. The two of them also revealed looks of bewilderment as they looked around. Diga shuddered and exclaimed, "The six-path space." Li Yunxiao asked, "What is the six-path space?" Diga's expression was solemn as he looked at the endless stone pillars and said, "It is the space inside the six paths demonic weapons. The six paths demonic weapons are one. Although there are six of them, there is only one mysterious six-path space. Even I know very little about it, and the number of times I have come in is very limited. But 3 or more demonic weapons must be used at the same time to open this space. Then it should be the work of the 3 of us." Li Yunxiao looked at the profound artifacts in their hands and felt that the chains in his hands were extremely heavy. He said, "Then how do we get out? I can't sense the direction at all." "Get out?" Diga smiled strangely and said, "In the past, only the Monogatari could communicate with this space. Even though he had to rely on luck every time he came in, the six paths demonic weapons are heaven's saint weapons of the demonic world. One had to know that the six paths demonic weapon was a heaven saint weapon of the demonic world. Even a saint demon could not control it. Back then, the demon monarch was extremely talented, but he was only controlled by the six paths demonic weapons." Controlled by the six paths demonic weapons? Li Yunxiao was shocked and found it strange. Diga nodded and said, "The six paths demonic weapons cannot be controlled by anyone. They represent the strongest power in the demonic world. The past owners of the demonic weapons are actually the servants of the demonic weapons. But this servant status is something that countless saint demons have yearned for billions of years." "I see." Little Red's expression was completely different from the other two. She was not worried at all. Instead, she licked her lips in excitement. Li Yunxiao said, "I'm only concerned about how to get out of here." Dijia smiled faintly and said, "I'm sorry. I don't know either. If I had the complete memories of the Demon Emperor, I might be able to piece together a way to leave. But now that the 3 of us have not obtained the complete power, we can only hee." He blinked and said, "Or the 2 of you can give me the power of the Demon Emperor, and I will be responsible for bringing the 2 of you out." Little Red said coldly, "Scram. Why don't you just die?" Dijia carried a Lai Xianxia on his shoulder and said sarcastically, "Then there's nothing we can do. Everyone, get ready to stay here forever." Xiao Hong looked at him malevolently and said in a cold voice, "Who said we were going to stay here forever? Big brother Yunxiao and I will kill you and take back your memories. After that, I'll join hands with brother Yunxiao to find a way to leave." Dijia looked at her and became vigilant. Alai Xianxia stood in front of him and sneered, "Dream on." Although Li Yunxiao felt that Little Red's words were reasonable, when he saw her ferocious and terrifying expression appear on her delicate and young face, he felt indescribably uncomfortable in his heart. "Big brother Yunxiao, make your move. Kill him." Little Red shouted. White flames ignited all over her body and she slashed with her long saber. Bam! Bam! The 2 of them instantly fought fiercely above the stone forest. Every time they attacked, their weapons shattered the void, but they could not destroy the stone forest. Li Yunxiao was bored watching this. He carefully looked around and wanted to find a way to leave. The space of the Saint Tool was endless and could last for billions of years. If there was no way to leave, he might be trapped here forever. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he couldn't help but shiver and lose the will to fight. But Little Red was right. If he really couldn't find a way to leave, then he would kill Dijia and take back his memories. Together, they might be able to find a way to leave. Even though Dijia and Little Red were locked in a fierce battle, and a crisp clanging of their weapons shook Li Yunxiao's mind, Li Yunxiao unleashed the great evolution divine art and quickly calmed himself down. He began observing his surroundings. The Six Paths dimension was ancient and quiet, devoid of any demonic qi or spiritual qi. It was like a vacuum zone, ancient and ancient. Even though the two of them were fighting fiercely, Li Yunxiao's heart gradually calmed down. He sat in the void and started to form a hand seal. There was no demonic qi or spiritual qi here. He didn't know why he sat in the void, but his heart was strangely peaceful. He wanted to return to the peace of his heart as if he was one with the world. Time flowed slowly in his heart. He calmed down and completely forgot himself. There was only eternal silence. In that extreme stillness, in that hazy feeling, what was originally a stretch of nothingness suddenly had color. It was a smear of green, and it began to become real. Li Yunxiao's heart moved slightly. He felt that he had discovered something. The dash of green in his peaceful heart became clearer. It was as if it came from an endless distance, and he didn't know how it came to this place. This light doesn't feel unfamiliar to me. What is it? Li Yunxiao's heart sank. He carefully felt the light but didn't dare to touch it with his divine sense. Although the light was gentle and warm, for some reason, he had a feeling that if he touched it, the consequences would be dire. After an unknown period of time, the light condensed into a shape and slowly flowed toward his mind. Li Yunxiao shuddered and abruptly opened his eyes. He immediately regained his senses from his state of clarity, and an extremely dangerous feeling of death spread in his heart. Not good. That's the reincarnation light. At the dangerous moment of life and death, he suddenly understood. All kinds of past scenes appeared in his mind. When he died in the Tianshao Mountains, it was also a ray of reincarnation light that hit him. That was why he was sucked into the heaven and earth reincarnation place and reincarnated into Li Yunxiao's body. This light could live or die. If he was lucky, he would be reincarnated. If he was unlucky, he would die completely and his soul would disappear. That year in Red Moon City, the Ghost King's reincarnation wheel had condensed a ray of reincarnation light projection. Just the power of the projection had almost killed them all. At the moment of life and death, Li Yunxiao didn't have time to think. He roared and condensed the ice fiend heart flame in his left hand and the Brahma purple thunder in his right. He combined them in front of him and attacked the ray of reincarnation light. Dijia and Little Red were fighting fiercely. They were shocked by Li Yunxiao's movement. They quickly separated and stopped to watch. The reincarnation light was invisible. He had comprehended it when he was in extreme silence. It was completely in his state of mind. The purple thunder and heart flame combined and appeared in his state of mind. He attacked the ray of reincarnation light. Kaboom! The two forces collided with the ray of reincarnation light. The terrifying impact spread in his state of mind. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Pooh! Li Yunxiao's aura weakened drastically. His entire body trembled violently. Cold sweat poured down from his forehead. A bruise appeared on his chest. A seal spread out and took up more than half of his chest. If his heart wasn't made of rainbow stone, his heart meridians would have shattered and he would have entered reincarnation. Big brother Yunxiao, what's wrong? Little Red was shocked. She quickly flew over and asked with concern. Dijia's eyes were also filled with shock and confusion. He looked at Li Yunxiao in shock. He didn't understand how a healthy person like him could suddenly be injured. I'm fine. Li Yunxiao stretched out his hand to stop Little Red, who was about to step forward to support him. He took a deep breath and said with a look of relief, I'm fine. The fatal feeling he had just experienced made him scared. His forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his fingers were trembling. The heaven-burning purple thunder was formed by the realm of heavenly martial arts realm power, while the ice fiend heart flame was formed by the demon realm's power of rules on the rainbow stone. The two forces of the realm were extremely powerful. He only survived because of their joint attack. Little Red asked suspiciously, Big brother Yunxiao, why are you injured? Li Yunxiao didn't speak. Suddenly, cyan runes and white runes started revolving around his hands. They felt like two forces of the realm. His body started becoming blurry under the effects of the two forces of the realm. Li Yunxiao was shocked. His body was involuntarily pulled by the dark force. He instantly disappeared from the six-path space. Ah? Little Red was shocked. She suddenly found her body was also being pulled by the power. She wanted to leave this space. Dijia, who was not far away, did the same. However, Dijia's expression was even more indifferent as he said, 3 demonic weapons are needed to open the six-paths dimension. After Li Yunxiao leaves, we won't be able to maintain this dimension with just the two of us. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them disappeared instantly. The next moment, the three of them returned to the sacred demon palace. Dijia and Little Red looked pale. They had used up a lot of energy while fighting with the demonic weapons. The demonic weapons disappeared from their hands. Li Yunxiao's face was as pale as a sheet. He sat cross-legged in the air to recuperate. The shadow in his heart was hard to calculate. The two of them were fighting to the death, but nothing happened to them. He was a pretty man, but he almost lost his life. The scene in the sacred demon palace was also very tragic. Broken bodies were everywhere. Can and Zhuozhan were covered in blood. Their power was weak, but they were still standing. Off to the side, Ren Shimin and Jing Qi were engaged in a battle. Both of them were in a killing frenzy. Their bodies were covered in wounds and bloodstains. Jing Qi and the baleful god corpse puppet were infected by the demonic qi. Their skin started to rot. Ren Shimin's body was covered in white liver mortis. She was also heavily poisoned. Her lips were purple. Suddenly, a voice came from the sky above the palace. Several rays of light flashed. Gradually, a strong aura broke through the sky and turned into figures. That is, everyone was shocked. 7 majestic figures appeared in the sky. Their auras were extremely strong. They were all heaven-mastering realm experts. However, their faces were dark and covered in demonic patterns. They were humans who had been possessed. Hua Qianshu. Li Yunxiao looked at one of them and exclaimed in a trembling voice. Among the 13 demonic figures, one of them had a dignified expression and a black flame was burning in his heart. As Li Yunxiao exclaimed, he looked over as well and his pupils dilated, their gazes met in time and space and could not be separated from each other. Ha ha ha. Ren Shimin laughed maniacally and was extremely excited. She said with a trembling voice, did we finally succeed? The 13 who obtained the strongest true spirit energy in the Tiandang mountain range. Ha ha ha. The 13 of them were shrouded in demonic qi. Although they were at the sovereign realm, their auras were as mighty as mountains. Dijia smiled and let out a breath. He said slowly, of the 40 over people who went in, 13 survived. It's not easy, not easy. You are all good and obedient. You are all qualified to be my most loyal servants. Hua Qianshu looked at Li Yunxiao for a while and his shocked expression gradually calmed down. He said calmly, is it master? Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat but he forced himself to be calm. Have you joined the demonic path? Hua Qianshu's lips curled into a smile and his eyes seemed to be mocking. He sneered. Joined the demonic path? Didn't I join it back then? I have only stabilized my Taoist heart now. Li Yunxiao's heart was unusually heavy. He said, come with me. Go? To where? Hua Qianshu was stunned and did not think much of it. Li Yunxiao said, to my territory. I will help you get rid of the demonic qi. Ha ha ha. Hua Qianshu burst into laughter and said in disdain, get rid of the demonic qi. You did the same stupid thing back then and were fooled by others. Are you going to repeat it again? Li Yunxiao said in a deep voice, I was not strong enough back then. Things are different now. I am confident that I can get rid of the demonic qi in you and return your original Taoist heart. Original Taoist heart? Hua Qianshu's eyes narrowed and he said coldly, my current Taoist heart is my original heart. What do you mean by return? Master, you were wrong back then. If it weren't for your obsession to help me exorcise the devil, you wouldn't have caused so much trouble and died here. Li Yunxiao's eyes glinted fiercely. He looked at Ren Shimin, who was not far away, and said coldly, that was part of your plan back then. You deliberately led Hua Qianshu to become a demon, didn't you? Ren Shimin shuddered under his stare. Then, he grinned hideously and said, that's right. Back then, Kangwu Qiong and I thought of cultivating demonic arts to break through the shackles of the martial Dao. The heavenly martial arts realm's rules were lacking, but the demon realm's rules weren't lacking. The heaven-shaking mountain range is a bridge that connects the two realms, and it is also the place where we want to break through to the immortal realm. However, if you want to comprehend the rules of the demon world, you have to cultivate demonic techniques. However, that technique is too dangerous, so I had no choice but to find some lab rats. Hee hee. A trace of anger flashed across Hua Qianshu's eyes, but his expression was as calm as still water, without the slightest ripple. When Ren Shimin saw Li Yunxiao's angry but helpless expression, she became even more unbridled. She laughed maniacally and said, back then, I was in charge of the floating island. I knew the Tiandang mountain range like the back of my hand and made many preparations. Ha ha ha, Hua Qianshu was just one of the lab rats. We knew that he was not talented enough, so we wanted to drag you down with us. What a pity that you were too useless. I can't believe you died in the mountains and ruined our plan. Li Yunxiao let out a long sigh. He ignored Ren Shimin's madness and said calmly to Hua Qianshu, Qianshu, come back with me. His eyes were as clear as the moon in the sky, untainted by a speck of dust. When Hua Qianshu's eyes met Ren Shimin's, he could not help but tremble. It was as if his Taoist heart was stirred. He quickly turned his head away and said, go. I'm full of demonic essence now. There's no turning back. Moreover, I'm the Taoist heart that I want to pursue. There's nothing wrong with that. Master, on the other hand, you made so many mistakes to save me back then. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, I found out from the ancient books that someone in the East Sea also became a demon. Later on, he got rid of his demonic nature. That's why he went to the East Sea to seek cultivation. He killed countless people and was stained with blood. Hua Qianshu said coldly, even the lives of billions of sea tribe people did not wake you up. It's not me who is stubborn. It's you, master. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, but every time I see your pained expression and you shout, Master, save me, I will do everything without hesitation. Hua Qianshu's expression changed slightly. He snorted and said, back then, my demonic heart was unstable. But it's different now. You still have a weak heart. How can you become an expert like that? Master, why don't you follow me and become a demon? Become a demon? Li Yunxiao did not know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head sadly. He, Hua Qianshu is right. Li Yunxiao, you have the primordial demonic art. Even your heart is a rainbow stone. But you don't have a true demonic heart. How can you do that? Di Jiao licked his lips and said eagerly, as long as you pledge allegiance to me, you will be the most powerful person under me. Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes at him and said lightly, isn't it good for me to be above you? Why should I be below you? Am I crazy? Di Jiao snorted and said, since you are stubborn and have given up the opportunities one have given you so many times, then don't blame me. His eyes flashed coldly and he shouted, the 13 of you, listen to my order. Kill all of them. Especially her. He pointed at Lil Red. Lil Red's face paled, but she did not panic. She only took a stance and was on high alert. Yes. The eyes of the 13 demonized martial artists burst with murderous intent. Hua Qianshu's face also became ferocious. Demonic tattoos flashed on his body. Ren Shimin laughed wildly and said, ha ha ha, Hua Qianshu, I will leave Li Yunxiao to you. Go and twist his head off. Hua Qianshu's eyes turned cold. With a flash, he appeared behind Ren Shimin and slammed his palm down. Hey! What are you doing? Ren Shimin was shocked. He did not expect Hua Qianshu to suddenly attack. Moreover, he and Jing Cheeto were both injured. There was no way he could dodge. He could only raise his battle axe and stab at Hua Qianshu. Chi! The battle axe missed its target and was caught by Hua Qianshu with his left hand. He slammed the top of Ren Shimin's head with his right hand. Bang! Demonic chi poured into Ren Shimin's head. Blood flowed down from the top of Ren Shimin's head and covered his face. Hua Qianshu said coldly, I am Lord Dijia's servant, not trash like you. Who do you think you are? How dare you order me around? Tui. He spat a mouthful of phlegm on Ren Shimin's face and mixed it with the blood. Ren Shimin's eyes slowly lost focus. She raised her trembling hand and reached out to Dijia. Her eyes were filled with reluctance to die and pleading for him to save her. Dijia rubbed the bridge of his nose and said calmly, Hua Qianshu is right. Ren Shimin's trembling hand stiffened and she lost all signs of life. She died with her eyes wide open. Dijia looked at Ren Shimin's corpse and said, although your physical body is not strong enough, you are still an expert of your generation. Try to make use of this trash. He made a gesture with one hand and sent a seal into Ren Shimin's body. The corpse immediately trembled and began to crawl up from the ground slowly. However, the corpse's eyes were lifeless like a puppet. The blood on the top of Ren Shimin's head stopped after a while and flowed all over his face. Go. Kill all of them. Dijia waved his hand and said calmly. The 13 demonic cultivators immediately descended, and 8 of them headed towards Lil Red. Ren Shimin also let out a roar and pounced on Jing Cheeto. Honored Master, your disciple has never stopped cultivating all these years. However, no matter how hard I tried, I was limited by my talents and could not break through to a higher cultivation level. Only with Lord Dijia's recognition could I be granted a bright future. I am willing to prostrate myself before Lord Dijia and serve him as my master. I will obey him for life and never betray him. Hua Qianshu walked toward Li Yunxiao step by step and said, I hope that honored master can follow Lord Dijia like I did. Li Yunxiao looked at him calmly and said, my disciple Qianshu, I regret that I could not save you back then. Seeing you like this today, I feel even more pain. Even if I have to risk my life today, I'll definitely save you. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed with determination. His heart was at peace. It was as if nothing in the world was important anymore. He could give up everything at any time to save his beloved disciple. If that's the case, then I will have to show you the power that Lord Dijia bestowed upon me. Because the power that honored master gave me is too trashy. I don't have the face to use it. Hua Qianshu's face flashed and a demon flame appeared between his brows. It was in the form of a firebird. Phoenix? Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he looked on in shock. His expression turned blank. Hua Qianshu sneered and slammed his palm forward. His fingers were burning with fire. He said coldly, that's right, it is the immortal fire phoenix. Boom. Li Yunxiao also slammed his palm forward. As the two palms collided, Hua Qianshu's internal organs were shaken again. He spat out a mouthful of blood and took a few steps back. He was injured by the light of reincarnation and his internal organs were damaged. TSK, honored master is only this strong? It really makes me feel embarrassed as your disciple. Hua Qianshu sneered, the 13 of us have obtained the true spiritual energy of those who perished in the heaven-shaking mountain range, and I have obtained the phoenix energy. Although I am not an ancient heavenly phoenix, I still possess the divine flame. After being demonized, it is the demon flame that honored master is seeing now. He formed a seal with both hands and the firebird pattern between his brows flashed. It was a phoenix, but it was completely black. The firebird opened its mouth and spat out a black flame that turned into a burning line. I see. Li Yunxiao heaved a long sigh and looked a little dejected. He glanced at the other 12 and found that they all had more or less the characteristics of the true soul. He knew that they were in trouble. After these martial artists obtained the true soul energy and demonized, their strength had increased to another level. They were much stronger than ordinary divine sovereign realm cultivators. Even without these 13 people, just those ordinary demonic beasts were enough to put them in a desperate situation. There was no hope of turning the tables now. Looting Liujia's giant spirit armor was also broken and cracks started to appear on the puppet's body. The new generation excels the old. I am very pleased to see that your strength has increased. I will use the last bit of my strength to try my best to save you. After seeing that there was no hope of winning, Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed with determination. He seemed to have made up his mind. Oh? The last bit of power? Hua Qianshu sneered. I really can't see how much power Master has left. Even in death, you don't repent. It makes me sad. Since that's the case, Master should die early. At least you can leave a good impression on me. The line of fire circled in the air and spread out into a net that fell down. Chee-chee sounds of burning could be heard in the middle of the fire net, and countless cracks appeared in the entire space. But the moment it fell, it seemed to be hindered by some power and could not go any further. Xianxia was shocked, and an inexplicable fear welled up in his heart. Li Yunxiao formed a seal with one hand, and his body was also covered with demonic patterns. A metal chain coiled around his body. It was one of the 6-path demonic weapons, a Wat Fansha. Li Yunxiao's power kept increasing, and his eyes were filled with the determination to die. A Wat Brahmacharya floated around him, and dense demonic patterns surged out. The power of the space also increased rapidly. Dijiao was shocked. He looked at Li Yunxiao's move and said in fear, 3,000 worlds? Around Li Yunxiao, the runes on the iron chain demonic weapon exploded, and the sound of wind and thunder could be heard. The demonic chi in the hall seemed to sense it. It tumbled and surged, and the demonic chi rapidly shrank and flowed into the iron chain. Back in the ancient demon well, once this move was used, it could no longer be controlled, and everything around it was destroyed. Stop! Dijia shouted, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. If the 3,000 worlds were used, the sacred devil hall would be severely damaged, if not destroyed. Suddenly, an excited voice sounded. Ha ha ha, a Wat Brahmacharya, 6-paths demonic weapon. It really is the 6-paths demonic weapon. As the figure landed, a loud boom came from the door of the hall. The door did not break, but it made a piercing sound of metal rubbing against metal. Then, countless black chi surged in and circled above the hall. Li Yunxiao was also shocked. The auras of those black figures were very powerful, and 3 of them gave off a feeling of invincibility. Dijia exclaimed in shock, Demon Lord? Up in the sky, those dark silhouettes kept taking shape and turning into demonic beasts. Just like the ones Dijia had killed, they were all stiff corpses that had been turned into walking corpses after being injected with devil power. 3 black-robed figures appeared in front of these walking corpses. They floated quietly in the air and looked down coldly. Dijia shuddered and hurriedly shouted, Stop! The battle in the Great Hall immediately came to a halt, and everything became quiet in an instant. The 30 demonic cultivators and many demonic beasts also stopped, quietly awaiting the next order. Pooh! Ken had been holding on with one breath. Now that he relaxed, he vomited blood and fell to the ground. Shine! Shua's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was also severely injured. He staggered forward and helped Ken up. Not only were their bodies covered in blood, but their faces were also covered in blood. Those magical beasts didn't have blood, it was all from their own bodies. Are you okay? Shua's voice trembled. He could see that Ken was in a very bad state. He was so weak that he seemed to be on his last breath. Although Ken was in a sorry state, he didn't lose his poise. He smiled and said, The worst that can happen is death. What else can happen? Look at how frightened you are. Haha, are you still a great demon? Damn it. I'm not dead yet, how can you die in front of me? Shua scolded angrily, Don't die in front of me. At most, we'll die together. Ken smiled and said, I think it's about time. You and I have lived for so long, it's indeed enough. I'm worried about Lady Lin now. I don't know if she can hold on. Thinking of Lin, both of them were filled with worry. They were completely unaware of their current situation. At most, they would die. There was nothing to worry about. However, there were many things that far exceeded their own lives. TSK, how sad. Are these 2 small fries gay friends? I can't watch it anymore. One of the black-robed figures in the sky sneered. Someone behind him suddenly exclaimed, Look. The person pointed at Dijia. His eyes were full of shock. These 3 were Ji, Qing, and Ran, who appeared in the rift before. The 3 looked at Dijia. Their bodies trembled at the same time. Their black robes shook violently. Ji screamed at the top of his lungs, Dijia frowned and asked suspiciously, You know me? How is that possible? One had to know that he had disappeared for 100,000 years. Unless he was someone from 100,000 years ago, or someone left behind an image of him. Ha ha ha, I heard that you were killed by the humans and suppressed. I didn't think it was true. Ji was overjoyed. He laughed so hard that his body twitched. This is just a clone, isn't it? Dijia said coldly, who are the three of you? I don't remember having friends like you who don't even dare to reveal your identities. I hate this kind of conversation where the information is not equal. If the three of you want to continue being hidden, then go ahead. I won't say anything. Haha, you actually forgot about us. Damn it. We remember you for 100,000 years. Ji looked at him coldly, his face twisted and hideous. Did I? Your ugly face does give me a slight impression, but I really don't remember. Dijia shook his head. He wasn't looking down on them. Though he had the most memories among the three, it wasn't complete. He only had a vague impression of them, and they seemed to be enemies. This troubled him. After all, the three before him were demon sovereigns. He immediately became alert. Do you remember the Saint Demon family of the ice region? Ji tore off his robe. A gust of cold air seeped out. His body was like 10,000-year-old ice, emitting cold air. Ah? It's you. Dijia suddenly remembered and exclaimed, You're not dead? Humph. The three of us crawled back from hell. We came here to take your life. Cold air shot out of Ji's eyes and penetrated Dijia's body. Dijia gasped and retreated. Li Yinxiao and Little Red were secretly delighted at this turn of events. They only hoped that the three would kill each other and they would profit from the fight. The two of them looked at each other. At this moment, they were no longer thinking about how to profit, but how to save their lives. Li Yinxiao's gaze landed on Hua Qianshu, full of worry. Hua Qianshu, on the other hand, was expressionless and didn't even look at him. He stood respectfully beside Dijia, waiting for orders. Great Emperor, hand over the otherworldly netherstone you stole from us all those years ago. Qing Feng said coldly with a wave of his hand. Li Yinxiao's heart skipped a beat as realization dawned on him. When Ji revealed her true form and the cold air seeped over, he already felt that it was similar to the Biming family's cultivation method. He didn't expect the otherworldly dark stone to come from the demon world, and with such a powerful background at that, his heart sank. He planned to head to the Biming family and get the otherworldly dark stone after leaving the heaven-shaking mountains. No matter what, it was definitely a great treasure. Ji said coldly, because you stole the otherworldly dark stone, the realm of ice hasn't produced a single holy demon for 100,000 years. My people hate you to the bone and want nothing more than to eat you alive. Ha ha ha. Dijiao laughed madly and mocked, you trash minions, you speak as if you can become a holy demon with the otherworldly dark stone. The realm of ice has only produced one holy demon in countless years, and you call yourselves a holy demon family. Do you have any shame? I think your skin is thicker than the 1,000-year-old ice under the realm of ice. Shut up. Ji was enraged and roared, back then, I was at a critical juncture when I was trying to break through to the holy fiend realm. You snatched away the otherworldly dark stone, causing my cultivation to collapse and leaving me at the demon venerable realm forever. Ji and the other two thought of what happened back then and were fuming with anger. The domain of ice was an illustrious territory in the demon realm. The holy demon family was a name given to a power that had once produced a holy demon. In the billions of years of the demon realm's history, there were no more than 20 holy demon families. Ji was the ruler of the realm of ice, but she was injured by the arch at the critical moment of becoming a holy demon. Even without this incident, his chances of becoming a holy demon were close to zero, but he didn't think so. He blamed the arch for everything. It was just that the arch was invincible in the demon world back then, and no one dared to stand in his way. Even if he was injured and his stone was stolen, he could only swallow his bitterness. If he told others, his enemies might come to him. Not only would he suffer, but the whole realm of ice would also be doomed. Later, when the two realms merged, Ji came with the demon world's army to find the otherworldly dark stone and occupy the heavenly martial arts realm's territory. But she was injured by the heavenly martial arts realm's experts, and her cultivation level dropped. She was too ashamed to go back, so she hid in the crack between the two realms and survived for 100,000 years. She absorbed demonic qi to nourish her body, and gradually returned to the demon venerable realm. Seeing that he was really angry, Dijia hurriedly said, "Don't be angry. I lost the otherworldly dark stone, but I have a way to find it. If you kill me, you will lose it forever. You have recovered your demon venerable body, and with the help of the otherworldly dark stone, you will be able to become a holy demon." Dijia wasn't stupid, and he didn't want to infuriate him, so he said something nice to calm him down first. "Humph, do you think you can live like this? You are too naive." Ji's gaze swept past Li Yunxiao and Little Red. She licked her lips and said, "I can feel the aura of an emperor from all of you, as well as the power of that demon weapon. All three of you must die. After I refine you, I will get your memories. If I can get the 6 paths demonic weapon, the otherworldly dark stone will be nothing." Qing shouted, "Why are you still talking nonsense with them? Kill them and get them." The hundreds of demonic beasts in the sky above the palace bared their fangs and claws, and they rushed down after receiving the order. Li Yunxiao and Lil Red were shocked. Feeling the murderous aura, they were extremely frustrated. Li Yunxiao scolded, "What does your grudges have to do with us? Can't you be reasonable?" But no one cared about him. The roars of the demonic beasts drowned out all other sounds. Li Yunxiao, Xiao Hong, and Dijia, the three of them who had been fighting each other to the death, were now in the same boat, grasshoppers on the same rope. Boom! The entire hall was filled with sounds of explosions as all sorts of powers collided. Li Yunxiao teleported to Can and Zhua's side and put them into the universe god steel so that they could recuperate in peace. At the same time, he kept Luding and Liujia. Cracks had already appeared on these 12 puppets. If they continued to battle the domain of Ice Three Brothers, it was highly likely that they would be destroyed. Moreover, Dijia was the three brothers' main target. He just had to protect himself. There was no need for him to charge at the front. Suddenly, Lil Red landed beside him and whispered, "Big brother Yunxiao, let's find a way to escape." Li Yunxiao replied, "The restrictions in this hall are very powerful. I'm afraid we can only leave from the front door." "But how do we open the door?" Lil Red said worriedly, "I still remember some of the restrictions in this hall. I can even control them to teleport us out. But it's not that simple now." The three brothers seemed to have set up their secret technique. "I sensed it just now. All the restrictions are frozen." "Frozen?" Li Yunxiao said in shock, "The restrictions can be frozen?" Lil Red said, "That feeling is very strange. Let's call it frozen." "I'm not sure." At that moment, Ji and Dijia had exchanged several blows. Dijia was no match for Ji and was continuously losing. He could only activate the sacred demonic hall's power to defend himself. But the effect was minimal. The hall was indeed under a secret technique. The 13 heaven-mastering realm demonic cultivators attacked at the same time, attacking the demonic beasts and the three brothers. Only then did the battle come to a stalemate. Li Yunxiao said, "Then use demonic weapons to split open the space." Little Red nodded and said, "All right, I'll give it a try." Although she had also expended a lot of energy, she was in a much better state than Li Yunxiao. With a sudden burst of qi, she pulled out the laying bone cutter, and under the shocked gazes of the three from the frozen domain, she slashed at the air. Qi! A huge crack appeared and a passage appeared. Not only that, but as the saber slashed down, the sound of ice disintegrating could be heard. It was as if the restriction had been broken. Dijia was overjoyed. He hadn't expected such an effect, and he quickly performed a hand seal. Not far away, the gigantic throne suddenly flew up into the air. The entire Saint Devil capital began to revolve as a terrifying storm energy filled the air. The people from the frozen domain were instantly suppressed, and a large number of magical beasts were killed. The expressions of the three changed. After that strike, Little Red's face turned extremely pale. She almost couldn't stand straight and fell forward. Li Yunxiao was shocked. He went forward to support her and said, "Are you all right?" Xiao Hong forced a smile on her pale face, "Thank you, big brother Yunxiao. I'm fine. Let's leave quickly. It will be dangerous if we stay here any longer." Li Yunxiao supported her, and Little Red's head rested on his chest. He could smell the faint scent of a virgin. He felt very uncomfortable, but he couldn't throw her away at this time. Sigh. Li Yunxiao sighed. He looked back at Hua Qianshu, picked up Little Red, and rushed toward the crack. Not far away, Jingqi's expression turned cold. He quickly put away the divine corpse and rushed toward the crack. Don't go. Ji roared. She teleported over and grabbed the two of them with her big hands. Although he had the power of a fiend lord, he was suppressed by the power of the realm. Now, he was being suppressed by the Saint Devil Hall, and with several layers of restrictions, he couldn't use his power. But he was weak, and Li Yunxiao was even weaker. Once the hand appeared, the space was instantly shackled. Ji smiled sinisterly and said in a cold voice, "No one can leave." His 5 fingers formed a seal and slapped at Li Yunxiao's back, killing him. Bam! Suddenly, a black shadow flew down and clashed with his palm. The terrifying power exploded and shook both of them away. At this moment, Di Jiao was already sitting on his throne in the void, looking down with a cold gaze. He naturally wouldn't stop Ji from capturing Li Yunxiao and Little Red. But he didn't expect that person to suddenly save them. Qianshu. Li Yunxiao was shocked. The person who saved him was Hua Qianshu. After taking Ji's palm, he didn't look too good. Li Yunxiao was shocked. Why? Hua Qianshu turned and looked at him with a complicated expression. You are my master. How can I watch you get killed? Li Yunxiao went forward and grabbed his hand. Leave with me. Hua Qianshu swung his arm and broke free. He said coldly, if you want to leave, leave by yourself. As the demonic servant of Lord Di Jia, how can I leave him? Li Yunxiao's heart trembled. He knew the power of the demonic servant's seal. A servant for a day was a servant for life, unless Di Jia let him go. None of you can leave. Ji roared and flew up again. But he was blocked by a divine sovereign realm demonic servant, which made him furious. He scolded, all of you, die. His palms turned into circles, and boundless cold air poured out. It was as if time and space were frozen. Azure mysticaline energy rained down like a storm. Hua Qianshu was shocked and yelled, Master, leave. He took a step forward and blocked Li Yunxiao and Little Red behind him. He formed a seal with both hands and formed a heaven and earth seal, which he attacked. Kaboom! Their palms met, and Hua Qianshu spat out a mouthful of blood. He was frozen by the mysticaline energy, and his arms turned into ice crystals. Hua Qianshu roared, and a black phoenix flashed between his brows. He flew out and charged forward with boundless demonic flames. Master, leave quickly. He turned back again and stared at Li Yunxiao anxiously, as if he had no confidence in facing such a strong opponent. You, leave with me. Li Yunxiao was equally anxious. He tried to grab Hua Qianshu again, but Jingqi, who was beside him, also reached out and grabbed his hand back. He said in a low voice, stop wasting time, no one will be able to leave if you continue wasting time. Boom! The black phoenix was shattered by Ji's palm, and the mysticaline energy attacked. Hua Qianshu roared again, and boundless black flames appeared around his body as he attacked with all his might, and the moment he attacked, he turned into flames, trying to escape from the mysticaline energy. Bam! The black flames were shattered by Ji again, and the mysticaline hand pierced into his back and out from his chest. Pfft! Hua Qianshu spat out a mouthful of blood, and it splattered right in front of Li Yunxiao, splattering all over his face. Li Yunxiao was stunned, and he lost his composure. Blood. Hua Qianshu looked down at the mysticaline hand that had pierced through his chest. Blood was flowing out, but the black blood was gradually turning red. Qianshu! Li Yunxiao's heart trembled, and he suddenly broke free from Jingqi's hand. He rushed forward and grabbed Hua Qianshu's hand with trembling hands. Master, so warm. Hua Qianshu grinned and raised his head. 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. He could not help but cry, and his vision was extremely blurry. Go. Follow me. Let's go back. Li Yunxiao's eyes were also red. He wanted to take Hua Qianshu away, but Ji's mysticaline hand was still in his chest, and Hua Qianshu's body continued to solidify. 2 streams of tears flowed down from Hua Qianshu's eyes, and his 4 hands were tightly clasped together. He choked and said, Thank you, Master, I am finally back. The constant loss of vitality finally brought him back to his heart. That pitch-black blood began to turn bright red, just like his heart of innocence that had always been. "Brother Yunxiao. Let's go." Little Red was extremely anxious. She turned around to grab Li Yunxiao, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not pull him away. Jingqi was also anxious and angry. "Sky Venerable, don't worry about him. Let's go quickly, or we will all be buried here." Little Red hesitated for a moment, looking left and right, not knowing what to do. Jingqi immediately grabbed her hand and pulled her towards the crack, saying, "If Sky Venerable likes Li Yunxiao, then we will go back and focus on cultivation. We will come back to avenge him in the future." Avenge him? Little Red's heart trembled. She was dragged away by Jingqi, and in her sight, Li Yunxiao was still kneeling on the ground with Hua Qianshu. She could only see his back getting further and further away. She only felt a wave of pain in her heart, but also full of confusion. Do I really like him? She recalled the time in Haitian town, when the East Sea Army was pressuring the border, and how he stood up to protect her. Maybe she really liked him, but she just did not realize it. She swung her hand, broke free from Jingqi, and said without turning her head, "You go first." Then she rushed forward and slammed her palm heavily on the back of Li Yunxiao's head, knocking him out. The back of Li Yunxiao's head was a mess of flesh and blood, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Blood was still gushing out of his head. Then she raised her head, looked coldly at Hua Qianshu, and said in a cold voice, "Let go." Hua Qianshu's eyes were full of tears, and he could not see Little Red clearly, but he laughed. He let go of his hand, but found that although Li Yunxiao had fainted, his grip was extremely tight, and he could not break it. "There's no time, sorry." Little Red's eyes flashed, and she said, "I am also trying to save him, don't blame me." A cold light flashed, and her fingers were like knives, directly cutting off both of Hua Qianshu's palms, and blood splattered. Hua Qianshu did not feel the pain, and instead nodded, "Thank you." "You're welcome. Thank you for saving my life." Little Red replied stiffly, and then carried Li Yunxiao, and rushed into the crack. "Humph, you want to leave after the show?" Ji snorted, and suddenly wanted to pull back her hand to chase after Hua Qianshu, but found that her hand that was in Hua Qianshu's body was strangled, and could not move. "Let go. Beast, let go of me." Ji shouted coldly, and her left hand hit Hua Qianshu's back, directly shattering his shoulder, and a large amount of demonic flame burst out. At this moment, Hua Qianshu's entire body was burning, and the shadow of a black phoenix appeared on his body, descending. This power, Ji and Di Jiao were both shocked, and looked at the changes in Hua Qianshu's body in shock. Rising from the ashes? These 4 words appeared in everyone's mind. The raging fire spread several times and swallowed the demon qi in the hall. Hua Qianshu's figure could be vaguely seen in the flames. Ji was slightly shocked. The black phoenix flames made him feel very uncomfortable and he jumped back. The crack that was split open by Agon's bone-cutting knife was also gradually healed by the raging fire. In the crack, a golden light flew out. Little Red carried Li Yunxiao and stepped on the golden coffin with Jingqi. Both of them looked serious. After flying for a long time, they found the spatial node and broke through the void. The outside world was clear and bright. They didn't know where they were. Little Red looked at Li Yunxiao in her arms. In a moment of desperation, she had smashed the back of Li Yunxiao's head, causing him to fall into a deep coma. Then, her gaze fell on Li Yunxiao's hands, which were still holding onto Hua Qianshu's hands. She focused her gaze, and the 2 hands suddenly burst into flames until they were reduced to ashes. "Sky Venerable, where are we going now?" Jingqi glanced at her and did not express his opinion. Instead, he asked. Little Red also seemed a little confused. "What do you think?" Jingqi was stunned. It had always been Little Red who made the decisions. He was only a follower and had never made the decision. He thought for a while and said, "Either we go overseas first and conserve our energy, or we find a place to save Li Yunxiao first." Little Red looked at Li Yunxiao quietly. Although his handsome face was stained with blood, it made her heart beat faster. She had never looked at her heart seriously. Only when they were separated by life and death did she realize it. Perhaps she had already fallen in love with this man who protected her when she faced the East Sea Army in Ocean Sky Town. Let's find a place to wake him up first. I'm afraid that if we delay, his injuries will worsen, Little Red said indifferently. The two flew into the sky and looked around. They actually found a sect called Golden Cauldron Mountain nearby. They directly flew over and used the place with the richest spirit chi in the sect. Little Red placed Li Yunxiao's body on the core of the Golden Cauldron Mountain to nourish it. As soon as his body came into contact with the spirit spring, the power of his physical body seemed to be stimulated. Light began to circulate, becoming stronger and stronger. His entire body became transparent, and the wounds on his body gradually healed. You're awake. When Little Red saw that Li Yunxiao woke up, her heart immediately calmed down. Where is this? Li Yunxiao suddenly jumped up and looked around. He immediately recalled everything that had happened before and said angrily, "Did you hit me?" Seeing his ferocious expression, Little Red's heart felt suffocated. However, she still nodded and said, "You refuse to leave, so I can only use this method to take you away." Where is this place? How is the situation in the Saint Devil Hall now? Where is Xianxia? Li Yunxiao panicked and asked a series of questions. Xiaohong said, "This place is called Golden Cauldron Mountain, it's a sect in the north region. I left through the crack with you. I don't know what happened after that." As for Xianxia, she was silent for a while and said sadly, "Dijia is there, maybe he will save him." Her words were very weak because she didn't believe it herself, so how could she convince others? Li Yunxiao felt his hands and feet were cold. He recalled the scene in the hall. Xianxia's blood turned from black to red, and the demonic nature disappeared along with his vitality. Under that kind of dangerous situation, most likely, he felt an intense pain in his chest. A white light flashed in front of his chest and spread out in the shape of a flower. It was the rainbow stone that was burning by itself. Little Red was shocked. She quickly made a hand sign and slapped it. A golden light shot out from her fingertip and landed on the white light, suppressing the baleful ice heart flames burning. The white light then gradually shrunk and returned to his body. Little Red said solemnly, "Big brother Yunxiao, this rainbow stone in the heart will always be a problem, it should be taken out as soon as possible." Li Yunxiao's expression recovered slightly. He could feel that there seemed to be cracks on the rainbow stone. It should be injured by the light of reincarnation when he was meditating in the six-path space. But now was not the time to think about this. He looked around and said, "Is there a teleportation formation in this Golden Cauldron Mountain?" Little Red was shocked. "Big brother Yunxiao, where are you going?" Li Yunxiao looked at him and said, "Tiandang Mountain Range." Little Red said anxiously, "Going back like this is clearly seeking death. I saved you for nothing." Li Yunxiao said, "Don't worry, I won't go there alone. I will gather experts from the Heavenly Martial League and sweep the whole mountain range." Killing intent shot out from his eyes. Like the falling snow, the surrounding temperature dropped drastically. Even Little Red and Jingqi felt a slight chill. At this moment, a large group of people appeared outside of the spirit spring. They flew in the air and surrounded the three of them. The leader was an old man who looked like an immortal. He shouted angrily, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the spiritual land of the Golden Cauldron Mountain and injure my disciples?" Li Yunxiao looked up at him and said, "Does your sect have a long-distance teleportation formation?" The old man frowned and sneered, "You haven't even answered my question and now you're asking me first." The surrounding martial artists also had cold expressions as if they were certain that they could defeat the three of them. An injured man flew over with the help of a few people. When he saw the three of them, he immediately pointed at Little Red and Jingqi and exclaimed, "It's them. Greetings, Sect Master, they are the ones who injured me. Sect Master, please uphold justice for me." The old man sneered and stared at Li Yunxiao and the other two. He shouted, "What else do you have to say?" The surrounding martial artists spread out and tightened their encirclement. They took out their weapons and were ready to attack at any time. Li Yunxiao cupped his fists and said, "May I ask if your sect has a long-distance teleportation formation?" The old man shouted angrily, "Are you deaf? Damn it." Little Red said coldly, "Brother Yunxiao, why are you wasting time with them? Just kill them and search their souls. They're like flies, it makes me sick." Little b asterisk tch. What did you say? A young disciple scolded with his eyebrows furrowed. Little Red's eyes turned cold and shot over. The disciple trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and fell backward. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "Don't hurt him." Little Red felt wronged and said, "He was the one who scolded me." Li Yunxiao said, "We took over someone else's territory, of course they would be unhappy." He cupped his fists again and said, "May I ask where the teleportation formation is, Sect Master? I will use it for a while and leave. I am also willing to pay accordingly." The old man said angrily, "You want to use the teleportation formation after injuring my disciple? Everyone, attack and take down these 3 arrogant people." "Yes." The surrounding martial artists answered in unison and all picked up their weapons and rushed over. Li Yunxiao was depressed and said, "Go, don't hurt them." Many of the disciples were only martial emperors. If they fought, they would die without a doubt. He waved his sleeve and the space around him twisted. All the disciples were teleported out. At the same time, his figure flashed and appeared in front of the old man. His fingers formed into claws and he grabbed the old man's throat. He said, "Can you tell me now?" The old man's face turned ashen. He finally understood how terrifying the 3 people before him were. He did not dare to act rashly and quickly pointed the way. Li Yunxiao then pushed the old man away and headed for the teleportation formation with Little Red and Jingqi. 2 days later, on the floating island. When Zitong saw Li Yunxiao again, his mouth was so wide open that a watermelon could be stuffed inside. He was stunned. Li Yunxiao said in a low voice, "Zitong, is there anything unusual in the Xianxia mountains?" Zitong's stiff face relaxed and he said, "I was just about to ask you. What exactly happened? Master Ren Shimin has been gone for so long and still hasn't returned. Why did you come out from somewhere else?" Li Yunxiao was silent for a while. He knew that those people would never come out again. The 5 Emperor Wu who stayed outside the sacred Devil Hall were most likely dead as well. He briefly told Zitong what happened in the Xianxia mountains. Zitong lost his composure after hearing it. "Huh? How is that possible?" Zitong was shocked, but he quickly calmed down and said, "I have to report this to the sanctuary as soon as possible." "The sanctuary?" Li Yunxiao scoffed and said, "The sanctuary is now an empty shell. Who else can take responsibility for this? Go and make preparations. Be prepared to open the passage at any time. I have already sent a message for the elites of the Heavenly Martial Alliance to come. We will enter the Xianxia mountains together and wipe out all the demons." "Huh? Wipe out the Xianxia mountains?" Zitong jumped in fright and said in shock, "Are you crazy? This is the Xianxia mountains." Li Yunxiao looked at him coldly and said, "I'm not crazy. I am the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance." Zitong was so shocked that he couldn't speak anymore. The Heavenly Martial Alliance had been famous recently. He had heard about it, but he didn't know it was so powerful that it dared to wipe out the mountains. For many years, the Xianxia mountains had been a forbidden area in the realm of heavenly martial arts. Those who entered were doomed. Even though the sky-floating island had a lot of information, many people died in the mountains every year while on patrol duty. Zitong saw that Li Yunxiao didn't seem to be joking. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said embarrassedly, "I understand. I will listen to Alliance Master Yun's orders." He clasped his hands in front of his chest and left. Li Yunxiao looked at the void outside the sky-floating island. There were void jade shattered thunders flashing like fireworks. It was beautiful and dazzling. He said calmly, "You should find a place to rest." Lil Red was stunned. It wanted to say something but stopped. Jingqi said, "Celestial Venerable, are we going to get involved in this?" Lil Red looked a little lonely and said, "What do you think?" Jingqi said, "The Heavenly Martial Alliance is powerful enough to wipe out the Xianxia mountains. We won't get any benefits even if we stay. It's useless. Let's go overseas." Li Yunxiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked at the void in the sky, as if he was immersed in the boundless void. Lil Red said in a sad voice, "As long as you ask me to stay, I will stay and follow Brother Yunxiao." The void was silent. Only the whistling of the wind could be heard. It had been blowing in the sky since ancient times. After a long time, there was still no sound. Lil Red smiled sadly. She couldn't help but feel sad. She forced a smile and said, I understand. I will leave now. She turned around with a smile, but her eyes were blurred. She turned into a white light and left. Jingqi looked at Li Yunxiao coldly, then turned into a white light and chased after Little Red. Only then did Li Yunxiao open his eyes slightly. He put down his hands behind his back and sighed. The falling flowers follow the flowing water, but the flowing water loves the falling flowers. His figure also flickered and disappeared on the spot, looking for a quiet place to cultivate. A few days later, on the floating island, everyone felt that something was different. There was a huge amount of power gathered in the center of the island, and they could feel it even from thousands of feet away. The Sacred Realm warriors on the island didn't dare to go forward, and they all looked on in shock. Ling Mudi brought over 100 people. The lowest cultivation was the advanced 7-star Emperor Wu. Many God-state experts from Xuanli Island also came. There were Bai Chen Nan, Evil Spirit, Chu Hongyan, Fei Enai, Luo Yunsheng, Chen, Duan Tian, Tian Xingzi, Mo Jingzhou, Pan Yi, Bin Sun, and others. There were also 3 disciples of Li Yunxiao, young Emperor Hao Lian, Mo Xiaochuan, and Jun Ruyun, Shui Qingfan and Duan Muyoyu of the 10 Emperor Wu. During the few days that Li Yunxiao had been away, Jun Ruyun had also brought the ancient martial empire's experts to Yanwu City. The Mo clan of Black Iron City, and the Mei clan of appraisers also joined Yanwu City. The old ancestor of Mo clan also brought experts to Yanwu City to cultivate and break through to the God state in order to increase their lifespan. This time even Gu Qingqing came along. It seemed that she had settled down in the Tianwu alliance, and could accept orders and work for the alliance. Xuanli Island was led by Ben Tingfeng. The Tianshao mountain range had existed for countless years, and it was the intersection of the 2 worlds. Even Xuanli Island attached great importance to it. They were afraid that the Tianwu alliance wouldn't be strong enough, so they sent Ben Tingfeng with over 20 God state experts. When this power appeared above the floating island, Zitong was shocked, and he couldn't even speak. Li Yunxiao patted his shoulder and said, You don't need to say anything, open the passage. Zitong nodded furiously and immediately cast a spell to open up the tunnel. Over 100 people immediately squeezed into the passageway. Because the energy was too strong, it caused the passageway to distort, and the originally straight route was twisted into a loop. Li Yunxiao grabbed Zitong and said, You are most familiar with the terrain of the mountains. Come with us. Zitong then exclaimed, The energy field in the mountain range changes a lot. It doesn't matter how familiar you are with it. However, what he said was useless. Li Yunxiao could not be bothered with him. He directly grabbed him and entered the passageway. In the next moment, more than 100 people appeared in the sky above the mountain range. They started sizing up the heavenly martial arts realm's first forbidden land. Many people had been here before and were deeply moved. As for those who had never been here before, they were filled with curiosity and looked around. Li Yunxiao pushed the purple copper and said, The place I was at must have been a restricted area. Take us to the restricted area and sweep through it one by one. I don't believe we can't find them even if we flip this crack open. His eyes flashed with a cold light. It was like a knife cutting across Zitong's face, making him feel pain on his cheeks. I will try my best. Zitong felt bitter and shocked. He was bitter because this was not an easy task. No one was confident that they could find a restricted area in the Tiandang Mountains. He was shocked because he did not know what had happened to Li Yunxiao. He actually wanted to sweep through the mountains. Zitong was also worried that if he could not find a restricted area, he would be killed. Li Yunxiao seemed to have seen through his worries. He said calmly, Don't worry. Just try your best. I will not make things difficult for you. Zitong heaved a sigh of relief. He started taking out all kinds of profound artifacts and observing the surroundings. Then, he led the crowd forward hesitantly. After walking for several days, they encountered many cracks. Some low-level demonic auras came out of the cracks. However, they did not see a single powerful demonic king. They did not see any demonic beasts either. Li Yunxiao's expression became more and more unsightly. Zitong was also frightened. He cursed this damned terrain. If they had not been careful, they would have entered a restricted area. If they had tried to look for them, they would not have been able to find them. There is no need to look anymore. Finally, Li Yunxiao lost his patience. He said coldly, we will most likely not be able to find them even if we continue to look. He turned around and said, Young Master Yu, do you have a way to calculate the location of the demonic Saint Hall? Duan Muyoyu walked out from the crowd. He nodded and said, I will try. He raised his hand. His fingertip was pierced by primordial qi. Slowly, a bean-sized drop of blood formed. It danced in the air with his finger. A scarlet rune condensed in the air, flickering erratically. This kind of calculation was very tiring. It did not just consume one's energy. If the calculation was close to the heavenly path, it would consume one's life. The crimson seal changed in the air. In the end, it flashed and turned into an arrow that shot in a direction. Follow me. Duan Muyoyu chased after the arrow. The crowd followed closely behind. After a while, demonic aura appeared. The crimson blood arrow was also corroded. It disappeared in front of them. Zitong exclaimed, a restricted area. Yes. Ling Mudi looked around and said in a low voice, everyone, be careful. I have been to this restricted area before. There is an incredible crack in front of us. Li Yunxiao said in shock, Sir has been here before? Back then, Mudi was the king of the northern region, so it was not surprising that he had come here before. However, the field energy in the heaven-shaking mountain range was constantly changing, and even the topography would change a lot. Yet, it was still fresh in his memory. It was obvious that this place was not simple. As expected, Ling Mudi nodded and said, if I remember correctly, the crack in front of us should be the largest crack that the Monogatari used when he crossed over. The largest crack. Everyone was shocked. They did not dare to be careless. They all became alert. Ling Mudi continued, the powers of the two worlds repel each other. The stronger one is, the deeper one's understanding of the rules of one world. Then, the stronger the repulsive force of the other world. That is why the demons can easily pass through the crack, but the demonic monarch cannot. That is the reason. As for the Monogatari, who has the six paths demonic weapon, it is almost impossible for him to cross over. Ban Tingfeng said, but not only did the demonic lord cross over, he almost destroyed the entire world. Why did he do that? Ling Mudi said, that is what is strange. That is why we were worried. We thought that the demonic realm had found a way to overcome the power of the world. However, we found out that only the demonic lord could overcome the power of the world. I am afraid that only the demonic lord himself knows the details. He glanced at Li Yunxiao. This was because Li Yunxiao had obtained a portion of the Monogatari's demonic aura and even a bit of his memory. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, I do not know anything about this. If there is anyone in the world who knows, it is probably Di Jia. I hope that we can find Di Jia. As they were talking, they had already followed the demonic qi for thousands of miles. They entered an area where they could not even see their fingers in front of them. There was demonic qi everywhere, and the surrounding vegetation had also been demonized. They became huge and strange, as if they could attack. Ling Mudi said unhappily, it has been demonized so much. Don't you usually care? His tone was harsh. Although Zitong did not know who he was, he could tell that he was definitely an important person. He hurriedly said, we usually only patrol. After all, the mountain range is too dangerous. No one dares to investigate too deeply. Ling Mudi said seriously, looking at the extent of the demonic qi, I am afraid that the various restrictions and barriers that were set up in the Tianshao mountain range have all failed. Li Yunxiao's heart moved. He asked, where are the restrictions and barriers? Ling Mudi looked at him and said, you should know better than me about this. You have the inheritance of Lord Yenshin. I am sure that you have been to that place. Ah! Li Yunxiao cried out in surprise. It was just as he had thought. The palace that he had entered in his previous life was most likely the sealing barrier that the Yenshin had set up. Could the loosening of the seal have something to do with the damage he had done in the past? Li Yunxiao looked doubtful. He really wanted to go back to that place to investigate. However, if he wanted to find it in the Xianxia mountain range, he could only rely on luck. We are here. Ling Mudi suddenly shouted, causing Li Yunxiao to come back to his senses. His eyesight was very strong. He saw that in the darkness in front of him, there was a red line across the sky. It was like a crack that split the entire sky in half. As they flew closer, they realized that the crack was extremely wide. It was like a natural moat in the sky. Inside it was a bottomless abyss that led to the unreachable demonic world. What a strong demonic chi! 100 people stood in front of the crack and looked down. In front of them was a scarlet red, like underground magma. However, there was a monstrous demonic chi surging out, making them feel very uncomfortable. Ling Mudi said, "This is the benefit of having a higher realm power. As long as there is a crack, demonic chi will surge over." Ben Tingfeng said respectfully, "What should we do now?" "We will listen to Lord's orders." Ling Mudi nodded and said, "Follow me. We will clean up the inside." Over the past 100,000 years, many demonic creatures have accumulated here. They will be a disaster in the future war between the two realms. It is best to get rid of them now. Over 100 people soared into the sky and followed Ling Mudi into the crack. The scarlet red light roasted everyone like magma. However, the most uncomfortable thing was that the demonic chi was invading their bodies. They had to expend a large amount of elemental energy to resist it. What is that? Li Yunxiao was the first to be shocked. As far as his eyes could see, there was a large number of round creatures floating in the crack. They were about half an acre in size and looked like a huge meat plate. The meat plate was more than 30 meters thick and was covered with tentacles. They looked like hairs on the surface. The whole body was wriggling in the air, which made people's hair stand on end. Not good. Ling Mudi's eyes widened and he shouted, "This is a kind of minor demon called the Nether Nine Abalone. Its attack is not strong, but its defense is abnormal. Its flying speed is also very fast. It is used by the demon clan as an aircraft." He said in shock, "Even the Nether Nine Abalone has appeared. There must be a large number of demons in this crack. Everyone, be careful." Li Yunxiao was shocked. He said, "What are minor demons?" The others were also confused. Ling Mudi said, "Minor demons are similar to the heavenly martial arts realm's fungus. Most of them are demonic chi after a demonic fiend's body explodes. Although it returns to its original form, it has, after all, transformed into a living creature. It is different from ordinary demonic chi. When this kind of demonic chi attaches itself to a physical body, it is easy to give birth to minor demons. Minor demons are strange and varied. Some are strong and some are weak. Most of them don't have spiritual intelligence. There are also special minor demons with spiritual intelligence." With such an explanation, everyone understood. Zitong was also surprised. He had been on the floating island for so many years, but he had never heard of such a thing. "I thought the demon realm was full of uncivilized beings with low intelligence." Li Yunxiao looked at him calmly and said, "The demon realm's level is higher than the heavenly martial arts realms, and the intelligent beings there are more intelligent than you. In their eyes, you are the one with low intelligence." Zitong was speechless, and he was quite depressed. The Ming Nine Abalones in the distance also discovered their presence, and their bodies began to swell up. Organs that looked like suction cups appeared on the flesh of their originally half-a-hectare bodies, and they fiercely sucked in the devil chi from the surroundings, causing their bodies to swell more than tenfold. Ah! The people of the Heavenly Martial Arts Alliance were shocked when they saw this change. Mudi said in a deep voice, "Don't be fooled by this thing. It looks like it's filled with air, but its defense is amazing. Be careful. Hee, let me use fire to burn these things first. Let's see if I can burn them to death." Fanny's body flashed with a red light, and she flew forward. The shadow of a celestial phoenix appeared on her body, and she quickly made hand signs. Each rune turned into a fiery butterfly that fluttered in the air. Li Yunxiao said, "Be careful." Fei and I smiled and said, "Yes, my husband." She put her palms together, and the thousands of fiery butterflies around her flapped their wings as if they were alive. "Go." Fei and I said. The celestial phoenix behind her flapped its wings, and the whole space rotated. The thousands of fiery butterflies were teleported and landed on a nether 9 abalone. Their slender legs grabbed the flesh, and the nether 9 abalone became a flower abalone. There seemed to be a large number of demons on the flower abalone, and they could only see shadows running around. At this moment, a demonic monarch flew out of the abalone, looking ahead in fear. Behind him stood 5 or 6 10 evil spirits. The demonic monarch shouted from afar, "Who are you?" No one paid attention to him. Fei smiled and said, "Explode." The thousands of fiery butterflies shone brightly, and they exploded one by one. The terrifying explosive power merged into one. Flames soared into the sky, and the Ming 9 abalone was directly blown apart. Large pieces of flesh and blood were burned to ashes in the fire. The devil monarch immediately rushed out, but he was also affected by the flames. A tongue of flame swallowed him up, and he immediately used his transformation technique to dodge, but his body was burnt black. Damn it! The demon monarch suddenly let out a long howl, and a mournful sound wave surged out, causing the surrounding space to shatter. Moody shouted, "Not good, he's sending a message." Over 100 people rushed over, and all of them attacked the demon lord. The demon monarch's howl came to a halt, his face deathly pale, and he turned to flee. However, under the sky full of attacks, space was directly locked down. How could he escape? The demon lord was instantly blown up. He didn't even have the chance to degenerate into a demonic fiend. He directly turned into demonic chi and dissipated. Demonic creatures also flew up from the other Ming 9 abalones. When they saw that there were more than 100 people and all of them had extraordinary strength, they were so scared that they turned around and fled. Only a few low-level magical beasts with low intelligence were left as cannon fodder. Bang! Although the Ming 9 abalones had extremely strong defense, they couldn't withstand such a torrential siege. One by one, they exploded in the air and exploded into pieces of flesh. They degenerated into demonic insects that were smaller than demonic fiends and crawled everywhere. While everyone was happily killing, a large number of demonic figures suddenly flew out from the depths of the crack. More than 20 demon monarchs and over 100 evil spirits rushed out. Ah! Why are there so many demons? Moody and the others were shocked. This force was no weaker than the group of demons that Lu Zongzi had brought in the ancient demon well. Zitong was also completely scared out of his wits. It was as if he was in a dream, and he couldn't believe it. He rubbed his eyes, but the dream didn't dissipate. Only then did he realize that what he saw was real. The demon monarchs in front were all full of murderous intent, and the few that had escaped were also among them. Damn it! Have we been discovered? One of the demon monarchs said angrily, "If that's the case, then let's kill them all and bring forward the sacred war." Another demon monarch said coldly, "Since it has come to this, we have no choice but to bring forward the sacred war. Let's kill them all first and try to buy more time." The others heard their conversation, and they were all shocked. They knew that something must have happened here. They hadn't expected that they would hit the target by chance, but the strength of the demons was beyond their expectations. The two groups of people quickly collided, and a great impact erupted. Xianxia used his full strength. His thunder magic art instantly struck a demon monarch's body and blew him up. Moody shouted sternly, "This place is heavily demonized, and the realm power is not strong. Everyone, be careful." At the same level, the demons were much stronger than the realm of heaven martial arts, but they were suppressed by the realm power, so their advantage wasn't obvious. The fierce battle continued, and the cries of the demonic fiends could be heard everywhere. There was also the blood of the realm of heaven martial arts. After Li Yunxiao killed 2 demon monarchs, he hurriedly threw out the universe god steel. It expanded in the wind and turned into a giant immortal steel. The ancient Maha characters on the steel flashed one by one, and spiritual light shot out of them. The realm power in the crevice became stronger, and the expressions of the demons changed. The Heavenly Martial Arts Alliance killed several of them in a moment of panic. They were on the losing side. What kind of profound artifact is that? Several powerful demon monarchs were frightened, and they had a bad feeling. They exchanged glances with each other, then abandoned their companions and fled into the depths of the crevice. And in that crimson crack, a pitch-black figure slowly emerged and walked out of it. Hu Jun. When the demon monarchs saw this person, their expressions changed. They respectfully bowed to him and stood in the air, not daring to move forward. Hu Jun's eyes were light blue, and they were as deep as the sea. When he glanced over the battlefield, he was petrified. He looked at the universe god steel, and his eyes widened. Hu Jun, the creatures of the realm of heaven martial arts have discovered us, and I'm afraid they will attack us with all their strength. We can't resist them, so we'd better run away. Let's go back to the realm of demons first. A demon monarch looked at the battle behind him and became anxious. All the demon monarchs had retreated, and only the 10 evil souls were left behind to resist them. Hu Jun looked at the battle behind him, and the shock in his eyes disappeared. He regained his green color and said calmly, "If we lose our position, all our efforts will be in vain. How will we explain this to Lady Yuan?" The demon monarch said anxiously, "If we lose our lives, we won't be able to explain it to her." "Oh, that's not right." Hu Jun smiled calmly and scratched his lower lip with his finger. He said, "In Lady Yuan's eyes, how can your lives be compared to our position? Even if we all die, we can't lose our position." The demon monarch wasn't the only one who was angry. The other demon monarchs also shouted angrily. "Is this your idea or Lady Yuan's? Don't try to use a chicken feather as a token of authority. How could Lady Yuan be so heartless?" Hu Jun was surrounded by all kinds of rebukes and curses. The demon monarch's eyes were burning with anger, and they wished they could burn him to ashes. Hee. Hu Jun smiled calmly and said, "This monarch's order is Lady Yuan's will." He took out a black jade token and showed it to everyone. There was a delicate rune on it that flashed with black light. Ah! All the demon monarchs had their mouths wide open. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. It was as if the token had an incomparable might that caused them to tremble. Hu Jun put away the token and said, "Now there are no more objections, right? This monarch will now give the order on behalf of Lady Yuan. Anyone who retreats will die, and anyone who loses their position will die." One of the demon monarchs was very angry and said angrily, "Do you know how terrifying these humans are? More than 100 vicious souls of 10 directions will be exterminated in the blink of an eye. How are we supposed to fight against them?" "That's right. If you want to go, you'll be the one in the lead. We'll follow behind you." Another demon monarch also sneered. Hu Jun chuckled and rubbed his chin. He said with a light laugh, "If you weren't afraid of death, you wouldn't have lost so badly." He clapped his hands a few times. Enormous demonic energy slowly surged out of the crimson and serene abyss, turning into a whirlpool. It was as if a giant beast had appeared under the turbulent waves. One of the demon monarchs was shocked. "Prime Elephant Shiho?" Hu Jun said with a smile, "It's not just the Prime Elephant Shiho. There's an even bigger surprise." Rumble. Powerful demonic energy broke through the air, shocking everyone. On the crack, 34 Prime Elephant Shiho appeared. They were very different from the ones seen in the ancient demon well. They were the most primitive, unmodified Prime Elephant Shiho, the first generation. In addition, behind the Prime Elephant Shiho were 2 huge birds. As they flapped their wings, the sky was filled with runes. "Ah! It's the head crane!" One of the demon monarchs exclaimed in shock. "You can actually let the head crane pass through the crack? How did you do that?" Hu Jun chuckled. "You don't have to worry about that. Can we fight now?" The demon monarchs looked at each other. One of them said, "With these Prime Elephant Shiho and the head crane, as well as Hu Jun's help, our chances of winning are still very high." Another demon monarch said, "Exactly. Since Lady Yuan is determined to defend the position, we can only fight with our lives on the line. Moreover, the head crane has also appeared here, which shows Lady Yuan's will." The demon monarchs regained their confidence and turned to run into the battlefield. The Prime Elephant Shiho also roared and flew over. As they ran together, the entire void shook. The 2 crane-shaped demonic beasts flapped their wings and flew into the sky. Their voices echoed in everyone's ears. Only Hu did not move. He stood quietly in front of the crack, as if he was the last guardian of the crack. However, Hu's gaze was not on the battlefield. Instead, he was staring at the universe god steel. It really is the universe god Steel, who sighed with a desolate expression. I didn't expect to see the universe god Steel before even leaving the demon world. Is this really fate playing tricks on people? He raised his right hand and slowly stretched out his fingers. A brown crystal appeared in his palm. Swoosh! The crystal suddenly flew from Hu Jun's hand and flew toward the universe god Steel. Boundary crystal, break! Hu Jun made a seal with one hand and shouted. That piece of brown crystal abruptly emitted a strong and intense light, and with a bang, it exploded a few hundred feet away from the world god's monument. Rumble! The terrifying shockwave spread in all directions and covered the radiance of the universe god monument. Hong long long long. The sound of space shattering could be heard. Everyone could feel the impact. It was not a pure energy, but an extremely uncomfortable pressure. It made their chests feel stuffy and it was difficult to breathe. Li Yunxiao sensed that the light from the universe god's monument had been covered. He had a bad feeling and he immediately summoned the universe god's monument back. Hu saw his action and fixed his gaze on Li Yunxiao. Is this young man the owner of the universe god monument? Isn't he a little too young? Hu was stunned and even doubtful. However, the universe god monument was in Li Yunxiao's body. He could not be wrong about that. Since he can activate the power of the jade steel, it must be him, Hu muttered to himself. Hu muttered to himself. His lips curled up into a smile as he crossed his arms in front of his chest and watched the intense battle in front of him. As the boundary crystal exploded, a terrifying pressure spread out, and the power of all the devil race's creatures instantly increased. Haha, that's great. It's a holy magic stone. A demon king laughed maniacally, killing intent shooting out of his eyes. I didn't expect Hu to have a holy magic stone. No wonder he's so confident. Ling Mudi's expression darkened. He shouted, everyone, retreat first. Needless to say, the others also felt the pressure increase. The number of enemies suddenly increased. Many people were killed on the spot. Li Yunxiao said in shock, what is that holy magic stone? Ling Mudi said, it's equivalent to the demon realm's dragon crystal. After a holy demon dies, its corpse remains immortal. After billions of years, it slowly crystallizes into a stone. It contains the power of a realm. Holy magic stones can also be called boundary crystals, but boundary crystals are not necessarily holy magic stones. For example, dragon crystals are the boundary crystals of the heavenly martial realm. Li Yunxiao immediately understood. Holy magic stones were just a type of boundary crystal. There were other things that contained the power of a realm that could also be called boundary crystals. Listening Mudi continued, with the power of the realm crystal, it can simulate the environment of the demon world. It can at least last for a while, and during this time, these demon clan's creatures won't be suppressed by the heavenly martial arts realm's power. Everyone's hearts shook as they finally understood what that oppressive feeling was. It was actually the realm energy of the devil realm. Damn it. The demon realm's world power unexpectedly appeared in the heavenly martial arts realm's territory. Isn't this too absurd? Ben Tingfeng was so angry that he gritted his teeth. In this environment, his opponent's strength had increased exponentially, causing him to be covered in blood. Ling Mudi said, strictly speaking, this isn't the heavenly martial arts realm's territory anymore. It's just a space separated from the heavenly martial arts realm. Enough nonsense, let's retreat first. There was a time limit to the effects of the Saint Magic Stone, and there was no need to force it. He would come back after the time limit was over. Moreover, this item is exceptionally precious, and the other party most likely doesn't have a second piece. Li Yunxiao yelled, all experts above the sovereign realm, stay behind and bring up the rear. The rest of you, retreat. The instant the realm crystal took effect, a large number of Emperor Wu's experts died. Many true gods were also killed, and Chen Duantian was also heavily injured. Tian Xingzi appeared next to him and supported him. He shouted, retreat. Immediately, a beam of light enveloped them, and they flew out of the fissure. Chen Duantian cast a grateful look at them. Tian Xingzi's expression became grave, and his eyes suddenly opened wide. He stopped using his escape technique and looked ahead in fright. The two gigantic cranes had already appeared in front of them at some point in time, blocking their path of retreat. A demon king laughed wildly behind them. Haha, you still want to escape with the headed cranes? Just wait for your death. Haha. The two-headed cranes didn't attack them. They just stood in front of them, stretched their necks, and flapped their wings. Black demonic marks flew out of their bodies. They're just two beasts. Can they overturn the sky? A true God realm expert shouted. He immediately turned into a beam of light and flew in front of the headed crane. He raised a giant saber and slashed at the headed crane's neck, only then did the headed crane lower its head. Its eyes flashed fiercely, and it seemed to be angered by the martial artist's provocation. It opened its mouth and pecked down. A black beam pecked the true God realm martial artist's body, and with a pung, he exploded. Ah? This time everyone was dumbfounded. A true God realm expert couldn't even block a single blow. He died in such a useless manner. He was no different from an ant. The headed crane seemed to be provoked. It stared at them fiercely, and with a flap of its wings, a demonic mark turned into astral winds. The entire space was turned upside down by that one flap. Not good. Retreat. A martial artist lost his head out of fear and fled to the back. Don't retreat. Hold on. Mo Xiaochuan roared, there's nowhere to go. We must kill these two beasts and carve out a bloody path. His eyes were already bloodshot. With his strength that hadn't reached the God realm, it was already a miracle that he didn't die. At this time, he still raised a sword and slashed at the astral winds. Yes. We can't retreat. Luo Yunsheng also clenched her teeth and slashed out. Everyone's momentum stabilized and didn't collapse. The others also made their moves. All kinds of ultimate moves and Xian artifacts flew up and attacked the black astral winds. Boom! The astral winds were resisted by everyone. It turned into a tornado and rushed into the sky. However, the huge power was still pushing forward, and powerful wind blades shot out from the astral winds. The wind blades were as black as ink, and there were demonic marks flashing on them. In an instant, hundreds of blades appeared and slashed down. Pung! Pung! A large number of martial artists were hit and were heavily injured. Some were caught off guard and were directly cut in half. Blood splattered in the sky. Ah! Screams rang out one after another. Injured companions were everywhere, wailing in pain. Mo Xiaochuan saw a wind blade slashing towards him. It was already too late to dodge, so he slowly closed his eyes and waited for death. However, he only heard a pung sound. Mo Jingzhou blocked in front of him and extinguished the wind blade. Ancestor! Mo Xiaochuan cried tears of joy after surviving a calamity. Mo Jingzhou was very fond of this junior and said, the current situation is no longer something you can participate in. Hurry and return to Li Yunxiao's world deity steel with your fellow sect member. Mo Xiaochuan glanced at Li Yunxiao who was still fighting in the distance and young Emperor Hao Lian who was not far away. He shook his head and said, everyone is fighting to the death. How can I live? How can I have the face to say this to master? Mo Jingzhou scolded, why are you still being pedantic at this time? If you don't even have your life, what else is important? Hurry and go. Mo Xiaochuan looked at him and said firmly, important. There are too many things that are more important than life. A cultivator's integrity is to rather die standing than hide and live. Mo Jingzhou knew that he could no longer persuade him and nodded his head in relief. Then, he raised his hand and knocked him out with a slap. At the same time, his figure flashed and knocked out young Emperor Hao Lian who was beside him. Then, he carried the two of them and headed towards Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao also noticed the situation over here. He was anxious and angry as he scolded, damn it. Everyone retreat and enter my world deity steel. They originally wanted to bring up the rear and fight with the group of demon monarchs and Yuan Xiong Jiho, relying on their last breath to hold on. Seeing that their retreat was cut off and that a large number of cultivators had fallen, their hearts immediately turned cold. Haha, there's no way out. Where can you retreat to? A demon monarch laughed crazily. Under the envelopment of the realm crystal, although he couldn't unleash the full power he had in the demon realm, he could still use 80 to 90% of it. He killed to his heart's content and was extremely delighted. Moody was also very depressed as he shouted, everyone, form a circle and join hands to set up a barrier to fight against the enemies. At this time, the enemy was strong while they were weak. If they split up like scattered sand, they would probably be wiped out very quickly. The heaven patrolling bull roared towards the sky. The Jiutian Great Luo ring flew up and became bigger with the wind, encircling an area of space. Li Yunxiao also threw out the Luding Liujia and set up the 12. Heaven's divine termination formation, allowing everyone to run into the circle. Boom! Boom! The Luding Liujia fought with the demonic creatures. The puppet body had many cracks in the previous battle in the Saint Devil Palace, and it hadn't been repaired yet. This time, in less than 10 minutes, the cracks kept increasing. Li Yunxiao was very shocked. The Luding Liujia was a priceless treasure. If it was destroyed just like this, the damage would be too great. Mu Di also noticed the situation and said in shock, "Everyone who can still move, fight. If the 12 Heavens Divine Termination Formation is destroyed, then our defense will be completely broken." At this moment, only half of the surviving martial artists were left, and most of them were heavily injured. Chen Duantian was covered in blood. He hugged Tian Xingzi with both hands and cried out sorrowfully, "Brother! Brother!" Li Yunxiao was shocked and hurried over. He saw that Tian Xingzi was covered in blood and his face was as pale as paper. His vitality was very weak and could be cut off at any time. Under the attack of the chief crane, Tian Xingzi was protecting Chen Duantian and was injured by the wind blades. There was a huge wound on his chest that had penetrated through his back. It was obvious that he wouldn't survive. "Brother! Hold on. Quickly come to my World Divine Monument." Li Yunxiao was also very upset. Tian Xingzi was most likely dead, but he still wanted to try his best to save him. Hee. Tian Xingzi looked at the two of them and stopped Li Yunxiao. He shook his head and said, "Brother, you don't have to lie to yourself. You are all clear about my injuries. It's impossible for me to survive." He sighed and said, "I didn't expect that I, Tian Xingzi, who has been unstoppable for my entire life, would die in a place like this." Li Yunxiao was also filled with sorrow. He went forward and grabbed Tian Xingzi's hand. He gritted his teeth and said, "To die in a demonic battle, brother is a true hero." "A true hero, a true hero," Tian Xingzi muttered to himself. After a while, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his vitality ended just like that. "Brother!" Chen Duantian cried bitterly and was extremely sad. Originally, the two of them didn't have a deep relationship. It was just that ever since they entered the crack, they had been fighting side by side and watching over each other. Although it hadn't been long, they had really gone through life and death together and treated each other with sincerity. Li Yunxiao was also very sad and said, "Sect leader Duantian, this is not the place to be overly sad, please restrain your grief." Chen Duantian was full of anger and stared at the demon outside the formation with a livid expression. He did not say a word, and his face was devoid of blood. The battle was still in a stalemate, so Li Yunxiao did not have much time to take care of him. After giving a few words of advice, he rushed out of the formation. The only thing that could hold on was Luding Liujia. As long as they could last until the boundary crystal was effective, there was a sliver of hope to turn defeat into victory. Suddenly, there was a cry of cranes in the sky. Two-headed cranes flew up and rushed toward Luding Liujia, their black steel beaks pecking down. Bang! A Liujia raised a blade of light to block in front of it, but it was instantly pecked to pieces. Its body suffered a heavy blow, and it was forced to retreat in the air. The two-headed cranes flapped their wings and rushed forward, pecking again. Boom! That Liujia finally could not hold on anymore, and its chest was pecked open, creating a large hole. The Liujia itself also stopped moving, standing there as if it was dead. Its expression was wooden, like a statue. One Liujia was destroyed, and it lost its spirituality. Instantly, the entire formation weakened, and the halo of the formation shrunk. The pressure on the other 11 Liujia also increased. Everyone's heart trembled, and they sank down, knowing that it was not going to be good. Who was watching the battle from afar, sighed and said, "It's finally broken." The 12 Divine Termination Formation truly lives up to its name. It's a pity that the puppet was injured earlier, or it wouldn't have broken so easily. He looked around and muttered to himself, how much longer can this boundary force environment last? His lips curled into a smile, and he said, but it is not important, victory has been drawn. After destroying one Liujia, the two-headed cranes flapped their wings and flew toward the formation. Fei Ni threw away the opponent in his hand and suddenly transformed into a heavenly phoenix, rushing toward the two-headed cranes with boundless might. Boom! The three forces fiercely collided, exploding with powerful light waves and flames. Fei Ni was immediately shaken to the point of spitting out blood. He transformed back into his human form and kept on retreating. The two-headed cranes were also attacked. The black feathers on their bodies were dyed in divine flames, releasing puchi sounds that couldn't be extinguished. In the end, he had to open his mouth and spit out a large number of runes to cover the flames, but his aura was also greatly weakened. Oh? Is that the heavenly phoenix bloodline? The household monarch's eyes were filled with astonishment as he sized up Fei Ni. He seemed to be extremely happy as he smiled and said, this time, not only will I be able to obtain the world god monument, but I will also be able to obtain the heavenly phoenix bloodline. TSK, is this God's compensation to me? He was really proud of himself. Suddenly, his pupils shrank and he raised his head. Looking at the front of the crack, in the direction of the Tiandang mountain range, his face immediately darkened. A large number of martial artists were rapidly flying over. At a glance, there were more than 100 of them. Moreover, their auras were very strange, giving people a very uncomfortable feeling, but they were also very powerful. What's that? Hu looked on suspiciously. When the warriors flew closer, he could see them clearly. Aside from the few leading humans, there were more than 100 cultivators following behind them. All of them had ferocious expressions and a baleful aura, as if they did not possess any intelligence. Slaughter weapon? The household monarch was shocked and immediately called out the names of these things. Lord Wei Qing. It's Lord Wei Qing. In the battle circle that Lu Ding and Liu Jiao were guarding, Zitong suddenly shouted excitedly. He jumped and waved his hands in excitement. After discovering the abnormality in the Tiandang mountain range, he immediately sent the news back to the sanctuary. Although there were many strong cultivators in the sanctuary who had been killed or injured, the entire organization was still operating, so the news reached Wei Qing. After all, in the entire sanctuary, there were only two Consul Wei Qing and Gong Yang Jingqi left, and the latter had not appeared since entering the fairy's capital. When Wei Qing received the news, he immediately brought the slaughter weapon and rushed over. It was fate that they had to go around in the mountain range for a long time before they found the right place. It was easy to understand Zitong's excitement. After all, he was from the sanctuary, but he had never been welcomed, and he did not have any sense of existence. Now that he saw his own people, and it was a matter of life and death, seeing a large number of his own people coming to rescue him, he was so excited that he almost cried. Li Yunxiao was shocked as well, and he was both happy and happy. He was happy that Wei Qing had hundreds of slaughter weapons behind him, and they could definitely turn the tide. He was shocked that Wei Qing seemed to be both good and evil at the same time. Only God knew if he would help. But very quickly, Li Yunxiao relaxed. Wei Qing looked at the situation and immediately ordered, kill all the demonic creatures. The slaughter weapons suddenly exploded with evil energy and entered a berserk state. They made strange noises and rushed forward. Following Wei Qing were Nanfeng Xian and a few other sanctuary-strong cultivators. They had been by his side for a long time, and they had survived. They did not say a word and immediately attacked. The household monarch's expression turned ugly. In a flash, he appeared in front of Wei Qing and extended his hand to grab him. He knew how powerful the slaughter weapons were. They existed solely for the sake of killing. They did not have any emotions or pain, and they only knew how to kill, and they took pleasure in doing so. They were even more troublesome than the demonic beasts. But the slaughter weapons also had a master that they obeyed. As long as their master showed any signs of weakness, they would naturally stop. Therefore, the household monarch made a prompt decision and immediately attacked Wei Qing. Behind Wei Qing, Wei Wuya's figure flashed and appeared in front of Wei Qing. With a loud shout, he struck out with his palm. Bam! Wei Wuya was actually pushed back by the blow, and his internal organs were injured. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his face was full of shock. Wei Qing was also shocked. "Father!" Wei Wuya shouted, "I'm fine. Be careful." After repelling Wei Wuya, the household monarch turned around and attacked Wei Qing. His fingers were like knives, and he slashed at Wei Qing's throat. A white light appeared in front of his fingertips, and it tore through the air. It was extremely sharp. Wei Qing's expression darkened. He raised his hands, and his arms turned into two colors. With the power of extreme fire and extreme ice, he pressed down on the household monarch's palm with a bang. Bam! The sharp light on the household monarch's fingertips shattered. He frowned and found it extremely strange. The two powers were not strong to him, but they were very strange, and they made his heart palpitate inexplicably. "You're just at the sovereign realm, and you want to live from my hands?" The household monarch threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind, and he sneered. His right hand shook, and the two powers were shattered. Then, his palm turned into a claw, and he attacked. Wei Qing took 2 steps back, and his hands formed seals rapidly. Finally, he made a hugging gesture with his hands in front of him. The yin and yang energies immediately surged out, and they intertwined with each other as they rose up. They turned into a treasure vase between his hands, and the runes on it danced, emitting a majestic power. Once the treasure vase appeared, Wei Qing's aura changed, and even the space around him trembled slightly. Ah! Yin and yang dual qi vase. The household monarch's pupils shrank, and he immediately recognized this item. He couldn't help but exclaim. His fingers also touched the runes, and he instantly felt a heart-palpitating power, and he quickly retracted his hand. Wei Qing was overjoyed. Seeing that the household monarch was frightened, he quickly spun the treasure vase, and a 2-colored light shot out from the mouth of the vase. The household monarch didn't dare to be careless. He took out an item that looked like jade, and he slapped it a few times. Green light flew randomly in the air, and with a few bangs, the 2-colored light was shattered. "Humph, you scared me. This is only the most superficial display. This is a saint artifact of the demon world. Without the purest demon essence, it is impossible to display its full power." A sharp light flashed in the household monarch's eyes. He greedily licked his lips. "Give it to me." The household monarch rushed forwards once more. He suddenly felt a sense of danger. Wei Wuya raised one hand into the air, and a giant phantom saber condensed in his palm. He slashed down. Rule! Boom! Endless evil energy erupted from the rule blade, cutting through the world. The rule blade didn't want to take this strike head-on. He turned into a fallen leaf and fluttered backwards, flying thousands of feet away. As the rule blade slashed out, the entire space was filled with a cruel and evil energy. It seemed to match the preferences of the slaughter weapons, and they all became even more excited. Several slaughter weapons even grabbed onto the origin elephant wisdom centipede and bit down with their teeth, biting the demon beast to death. The several demon monarchs were frightened as they saw this. They were also surrounded by the slaughter weapons and couldn't escape. The 2-headed cranes were also trapped in the sky, and their mournful cries resounded everywhere. Fei and I fought one alone, and with her strength and the power of the heavenly phoenix, she firmly suppressed the opponent. The other one was the listening shepherd flute and the sky patrolling bull. Their metal bodies had long been deformed, but they still gritted their teeth and fought bitterly. The household monarch's expression was extremely unsightly. He stared at the battle for a while, then silently turned around and went into the depths of the crack. One of the demon monarchs sensed him and suddenly cried out, "Household monarch, what are you doing? Hurry up and save us." The other demon monarch also said angrily, "If we lose the position, how will you explain it to Lord Yuan? The position is far more important than our lives." The household monarch's footsteps stopped, and he suddenly turned around. A charming smile appeared on his handsome face. Rubbing his chin and blinking his eyes, he put on a radiant smile and said, "Lady Yuan said that the importance of the position far surpasses your lives. Even if all of you die, the position cannot be lost." But the household monarch's eyes narrowed, and he said with a smile, "Lord Yuan also said that I must return alive. My life is far more important than the position. Even if the position falls, I must return alive. This is all of Lord Yuan's orders." "Ah?" The demon monarchs were completely dumbfounded. Distracted and absent-minded, they were immediately injured by the slaughter weapons. Then, boundless anger exploded in the hearts of the demon monarchs. They risked their lives to kill dozens of slaughter weapons, but in the end, they were still no match for them. They were dismembered by the slaughter weapons and degraded into the 10 directions evil spirits. Then, they degraded into evil spirits and finally disappeared. At this moment, the realm crystal power that filled the entire crack also started to dissipate. The remaining origin elephant wisdom centipede and 2-headed cranes were instantly suppressed by the realm power. Their already disadvantageous situation worsened, and they were all killed in an instant. After the last evil spirit was crushed, the entire crack became extremely quiet, frighteningly quiet. Everyone felt as if a heavy stone was pressing down on their hearts. Fortunately, almost all of them were battle-hardened and didn't care about life and death. They just felt depressed for a while, then gradually relaxed and became calm again. Wei Qing glanced at everyone's embarrassment and said calmly, "Alliance Master Yun, congratulations on your victory." Li Yunxiao was ashamed and angry, but he was more sad and blamed himself. He snorted and didn't say anything. The others stared at Wei Qing and didn't look happy either. Chu Hongyan said, "Anyway, thanks to your help, Lord Wei Qing. We are very grateful for your help." Wei Qing raised his hand and interrupted her, "What? Do you think I'm mocking you?" Chu Hongyan snorted and said, "Aren't you?" Wei Qing smiled and said, "Palace Mistress Hongyan and Alliance Master Yun, you misunderstood me. I'm congratulating you with all my heart. We won this battle and killed all the demons. Isn't that right?" Li Yunxiao's face was gloomy. He said coldly, "Then what about my companions who died? How can this be considered a complete victory? I'd rather be defeated and leave." "Haha, childish." Wei Qing sneered and said coldly, "How can there be no deaths in a war? If you don't want people to die, you should go and reason with them. You should treat them to a bun in a friendly manner and tell them not to come to the heavenly martial arts realm." Wei Wuyao also said, "Li Yunxiao, you are too soft-hearted. As the commander of the world and the alliance master of the Heavenly Martial Arts Alliance, your kindness is a big taboo. As the saying goes, good people don't become officials, righteousness doesn't gather wealth, and kindness doesn't command soldiers. Soldiers were sharp weapons, and they were meant to put people to death. Don't you realize how cruel the war between the two realms is? Not only will they die, but we will also die in the future." Li Yunxiao was shocked. What Wei Qing and his son said was similar to what Jinan Tian had said. Maybe his character wasn't suitable to be the alliance master. Ling Mudi nodded and said, "Although there were many casualties, it was much better than what happened in the ancient demon well. The realm of heaven martial arts was much stronger than it is now, but it was almost destroyed by the demons. At the very least, the current situation was still under control. After defeating the devil race twice in a row, I'm sure they will have some fear." Li Yunxiao said gloomily, "Not necessarily. We fought them twice and suffered heavy casualties, but we only managed to drive them back to the devil realm. We didn't even get to see the real master." Ling Mudi said, "Not necessarily. The Devil King in the ancient devil well had said that the devil world was now controlled by 8 devil venerables, and man was one of them. That Yuan was most likely one of the people behind the devil clan's forces today. These 2 devil clans have suffered heavy injuries, so they shouldn't be making any moves for a while." Li Yunxiao said worriedly, "With the current degree of fusion between the 2 realms, the crack isn't strong enough, and the demon venerables can't cross over for the time being. If the 8 demon venerables come to the realm of heavenly martial arts one day, who in this world can stop them?" Ling Mudi smiled calmly and said, "If you can't block it, you can only die. So, the future of this world depends on you." He cupped his fists and bowed to the crowd. Everyone was shocked. They all knew his identity, so they hurriedly bowed back and said in unison, "My lord, you're exaggerating. This is our duty." Wei Qing said, "In the end, it's because we're not strong enough." He looked at Li Yunxiao and said, "I plan to go to Yanwu City to comprehend the 10 directions rules. I wonder if Alliance Master Yun will allow me to go there." Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "Of course. But in Yanwu City, you must behave. If you dare to do anything, I won't forgive you." Wei Qing smiled and said, "Of course. Yanwu City is your territory, after all. I won't mess around. He was relieved. Wei Wuya, who was beside him, also looked happy. If Li Yunxiao didn't allow them to go to Yanwu City, they wouldn't be able to do anything. It would be extremely difficult to comprehend the 10 directions rules and prolong their lifespans. There was silence in the crevice again. Chu Hongyan asked softly, Fei Yang, should we continue patrolling in the mountain range or return for now? Li Yunxiao said, since we're already here, we can't give up halfway. Let's continue patrolling other crevices. With Milord Wei Qing joining us, it won't be too dangerous. Everyone had witnessed the power of the massacre weapons. Although they were disgusted by the existence of such weapons, no one could deny their power. Li Yunxiao asked Wei Qing, Milord, what do you think? Wei Qing snorted and cursed in his heart. He still had to go to Yanwu City, so he couldn't disobey him. And from the perspective of fighting against demons, it was indeed best to continue patrolling. It's up to you. I have no objections, Wei Qing said indifferently. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, all right, let's continue patrolling. This crevice hasn't gone too deep yet. Let's go in and see what it's like inside. Everyone cheered up a little and took care of their injuries. They let the cultivators who couldn't fight anymore enter the Universe God Monument. Only then did the group head into the depths of the crevice. After about 10 minutes, they finally reached the end of the crevice. The realm wall could be faintly seen in front of them, and a formless pressure came rushing over. Many people felt uncomfortable. Ling Mudi said, this crevice is too big. We can't seal it with our power. We can only leave some restrictions. Once it's activated, we'll have some precautions. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, if we can't seal it, won't the people from the demon world be able to come and go as they please? Ling Mudi said, when I said we can't seal it, I meant it's too difficult. Even if we mobilize a large number of people to seal it, as the two worlds merge, there will be more and more crevices. By then, it will break through on its own. Once there are too many crevices, how will we have enough power to seal it? Li Yunxiao also felt a headache. He couldn't just let it go, nor could he leave. Wei Qing said, it's impossible to seal all the crevices. We can only guard the sky-floating island's passageway and sweep the mountain range regularly. This is the best plan. Li Yunxiao said, but the sky-floating island's passageway isn't the only way to enter the heaven-shaking mountain range. Wei Qing glanced at him and said, the sky-floating island's passageway is the main passageway. The other crevices can only accommodate a few demons. If we want to invade on a large scale, we can only use the main passageway. Otherwise, once the space collapses, we'll be in danger. The demons aren't fools. They won't take this risk for no reason. He added, and you want to prevent all the demons from coming? That's just a fool's dream. Li Yunxiao had a lot on his mind. He thought for a while and said, is there no way to end the war between the two worlds? Wei Qing nodded and said, there is. It's the complete destruction of the world. Li Yunxiao said, have you ever thought about why the demons want to invade the heavenly martial arts realm? Everyone was startled. Ben Tingfeng said gloomily, is this a question? There is no reason. The conflict between the two worlds hasn't stopped for countless years. The demons are bloodthirsty. We can't live under the same sky as them. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, I don't understand. The heavenly martial arts realm's power repels external forces. It's not suitable for the demons to live in. Why do they want to invade us? Is it just to kill? Ben Tingfeng didn't care. He said, of course. What else do you think? Li Yunxiao didn't say anything. Even Mudi and Wei Qing started to think. It seemed they had never thought about this question before. Bei Chunnan said, the demon clan has been invading the realm of heaven martial arts for a long time. The creatures of the two realms are indeed irreconcilable enemies. But no one knows the exact reason. Maybe it's been too long, and no one knows how it started. But the demons are too aggressive. It's an indisputable fact. Li Yunxiao said, I understand. The most important thing now is to guard and seal all the cracks. Also, we must increase the overall strength of the heavenly martial arts realm. Otherwise, when the 8 demon venerables descend, it will be the same as 100,000 years ago. It will be a world-destroying disaster. Everyone's mood was quite heavy. They patrolled in front of the realm wall for a while. When they didn't find anything strange, they all left. At this moment, on the other side of the realm wall, there was a nebula. A large number of Netherworld 9 abalones were floating in the sky. Some of them were 10 times bigger than the ones in the cracks. There were also other demonic beasts moving in the nebula. Hu Fei stood in the sky above the biggest Netherworld 9 abalone. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the realm wall calmly. It seemed as if he could see through it. His eyes emitted a 9-colored divine light. It looked like a halo in the sky. People couldn't look at it directly. After a while, he sighed, turned around, and flew down. There were mountains, trees, palaces, and rivers on the biggest Netherworld 9 abalone. The demonic light turned into a barrier and flickered around the abalone. Hu Fei landed inside and walked toward the palace. The 2 guards in front of the hall raised their eyes and froze. One of them stretched out a hand to stop Hu Fei and yelled, "Lady Yuan is in the middle of a meeting. Anyone who enters must be reported." Hu Fei's expression was calm, a smile at the corner of his mouth. "Then I'll have to trouble you too." The guard acknowledged and then turned to enter the hall. He had just taken half a step when he saw several demon lords walking toward him. The demon lords all seemed to be deep in thought. They would occasionally whisper to each other about something. It was clear that the meeting had just ended. One of the demon lords saw Hu Fei and froze for a moment. He then coldly said, "Lord Hu, aren't you building a base in the Tiandang Mountains? Why have you come back without permission?" The others also stopped and stared at Hu Fei. They seemed to dislike him greatly, all of them wearing cold expressions. Hu Fei faintly smiled and said, "Yes, something happened and I had to come back. I was just about to report to Lady Yuan." "Oh? You spend all day doing basic demonization construction. If you want people, you give them people. If you want resources, you give them resources. Almost all the resources of the entire ministry are at your disposal. What, you're still not satisfied and want more?" The demon lord sneered maliciously. His eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Hu Fei shook his head and smiled. The demonization construction has always been proceeding in an orderly manner. There's no problem. It's just that a small matter occurred. I thought about it and decided that it would be best if I came back to report to Lady Yuan." "Oh? You spend all day doing basic demonization construction. If you want people, you give them people. If you want resources, you give them resources. Almost all the resources of the Yuanyuan tribe are at your disposal. What, you're still not satisfied and want more?" The demon lord sneered maliciously, his eyes full of envy and jealousy. Hu shook his head and said with a smile, "The demonization construction has been progressing in an orderly manner. There are no problems, but something small happened. After some thought, I came back to report to Lady Yuan." The demon lord sneered, "You came to disturb Lady Yuan for such a small matter. Are you so useless that you can't even handle a small matter?" Ha ha ha. The other demon lords also laughed maniacally, their faces full of ridicule. "I really don't know what kind of ability he has to be so highly regarded by Lady Yuan. He can't even handle a small matter. Most of the resources of the Yuanyuan tribe have been taken by him, but he hasn't made any contributions. Instead, he's endlessly demanding and dragging everyone down. Humph, don't complain. It's his fault for being a pretty boy and being good at flattering. We can't learn that attitude of kneeling and licking." All kinds of ridicule spread out, carrying a thick sense of jealousy and jealousy. Hu still had an indifferent expression. He smiled and said to the 2 guards in front of the door, "Can I go in?" The guard nodded and said, "The meeting should be over." "My lord, please come in." Hu nodded and walked into the hall, completely ignoring the demon lords. This aloof appearance enraged the crowd. They wanted nothing more than to rush up and tear him to shreds. The demon lord who had inquired earlier suddenly shouted, "Don't look for Lady Yuan for everything. Our Yuanyuan tribe has lost all our face by producing a piece of trash like you. If there's anything, say it and let your brothers help you solve it." Ha ha ha. Another wave of wild laughter rang out. Hu's footsteps stopped. He turned around and smiled. "Brothers, is that true?" Yes, yes, speak. We'll solve it for you. The demon lord's mocking expression turned into a sinister smile, but after we solve it, you have to kneel and shout like a demon. Ha ha ha. The surrounding demon lords also laughed out loud and said arrogantly, hurry up and say it. What's the matter? I'll let you see the strength of your brothers. Hu tilted his head and thought for a moment. He smiled and said, actually, it's nothing big. They had lost the heavenly shaking mountain range, and all the demonic kings and magical beasts had been killed by the heavenly martial arts realm's experts. Hundreds of evil spirits had also been annihilated. At this moment, those powerful creatures of the realm of heavenly martial arts are behind the realm wall, and they're thinking about how to deal with us. Brothers, please go out and kill them all so that we can recover our territory. There was an eerie silence in front of the palace. The mocking laughter had all disappeared. Everyone's eyes widened and their mouths were agape. They were completely dumbfounded. Brothers, what's wrong? Please uphold justice for me and take back our positions. Hu blinking smiled, cupped his fists, and said respectfully to everyone. The demon monarchs broke out in a cold sweat, their faces pale. You really lost the position? Hu narrowed his eyes and nodded. Yes, if you don't believe me, you can go out and take a look. The demon monarchs were petrified in fear. They couldn't think properly. Hu smiled faintly and ignored them. He turned around and walked into the palace. Ha? Ha ha ha. A demon monarch suddenly laughed. His face was full of schadenfreude and mockery. Who has lost the position in the heavenly shaking mountain range? Ha ha. Isn't he doomed? That's right. No matter how much Lady Yuan dotes on him, she won't forgive him this time. That position is more important than our lives. The other demon monarchs also became excited, their eyes shining. Another demon monarch looked skeptical. He said, I don't think it's true. If he really lost the position, how could he be so calm? There must be something wrong with it. Yes, this man likes to play tricks. He might be deceiving us, a demon monarch analyzed. Although Hu is annoying, I've been observing him for a long time, and I've never seen him lie. I think this matter is highly credible. A demon monarch said, moreover, I received news that the crack in the barbarian tribe was sealed by the realm of heavenly martial arts. It's obvious that the realm of heavenly martial arts isn't as weak as we thought, and they should be dealing with the invasion. The heavenly shaking mountain range is the most important battlefield in history, so it's normal for them to attack. In that case, did they really lose the position? This is too shocking, a demon monarch said in a deep voice. A demon lord sternly said, let's go confirm it first. The demon monarchs turned into beams of light and left. Hu walked into the palace. It was very quiet inside, and only the sound of his footsteps could be heard. In front of the palace, there was a curtain of pearls on the ground, which blocked the throne. The pearls on the curtain emitted a dim light, which blocked all divine senses, so no one could see the person behind the curtain. Hu walked 10 feet in front of the curtain and stopped. No demon monarch would allow such a distance. Otherwise, he would definitely die. But he was safe and sound, and the person behind the curtain didn't blame him. He just asked in a low voice, did they really lose the position? Yes, it's true. Hu nodded and didn't say anything else. The person behind the curtain trembled slightly. Then, she sighed and said, alas, we planned for so long, but we failed at the last step. If you weren't the one who took care of this, I'm afraid we would have been dead already. Hu smiled evilly and said, Lady Yuan, thank you for your kindness. Yuan said, now that we lost the position, it will take a lot of effort to rebuild it, and the people of the realm of heavenly martial arts are targeting it, so it won't be easy. What should we do next? Hu pondered and said, we lost a lot this time, and we lost half of our forces. We can't act in the short term, so we should rest and build up our strength. Rest and build up our strength? Yuan was displeased and snorted. We occupied the crack of the heavenly shaking mountain range, and we were the most advantageous one, but now we are in a passive position. Hu said, the 8 factions of the demon world are getting restless, and the only 2 factions that occupied the crack, the barbarian tribe and us, were both injured. It's obvious that the realm of heavenly martial arts isn't weak now. In my opinion, we should lead our forces away and give up the heavenly shaking mountain range for the other factions to fight over. Give up? Yuan was startled and firmly refused. We can't. I spent a lot of effort to fight over this place, so how can we give up just because of one setback? If the other factions get ahead of us, we will be in a passive position when the realm of heavenly martial arts is divided. Hu chuckled and said, the future is too far away, and there are too many variables. But who can pry into the fate of the heavens and seize the initiative? She wasn't as excited as before. Hu said, previously, we analyzed that the realm of heavenly martial arts isn't as strong as any of the 8 factions of the demon world, but after these 2 incidents, it's obvious that we were wrong. Although the realm of heavenly martial arts is suppressing the demons, the same thing happened twice, so it can't be a coincidence or a stroke of luck. I believe that even if the other factions find another crack to leave, we will end up the same as the barbarian tribe. Yuan said, according to what you said, the holy war isn't feasible? Hu said, of course not. Although the realm of heavenly martial arts is weak now, the conflicts between the 2 realms haven't made any substantial progress. So, the holy war won't be as easy as we think. Yuan seemed to be persuaded. She nodded and said, fine, it's up to you. You are the person I trust the most. Hu smiled and cupped his fists. Lady Yuan, thank you for your concern. I will immediately issue an order to evacuate from this place. The demon kings, who were busy inquiring about the loss of their territory, received the news that their headquarters had been moved and the cracks had been given up. They were all petrified and couldn't accept it. At this moment, in the heaven-shaking mountains, Li Yunxiao and the others were still patrolling around and searching several forbidden areas. They found a small number of 10 directions evil spirits, but they killed them all. He used divine fire to incinerate all kinds of demonized areas, destroying them in one fell swoop. Several days later, after searching most of the forbidden areas and dozens of cracks, they still couldn't find Dijia, the sacred demon palace, or the Icefields people. In the end, Duanmuyoyu guessed that Dijia and the Icefields people had most likely returned to the realm of demons. Li Yunxiao had to give up and retreat. He brought many experts back to the sky-floating island and started setting up restrictions and guarding matters. The sky-floating island's current power was just a decoration. It could only serve as a messenger. In the sky-floating island's meeting hall, people started discussing how to guard the heaven-shaking mountain's main channel and how to patrol regularly. Because the sacred realm was too weak, only Wei Qing and a few others could be of use. Ordinary people couldn't control the killing weapons, and Wei Qing didn't want to stay in this place. So, the Heavenly Martial Alliance and Xuanli Island were responsible for sealing, guarding, and patrolling. Both factions sent people to guard for half a year, and they started building the long-distance teleportation formation from the sky-floating island to the Heavenly Martial Alliance. Moreover, according to the estimation of the heaven-shaking mountain range, every sect needed to have at least 3 void pole-level cultivators and 10 heaven-mastering realm cultivators. The first round of sealing and guarding was left to Xianli Island to handle. After that, Xuanli Island sent formation masters and sealing masters to set up an inescapable net above the heaven-shaking mountains and around the main channel of the sky-floating island. There were hundreds of seals and restrictions of various sizes to strengthen the defense. After Li Yunxiao returned to Yanwu City, he started to recuperate in seclusion. At the same time, he looked for Mu Xing to repair his armor. At this moment, the entire Yanwu City's technique department was busy researching the method to refine the 12 metal men. All kinds of rare materials were continuously transported from the other 3 regions under the Merchant Alliance's operation. Several days later, Li Yunxiao's injuries were mostly healed. He came to the technique department. But he saw that everyone was busy and had no time to manage things. They didn't even notice his arrival. Li Yunxiao did not want to disturb the crowd, so he went straight to the main hall of the shoe garden. The hall was filled with all kinds of small golden figures, all of which were models of the 12 golden figures. They were all in different postures and were extremely lifelike. There were more than 100 of them. Other than a few alchemists, most of the people in the hall who were studying these golden figures were from the Mu clan. Elder Mu Zhao, Grandmaster Zirwei, long time no see. It is impolite of me to meet you only now. The one who led the Mu clan here was Elder Mu Zhao, and Zirwei who went to the Mu clan from the deity transformation sea. Back then, he went overseas to seek the path of puppetry, and even escaped from Lutongzi's calamity. As soon as Li Yunxiao entered the hall, he saw the two and quickly cupped his fists to greet them. Only then did the people in the hall notice him, but most of them only looked at him coldly, and continued to immerse themselves in their own research. Mu Zhao and Zirwei were also discussing a problem. They did not want to pay attention to him, but they did not want to be rude, so they quickly stood up and said a few polite words, but their expressions were still immersed in the problem, and they looked absent-minded. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly in his heart, and said, "Please continue with your work, I will not disturb you." All right. The two were delighted, and left Li Yunxiao to the side, and continued to discuss. "I think adding some dragon excrement can solve the problem of insufficient formation power." Li Yunxiao's consciousness swept through the hall, and did not find any trace of Tian Zhaozi. Only Yuan Gaohan was still forging in a side hall. His figure flashed, and he teleported over, and said with a light smile, "Brother Gaohan." Before he teleported, he released a little of his consciousness, letting Yuan Gaohan sense it, so the other was not surprised, and only looked at him lightly, and said, "What is it?" Li Yunxiao smiled, "I have an immature idea that I want to discuss with Brother Gaohan." Yuan Gaohan did not turn his head, and continued to focus on his own forging, and said lightly, "Speak." Li Yunxiao hesitated for a moment, then said, "I want Brother Gaohan to be in charge of refining a series of pills that can increase one's strength." Yuan Gaohan's pupils constricted and a cold light shot out from his eyes. Only then did he put down what he was refining and turned around to stare at Li Yunxiao. "What is the meaning of this?" Li Yunxiao seemed somewhat guilty, letting out a long sigh. I won't hide it from Brother Gaohan, this is exactly what you are thinking in your heart." Yuan Gaohan was furious. He grabbed his collar and scolded, "Do you know what you're thinking?" Li Yunxiao said, "Of course I know. I've been struggling for a long time." Yuan Gaohan sneered, "Have you gone mad from being the alliance leader? Constantly consuming pills that increased one's strength would basically cut off a cultivator's talent, making it difficult for them to achieve anything in the future. Furthermore, the effects of the pills would also diminish. In the end, one's cultivation would be forever stagnant at a certain level, never able to advance. This is undoubtedly devastating for those experts who have the heart of martial arts." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Of course I know this." Yuan Gaohan snorted and said, "Then, will you consume this kind of pill yourself?" Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, "Absolutely not." Yuan Gaohan was even more furious. He scolded, "Then you still want others to consume it?" Li Yunxiao explained, "Many people's cultivation has already stagnated. Perhaps they would be willing to consume it." Yuan Gaohan said coldly, "Nonsense. Now that the 10 directions rules have been dispersed, even those who were stagnant before can gradually break through the bottleneck under the nourishment of the rule's power and break through to a higher realm." Li Yunxiao looked at the furious Yuan Gaohan. His eyes were extremely calm, like an ancient well without any ripples. When Yuan Gaohan and Li Yunxiao looked at each other, he suddenly had an indescribable thought and was startled. Li Yunxiao sighed and said, "I know what you're talking about. But the realm of heaven martial arts is 100,000 years behind. This huge gap can't be made up for in a short time. We don't have much time." Yuan Gaohan's anger subsided. He frowned and said, "But you can't achieve your short-term goal by sacrificing the future of others, can you?" Li Yunxiao raised his head and looked at him. He said with a bitter smile, "Future? Do you know how many people died in the 2 battles against the demon clan? Do you know how many of our clansmen and even our old friends were killed in those battles? This battle is like a big furnace. Everyone is struggling in the furnace and will be burned to ashes at any moment. Not to mention sacrificing the future, many people even sacrificed their lives." Yuan Gaohan was startled. He suddenly felt speechless. He said in a daze, "But this is an evil path after all." Li Yunxiao stared at him. His eyes became firm and sharp. "At this moment, I can't care about this anymore. I don't even care about Wei Qing turning people into killing weapons. Kill to stop killing, use demons to stop demons. Now I just want more power. Help me." Yuan Gaohan's whole body trembled. His expression became complicated. It seemed like he was struggling. Li Yunxiao said, I know the sacred zone definitely has a convenient way to research it. Through the cultivation of elixirs, we can break through our current shackles. Help me refine them in the shortest time possible. They will cover martial emperors, martial venerables, and Emperor Wu. As for those below martial emperors. Li Yunxiao shook his head with a bitter smile. He said, I don't want the heavenly martial arts realm to die out in the future. So, I'll leave those seedlings alive. Besides, I won't force anyone to take these elixirs. I'll just encourage them. Yuan Gaohan's face turned pale. He said, You've changed after all. Li Yunxiao sneered and said coldly, If you had participated in those 2 battles, you would have changed too. If you don't accept it, I'll take you to the battlefield next time. Yuan Gaohan shook his head and said, You are the Heavenly Martial Arts Alliance's master now. I'll listen to you. I'll give you what you want as soon as possible. Li Yunxiao cupped his fists at him and said, Thank you. Yuan Gaohan didn't say anything. It seemed like he had become dispirited. He waved his hand to see him off. It seemed like he didn't want to see him again. Li Yunxiao didn't feel good either. He cupped his fists at him again and teleported away. In the next moment, he appeared in a hall. Ding Ling had just finished talking with several core members of the Chamber of Commerce. When she saw them off, she was startled. She shouted, Who is it? Only then did she see clearly that it was Li Yunxiao. She hurried over and greeted him, Big Brother Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao smiled. He combed her hair and tucked it behind her ears. You've worked hard during this period. Ding Ling felt happy. Her cheeks flushed. She lowered her head and said in a low voice, It's nothing. It's my duty. Ling can't be like big sister Hong Yan and little sister Fei and I, accompanying big brother Yunxiao to kill enemies. I can only take care of these small matters. I hope big brother Yunxiao won't abandon me. Among Li Yunxiao's confidants, she was the weakest. She always felt inferior. Even though she controlled the logistics and operations of the entire Yanwu city. She was much more useful than the others, but this was a world where the strong were respected. The weak had no rights. In her heart, because of the disparity in strength, there was always a sense of inferiority. Li Yunxiao smiled and pulled her into his arms. He caressed her hair and smelled her faint fragrance. He said, Don't be silly. All of you are irreplaceable. You are equally important in my heart. There is no preference. Ding Ling nodded softly. She leaned on Li Yunxiao's chest and enjoyed the warmth. But after a while, Li Yunxiao pushed her away. He said seriously, Ling there's something I need you to do. Ding Ling came back to her senses. She quickly said, Big brother Yunxiao, please speak. Li Yunxiao said, You know the situation in the world. No one can escape from this demonic calamity. I hope you can send someone to find Tingguang, Li Huaqi, and Ling Bai. Ding Ling was shocked. 3 conferred Emperor Wu? Big brother Yunxiao is right. If the 3 of them can come, the Heavenly Martial Alliance's strength will increase significantly. Li Yunxiao nodded. Tingguang was crippled in the Battle of Scarlet Moon City. However, he is unparalleled in formations. He will be of great use in the future. Li Huaqi and Shuechenxi's zither and sword harmonize. As for Ling Bai, he is not a kind person. However, he has his principles. He is the evil kind. Back then, he fought the Myriad Treasure Tower in Nuyan City and directly stepped into the Heaven Sovereign Realm. After all these years, with his unparalleled talent, he might have advanced another level on the divine way. As long as we can find their residents and reason with them, I believe they will still come. Ding Ling nodded. Yes. I will send someone to look for them. Once there is news, I will personally go over. I will definitely invite the 4 of them over. Li Yunxiao said, I will have to trouble Ling with this matter. I still have one more thing. Write a letter for me and send it to Myriad Treasure Towers Wanyiqian to exchange for the Great Rebirth Extreme Bliss Formation's formation diagram from him. Ding Ling said in shock, one of the 3 great ancient killing formations along with the 12 Citadel Heaven's Divine Fiend formation? Li Yunxiao nodded. That's right. This formation displayed its might in Nuyan City. Although it only showed some clues, it was clearly unparalleled in the world. even if he only has a fragment of the diagram if it falls into the hands of a formation master and can be restored to a certain extent, it can also make Yanwu City impregnable. Ding Linger said, although the Merchant Alliance is still in a standoff between the North and the South, Wan Yiqian is very kind to us. In addition to Big Brother Yunxiao's letter, it shouldn't be difficult. Li Yunxiao nodded. Wan Yiqian is a starving camel is still bigger than a horse, while Ding Shan is a true ambitious and ruthless person. If not for me being tied up with so many things right now, the next one to deal with would be Ding Shan. Killing intent flashed across his eyes. Ding Ling-er's heart trembled. She felt indescribably uncomfortable and complicated. Li Yunxiao caressed her hair lovingly and said softly, the past is the past. Ding Shan has done all sorts of bad things. He will suffer retribution sooner or later. Ding Ling-er's eyes reddened slightly. She said uncomfortably, must Big Brother Yunxiao kill him? Li Yunxiao said, don't forget, he killed your biological brother. Ding Ling-er bit her lips tightly and nodded her head heavily. She said, I understand. He's an executioner. My younger brother is my only true kin, but he died in his hands too. When Li Yunxiao saw her appearance, his heart ached. He rubbed her and said, from now on, Big Brother Yunxiao is your kin. Ding Ling-er's eyes reddened as she thought about how she had been deceived and used all her life. She had treated her enemy as her family and ended up alone. She couldn't help but cry. Li Yunxiao's heart was filled with tenderness. He couldn't help but hug her in his arms and kiss her hair. Their bodies warmed each other. Their hearts throbbed, and their blood flowed faster and faster. An enchantment barrier formed around them, completely isolating them from the outside world. Inside the barrier, they took off their undergarments. Their fingers were as tender as bamboo shoots, slender and soft. Their youths were romantic, and they loved each other endlessly in the spring night. After a light cloud and a drizzle, the two of them reluctantly parted ways. Ding Ling-er felt a little pain. Thinking about what happened just now, she couldn't help but cater to him and blush. Li Yunxiao admired the graceful body, which was full of the beauty of spring, enchanting and charming. Ding Ling-er became even more flustered and blushed. She hurriedly wrapped her clothes around herself and said in a low voice, I'll do what Brother Yunxiao told me to do. After saying that, she tidied up her clothes and directly rushed out of the barrier, disappearing without a trace. Li Yunxiao removed the barrier, and a faint body fragrance spread out. He lowered his head and sniffed, only to feel the endless aftertaste. When the golden wind and jade do meet, it's better than countless things in the world. Li Yunxiao let out a soft groan. His figure moved slightly, and he disappeared from where he stood. After leaving the monitoring division, Li Yunxiao headed towards the listening Mu flute. Muddy and the sky patrolling bull had been beaten out of shape in the Tiandang Mountains. After some rest, they returned to their original appearance. They were currently cultivating the Starlight Soul technique to increase their soul power. Seeing that Li Yunxiao had come to find him, he stopped cultivating and went out to greet him. What brings you here, Alliance Master? If there's anything, you can just summon me. There's no need to come in person. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. Lord Muddy, you're overpraising me. Is it really okay to slander me like this? Muddy said seriously, this isn't slander. As the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, you should have the demeanor of a leader. Because what you need is to rule the world and have the people support and assist you. Li Yunxiao waved his hand and interrupted, if it were anyone else, I might directly summon them. However, Lord Muddy is a senior doyen, a person of virtue and prestige. I would never do such a thing, so there's no need to say anything more. Ling Muddy knew his character, so he immediately sighed and said, all right, I'll take it as an exception. What brings you here, Alliance Master? Li Yunxiao said, I need to make a trip to Baiming Profound Palace. I'll be back in at least a few days, at most a month. During this period, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Yanwu City's matters. Baiming Profound Palace? Upon hearing Moody's words, he nodded and said, even though the Baiming Xian Palace isn't powerful anymore, it's still one of the few great factions in the heavenly martial arts realm. It's better to pacify them first to prevent any unforeseen events in the future. Li Yunxiao said, Darren has misunderstood my meaning. If Baiming Profound Palace has the heart to resist the devil, I don't mind letting go of past grievances and fight alongside them. But Biming Profound Palace has an extremely important item. He immediately told Mu Di about the three brothers of the ice domain. The otherworldly Darkstone? Ling Mudi said in surprise, this is the first time I've heard of this item. But since it can help demons break through to the Saint Demon realm, it can't fall into the hands of the demons. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, that's exactly what I'm thinking. That's why I plan to make a trip to Biming Profound Palace. Firstly, I want to see the Biming clan's attitude. Secondly, I want to take the stone back to the Heavenly Martial Alliance for safekeeping. Ling Mudi said, I'll immediately dispatch some experts to go with you. Li Yunxiao stopped him and said, you don't have to deliberately dispatch people. You just need to see who isn't in seclusion and go with me. After all, Biming Profound Palace is just a faction in the Heavenly Martial Arts realm. I know how strong they are. Even if I go alone, I can deal with them. Ling Mudi said, even so, we can't be careless. In the previous two battles, we were full of confidence, but we still suffered heavy casualties. Now, we have to be careful with every step we take. Moreover, Alliance Master is going personally, so we can't be careless. Li Yunxiao sighed and said, then let's do as you wish. Ling Mudi immediately made arrangements. However, the participants of the previous battle were either in seclusion or recovering from their injuries. In the end, he decided that Mo, Divine Cloud Palace's Huashang, and Ning Qiyun would go with him. Huashang's cultivation was stuck before the Divine Mastery realm. She had been in seclusion for a long time, but she still couldn't break through. In her frustration, it was a good opportunity to go out. Maybe she could find some opportunities. As for Ning Qiyun, he had just broken through to the returning nature realm. It would be difficult for him to improve in the short term. Mo had been secretly cultivating the Buddhist demonic sacred technique. He had accumulated many questions in his heart and was about to ask Lin. Meanwhile, Lin was recovering in the World Divine Monument. Mo also wanted to find a chance to ask for advice, so he volunteered to go with him. Li Yunxiao thought of another person. It was Luo Qingyun. However, Luo Qingyun had secluded himself after coming to Yanwu City. He didn't care about the outside world and focused on cultivating. No matter how many messages Li Yunxiao sent, there was no reply. Did he die in there? Li Yunxiao speculated maliciously. He could only leave resentfully. A day later, the four of them were transported to the north region. They landed near Biming Palace. After determining the direction, they turned into four streams of light and headed toward Biming Palace. Suddenly, the space in front of them changed slightly. A green figure appeared in front of them. Yo, what a coincidence. I just made it. Li Yunxiao was stunned. Wei Qing? What are you doing here? His face darkened. He thought Wei Qing was here to stop them. Wei Qing said indifferently, I heard you were going to attack Biming Palace. So I rushed over. Oh, you want to stop us? Li Yunxiao looked around and said coldly, where are your killing weapons? If you didn't bring them, can you stop us? No, no, no. You are mistaken. Wei Qing looked at him with a smile in his eyes. I am just going to take a look. Take a look? Li Yunxiao naturally wouldn't believe his nonsense. Is Lord Wei Qing a peeping Tom? Ha ha ha. Wei Qing laughed loudly. In the heaven-shaking mountain range battle, I lost many of my killing weapons. Biming Palace is one of the world's 7 great sections. There are countless experts in the palace. Rather than being killed by Alliance Head Yun, I might as well use them to replenish my arsenal. He said leisurely, but the four of them felt a chill in their hearts, and a chill spread through their bodies. Especially Huashang and Ning Qiyun. As elders of Divine Firmament Palace, they were quite familiar with the Biming family. Although they had not interacted much, now that they had foreseen the fate of the Biming family, they all felt a sense of sadness and anger towards Wei Qing. Li Yunxiao's hands and feet were also a little cold, but he was much calmer than the two girls. After all, he had experienced 2 great battles. He had a clear understanding of the power and use of those killing weapons. Although this was inhumane, its effects couldn't be denied. Wei Qing said leisurely, Alliance Head Yun, just do your own thing. Don't worry about me. If I find someone pleasing to the eye, I'll just capture them. Li Yunxiao only felt a wave of nausea. Cold air seeped out of his pores. He said exasperatedly, up to you. I'm warning you one more time. Don't act recklessly in Yanwu City. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in this world. Got it, got it. Let's go. Wei Qing had a mocking look, as if he didn't take him seriously at all. The five of them immediately rushed towards Baiming Profound Palace, travel-worn. Baiming Palace occupied several of the best spirit mountains and treasured lands in the northern region. Flying inside, they felt refreshed and indescribably comfortable. The spiritual energy in the mountains condensed into liquid, like mist and dew, enveloping the entire sect. 5 rays of light flashed. Before the guards in front of the mountain gate could react, they had already entered the main hall. Who? There were many experts hidden around the main hall. They all rushed out and surrounded the 4. You are, one of the old men's pupils shrank. He seemed to recognize these people and said in shock, Lord Wei Qing, Lord Huashang, and Li Yunxiao. What are you doing here? When these people's names were read out, the first 2 were still fine. When the 3 words Li Yunxiao blurted out, it immediately caused a commotion. Li Yunxiao said calmly, I have something to discuss with Baiming Duanju. Tell him to come out and see me. Sect head isn't here. You guys should come back another day. The old man shouted in a deep voice, his face ashen. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, it's fine if he isn't here. Within the 4 seas, we are one family. We'll just treat it as our own home. Everyone, go do your own things. There's no need to entertain us. After saying that, he went into the main hall. The surrounding martial artists were dumbfounded. They hurriedly blocked in front of him, not allowing him to go forward. Killing intent rose from Li Yunxiao's body, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Wei Qing rushed to say, don't kill. Those martial artists were originally frightened by Li Yunxiao's killing intent. Hearing Wei Qing's words, they were all overjoyed. The old man in the lead hurriedly cupped his fists and said, please help us, Lord Wei Qing. Wei Qing nodded and said, your strength and cultivation are not bad. It would be a pity to kill you. Come with me. He flicked his sleeves. His figure flashed. Each martial artist only felt their vision blur. Their consciousness gradually blurred. Finally, they fell backwards to the ground. That old man held on for a few more breaths. He struggled a bit, but he still couldn't resist that temptation. He also fell down. Wei Qing took out a blue needle and pricked it on each person. The skin of these martial artists immediately began to change. A layer of faint ice crystals covered their skin, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Wei Qing revealed a look of surprise and said, the black yin art cultivated by the Baiming family is indeed wondrous. It actually protects the body. TSK, it has great research value. His eyes flashed with joy. Li Yunxiao felt a chill run down his spine. He said fiercely, you can study it alone. Let's go. He, Mo Qing, and the others directly entered the main hall. They passed through the back, identified the direction, and went to the square tower. He had been here many years ago. The Baiming family's treasure was hidden in the square tower, including the otherworldly dark stone. However, he had fallen into their trap and almost fell into it. With the passage of time, things had changed. Now that he had returned to this place, his mood was completely different. This square tower's restriction is a set of music known as the fragrant soul brocade sword steps. I learned it secretly in the past, but I don't need it anymore. Li Yunxiao lifted his foot and walked towards the square tower. Bang! His foot landed on the restriction, causing the ground to crack and the space to distort. A powerful force came from all directions and struck his body. Bang, 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 a burst of light erupted from his body, but it was all blocked by the golden light. Li Yunxiao did not care about the pressure from the restriction and walked forward slowly. Every step he took shattered the ground, causing the surrounding space and restrictions to collapse. After taking 3 steps, all the restrictions in the square tower were destroyed, but he was not injured at all. He raised his hand and made a grabbing motion in front of him. The copper door exploded with a boom. This action alarmed the others in the sect. Soon, the sky was filled with people looking down in fear. They had originally wanted to rush down and kill Li Yunxiao, but they happened to see the restrictions bombarding Li Yunxiao's body. Like spider webs, they had no effect at all. They were immediately scared silly and did not dare to move. Some of the more quick-witted ones even ran away. Li Yunxiao! Stop right there! Just as Li Yunxiao and the others were about to enter the square tower, an angry roar came from behind and a powerful aura pressed down on them. However, this aura was nothing more than a light breeze to them. Li Yunxiao turned around and said expressionlessly, "Oh, it's Hangy Fang. You're not dead yet?" The person in front of him was the Deputy Palace Lord of Baiming Palace, Hangy Fang. They had met several times before. Hangy Fang said angrily, "As the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, you entered my sect's mountain and injured my disciples. This is no different from a thief. How dare you be the leader?" Li Yunxiao said in surprise, "What does it have to do with you whether I have the face to be the leader or not?" Hangy Fang was stunned and did not know how to reply. Even the surrounding Baiming Profound Palace disciples were stunned. One by one, they muttered, "That's right, what does it have to do with us whether or not he has the face to be the alliance leader?" Hangy Fang's face was flushed with embarrassment as he rebuked, "Since you're the alliance master, you should be of noble character and conduct yourself in a proper manner. How could you commit such a despicable act?" He was also trying to find an excuse. Otherwise, any one of the 4 people before him could easily take his life. Li Yunxiao was stunned again. "What does this have to do with you? I have my own thoughts on how the alliance master should behave. I just want to know what this has to do with you. Why are you telling me this?" "Yeah, why are you telling him this?" The surrounding disciples didn't understand either and asked blankly. They didn't know how powerful Li Yunxiao was. Normally, Baiming Shan Palace was also used to being overbearing. If they didn't agree with their words, they would take a person's life. The mentality of respecting martial arts had long been deeply ingrained in their hearts. What's more, it was the other party who came to bully him. He should have just killed the other party with a single slash. Hangy Fang's ears turned red. He said angrily, "In short, you shouldn't have barged into my Baiming Profound Palace. I order you to leave immediately." Li Yunxiao said leisurely, "And if I don't leave?" Hangy Fang said angrily, "If you don't leave, then you're being unreasonable. Immoral." Li Yunxiao was speechless. At this moment, a cold wind blew and Wei Qing appeared in the sky. His gaze swept across the surrounding cultivators and a playful expression appeared on his face. He waved his hand and said, "Li Yunxiao, quickly go in and find your treasure. Leave this to me." Li Yunxiao raised his head and glanced at him, then entered Square Tower without looking back. The other 3 were also speechless. Although Hangy Fang and the surrounding Baiming Profound Palace disciples were annoying to them, when they thought about what would happen to them, that annoyance immediately turned into incomparable sympathy. Li Yunxiao even heard Hangy Fang's surprised voice behind him. "Lord Wei Qing." "Greetings, Lord." He let out a long sigh and threw these trivial matters to the back of his mind. He began to enter Square Tower. Everything in the tower was the same, except that it looked old. The space on the first floor was very spacious. There were counters on all 4 sides, on which various jade scrolls and profound weapons were placed. They were the treasures of the Baiming family for generations, their value immeasurable. But Li Yunxiao knew that these were only the surface. The truly valuable items, as well as the extraterrestrial dark nether stone, were at the bottom of this first floor. He carefully observed the position and immediately found the crux of the formation. He struck out with his palm. The palm force seeped into the void and circulated in the air. The ground began to change, and a rumbling sound came from below. Then, the entire ground split open, revealing a passageway. The moment the passageway appeared, the 4 sensed that something was wrong, because a gust of demonic qi surged out from it. Li Yunxiao's heart trembled, and he flew in. The other 3 immediately followed. The passageway was narrow and long, constantly descending. After flying for a while, it widened, and they landed. The ground was filled with rock strata, and the space was very rough. It was not polished enough. One look and they could tell that it was the interior of a mountain. Li Yunxiao, you've finally come? A familiar voice came from inside, and a figure jumped out. It was Northern Dark Duanju, and beside him was another deputy sect master, Mu He. Both of their faces were gloomy, and demonic light flickered. Li Yunxiao said, "You guys cultivate demonic arts?" Duanju of the Northern Dark Sea scoffed. "What has it got to do with you whether I am or not?" He returned Li Yunxiao's exact words to Hang Yifeng. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "It seems like you all know what happened outside." Northern Dark Duanju's expression was ugly, and he pointed at them and said coldly, "All of you deserve to die. All 5 of you deserve to die." Li Yunxiao sighed, "I originally wanted to join forces with Northern Dark Palace to fight against the demons, but it looks like there's no chance now. I won't talk nonsense with you, I just want to know where the extraterrestrial Dark Nether Jade is." Northern Dark Duanju and Muhi's expressions turned even uglier. Northern Dark Duanju laughed involuntarily, "Haha, so you still can't forget our sex treasure. Do you think this seat will tell you?" Li Yunxiao's expression was calm as he said, "I also don't think it's possible, so I can only search your soul." His figure flickered, and he appeared in front of Northern Dark Duanju. He was only 2 feet away, and he reached out to grab the other party's throat. Northern Dark Duanju was shocked, and he dodged backwards, but Li Yunxiao's dragon-locking technique had captured the surroundings, so how could he escape? Mu He, who was beside him, suddenly made a move. His left hand formed a seal, and his right hand slashed out. Northern Dark Duanju also roared angrily, and a powerful force erupted from his body. As his hands moved, demonic light and white light flashed, and he struck at Li Yunxiao with a claw. Bam! The 3 forces collided, and spiritual pressure spread out in all directions. Northern Dark Duanju and Mu He were immediately injured, and they each spat out a mouthful of blood, and were forced back dozens of steps. Fear flashed in their eyes, and Northern Dark Duanju panicked, "Why is the difference so big?" In addition to fear, there was also deep unwillingness and regret on his face. If he had known that this would happen, he would have killed Li Yunxiao at all costs when he first learned of his identity. Now that the situation had developed to this point, it would be difficult to salvage the situation. Mu He panicked, "Quickly let the old ancestor come out. This is our last chance." When Li Yunxiao heard this, he asked doubtfully, "Old ancestor?" His gaze looked towards the front of the passage. There seemed to be something strange in the depths of the darkness, but his divine sense was blocked, and he was unable to see clearly. A demonic light fluctuated in the depths, and then an unfamiliar voice sounded, "The 2 of you retreat, you are not a match for these 4 people." "Yes. Old ancestor." Northern Dark Duanju and Mu He were both delighted, and hurriedly retreated to the sides. A person slowly walked out from the shadows of the darkness. His face was thin, and because he cultivated the mysterious Yin Qi, his face was green, and he was incomparably gloomy. "Heavenly Martial Union's Union Leader Li Yunxiao?" the man asked expressionlessly. Li Yunxiao nodded, "That's right." "You are? An ancestor of the Northern Dark Palace?" The man said, "My name is Northern Dark Xianxia, and I come from the Immortal Realm." After Northern Dark Xianxia introduced himself, he continued, "Although I am not a member of the Xuanli Island, I am also very concerned about the fate of the heavenly martial arts realm. If Union Leader Yun and my Baiming family do not have a deep hatred, why do you have to force us?" Li Yunxiao sighed, "The Baiming family has tried to kill me several times, and it was only thanks to my generosity that I managed to escape. Does this count as a deep hatred? But since I am the Union Leader of the Heavenly Martial Union, these personal grudges can indeed be put aside, and we can work together for the greater cause." Northern Dark Xianxia clapped his hands and praised, "No wonder you are a ruler of the world. This old man admires you." Li Yunxiao said, "But I have a condition." Northern Dark Xianxia said, "Just say it. As long as it is within my power, I will agree to it." The faces of Northern Dark Duanju and Mu He became more and more unsightly. They looked at each other and saw the unwillingness and resentment in each other's eyes. Li Yunxiao said, "I want the extraterrestrial mysterious underworld stone." "What?" Northern Dark Xianxia was shocked and immediately rejected, "Absolutely not. This condition is too difficult. Union Leader Yun, please find another one." Li Yunxiao was moved and asked, "Senior, do you know the origin of the extraterrestrial mysterious underworld stone?" Northern Dark Xianxia frowned slightly and said, of course. This jade stone is an extraterrestrial meteorite, and there is only one of it in the heavenly martial arts realm. Li Yunxiao said, it is correct to say that it is an extraterrestrial meteorite, but does Senior know that it comes from the demon realm? As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. Not only Northern Dark Duanju and Mu He, but even Huashang, Ning Qiyun, and Mo were shocked. On the contrary, Northern Dark Xianxia was extremely calm. After a flash of surprise in his eyes, he calmed down and snorted, even if it is, so what? After all, it is the Baiming family's property, and we have the right to dispose of it. Li Yunxiao said, if it is an ordinary thing, I don't care. Even if it is an iridescent stone from the demon realm, I don't want to pursue it. But this jade stone is related to the inheritance and cultivation of a great family in the demon realm. If it falls into the hands of the demon clan, it is very likely to cause an immeasurable disaster. So I have to take it into the Heavenly Martial Arts Alliance to prevent future troubles. That holy demon family in the ice field? Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind Northern Dark Xianxia, which startled everyone. Even Northern Dark Xianxia shuddered and hurriedly turned around and said, brother, were you disturbed by them? A man walked out from behind Northern Dark Xianxia, with demon chi rolling around him. At first glance, it was obvious that he was a demon cultivator, and his attainments were not low. There was a cold light in his eyes, just like the unique cold chi of the Baiming family. As soon as this person appeared, Li Yunxiao felt a chill in his heart, giving him an extremely dangerous aura. Baiming Duanju and Mu He's expressions also changed drastically, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads, looking extremely afraid. That person stared at Li Yunxiao and said coldly, you've seen someone from the domain of ice? Li Yunxiao activated his mystical spirit eyes, staring at the person in front of him, and said in shock, you're a demon. That person exuded an extremely strong demonic aura, and was definitely not an ordinary demonic martial artist. His aura was even stronger than those demon monarchs. Huashang and the other two spread out in shock, landing around that person, just in case. Hee, demon? Maybe. That person laughed self-deprecatingly, and said, my name is Baiming Shujian. Li Yunxiao was a little stunned, and said, you're from the Baiming family? Then why is your demonic aura? Baiming Xianxia glanced at Li Yunxiao, and said, he's my younger brother, how could he be from the demon race? Li Yunxiao said in shock, then your demonic cultivation is truly unprecedented. Baiming Shujian smiled, and said, there's nothing strange about it, I've been in the demon world for more than 60,000 years. Demon world? 60,000 years? Li Yunxiao and the other three were speechless, and Baiming Duanju and Mu He's faces were also full of disbelief. This generation of the Baiming family had stood at the peak of the continent for less than 60,000 years, which showed that it was a very long time ago. Perhaps they had experienced many ups and downs along the way, with many ups and downs. But other than shock, the two were even more delighted. The stronger Baiming Shujian was, the safer they would be. Baiming Xianxia nodded, and there was some nostalgia in his eyes, and he said, back then, both of us had cultivated to the late stage of the heavenly mastery realm, which was already the peak of this world. In order to pursue a higher realm, and to extend our lifespans indefinitely, we began to search for the lost space. In the end, our ideas clashed. I went to the world of immortality, and he found a way to enter the crack between the two worlds. All these years, I thought he must have died long ago, but I didn't expect to see him again. What a pity. This was also the first time Duanju of the Northern Dark World had heard of this matter. He hurriedly bowed and said, the reunion of the two ancestors is truly a blessing from the heavens. They want to revitalize our Baiming family. Baiming Xianxia glanced at him and said, we won't bother with family matters anymore. After all, we don't belong to this era. What we pursue is supreme strength and eternal life. We will not participate in anything in the world. The Northern Sea Duanju hurriedly said, yes. The two old ancestors have lofty aspirations that far surpass what we can achieve. He sneered in his heart. If the Baiming family comes to an end, the two of you won't do nothing, right? Now that Li Yunxiao was forcing her to abdicate, she had no choice but to stand up and take the blame. How could the sense of honor and mission of an aristocratic family be so easily erased? Baiming Xianxia waved his hand at Li Yunxiao and the others and said, you can go. Don't disturb my cultivation. I don't care what grudges you have with the Baiming family before, but I hope that from now on, everything will be written off. Get along well with each other, and don't have any more disputes. Li Yunxiao said, I can write it off, but I put forward a condition before, and now I have to add another condition. That is, the Baiming family must bear the responsibility of resisting the demons. Baiming Zhan looked at him deeply and said, I can promise you this condition on behalf of the Baiming family, but the first condition is absolutely impossible. I came back from the demon realm specifically for the outer heaven Xianming stone. How can I give it to you? What a joke. Baiming Zhan cupped his fists and said, Alliance Master Yun, I'm really sorry about this. We know your concerns, but as long as the two of us are here, this jade stone will never fall into the hands of the demons. You can rest assured. Li Yunxiao was put in a difficult position. The Baiming brothers' strength was indeed unfathomable. It was not a bad idea to let them keep the outer heaven Xianming stone, but the three brothers of the domain of ice were probably even stronger. If the three of them snatched the Xianming stone and really cultivated to the Saint Demon realm, the consequences would be disastrous. Baiming Zhan saw that he was silent and sneered disdainfully, Big brother, why are you talking so much nonsense with these calves? They can do whatever they want. If they don't know what's good for them, then we can only send them on their way. This, Baiming Zhan was a little hesitant. He had stayed in the immortal realm for so long, so he naturally knew about the demonic calamity. Although he did not participate in the resistance, he did not want to go against the power of the resistance. He only hoped to remain neutral and wholeheartedly seek his own divine way. Li Yunxiao said, how about this, as long as the two seniors swear an oath to join the Heavenly Martial Union and swear to protect the outer heaven Xianming stone, I will no longer interfere. Before he could finish speaking, Baiming Zhan became impatient and shouted, Scram! A powerful wave of devil qi rushed over, transforming into a demonic form in the air, but it was more than 10 times larger, pressing down on Li Yunxiao. Since senior is so stubborn, then we have nothing to talk about. Li Yunxiao's face changed, he suddenly made his move, and struck out with a palm of wind and cloud. Bam! The demonic might was immediately dispersed, and Li Yunxiao's body flashed as he pressed forward, once again condensing his palm and slapping towards Baiming Zhan. Kansas, you overestimate yourself. Then go to hell. Killing intent and hostility flashed across Baiming Zhan's eyes. He formed a seal with one hand in front of him, forming a sword talisman. Bam! Another earth-shattering sound rang out as the two forces clashed. Li Yunxiao's palm force was broken by the opponent, and the demonic essence energy struck his palm, directly drilling into his body. Seeing this, the corner of Baiming Zhan's mouth raised into a sinister smile. Li Yunxiao also sneered. If it was anyone else, perhaps having the demonic essence enter their body would be a huge disaster, but to him, it was as good as nothing. Li Yunxiao raised his hand and grabbed the sword Death Beheader Red, then slashed down with a sword art, Star Annihilation. Chi. Space split open, and a transparent flame appeared around the sword beam, which was abnormally sharp. This is, Baiming Zhan's pupils constricted, and he said in shock, Ice Fiend Heart Flame? He had been in the demon realm for tens of thousands of years, so he had naturally seen this thing before. Suppressing the shock in his heart, he casually formed a seal in front of him and pointed at the air. A demonic light spread out from his fingertips, turning into a demonic shield. Boom! The sword art landed and struck the demonic shield, causing countless demonic inscriptions to tremble and shatter the shield. Baiming Zhan was shocked and took a step back. At this moment, Huashang, Ning Qian, and Mo also attacked at the same time, attacking Baiming Zhan, Baiming Duanju, and Muhi respectively. Mo's cultivation was the highest, so he naturally attacked Baiming Zhan. Kansas. A surging demonic aura gushed out, and a blood shadow streaked across, slashing over. Boom! Baiming Zhan's hand blade met it, and the air directly froze. The red light froze for a moment, then suddenly exploded. In just an instant, the two had exchanged 7 or 8 moves, and they were locked in a fierce battle. Baiming Zhan said in shock, Ash Demon Clan? Mo sneered, I didn't expect you to have some eyesight. He condensed a long spear in his hand, and with a whoosh sound, he stabbed down. Boom! Baiming Zhan knocked it away, and said coldly, "Back then, this old man dominated the world, and even demon emperors had to be respectful when they saw me. A mere ash demon is nothing." After his attack, the spear was covered in frost, and its spiritual energy was rapidly drained. Not only that, it seemed that the internal structure of the Xian artifact was frozen and destroyed by the cold air. After Mo's bone-scaled dual blades were taken away by Inu, he had been suffering from not having a suitable weapon. After much difficulty, he obtained a top-grade 9th-rank spear in the immortal world, and after returning to Yanwu City, he refined it, but he did not expect it to be destroyed as soon as he used it. Mo was stunned, and before he could think carefully, he felt the cold air pressing towards him, and his blood froze. Bai Mingzhan had already closed in on him, and he hurriedly turned and dodged, retreating dozens of feet away. Huashang and Bai Mingduanju, Ning Kuyun and Mu He were all evenly matched. As soon as the 8 people started fighting, the ground cracked, and the originally not small space became extremely narrow. In a few breaths, it collapsed, and the 4-sided tower instantly collapsed. Boom! Boom! Figures rushed out from the ground, and the 8 people fought in the sky. All kinds of powerful martial skills were displayed freely, and the light was boundless. The entire Baimingxian palace was alarmed, but not many people came over, and most of them were already lying in front of the main hall. Huh? That is. Wei Qing looked up, and seeing the 8 people fighting, he was also secretly shocked. Especially the 2 brothers, Bai Mingzhan, they looked unfamiliar, but their battle strength was shocking. Li Yunxiao exchanged a few blows with Bai Mingxian and was pushed back again and again. If not for the flames leaping on the sword/red, which was the nemesis of the profounding cold chi, it would have been destroyed long ago. "You're a manifestation realm demon lord?" Li Yunxiao was shocked. The power that Bai Mingxian displayed was not something that an ordinary second-level demon lord could compare to. Hehe, if I had brought the profound underworld stone into the demon realm, I would definitely be a demon lord now. What a pity. Desolation flashed across Bai Mingxian's face, and he said with a sigh, "I'm only a high-level demon lord now. Since you know about the ice domain, you must have fought with the demon race. It's just that the demon lords you met were all suppressed by the power of the realm, and I can completely unleash the power of a demon lord." Li Yunxiao said in shock, "This is the true power of a demon lord?" Hearing that the other party was not at the manifestation realm, he heaved a sigh of relief. Bai Mingxian nodded and said, "Yes. The demon realm's level is higher than the realm of heaven martial arts, and the strength of high-level demon lords is much higher than that of the divine realm of void. I have already adapted to the rules of the 2 realms, so I can completely unleash my power in both the realm of heaven martial arts and the demon realm. Today, I will show you how strong a second-level demon lord is." His aura suddenly erupted, and it was much stronger than before. The strong power was like a barrier, and it suddenly shook the surroundings. Li Yunxiao was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, and he was pushed back several steps. Bai Mingxian grinned hideously and spread his fingers. A pitch-black sword talisman appeared in his palm, and he thrust it over. 1,000 demonic sword. The sword talisman instantly became bigger, and it turned into a 1,000-meter-long pitch-black demonic sword. A boundless, terrifying sword intent spread out, and it surrounded Li Yunxiao like a cage, and he couldn't get rid of it. He could only watch helplessly as the sword slashed toward him. Voila! The space in front of Li Yunxiao split open. He transformed into his 3-headed, 6-armed form, and his 6 arms formed seals. A golden vortex spun in front of him, sucking in all the spirit chi in the area. It was compressed to the extreme. Star Jade explosion. The Dharma idol's face was cold, and he shouted. The 6-armed seal was thrown out, all falling into the Star Jade. A terrifying golden power spun, and suddenly exploded. Kaboom! The huge black sword slashed into the vortex at the same time, piercing into it. It was hit by the violent aura, and the endless space shattered. The huge sword shook a few times, and became more transparent, but it did not break, and continued to slash. Huh! Li Yunxiao roared, and his arm slapped the sword in front of him. Circles of demonic light bloomed from the sword, and with a boom, it exploded, and he was sucked in. Hee hee. Bai Ming the sword laughed, his black eyes full of smugness and mockery. But in the next moment, his eyes suddenly narrowed, full of shock. in the center of the explosion, an even purer demonic power burst forth. Li Yunxiao's body was covered in demonic patterns, and he slashed at him with the Amor Luan treasure. The 12 fortune wheels spun on the Luan treasure, hissing incessantly, and the air around it was cut into white threads. That is. Bai Ming Read the sword was shocked. That weapon was obviously not an ordinary one, and it gave him a feeling of fear. An ordinary sword strike was like a collapsing mountain, and the whole world was pressing down on him. Thousand Demon Sword. A group of demonic patterns burst forth from the back of his hand, and a sword shadow appeared in his palm again, and he slashed forward. Kaboom! The huge sword struck the Amor Luan treasure, and directly exploded. Boom! Bai Ming Read the sword was hit by the sword force, and was sucked into the vortex, disappearing. The entire sky was shattered by the shocking attack. The other people in the fierce battle immediately separated, and looked on in shock. Little brother! Bai Ming Read the sword's body trembled, and he cried out. A few hundred meters away, a crack in space appeared, and Bai Ming Yujian walked out. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and he stared at Li Yunxiao with a dark expression. Although he was covered in dirt, he wasn't fatally injured. However, there was an unprecedented solemnity and fear on his face. After Li Yunxiao slashed out, the Amor Luan treasure also disappeared from his hand. He stared at the Bai Ming sword and said, Outer Sky Xianming Stone? Bah! Bai Ming sword reader spat in disdain, saying coldly, Dream on. Li Yunxiao didn't say anything. He waved his arms and a large amount of lightning crackled. In a flash, he disappeared. In the next moment, a large number of thunderclouds gathered in the sky above the spirited mountain. From time to time, lightning would shoot out from the clouds like long snakes. Wei Qing, who was in front of the main hall, looked grave. He looked worriedly at the materials on the ground. It seemed that Li Yunxiao wanted to uproot the whole Bai Ming palace. These materials that he had collected with great difficulty would be in danger. Now, the talents in the realm of heaven martial arts were declining, and the 7 factions were almost in decline. It was difficult to find such suitable materials. Wei Qing waved his hand, and a barrier spread out, covering the square in front of the main hall to prevent it from being destroyed by the lightning. Li Yunxiao! What are you going to do? Bai Ming Duanju cried out in alarm. The thunderclouds were still gathering, covering a circumference of 1,000 miles. The dark clouds were getting thicker and thicker. Although the lightning hadn't struck yet, the ground was affected by the energy field and started to be magnetized. The ground cracked, the buildings collapsed, and a large area of the forest burned. Ancestor! Bai Ming Duanju shouted hurriedly, almost crying. Once such a huge move fell, the whole foundation of the Bai Ming family would be destroyed. Bai Ming Duanju said in a trembling voice, How about giving him the Outer Sky Xianming Stone? Shut up! Bai Ming Duanju scolded angrily, staring at him with his sharp eyes. Bai Ming Duanju didn't dare to speak again. Bai Ming Zhan Can, who originally wanted to persuade him, didn't dare to say anything after seeing his younger brother was really angry. Bai Ming Zhan Can said slowly, The Bai Ming family can rise and fall, but how can it be subdued? If its will is subdued, it will be more terrible than the destruction of the faction. Bai Ming Duanju's face turned pale. He lowered his head hurriedly and said, Ancestor, you are right. Well said. Li Yunxiao's praise came from the clouds. Boundless lightning gathered from all directions, forming a giant thunder god in the sky. The god of thunder's expression was cold as he looked down at the earth, like a true god looking down on all living things. With the cold arrogance and disdain of a superior, he spat out, Then use your Bai Ming family's will to receive this move of mine. Li Yunxiao raised his hand, his palm facing the sky. The hammer spun in the air, and the Maha character expanded to several acres. The dark clouds in the sky rumbled at this moment, as if they were stimulated. All the lightning gathered towards the hammer, compressed into a terrifying form. Dragon transformation. Bai Ming Zhan Can was shocked, and said in horror, This is heavenly thunder. As his voice fell, the bottom of the hammer gradually turned into the shape of a dragon. Horns, whiskers, scales, tail, claws, every part of it was compressed and slowly formed. Damn it! He can actually attract heavenly thunder. Bai Ming Zhan Can shouted angrily, All of you back off. I will take this move. The cold air on his body made a cracking sound, and spider web-like cracks could clearly be seen appearing in the void. From his palm, cold stars turned into air currents and surged in all directions, like tiny ice dragons. The Baiming family members were all shocked. They hurriedly retreated, and carefully observed. Huashang, Mo, and the others also stopped attacking, and stood and watched from afar. Baiming Duanju was surprised and overjoyed, and said excitedly, "Ancestor hasn't even used this move, and it has already created a scene of heaven and earth closing. If it is used, it will destroy heaven and earth." Baiming Xianxia's eyes flashed with joy, and he said with relief, "All these years, his cultivation really hasn't fallen. Maybe this trip to the demonic realm was the right choice." Li Yunxiao, who had transformed into the thunder god, stared down, especially at Baiming Xianxia's left hand. Hundreds of cold air swirled around, layer upon layer, and the surrounding space showed a strange distortion. At this moment, the shadow of an emperor appeared behind him. The emperor held his sword behind his back, looking down at the world, and raised his head to face the thunder god. The entire void could not bear the pressure of the two, and cracked, making a lot of ear-piercing sounds. What a powerful move! Li Yunxiao's heart trembled, and he immediately understood that this move was the last move of the Outer Sky 3 styles. Good. Let me experience the extraordinary talent of the Baiming family's ancestor. Li Yunxiao shouted lightly, and the thunder god grabbed the floating sky hammer, and struck down. The movement was very slow, and looked a little clumsy, but under that slow speed, it had already crossed millions of time and space. The thunder dragon leaped into the abyss, forming a light purple light stream around it, and flew towards Jiutian. Baiming Xianxia's eyes flashed coldly, and he raised his hand. The emperor behind him slowly opened his eyes, and with a wave, the sword behind him crossed in front of him, and stabbed towards the thunder dragon. Outer Sky 3 styles, who else but me? The Baiming family's 3 styles were created by generations of geniuses, and were constantly improved and modified by the later generations, and finally became the world-shaking 3 styles that were passed down. My Dao is boundless, graceful as a swan, who else but me? These 3 styles symbolized the end of the Dao, and the figure of the warrior who pursued it tirelessly on the road. The sword seal slashed out, and the thunder dragon's figure became slow, as if there were thousands of obstacles, and the void made a chi-chi sound. Finally, a huge pillar of light instantly shot into the sky. After the light shadow appeared, the sound began to spread out. When the earth-shattering explosion reached their ears, they had already felt the impact of the aftermath, and hurriedly circulated their yuan qi to resist, or else they would be in danger if they were sucked in by the power. Rumble. The pillar of light continued to expand and thicken in the line where the two collided, and pushed out in all directions. Li Yunxiao and Baiming Xianxian were completely in the center of the pillar of light, and the situation was unclear. The few of them continuously retreated, their minds trembling. They were completely shocked by the power that shot into the sky, and other than quietly feeling it, they had no other thoughts. Rumble. The aftermath shook for a long time, and did not dissipate for a long time. The entire Baiming Profound Palace was completely destroyed, not a single brick or tile was left. Not only did the dark clouds in the sky not dissipate, but they were even lower, as if the sky was within reach, but the sunlight could not shine in. The world was gray and hazy, and it was extremely oppressive. At the place where Baiming Xianxian was originally standing, a huge pit appeared, so deep that the bottom could not be seen, as if it had pierced through the veins of the earth. A large amount of spiritual energy overflowed from various cracks in the mountain range, like a rising tide, spreading in all directions. Baiming Duanju's face was pale, and he looked at everything in front of him in a daze, as if he could not believe it. The world-famous Baiming family, the Baiming Profound Palace that was peaceful and tranquil a moment ago, had now disappeared from the world forever, without a trace. Baiming Xianxian could not help but tremble. "Brother!" With a scream, he rushed into the abyss. Suddenly, a golden light fell, divided into 12, and landed at the entrance of the abyss. A vast golden light spread out from Luding Liujia, blocking Baiming Xianxian's. Lightning flashed in the sky, and slowly condensed into the figure of Li Yunxiao, looking at him coldly. Baiming Xianxian swallowed with difficulty, feeling his throat dry. There were many rumors about Li Yunxiao. Even if he did not pay attention to the outside world, after the entrance to the realm of immortality opened, he had more or less heard some rumors, but did not take them to heart. Now that he had personally experienced the battle, he realized that those rumors were not exaggerated at all. This person was already unimaginably strong, his whole body trembled with anger, and he angrily rebuked, "Stop. You have already won, and the Baiming Profound Palace has been destroyed. What else do you want?" Li Yunxiao looked at him indifferently, and said, "From the beginning to the end, I just wanted to keep the Outer Heaven Dark Stone safe. Now you ask me what I want to do, isn't that a joke?" Baiming Xianxia said angrily, "The Outer Heaven Dark Stone has been the property of my Baiming family for generations, why should I give it to you? You robber." Li Yunxiao said, "Whether I am a robber or not, now that the demonic tribulation is before us, I don't want to waste time arguing with you. Just think of it as me robbing. After I snatch this jade, I will study it for a while. If it is not of much use, this young master will destroy it." "Destroy it?" Baiming Xianxia's heart trembled, and he said angrily, "You lunatic. Robber. You obviously want to monopolize it, what excuses are you looking for?" "Whatever you say. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. What's the use of shouting now?" Li Yunxiao looked at the abyss, and his eyes gradually changed. "I have no time to chat with you. If you want to talk, wait until I kill your brother and take out the outer sky dark stone." His figure flashed, and he turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed into the deep hole. Baiming Xianxia was shocked and angry, and naturally could not sit back and do nothing, so he also rushed forward. But Luding and Liu Jia also moved, teleporting above the deep hole, forming a formation to block in front of him. Damn it! Baiming Xianxia was very anxious. Cold air burst out from his body, and his figure flashed, attacking Luding and Liu Jia. It was the second style of the Outer Sky 3 styles, form, like a startled swan. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, a strange pattern appeared, and the whole body was like a swimming dragon. With a flash, the whole space shook, and the surrounding spiritual energy gathered, infinitely compressed. Luding and Liu Jia formed a triangle, and the 6 puppets in front burst out with light, condensing into a giant spirit in the air, and slapped down at the same time. Boom! Baiming Xianxia only felt that his move had hit a steel plate, and was violently rebounded back, retreating several steps. Suddenly, a chill surged in his heart, and a great sense of crisis descended. He suddenly heard Baiming Duanju scream, "Great Ancestor!" A scarlet spear pierced through the protective cold air, and came out from his back. Mo also made his move the moment Baiming Xianxia made his move. Baiming Xianxia looked at his chest in disbelief, and an extreme anger and unwillingness spread in his heart. He roared, "You despicable man! How dare you sneak attack me?" Mo snorted disdainfully, and slowly pulled out the spear. Blood spurted out from Baiming Xianxia's chest. "It's not a fair fight. Isn't it normal to sneak attack you?" Mo sneered, feeling that this sentence was too childish. "That's right. It's not like we're fighting in an arena. Isn't it normal to ambush yourself?" Baiming Xianxia was stunned for a moment, and didn't know what to say. He quietly looked at his chest bleeding, and suddenly felt so tired that he couldn't even be bothered to stop the bleeding. The dark North Duanju's face was deathly pale in the sky. Seeing that his 2 ancestors had been heavily injured, he knew that they were in deep trouble. His ancestor didn't care anymore, suddenly turning into a streak of light and fleeing. Huasheng was shocked and shouted, "Don't go." She hurriedly chased after them. The difference in strength between the two was incomparably great. Once Duanju of the Dark North fled, it would be very difficult to catch up. Suddenly, a green light flashed in front of him, and a huge force pressed down from the sky, forcing Duanju of the North Sea to stop and appear in the air. "Wei Qing, you!" Dark North Duanju was furious. The person who suddenly appeared in front of him was Wei Qing, looking at him coldly. Huasheng was overjoyed and sped up her escape technique. In the blink of an eye, she had caught up and locked onto the North Dark Duan technique. Duanju of the North Sea gritted his teeth and said angrily, "I have no enmity with you, why do you want to harm me?" He angrily rebuked Wei Qing, his heart full of indignation and anger. Wei Qing said indifferently, "In this world, do you really have to have enmity to act? Your ancestor was ambushed by that demon, what enmity did they have?" Duanju of the North Sea said angrily, "We've known each other for a while, do you really want to kill me?" Wei Qing shook his head and said, "Not death, but rebirth." Duanju of the North Sea shuddered, immediately understanding Wei Qing's meaning, and said angrily, "I won't let you have your way even if I die." Cold air gushed out of his body, and his body turned into a dragon as he attacked. A rainbow formed in the air, and deep voices rang out continuously. Duanju of the North Sea was determined to die, so he used all his strength in this attack. The endless cold light reflected off his figure, looking lonely and at the end of his road. Wei Qing was expressionless, and raised his hand. The yin-yang twin qi bottle gathered 2 qi, condensing on his palm, and kept spinning. This yin-yang twin qi bottle is rumored to be able to store not only people, but also the sky and the earth, but I haven't tried any of them. Today, I'll use Lord Duanju as a test, and it's also worthy of our acquaintance. Wei Qing said indifferently, and the mouth of the bottle turned towards Duanju of the North Sea. The 2 qi of yin and yang spun out, and the scene of the 8 trigrams appeared in the surroundings, evolving into 24 qi, and there were 36 demonic figures on them. When Duanju of the North Sea came into contact with the power of the 2 qi, he instantly felt something was wrong, and with a cry, his whole body was bound by a strange power. "Damn it! Go to hell with me!" In his panic, Duanju of the North Sea pounced at Wei Qing without care, wanting to detonate the dantian in his body and die with him. "Humph, childish!" Wei Qing snorted, "The weak have no right to choose life and death." He sent out a few hand seals, slapping them on the silver bottle. The 2 qi swirled, and the 8 trigrams gathered, instantly suppressing Duanju of the North Sea, and with a so sound, he was sucked into the bottle. Huashang watched the whole process, and only felt his face turn pale. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, not daring to face the man in front of him. Wei Qing put away the bottle, and said indifferently, "Lord Huashang, are you so afraid of me? You're from the Heavenly Martial Alliance, I naturally won't touch you." Huashang gritted his teeth and spat out 2 words, "Demon." Then he turned and left. After Duanju of the North Sea escaped, He scolded himself for being stupid, for his slow reaction, and letting Duanju of the Heavenly Martial Alliance take the initiative. Sure enough, when he also wanted to escape, Ningqian's divine sense and killing intent directly locked onto him, causing him to not dare to move on his own. He could only stand there with a gloomy face, not saying a word. Until he saw Duanju of the North Sea being taken away by Wei Qing using the bottle, he was so scared that his teeth kept chattering, and he rubbed his eyes a few times, as if he had lost his soul. At this moment, Bai Mingzhan, who had lost a lot of blood, finally couldn't stand it anymore, and fell on the ground. He just looked at the sky quietly, as if he was recalling the past. Suddenly, a handsome man came into his sight, and he said indifferently, "It's a pity that such a strong man died. Why don't you make some contribution to the realm of heaven martial arts?" Then a bottle appeared, its mouth facing him. Bai Mingzhan was stunned, and he felt this bottle was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard of it somewhere. But before he could recall anything, his body was wrapped up by the yin and yang qi, and his mind went blank, and he was sucked into the bottle. After Wei Qing took Bai Mingzhan, he walked towards Muhi. Muhi was so scared that he burst into tears, and he cried while trembling, Lord Wei Qing, please spare me, spare me." Wei Qing said, "Don't cry. Death is the most difficult thing in the world, and you should just pretend that you are dead. Moreover, you can still make contributions to the realm of heaven martial arts, so why not?" Ah. Muhi knew it was useless to beg for mercy, so he clenched his teeth and spouted a mouthful of blood. The blood didn't disappear, but condensed, and turned into a beam of light. Muhi became absent-minded. Ha, you unexpectedly used a blood technique in front of me, so childish." Mo couldn't help laughing. He was a master of playing with blood, and although Muhi's escape technique was powerful, he didn't care about it. He stretched out his 5 fingers, and the void exploded with a bang, and Muhi was shaken out. Wei Qing said, "Thanks a lot," and went forward to put Muhi into the bottle. He had never used this bottle to store people before, but it was too difficult to protect those materials in the shocking battle between Li Yunxiao and Bai Mingzhan, so he put all the materials into the bottle. Later, he found that the materials didn't change in the bottle, and under the nourishment of the yin and yang energies, they seemed to have become stronger, which made him overjoyed, so he tried to use the bottle to store people, but he didn't expect it to have such a miraculous effect. Wei Qing was in a good mood. With this bottle, he could not only collect materials at will, but also put a large number of killing weapons into the bottle, and carry them with him. Then, no one in the world could be his match. Huasheng and Ning Kuei looked at him with fear on their faces, but Mo was more curious than anything else. Is this a sacred artifact? Mo couldn't help but ask. Maybe. Although Wei Qing was sure it was a sacred artifact, he didn't know much about sacred artifacts, so he didn't know whether it was real or not. But since it was the demon lord's item, even if it wasn't a sacred artifact, it couldn't be any worse. Huasheng said angrily, "You've collected all the people of Baimingxian Palace, so there's nothing for you to do here, so why are you still here?" Wei Qing glanced at her, pointed at the ground, and said, "Isn't there another one down there? That one is not ordinary, so we can't waste him." Just as his finger pointed a few times, the entire mountain range immediately collapsed, and an earth-shattering sound rang out. Then, 2 rays of light broke through the ground and rushed into the sky. Bang! Bang! Li Yunxiao's body was covered in golden light, while Baiming Xianjian's demonic qi was overflowing. They fought from the ground to the sky, and it was hard to determine the victor. When Baiming Xianjian came out, he immediately felt that something was wrong. The entire mountain range was almost destroyed, but the people of Heavenly Martial Union were still there, while the people of the Baiming family were nowhere to be seen. "Big brother!" Baiming Xianjian's heart sank, and he shouted in panic. But there was only the sound of their battle, and no other echoes could be heard. Wei Qing said coldly, "Your big brother and all the disciples of the Baiming family are already dead." His voice wasn't loud, but it directly reached the sky. Moreover, his tone was full of ridicule and contempt, making people who heard it angry. Ah? Baiming Xianjian's heart was in chaos, and he anxiously said, "Impossible. Impossible." His mind panicked, and immediately revealed an opening, allowing Li Yunxiao to attack. The sword Death/Red pierced into his body, and then he was sent flying by a palm strike. The two of them were already at the end of their tether in the earth-shattering battle, and after fighting for a while in the ground, any carelessness could lead to their deaths. It was precisely because Wei Qing saw this that he purposely provoked him with words. This distraction immediately determined victory and defeat, and even life and death. "Hand over the outer sky Xianming stone." After Li Yunxiao's attack succeeded, he turned into a flash of lightning and chased after him, slashing out with his sword. The sword qi formed 7 lotuses, and with a pu sound, they struck into Baiming Xianjian's body, blasting open a few of his acupoints, causing him to be unable to circulate his demonic arts for a short period of time. "Just kill me. Just kill me." Baiming's sword fell to the ground, covered in blood. He stared coldly at Li Yunxiao, his eyes filled with boundless rage. Li Yunxiao let out a long sigh, "You're a character too. Take out the outer sky Xianming stone and I'll give you a quick death." Seeing Baiming sword's face full of ridicule, he said, "A loss is a loss, at least have some grace." "Grace? Ha ha ha, my Baiming family was destroyed by you in a day, and you still want me to have grace?" Baiming sword's eyes were spitting fire as he roared, "Even if I die, I won't let you go." Li Yunxiao said, "If you hadn't insisted on not giving me the Xianming stone, why would we have fought? Even if I was too stubborn, weren't you the same? This result is not what I want to see." Baiming sword fell silent. He felt regret in his heart. He was stubborn to cultivate with the outer sky Xianming stone so that he could break through to the demon venerable realm. He ignored the lives of his family, and ended up like this. Don't be sad. The Baiming family didn't die, they were just temporarily collected by me. You'll be able to be with them very soon. Wei Qing's figure flashed and appeared beside the two of them, saying, "Li Yunxiao, if you want to take something, hurry up. I can't help but want to collect this material." His face was gloomy, and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. Li Yunxiao felt a chill run down his spine. If it wasn't for the fact that the devil tribulation was imminent and he had witnessed the power of the slaughter weapons last time, he would have turned hostile and killed Wei Qing right now. "Collect? What collection?" Baiming's sword was startled, but he knew it was definitely not a good thing. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he was not willing to give up. He shouted, "You said my Baiming family hasn't died yet? Where are they?" Wei Qing stretched out his right hand, and a silver light flashed, transforming into the Yin Yang Twin Qi bottle. The design on it was exquisite and lifelike. "There in this bottle." "This is," Baiming's sword trembled, and cried out, "Yin Yang Twin Qi bottle?" His face became extremely shocked and twisted. His hands began to scratch his face as if he couldn't believe it. Wei Qing was startled by his appearance and asked blankly, "You also recognize this bottle?" However, when he thought of the other party's identity, who had shaken the world back then and had stayed in the demon world for such a long time, it was not surprising that he knew the origin of this bottle. "Ha ha ha, you recognize him?" "I don't just recognize him." Baiming reads the sword suddenly laughed wildly. He said, "I've been looking for this vase for many years. I didn't expect it to be in the heavenly martial arts realm." Wei Qing nodded and said, "Then this is really the will of the heavens. Not only can you be together with your family, but you can also see this treasure bottle. It can be considered as fulfilling your wish." Baiming's sword looked at him coldly, full of ridicule, and said, "You can't be using this bottle as a weapon, right?" Wei Qing was startled. He looked at him and said, "Then how else do you think this bottle can be used? Don't tell me you can also arrange flowers." "Ha ha ha, flower arrangement?" I'm dying of laughter. Baiming reads the sword laughed so hard that tears fell from his eyes. "Ha ha ha, flower arrangement. This bottle contains a huge secret, and I'm afraid in the whole heavenly martial arts realm, only I know about it." He stopped laughing and raised his head to look at Wei Qing. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "Isn't this kind of life-saving method too childish?" Wei Qing nodded and said, "It's a little childish. Senior, your intelligence makes us, the juniors, feel ashamed." "Humph, believe it or not, it's up to you. I can't keep the extraterrestrial dark underworld stone, and I'm seriously injured. My path of divine path has come to an end, and I'm not interested in other things anymore. That secret will be buried in the world forever." Baiming reads the sword's expression became calm. After he finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes. Li Yunxiao scanned him with his divine awareness and immediately found the extraterrestrial dark underworld stone. He grabbed the air, and with a bang, the space exploded. A jade stone was caught in his hand. As soon as his palm touched the jade stone, he felt a shocking chill enter his body and move up along his meridians. The jade stone looked ordinary, and it was completely white. There was nothing special about it, but when he held it in his hand, he could feel that it was extraordinary. He hurried to operate his yuan power to suppress the chill. "I got the jade stone. I'll grant you a quick death, so that a hero of the generation won't be defiled by others." Li Yunxiao raised his sword and slashed at him. Although Baiming reads the sword was stubborn, he wasn't a bad person. Moreover, after the fight, they had developed a mutual appreciation for each other, and he couldn't bear to see him fall into Wei Qing's hands. Bang! The sword decapitation crimson fell half a foot in front of Baiming reads the sword. Wei Qing flicked it with 2 fingers, and it deviated from its original position. Li Yunxiao said in a deep voice, "Wei Qing, you." Wei Qing sneered and snorted, "Your soft-heartedness is acting up again. This is a peak void prime realm existence, what a pity to waste it." Baiming reads the sword looked at the two of them coldly, not taking it to heart. Either way, he was meat on the chopping block. The loser had no right to choose life and death. He couldn't be bothered to worry either, directly closing his eyes. Then, he felt his body sway, and he was sucked into the silver bottle by the Yin Yang Qi. At this point, the entire Baiming Profound Palace's people were all taken away by Wei Qing. Li Yunxiao said in a cold voice, "The way you do things is too unjust. Be careful of a miserable end in the future." Wei Qing said, "If my methods weren't a little more ruthless, I'd be in a miserable end now. Where would there be a future? Once this matter is over, I won't follow you back to Yanwu City. Farewell for now." The space around him wavered slightly, and only an afterimage was left, gradually disappearing from the spot. Li Yunxiao knew that he must be in a hurry to create the slaughter weapons and research that Yin Yang Qi bottle. Huashang said, "Alliance leader Yun, let's go back as well." She glanced at the mountain full of cracks and sighed, "The Baiming family will disappear from this world from now on." Li Yunxiao said, "The rise and fall of honor and disgrace in the world, the rise and fall of aristocratic families, this is the law of history. It has been like this for countless years, great waves washing away the sand, rolling forward. Huashang nodded. How could I not understand this principle? It's just that we're all part of the seven great forces, so it's inevitable that the fox mourns the death of the rabbit. Ning Qian's state of mind was better. After all, he had experienced the Battle of Scarlet Moon City, so he was indifferent now. Let's go back to Yanwu City. We don't have time to chat here, Mo urged. After seeing Li Yunxiao and Bai Ming reads the sword's battle, it gave him a lot of pressure. He couldn't wait to enter cultivation. He thought for a bit, and then awkwardly brought up the matter of meeting Lin to Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao said, Lord Lin is still cultivating, so it'll be hard to meet her. However, I can let you meet Lord Can and Lord Ho and ask for their opinion. If they don't agree, then I can't do anything. However, the two of them have a deep understanding of the demonic race's cultivation methods, so if you don't understand anything, ask them. Maybe they can answer you. Based on Li Yunxiao's guess, Can and Ho most likely wouldn't let Mo meet Lin, so they wanted him to be mentally prepared first. Mo thanked them and entered the World Divine Monument. Li Yunxiao and the other two turned into flowing lights and returned to Yanwu City. He studied the otherworldly dark stone for a few days and found many problems. The cold air emitted by this jade stone wasn't very harmful, but the cold air directly froze into the bone marrow, destroying the body's functions and structure. Moreover, this kind of damage was permanent and couldn't be healed at all. It could only destroy the necrotic structure and regenerate the body. Li Yunxiao tried to use his divine sense to explore the otherworldly dark stone. Just as he touched its surface, he felt his consciousness stagnate. A cold air seemed to invade through his divine sense, scaring him so much that he hurriedly severed his divine sense. Looks like this stone is indeed extraordinary. I can't let the demon race get it. Li Yunxiao placed over 100 seals on the stone, then threw it into the World Divine Monument, which sank into the ground. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Now, almost all the power of the Tianwu continent is gathered in the Heavenly Martial Alliance and the Sanctuary. The North-South Business Alliance is also quite powerful, but as long as they don't do anything out of line, I don't want to care about them for now. As for the overseas forces, Li Yunxiao pondered for a while, then took out a communication jade talisman, guided a strand of his divine sense into it, and sent it into the void. He muttered to himself, let Lord Mudi send people to the overseas region to test the attitude of the Heaven's Moat Cliffs and the various sections. Yanwu City controls all the rules, so it's impossible for them not to be tempted. After doing all this, he put aside everything else and began to cultivate. He formed a seal with one hand, and a golden halo appeared on his fingertip. It was formed by 4 ancient Maha characters, and it revolved in front of his finger. Just like that, he quietly sat in the void, motionless. That was the finger seal of the true art of absolute beginning. Back then, when Jie Bailuan had forcefully imparted the true art of absolute beginning and her own comprehension to him, it was like stuffing a big bun into his mouth, and he had to digest it bit by bit. As he cultivated the true art of absolute beginning, his comprehension of the heavenly Tao seemed to have increased by another level. There seemed to be something lingering in his heart, but he couldn't grasp it. However, a vague feeling spread in his heart. The question that had been troubling him for a long time seemed to require a higher comprehension of the heavenly Tao. How could he let a demonized cultivator escape from the devil's barrier? Since ancient times, there had been countless experts, but the one with the deepest comprehension of the heavenly Tao was ancient God Maha. The ancient God Maha art he left behind was the #1 God art in the world. As for how to escape from the devil's barrier, he could only find the answer from the ancient God Maha art. Now, he had grasped quite a bit of the great world and great development divine arts, and he had verified them with each other. He had understood many of the ancient Maha characters' meanings. Now, he cultivated the true art of absolute beginning in order to improve further. Several days passed peacefully. Everything in the realm of heaven martial arts proceeded in an orderly manner. All the sects in the world sent their experts to cultivate here, including the Heavenly Eagle Temple, the Mei family, and other sects that had relations with Li Yunxiao. For several days, Li Yunxiao didn't move at all. He maintained the same posture, and the light on his fingertip revolved like a wheel, without any change. On this day, his fingertip trembled slightly, and the ancient Maha characters disappeared, and the golden light scattered. Only then did he come back to his senses. Anger appeared on his face as he raised his head to look at the sky. At this moment, he was cultivating in the sky above the land of demon ceiling. He was quite a distance away from Yanwu City, and he sensed a slight fluctuation of origin energy coming from Yanwu City. The fluctuation came from so far away, so it must be an extremely intense battle. I just don't know who has such power. There weren't many people in the world who dared to trespass into Yanwu City. Li Yunxiao muttered to himself irresolutely. Then, a blue light flickered, and he disappeared. In the sky above Yanwu City, dark clouds rolled down like the eve of a storm. But the rain didn't fall, and the air was so heavy that it was difficult to breathe. Several small figures were standing in the sky. Looking from inside the city, they looked like black dots as small as ants. But every time these little black dots collided, a powerful light wave would ripple out in all directions. Listening Moody, Bin Sun, Pani, and others were fighting, but they still showed signs of losing. They were forced to retreat. Only 2 people came to attack. They were covered in armor, and their moves were fierce and overbearing, in accordance with the way of heaven. Every move had a large number of runes flying around them. I was wondering who it was. It turns out that enemies are bound to meet. Li Yunxiao's voice came from the sky. Then, with a flash of cyan light, he appeared on the battlefield. Moreover, the fluctuations of the battle seemed to have spread very far. Some experts in seclusion were also awakened, and they all turned into rainbows. Li Yunxiao looked coldly at the 2 people, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Zhanpu, Zhanyu, did you come to throw away your lives? The 2 experts in golden armor were Zhanpu and Zhanyu. They had also come from the immortal realm. They had followed the 10 directions rules here, but they were stopped by Yanwu City. It's you. Zhanyu's face darkened, and he said, You are the lord of Yanwu City? Li Yunxiao said, Enemies always meet. Since the 2 of you are here, you can stay in peace. His words were a declaration of his position. Listening Moody and the others, as well as the newcomers, spread out and surrounded the 2 brothers. Although the strength of the 2 brothers was obvious to all, this was Yanwu City, their home ground. Even a manifestation realm expert would have to kneel before them if they came. Zhanyu said gloomily, I didn't expect you to be so talented. We came here to comprehend the 10 directions rules. We don't want to be enemies with your school. Li Yunxiao said leisurely, the 10 directions rules are the 10 directions rules of Yanwu City, or the 10 directions rules of the Southern Field. I am the Lord of Yanwu City and the Lord of the Southern Field. You are not welcome here. Please go to the other 3 fields to comprehend it. Zhanpu said angrily, This is the heavenly martial arts realm's regulation power. How can it belong to you alone? Li Yunxiao cast a glance at him and said with a sneer, Everyone in the heavenly martial arts realm owns a spiritual mountain or a precious land. Why don't you ask the great factions to share it with everyone? Even the sky overturning earth's seal in your hands is the crystallization of the wisdom of the heavenly martial arts realm's seniors. It should be shared by everyone. How can you 2 take it for yourselves? His words rendered the 2 speechless. Zhanyu snorted and said, I won't argue with you. This comprehension of the 10 directions law, us brothers are determined to obtain it. But since you're the host, we don't want to be enemies with you. Tell us a solution that satisfies both sides. Li Yunxiao said, It's very simple. Join the Heavenly Martial Alliance, and you'll be able to enjoy the rare resources that have disappeared for 100,000 years. Otherwise, there's no room for discussion. What? Join Yanwu City? Zhanyu rebuked angrily, You actually want us brothers to be your subordinates and listen to your orders. You're too arrogant and arrogant. The Zhanyu wore an unsightly expression. He said, Even the eastern region's King Yiqingyu couldn't subdue us brothers. What right do you have? Li Yunxiao waved his hand and said, I don't have any right. I won't make things difficult for you brothers. Please leave. Zhanyu and the Zhanyu didn't move. They stood in the sky in a daze, not knowing what to do. Li Yunxiao sneered and said, What? Do you want to stay and be beaten? Don't forget that we still have a grudge to settle. I have many things to do, so I don't have time to deal with you. If you want to be beaten, I don't mind fulfilling your request. A murderous aura spread from Li Yunxiao's body. The pupils of the others shrank, and they started to revolve their vital energy. As long as Li Yunxiao gave the order, they would attack at any time. Suddenly, a rainbow flew over, and after several flickers, it landed on one side of the battlefield. It turned into a man. It was Xuanli Island's Liao Xingchen. He was taken aback, and he said in surprise, "It's the Zhan brothers." Zhan Yu cupped his fists and said, "Lord Xingchen." Liao Xingchen also cupped his fists, which could be considered a greeting, and said, "The two of you must have come for the power of laws, right?" Zhan Yu said, "That's right. Since Lord is here, then Xuanli Island should have infiltrated as well. Lord, please be the judge. This Li Yunxiao has occupied the power of laws of 10 directions. How can there be such an absurd thing in this world?" Liao Xingchen immediately understood the whole story. He smiled and said, "Rules are made by people. To be honest, Xuanli Island can't do anything about it. We are comprehending the power of laws in Yanwu City, so we must listen to Alliance Leader Yan's orders. This is the contract between Xuanli Island and Heavenly Martial Alliance." What? The two brothers were shocked. Zhan Yu's face was full of disbelief, and he asked, "Xuanli Island also has to listen to Heavenly Martial Alliance's orders?" Liao Xingchen said, "It's not that Xuanli Island has to listen to orders, but those who cultivate in Yanwu City must abide by Yanwu City's rules. When Yanwu City encounters external enemies, they have the duty and responsibility to lend a helping hand. As a matter of fact, I just came out of closed seclusion and sensed essence energy fluctuations, so I rushed over. I didn't expect it to be the two of you." The Zhan brothers' hearts turned completely cold, and they were extremely shocked. If Xuanli Island compromised with Heavenly Martial Alliance, then what right did the two of them have to compete? If they didn't compete, were they not going to comprehend the power of 10 directions? That was absolutely impossible. The two brothers' faces became gloomy, unable to make a decision for a moment. "How about this? I can give the two of you a concession." Li Yunxiao said, "If you join Heavenly Martial Alliance, as long as it doesn't involve the Fiend War, the two of you don't have to obey. But once it involves the Fiend War, you must listen to orders. Otherwise, this young master will not be lenient and will kill without mercy." There was no need to doubt the two's strength. Li Yunxiao also very much hoped to be able to pull the two of them into the alliance, and did not want to force them too much. Liao Xingchen smiled and said, "Alliance Chief Yun, this is the first exception. What else do the two of you have to consider? Although the power of laws will spread, it will be difficult for it to spread out of the southern region in a short period of time. This is a rare opportunity, and time is not on our side." "All right. We agree." Zhan Yu thought for a moment. This was already the best outcome. It would be difficult to obtain better conditions if the stalemate continued. He was not a stubborn person, and he knew how to take advantage of the situation. He said, "But I have to make it clear that as long as it doesn't involve the Fiend War, even if Yanwu City is destroyed, the two of us will not interfere." Li Yunxiao revealed a smile, and inadvertently exchanged a glance with Liao Xingchen. He nodded and said, "Don't worry. If not for the Fiend Calamity, I wouldn't have the mood to order the two of you around. As long as you make a hard oath, you can stay in the southern region forever." "A hard oath?" The two brothers' expressions changed, and they were clearly unhappy. However, looking at the expressions of Li Yunxiao and the others, they knew that there was no way to compromise. They could only make a hard oath, and their faces were filled with depression. "Welcome, welcome to the Heavenly Martial Alliance." Li Yunxiao was in a good mood, and he clapped his hands to welcome them. "Humph." Zhan Yu's expression was cold as he said coldly, "Quickly arrange a place for us to cultivate. If there is no Fiend War, don't disturb the two of us." Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and looked at Ling Mudi. Ling Mudi immediately ordered someone to make the arrangements. The two brothers' expressions were gloomy as they followed behind the person who made the arrangements, and they landed in Yanwu City. Ling Mudi was also in a good mood, and he praised, "Although these two brothers are not good people, they are very strong. It's good to let them enter seclusion in Yanwu City, lest they cause trouble outside." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Now that the laws are gradually spreading, I'm afraid those old monsters in the immortal world will come after hearing the news. I'll have to trouble Lord Mudi. Try to absorb them into the Heavenly Martial Alliance as much as possible." At the very least, they must be willing to work for the fiend Calamity, like the Zhan brothers. Otherwise, we will not accept them. Understood. Ling Mudi nodded. Suddenly, 2 rays of light flew out from Yanwu City, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived beside Li Yunxiao. It was Narcissus and Duanmu Yoyu. Big brother Yunxiao. Water deity called out and leaned on him affectionately. Li Yunxiao smiled at her, then looked at Duanmu Yoyu, and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Duanmu Yoyu's brows flashed with a hint of worry. Although his eyes were clear, under Li Yunxiao's ingenious Dharma spirit eye, he could not hide the trace of worry. Duanmu Yoyu said solemnly, "I've been cultivating in seclusion for the past few days, and I've been feeling uneasy, as if something is about to happen. I couldn't help but use the heavenly god's divination, and it shows that there will be a great calamity between my friends and family." Friends and family? Li Yunxiao frowned. Who are you referring to? Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Narcissus. Duanmu Yoyu nodded and said, "The calamity indicated by the heavenly god's divination is the Sea Imperial Palace." What? Li Yunxiao was shocked, and said, "What could happen to the Sea Imperial Palace? And you, what is your relationship with the Sea Imperial Palace?" Narcissus was the first to speak. "His aunt and my mother are from the same sect." Ah? Li Yunxiao was stunned, thinking of Ro Wei, who was still hanging by a thread under the 7-star lamp, had such a relationship with the Duanmu family. Duanmu Yoyu said, "Exactly. Princess Narcissus's mother, Lady Ro Wei, is the same as my Duanmu family, a successor of the true Genesis technique. So that's how it is." Li Yunxiao seemed to have figured out some problems, such as the remnant souls of Huidou sealed in Ro Wei's body. Because Feng Yaoli was also the inheritor of the absolute beginning true technique, these people were related to the Bailuan knots. He did not know that Duanmu Yoyu had obtained Jie of Bailuan Wheel's inheritance, nor did he know that Jie of Bailuan Wheels had died in Yin Yu's hands. Duanmu Yoyu said, "This feeling makes me uneasy." Not only that, he made a grabbing motion in the air, and the 9-sparkle star staff appeared in his hand. The rings of stars swayed continuously, emitting a crisp sound. Li Yunxiao had also refined a portion of the true Genesis technique. Although it was still very shallow, he had a feeling that the 9-sparkle star staff had emotions, and it was emitting a sense of anxiety. This anxiety even affected his temperament, causing ripples in the bottom of his heart. Li Yunxiao made a prompt decision, and said, "To the Sea Imperial Palace." Once this decision was made, he immediately felt a sense of irritation spread in his heart, and it slowly turned into a heavy feeling, making his heart heavy. This feeling, what is going on? Li Yunxiao became worried. Ever since he started cultivating the true Genesis technique, he found that he had become more sensitive, and he seemed to be able to foresee some inexplicable things. Ling Mudi reminded, "Take more people with you to the Sea Emperor Palace. I won't be going with you." Li Yunxiao nodded. "There shouldn't be any void ultimate realm powerhouses in the 4 seas, but I still feel uneasy. Also, I don't know what the cultivation of the Archaeosaurus sleeping in the East Seas Rainlands is. After going to the Sea Emperor Palace, we can go to the Rainlands." In addition to Archaeosaurus, there was also Dragonhead's World Sword, Calamity Without Beginning, which was also what Yu wanted. When Li Yunxiao thought of this, he suddenly froze and fell into deep thought. If Yu was still attached to the dragon-quaking mallet, then he would definitely not let go of Calamity Without Beginning, and that Archaeosaurus was his son. Li Yunxiao felt that the East Sea situation was a bit chaotic, but he was not too worried. As long as Archaeosaurus's strength did not surpass Yu's, it would not cause too much trouble. Moreover, the main purpose of this trip was the Sea Emperor Palace. If there were any changes, he could go to the East Sea next time. Ling Mudi said, "Let Pani go with you. I also want to see who is free." Li Yunxiao asked curiously, "Why bring Pani? I don't think he will be willing." Pani was standing quietly not far away. Sure enough, he frowned after hearing this, and he indeed looked unhappy. Ling Mudi looked at him, reminiscence and sorrow flashing in his eyes. During the Demon Sealing War, Dawn Wind Remnant had a close relationship with the 4 seas. Dawn Wind Remnant, this name flashed in Li Yunxiao's mind, and he looked at Pani. Although things remained the same, people had changed. His physical body was indeed Dawn Wind Remnant's. Li Yunxiao said, "Even so, he is indeed not Dawn Wind Remnant. Fine, let's just treat it as a continuation of what happened in the past." Panny, come with me. Although Panny was unwilling, for some reason, he did not resist Li Yunxiao's orders. He softly grunted and nodded. Mudi said, why don't you call those close friends of yours as well? Mudi had wanted to call Bei Chunnan, but Bei Chunnan was also in seclusion. His cultivation level, which had dropped, was starting to recover. Among Li Yunxiao's several confidants, the only one he knew who was free was Fei Anai. Although Chu Hongyan and Luo Yunsheng were not in closed-door training, Li Yunxiao knew that both of them had reached a bottleneck in their cultivation. The reason why they did not announce it was that they were on standby at any time. Right now, Fei Anai only needed to continuously absorb the true tail plume of the heavenly phoenix. The next time he went into seclusion would definitely be when he finished absorbing the true tail plume. Fei Anai, then. Li Yunxiao said, call Gu Qingqing as well. Liao Xingchen, who was listening on the side, suddenly said, if there aren't enough people, let me and my younger brother go with you. All right, all right. Narcissus clapped her hands and said, I haven't seen Lord Star Abyss for a long time. Liao Xingchen's younger brother was Liao Xingyuan, who was saved by Narcissus in the demonic fog outside the ancient demon well. Liao Xingchen nodded and said with a smile, my younger brother also talked to me about Princess Narcissus saving his life. I am very grateful. He cupped his fists and thanked sincerely. Hee, you don't have to thank me. I was also saved by someone. Narcissus said with a smile. The scene on that day was constantly blurring in her mind. She could not remember what happened, but she vaguely felt that she was saved by someone. Li Yunxiao said happily, with the two of you accompanying me, everything will be fine. Ling Mudi said, all right, then it's these people. I will inform them immediately. Liao Xingchen and his brother, Fei Anai, Gu Qingqing, Panyi, and the three great demons in the universe deity steel, 8 void extreme deity realm experts, as well as Li Yunxiao, the Duanmu siblings, Narcissus, and her junior brother, Huaxiao. This force was enough to sweep through the 4 seas. According to Narcissus's description, there were quite a number of roads leading to the sea forest, but they were all extremely difficult to find. The most convenient way was to go through the 4 seas palace. The king of each sea controlled the passage to the sea forest, and the one closest to Yanwu City was the South Sea. The group immediately set off from Yanwu City in search of the South Sea Palace. More than 10 days later, on a vast sea, a strong wind blew, and huge waves swept across the sky and the earth. The entire tens of miles of sea turned into a whirlpool, rushing towards the sky. Oh no! It's the clan leader of the raging shark race. In the sea, a large number of creatures with red bodies and hard shells fought bravely. Affected by the huge waves, they all lost their balance and began to be swept away, then killed by a large number of raging shark warriors. Clan leader. Let's retreat quickly. The red-shelled warriors had round eyes, and their hands were in pincers. They were the red crab race. Although their individual strength was not as strong as the raging shark warriors, they won in numbers. The sea was filled with crushed crab shells and meat, floating in the seawater that reeked of blood. We can't retreat. The clan leader of the red crab race roared, hold on. Turtle King is almost here. A large number of red crab warriors rushed into the whirlpool. Like a huge meat grinder, they went in and out, never to return. They were all crushed into fresh meat, floating in the sea. The clan leader of the red crab race shouted, this is the raging shark race's innate mystical ability, overturning rivers and seas. But it won't last long. We'll win if we hold on a little longer. Within the whirlpool, a pair of sharp eyes vaguely appeared, shooting toward the red crab race leader like blades. The red crab race leader jumped in fright and took a few steps back. He snorted coldly, what, am I right? In the entire raging shark race, you are the only one who can use this move. After this move, the raging shark race will be swept into the trash of history, never to exist again. The raging shark warriors in the whirlpool all grimaced in anger, their eyes bloodshot. Around those sharp eyes, a face slowly appeared, glaring at the red crab race leader and saying coldly, aren't you afraid that when the royal family returns, you will no longer have a place to stay? Haha, the royal family returns? That's no longer possible. The chief of the Red Crab clan was brimming with confidence. He placed his hands on his hips and scolded arrogantly, according to the information I've received, the royal clans of the other three seas are not the only ones who have gone missing this time. This is definitely not a coincidence. If my predictions are correct, the entire four seas are about to change. And when the time comes for the change of dynasties, the red crab race will slap you to death on the beach. The hearts of the raging shark warriors shook violently, and they all cried out absent-mindedly, "Impossible, Lord Race Leader, is this true?" That pair of sharp eyes seemed to hesitate for a moment, and did not answer. However, this seemed to be a tacit agreement. For a moment, the hearts of the people were scattered, and they all fell silent in extreme shock. Ah! Suddenly, several raging shark warriors screamed. Their bodies were crushed by a force, and their blood and flesh exploded in the whirlpool. The other warriors were all shocked. Their race's physical bodies were strong enough to withstand all kinds of attacks. Who had the power to crush their bodies in one go? Another few raging shark warriors were crushed into pieces, and the giant whirlpool also began to slow down, as if it was greatly obstructed. The raging shark race leader's eyes widened, filled with shock and anger. He roared, "Turtle King! Even you have betrayed the royal family?" Before, the red crab race leader had said it, but he did not believe it at all. Now that he felt that power, he gradually believed it. His eyes were filled with grief and anger. Kaboom! Above the whirlpool, a giant shadow descended, pressing directly into the sea, and the entire whirlpool exploded. Splash! Shocking seawater rushed into the sky, and a large number of raging shark warriors' bodies floated in the water. Blood dyed this part of the sea red. In the shallow part of the sea, a gigantic turtle the size of an island lay dormant. Haha! It's the Turtle King! We're saved! We're going to win! The red crab race leader laughed wildly, and the whiskers on his face trembled in excitement. The surrounding red crab warriors also cheered, and they took the opportunity to fly over, turning into water arrows. Many of the raging shark warriors were directly cut into pieces by the dozen red crab warriors after they were injured. Charge out of the sea! The raging shark race leader roared. Splash! Splash! His voice rang out, and the remaining dozen or so raging shark warriors rushed out of the sea with him, flying into the air. Splash! A large area of seawater exploded, and hundreds and thousands of red crab warriors rushed out, surrounding the dozen or so people. Ha ha ha, the final victory is still ours. The red crab race leader was in high spirits, and he arrogantly said, "Raging shark, kneel and kowtow to me, and I will spare your life." The raging shark race leader glanced at him in disdain, as if he had never taken him seriously. This made the red crab race leader furious, and he roared, "Damn it! Kill them all, leave none alive." A large number of red crab warriors rushed over, their killing intent shaking the sky. The dozen or so raging shark warriors were full of sorrow, but they were not afraid of death. With a few earth-shattering roars, they also attacked the red crab warriors, and for a moment, they actually had the upper hand. Suddenly, an old voice came from the sea, and with deep sorrow, sighed. "Raging shark, why? A wise man submits to circumstances. As long as you put down your resistance, the raging shark race can still survive." Humph. The raging shark race leader looked at the gigantic island-like turtle shell under the water and sneered. "Sorry, I only have hot blood, and what I lack is servility. I have never known what it means to be submissive." The turtle monarch sighed. "With your stubbornness, the entire race will be buried because of you." The raging shark race leader sneered. "Dying standing is better than kneeling at the feet of these crab warriors that I have never looked at properly. Pooh, just thinking of you, a 10,000-year-old turtle, kneeling and licking their boots makes me feel disgusted." The turtle monarch was silent for a while, and then he said, "Do you really think these red crab warriors can invite me to betray the royal family?" The raging shark race leader was shocked, and he said, "Then who is it? Who is behind this?" The turtle monarch slowly said, "I don't know who the person behind this is, but the person who makes me betray him has the power that makes me shudder. It is a super expert of the sea race." The turtle monarch's voice carried a trace of fear, and he said with a trembling voice, "Do you remember the ancestor of the crab race?" The raging shark race leader suddenly remembered, and he exclaimed, "The super expert known as Lord Divine Beast, Crane Crab Ancestor. The dozen or so raging shark race warriors shuddered. They had heard of the crane crab ancestor. He killed people like scything flax, and he would make you disappear at the slightest provocation. Rumor had it that even the Four Seas king clans were no match for him. It was said that he had long surpassed the limits of martial arts and entered a higher realm. The Turtle King nodded slowly. Since you know this person, you should admit defeat. If you surrender now, you can preserve the legacy of the raging shark race. It's too late. The red crab race leader shouted. Even if he kneels before me and begs now, I will completely exterminate the raging shark race. He has already missed the opportunity one gave him. No matter how much he begs for mercy, it's useless. His eyes were filled with the joy of revenge. Hee, well said. As expected of my descendants. A faint voice came from the void and entered everyone's ears, causing their hearts to tremble inexplicably and their hairs to stand on end. Ah? It's the ancestor. The red crab race leader shouted, his face filled with ecstasy. He knelt down excitedly and shouted, Greetings, ancestor. All the red crab race warriors cheered and knelt down. There were only 7 raging shark race warriors left. They all had miserable expressions as they stood there numbly. There was a flash in the void, and a skinny old man in embroidered robes appeared on the surface of the sea. His eyes were like those of the crabs, and his body glowed with a brown luster. Other than that, he was no different from a human. The old man rolled his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold and hideous smile. He said with a chuckle, a few mere sharks dare to resist this old man? I haven't traveled the 4 seas for many years, and you've forgotten about this old man's existence. The red crab race leader hurriedly knelt and said, Please calm down, ancestor. These are just blind things. I will take care of them for you immediately. The crane crab ancestor waved his hand and said, Kill them all. I want to see their flesh torn off piece by your pincers. Yes. The chief of the red crab clan cried out excitedly and loudly, Little ones, let's tear apart these ignorant fools and show the ancestor our strength. Yes. Hundreds and thousands of red crab race warriors gathered around. They all had ferocious looks in their eyes, and the pincers in their hands made cracking sounds. So noisy. What are they doing? Suddenly, an extremely discordant voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone was shocked and looked towards the source of the voice. They saw that on the Turtle King's island-like back, there were more than 10 people standing at some point. Crane Crab Ancestor's heart skipped a beat. When did these people appear? Even with his cultivation, he didn't sense them at all. Moreover, they were all humans, he fixed his eyes on them. Except for 3 or 4 of them, he could not see through the cultivation of the rest. Are they all experts who have reached the peak? The crane crab patriarch was shocked. He shook his head and threw the thought to the back of his mind. With so many experts at the peak of perfection, it was absolutely impossible. These people must have treasures on them that can conceal their strength. When Crane Crab Ancestor thought of this, he believed it and calmly put down the stone in his heart. Who are you? The leader of the red crab race berated. He pointed at the dozen people on the turtle's back, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. Those people were none other than Li Yunxiao and the others. Li Yunxiao cupped his fists and said, Excuse me for disturbing you. I would like to ask, isn't this the territory of the South Sea royalty? Why don't I see anyone from the royalty? His divine perception covered a radius of 100 miles and he did not sense the aura of the descendants of the dragons along the way. Royalty? What do you want? The crane crab patriarch's vulture-like eyes swept across the dozen people and he said coldly, The 4 seas have never interacted with humans. It's best if you don't interfere in our affairs. Li Yunxiao looked at him and was shocked. This old crab was at the peak of the divine essence realm. He was only 1 step away from the divine sovereign realm. But judging from his age and talent, he would be just below the divine sovereign realm in this lifetime. Experts like this were extremely rare in the 4 seas. However, this was only the surface strength of the 4 seas. There were also many super sea tribes that even the royalty of the 4 seas and the Sea Emperor Palace did not dare to provoke. This old crab was probably one of them. Li Yunxiao guessed the situation very quickly. He smiled and said, We have no intention of interfering in your affairs. We just want to find a way. May I ask where Lord Qingming of the South Sea is? The crane crab patriarch asked cautiously, who are you and why are you looking for Qingming? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, we don't want to interfere in your affairs. Please don't interfere in our affairs and just point us the way. The crane crab patriarch's face was dark and he was hesitating. Although he was sure that these people had treasures to hide their strength, the 3 or 4 who could see through their cultivation level were also very powerful. He might not be a match for them. Otherwise, he would not have wasted so much time talking and would have killed them a long time ago. Are you friends of the king? The raging shark tribe patriarch suddenly asked, his eyes burning with passion. Before Li Yunxiao could answer, Narcissus suddenly shouted, you are from the raging shark tribe? The raging shark tribe patriarch was taken aback. He cupped his fists and said, I am indeed the raging shark tribe patriarch. May I ask who this lady is? He could sense that the water deity's temperament was extraordinary. She was definitely not an ordinary person. If these people were friends of the royal family, then they might be able to turn the tables today. Thus, his eyes were burning with passion and anxiety. The cultivator of Huaxiao said coldly, you are just a vassal under Qingming. Do you think you are qualified to ask about my junior martial sister's background? The raging shark tribe patriarch was angry but he held it in. He cupped his fists and said, I was reckless. The cultivator of Huaxiao said, you are the vassals and guards of the royal family. Did something happen to the South Seas royal family? The raging shark tribe patriarch couldn't care less anymore. He quickly said, the royal family is indeed in trouble. These people are trying to seize the throne. If you are friends of the royal family, I hope, shut up. The crane crab forefather bellowed, kill these idiots at once. Yes. The red crab tribe patriarch quickly said, little ones, kill them. Kacha, kacha. The few hundred red crab tribe warriors raised their pincers and rushed over. Not good. These little crabs are going to kill the raging sharks. Should we save them? Narcissus exclaimed and looked at Li Yunxiao. She wanted to save them, but Li Yunxiao had promised the crane crab patriarch not to meddle in other people's business. Thus, she was afraid that Li Yunxiao would be unhappy. Li Yunxiao nodded slightly. Narcissus was overjoyed. She ordered, cultivator of Huaxiao, save them. The cultivator of Huaxiao's figure flashed and appeared in front of the raging shark tribe warriors. The crane crab patriarch's heart suddenly sank. He shouted, not good. Watch out. But it was too late. The cultivator of Huaxiao put his palms together in front of him. A flame sword and turned into a blade that slashed in all directions. Scorching flame blade. Whoosh. A fierce flame swept across the sky. Screams of agony could be heard. More than half of the red crab tribe warriors were burned to ashes. The raging shark tribe patriarch was stunned for a moment. Then, he was overjoyed. He guessed that these people were not simple. But he did not expect them to be so strong. One move was enough to exterminate half of his tribe. The red crab tribe patriarch was completely petrified. He stood there in a daze. His brain could not process what was happening. Brat. Arrogant. The crane crab patriarch let out an enraged roar and tapped his feet on the water surface, blasting it apart. He then shot out like an arrow, and a crimson light appeared in his palm before transforming into a giant pincer projection that slashed down. The cultivator of Huaxiao was shocked. He did not dare to be careless. His body gradually changed. He revealed a long tail. It danced in the air like a giant blade and slashed over. Bang! Sparks flew everywhere. Blood immediately spurted out of the long tail. A large number of scales were shredded and fell off. The cultivator of Huaxiao cried out in pain and retreated. Narcissus mumbled, trash. Trash in the end. You even said you entered the immortal state. How powerful you are. But you can't even take one move from this old crab. Li Yunxiao was speechless. He explained, the cultivator of Huaxiao just entered the returning nature state. This old crab has been at the peak for a long time. I'm afraid even a normal heaven mastering state expert can't take him down. Narcissus giggled and held Li Yunxiao's arm. She leaned her head on it and said happily, Big Brother Yunxiao is the best. You only need one move to take down this old crab. Duanmuyoyu also sighed, there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I've never heard of this crane crab. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. We were really ignorant in the past. Li Yunxiao nodded. In his previous life, he was also stuck at the peak, and his strength was not much different from this old crab's. He couldn't help but look at him a few more times before saying, let's not waste time. Who wants to fight? Liao Xingyuan said, let me. He took a slow step forward and appeared right next to the crane crab before launching a palm strike toward it. The crane crab old ancestor was chasing the cultivator of Huaxiao. Suddenly, his hair stood on end. A chill of death spread in his heart. That palm was like the sky was collapsing and the earth was collapsing. He shouted in fear and despair, who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Only now did he know that these people didn't have any treasures that could hide their cultivation. It was because he couldn't see through them, Liao Xingyuan said, I've met the crane crab race before. They kill whoever they don't like. They're really annoying. That palm landed and broke the crane crab old ancestor's defense. His crab shell was shattered. He was sent flying as he spat out a mouthful of blood. All the members of the sea race were stunned. Be it the berserk shark race, the red crab race, or the turtle king, they were petrified. Time passed quietly, but it also felt like it was frozen. Li Yunxiao looked at the berserk shark race's leader and said, where is the royal race? What happened in the South Sea? Tell us exactly what happened. Gulp. It took the berserk shark race's leader a while to regain his composure. He patted his head and felt a sharp pain. Only then did he realize that what he saw wasn't an illusion. He finally understood that he had encountered a truly terrifying master. Not only the South Sea royal race, all the four seas royal races are gone. I heard that they received an order from the Sea Monarch Palace. The four royal races were ordered to leave their base and retreat to the deep sea. The Raging Shark clan's patriarch slowly revealed the information that he knew, causing everyone to be stunned. The four royal families have retreated? Li Yunxiao was taken aback. Unless something big happened, they wouldn't make such a move. What happened? Mad Shark Tribe Patriarch shook his head, we don't know the inside story. When the royal family retreated, they left us behind to guard this place, saying that they might return. Li Yunxiao scolded, it seems this Qin Ming is not a good person, running away with his family, leaving his loyal subordinates to guard this place. Mad Shark Tribe Patriarch's face turned ugly, cupping his fists, Lord, please don't speak carelessly, this is our duty. Hee hee. Li Yunxiao sneered, everyone has their own ambitions, since you are willing, I won't say anything. I want to enter Sea God Palace through the royal family, is there a way? Enter Sea God Palace? What do you want to do? Mad Shark Tribe Patriarch was startled, staring at them vigilantly, instinctively on guard. Huaxiao snorted coldly, I am Lord Sea God's disciple, isn't it normal to enter Sea God Palace? He took out a token and threw it over. Mad Shark Tribe Patriarch checked the token, confirming it was real, hurriedly offered it with both hands, saluting, so it is Lord Sea God Palace, greeting Lord. Huaxiao put away the token, saying, no need for formalities, just tell us how to enter the sea forest. Mad Shark Tribe Patriarch hesitated, the secret passage to the sea forest has always been controlled by the royal family, I don't know. Huaxiao frowned, asking, then how do we find the royal family? Qin Ming and the others left without leaving any contact information, right? Mad Shark Tribe Patriarch shook his head, only the royal family can contact us, we have no way of contacting them. Li Yunxiao was speechless, these people were really a bunch of stubborn blockheads. Suddenly, a cold sneer appeared on his face, still want to escape? He grabbed towards the sea, the crane crab ancestor who was sent flying by Liao Xingyuan's palm burst out of the water, falling on the turtle shell in a sorry state. Li Yunxiao smiled, come, tell me, how to get to the sea forest. If you don't know, I'll smash your head and search your soul. The crane crab ancestor shivered in fear and quickly begged for mercy, my lord, I really don't know. Bang, Li Yunxiao wasn't polite at all. He didn't feel like talking nonsense with him. He smashed the top of his head with one palm strike, and his spiritual sense crazily surged in, searching through his memories. The Turtle King and the leader of the Raging Shark clan were scared out of their wits, especially the leader of the Red Crab clan, who was standing far away. He was so scared that tears streamed down his face. His legs were weak, and he did not even have the strength to run. In their eyes, godlike existences were nothing more than ants in the hands of these people. They could crush them and kill them as they pleased. After a long while, Li Yunxiao slowly withdrew his divine sense with a serious expression. Bang! Crane crab ancestors had exploded once again. The upper half of his body was blown apart, and the rest of his body fell to the ground. Narcissus hurriedly asked, "Big brother Yunxiao, how is it?" Li Yunxiao solemnly said, "I'm afraid it's troublesome. There seems to be a force that wants to subvert the four seas, and they have joined forces with many of the Super Sea clans. This crane crab is just one of them. Many of the Super Sea clans that live in seclusion have been invited." Gu Qingqing was shocked. Who has such power? To be able to mobilize those Super Sea clans in the four seas, even the Sea Sovereign might not be able to do it. Li Yunxiao shook his head. "I don't know, but the one who contacted the crane crab is a man called Qiu. Is there an expert with this name in the four seas?" Narcissus, the cultivator of transformation, and the leader of the Raging Shark clan pondered, and all of them shook their heads. The cultivator of transformation said, "There are many Super Sea clans in the deep sea, and they might not have shown themselves for tens of thousands of years. It's not strange that we haven't heard of them." Gu Qingqing said, "If they are those sea clans that have lived in seclusion for hundreds of thousands of years, they wouldn't even show themselves during the Demon Sealing War. Why would they show themselves now?" Li Yunxiao's expression was solemn as he said, "Things might be worse than we imagined, but we can only take one step at a time. Everyone, be vigilant. The most important thing now is to enter the sea forest as soon as possible. We can only go through the other paths." Narcissus mumbled, "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have come to the South Sea. I came to save time, but now I've made things even more troublesome. I wonder when I can see father again." Li Yunxiao sighed, "Let's go, we are in troubled times, and everything comes at once. Can't the four seas wait until after the demonic calamity? It's like we've already discussed it." The group soared into the sky, and just as they were about to leave, the cultivator of transformation looked down at the giant sea turtle, and said coldly, "This thing betrayed the royal family, it's also betrayed our sea sovereign palace. What's the point of keeping it? I'll leave after I kill it." He immediately turned into a streak of fiery light and rushed down, and the giant red blade slashed down like a crescent moon. The seawater split apart, the turtle monarch's entire body was trembling, and he cried out in fear, "Don't kill me. I know the entrance to the sea forest." Swish! The cultivator of transformation immediately slanted, and slashed at the distant sea, directly splitting the entire sea in half, and a large amount of seawater evaporated. The turtle monarch's entire head shrunk back into his shell, and he quietly floated there, not daring to move. Li Yunxiao and the others once again landed on the turtle monarch's back, and coldly stared at him. The crazed Shark clan patriarch frowned. "Only the royal family controls the passage, how can you know? If you lie to these lords, there will only be an even more miserable ending." The turtle monarch's head carefully poked out, and he pleaded, "I really know, don't kill me. I've lived for 60,000 years, and I've served 21 generations of royal family. It's normal for me to know more than ordinary people." 60,000 years? You really are a 10,000-year-old tortoise. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Just now, we were all talking about the entrance, and you pretended not to hear us, right? Now that you're really dying, you're saying something?" The turtle monarch said bitterly, "The reason why I've lived for so long, besides the characteristics of the turtle clan, is also because I don't like to talk." Everyone was dumbfounded, and they felt that the tortoise's words were very reasonable. You could eat whatever you wanted, but you couldn't speak irresponsibly. Many people in the heavenly martial arts realm had lost their lives because of speaking irresponsibly. Although no one had counted it, it was estimated to be more than half. Li Yunxiao waved his hand in annoyance, and said, "Then speak quickly, or else you will end up like the crane crab just now." The turtle monarch was afraid, and the crane crab's corpse was still on his shell, so he didn't dare to speak irresponsibly, and he hurriedly told them everything he knew about the passage's entrance. Narcissus clapped her hands, and she said, "That's right, it should be there." She said fiercely, this giant turtle is dishonest, and since he has told us everything, it's useless. Let's kill him. The Huashe was stunned, and he looked at Narcissus with a bitter smile, then looked at Li Yunxiao, as if he was saying that Narcissus had been led astray by him. Don't kill me. You have to keep your word. The turtle monarch was so scared that tears streamed down his face, and he cried very sadly. Li Yunxiao stamped his foot on the turtle's shell, and he shattered it. He scolded him, when did I say that I would spare your life? Get lost, and don't ever appear in front of me again, you old tortoise. He didn't even feel like killing this kind of tortoise. The turtle monarch felt like he had been pardoned, and he shed tears of gratitude, and he slowly sank into the sea. Gu Qingqing suddenly said, wait. Since you've lived for so long, have you ever heard of a prisoner? The turtle monarch's body stopped, and his face was filled with doubt. He shook his head, and he said, Lords, I've never heard of it. Gu Qingqing waved her hand, and she said, all right, that's all. Get lost. After confirming the location, the few of them turned into a dozen streams of light and left. The turtle monarch watched them leave, and the doubt on his face gradually disappeared. In the depths of his bewildered eyes, there was a trace of extreme fear. His huge body trembled violently in the sea, and he didn't feel this kind of fear, even when the Huasho had slashed him, and he was on the verge of death. His mouth was open, and his dry throat couldn't make any sound. If one listened carefully, they would hear the word prisoner trembling. Several hours later, according to the coordinates given by the turtle monarch, the group arrived above a sea region. Li Yunxiao used his divine sense to check, and he said, it should be below here. The sea was boundless, and without coordinates, or an extremely strong divine sense, even the strongest existence would find it difficult to find the way. The group dove into the sea, and at first glance, it was an ordinary sea region, without any traces. However, Li Yunxiao said happily, this is it. Under Tsutsumi's gaze, there was an illusion set up in the vicinity. His eyes flickered, and his vast mental energy swept out. The surrounding seawater fluctuated, and the scene changed completely. A huge array formation appeared at the bottom of the sea, hidden by sand and sand. This is it. Narcissus shouted happily, I used this array formation in the past. Li Yunxiao and the others went up and checked it carefully. Only after confirming that it wasn't damaged did they feel at ease to use it. Soon, after all sorts of essence crystals were placed in it, a huge light spread out at the bottom of the sea, and a horrifying energy swept through the sea region for several kilometers, turning into a huge whirlpool. However, this little commotion was nothing compared to the entire South Sea. The 10-odd people were enveloped by the light, and they were instantly sucked into the passageway, heading toward the sea forest. After a while, Li Yunxiao's expression suddenly changed drastically. He stared at the dark space in front, like a ghost revealing a malevolent expression. Gu Qingqing also exclaimed, there's something wrong with the passageway. Li Yunxiao nodded, retracted his divine sense, and said, fortunately, it's not a powerful method. It's just using power to forcibly block the passageway, and we only need a stronger power to break it. Liao Xingchen said, in that case, just in case, let's all attack together to break that seal. Li Yunxiao said, it's sealed very tightly, but only relatively speaking. He raised his eyebrows, and said, I alone am enough. He took out the sword Decapitation Red, and a vast sword force slowly condensed. At this moment, at the other end of the passageway, somewhere in the sea forest, two strange-looking men stood in the air and stared at the barrier that had just been set up. One of them let out a long sigh and smiled, now it's foolproof. Even if it's an expert at the peak of perfection, he won't be able to come out from this tunnel. The other person nodded and said, let's go, there are still 2 passageways waiting to be sealed. The first person said, what's the hurry? Sealing these entrances takes too much effort. Let's rest for a while first. The other person's expression changed slightly and he said coldly, there are only 7 days left. We have to seal all the passageways. This is a death order. If anything happens, no one will be able to bear the responsibility. Damn it. There are only 7 days left. Aren't you asking for our lives? The first person grumbled with a sinister expression and snorted, even if we rush over to set it up now, we probably won't be able to complete it within 7 days. The other person said coldly, we have to complete it even if we die. Otherwise, we'll really die. Let's go. Stop wasting time here. The two of them consumed some natural treasures and calmed themselves down. Just as they were about to move, both of them stopped and exchanged glances. They then turned around to look at the restriction that they had just set up. One of them said, I keep feeling like there's something in the passageway. Before he could finish, a gigantic beam of light pierced through the restriction and sliced him into pieces. One of them said, I keep feeling like there's something in the passageway. The sword chi sliced through the void and shot into the ocean forest. A large number of trees were instantly turned into nothingness. However, due to the obstruction of the restriction, the sword chi did not cause too much of a tremor. The other man who set up the restriction was scared out of his wits. He shuddered a few times before letting out a wild cry and flying into the sky. However, the moment his body left the ground, he was sliced into pieces by a golden light. Ah, you killed him? The cultivator was shocked and looked at Narcissus. Narcissus's face was covered in a layer of frost as she said coldly, how dare he seal the passageway? Does he not deserve to die? The cultivator shook his head with a bitter smile. Li Yunxiao sighed, it's not that he doesn't deserve to die, but he can provide a lot of information. I should have searched his soul first before killing him. Narcissus was stunned for a moment before saying, since we're already back, we'll know what's going on soon. Li Yunxiao grunted and did not say anything else. He was a little tired from talking to Narcissus. Come with me. Narcissus returned to the forest of the sea. She was in an extremely good mood and was full of energy. There is no way out of this forest of the sea without someone to lead the way. Follow me. She was full of spirit as she turned into a ray of light and led the way. Li Yunxiao and the others followed closely behind. But after flying for a while, Narcissus screamed miserably and almost fell from the sky. In the middle of the boundless forest lay the corpse of a huge monster. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. He also recognized the monster. It was the deep-sea monster that Narcissus often summoned. Dodo. Dodo is dead, boo-hoo. Narcissus pounced on the strange beast and wept bitterly, tears streaming down her face. Li Yunxiao's divine sense spread out in all directions. His heart was filled with shock. Not only Dodo in front of him was dead, there were more than 30 deep-sea monster corpses lying in a 100-li radius. And after careful observation, he found that there were not many traces of damage around the corpses. It was clear that these deep-sea monsters were killed in seconds. Gu Qingqing examined Dodo's corpse and spat out the same word, killed in seconds. With their current cultivation, they could also kill these things in seconds. But within the 4 seas, among the known experts, there were not many who could do this. Li Yunxiao pulled Narcissus up and said, let's go to the Sea Emperor Palace first. I hope Lord Sea Emperor is fine. Only then did Water Deity stand up sorrowfully. She cried, Dodo, lie down here first. I will definitely avenge you. Li Yunxiao sighed inwardly. Tsutsumi's right eye emitted a faint light and laid out a simple illusion in the surrounding area, preventing Narcissus from seeing the other deep-sea monster corpses. Otherwise, who knows how she would cry. Narcissus was also worried about her father. She turned into a golden light and flew towards the Sea Emperor Palace. Gu Qingqing and the others also had a solemn expression. Li Yunxiao's illusion could not block their divine sense. Along the way, they found that the entire sea forest had become a graveyard. Other than the deep-sea monster corpses, all kinds of sea monsters that originally lived in the sea forest had died. After flying for a while, the Sea Emperor Palace appeared in front of him. In front of the majestic palace, there was a huge square. At a glance, other than emptiness, there was a bright red color of blood. Hundreds and thousands of corpses lay on the ground. Blood was everywhere. Some had dried up, but some were still fresh. Father! Narcissus shouted worriedly and rushed down. Bang! His head collided with the barrier. The impact made him dizzy, and he almost fell from the sky. Li Yunxiao hugged her and comforted her, don't worry, the barrier is still there. This proves that Lord Sea Emperor is safe. Narcissus held the bump on her head. Tears flowed down her face as she shouted, Father! Quickly open the barrier, your daughter is back. After shouting a few times, there seemed to be some reaction from inside the palace. A figure clad in golden armor appeared in front of the palace. It was Xianxia. His eyes narrowed and he formed several hand seals. In an instant, hundreds of seals flew into the sky. The entire barrier shook slightly and soon disappeared. Li Yunxiao and the others immediately flew in. Only then did Xianxia open the barrier again. "Where is my father?" Water deity rushed forward and grabbed Xianxia, looking as though she was unwilling. Xianxia's expression was solemn as he said, "Lord Sea Emperor is safe in the palace. Why did you come back at this time?" "Father." When water deity heard that her father was safe and sound, her worries immediately dissipated. She happily left the crowd behind and ran in. Li Yunxiao cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Mr. Xianxia. What happened in the Four Seas?" Xianxia shook his head, "We don't know either." "What?" Everyone was stunned as they looked at the corpses scattered on the square in front of the palace. There were all kinds of strange shapes and sizes. Moreover, all the sea clans in the sea forest had been slaughtered, and the Sea Emperor Palace still. "Didn't know who the other party was," Xianxia said, "we only know that there is trouble, but," he smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly, "but Lord Sea Emperor doesn't care about it." Li Yunxiao was also aware of Sea Emperor Bronze's negative attitude. He said, "Let's go see Lord Sea Emperor first." Xianxia looked at the people beside Li Yunxiao and was shocked. These people's auras were like an abyss. He couldn't see through them at all. He had only seen the Duanmu siblings before. He nodded slightly. The Duanmu siblings hurriedly put their palms together and nodded. Duanmu Youyu said, "Recently, I have been feeling uneasy. I guessed that something happened in the Four Seas. I didn't expect it to be true." Xianxia suddenly understood. He said, "No wonder you came back at this time. It's because of you." His tone was harsh as he said, "The Sea King does not care about what is happening now. The only thing he cares about is Princess Narcissus. Now that you have returned, you will make him feel uneasy." Duanmu Youyu smiled bitterly, "I have been feeling uneasy for the past few days. I can't do nothing. Lord Xianxia, you can rest assured. With Li Yunxiao here, we will definitely turn this disaster into a blessing." Ever since Bailuan Jie had asked him to follow and assist Li Yunxiao, he had gradually adapted to the position of assistant. Moreover, his confidence in Li Yunxiao had gradually increased. In the whole heavenly martial arts realm, apart from Yi Qingyu, Li Yunxiao was the only one who could lead the demon war. There was no one else. Xianxia said, "I also noticed that Li Yunxiao is extraordinary. He's already beyond my reach." Joy flickered in his eyes, and it seemed like he was looking forward to it. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly, "Lord, don't flatter me. I will go to see the Sea Emperor first. I have something important to report to him." Just as the group was about to enter, they suddenly stopped and turned around at the same time. They saw a large number of Sea Tribe's warriors rushing over from all directions. They were in the sky, the forest, and the sea. They attacked from all directions. Li Yunxiao furrowed his brows and said, "Judging from this attack, they aren't ordinary people. With such a strict organization, it should be easy to find out who is behind this, right?" Xianxia nodded and said, "If you really want to investigate, it shouldn't be difficult. But you should know Lord Sea Emperor's temperament. In the whole sea forest, I'm the only bodyguard, and there are more than 10 servants who can be neglected." Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. He said, "Lord Sea Emperor is really a peerless lover." Ro Wei's situation had almost ruined Bronze's life, but he had never regretted it. Li Yunxiao sighed inwardly and thought to himself, "I hope the heavenly fortune pill I brought can save Ro Wei." Xianxia said, "Sirs, wait for a moment. Let me deal with these dregs first." He soared into the sky, and his body shone brightly. He brandished the sword in his hand. The sword energy was like a rainbow, and it disintegrated in the sky. It turned into thousands of symbols and hid in the barrier. Suddenly, the whole sky trembled, and the barrier shone brightly. It seemed like a tangible jade cover had appeared in the sky. A dangerous aura spread out from the barrier, and thousands of sword energies suddenly flew out and attacked the Sea Tribe's members in all directions. Bang! 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 The sky was filled with the sound of the Sea Tribe's members being killed. Large numbers of corpses fell to the ground and were shattered by the barrier. Li Yunxiao looked at the center of the square. The corpses on the ground were clearly much stronger than the Sea Tribe's members outside. This proved that the barrier had been broken before. The low and middle-level Sea Tribe's members outside were practically committing suicide. Even if Xianxia didn't attack, they would still crash into the barrier and exhaust its energy. Xianxia's expression turned ugly. The enemy's attacks were stronger and stronger, but they had never displayed their full strength. It was as if they were purposely trying to exhaust them. But in the entire Sea Emperor Palace, only he and Braun could fight. He really couldn't understand what the enemy was thinking. Xianxia suddenly asked, "Lord Xianxia, have you ever heard of a super Sea Tribes expert called Qiao?" "Qiao?" Xianxia was stunned for a moment, then he shook his head and said, "I've never heard of it." "Why does young Master Yan ask such a question?" Xianxia immediately told him about the crane crab ancestor. Xianxia fell into deep thought as he listened. Xianxia smiled and said, "Don't think about it if you can't figure it out. We'll deal with it when it comes. The enemy must be plotting something. The mastermind behind this will show up sooner or later. Right now, it's likely that their target hasn't appeared yet. That's why they're constantly probing us." Xianxia nodded. Young Master Yan's words are reasonable, but there doesn't seem to be anything valuable in the Sea Imperial Palace that is worth the enemy's attention. Could it be for the ancient Maha characters? But those are just imitation characters, how could they be so attractive? Xianxia said, "I don't know about that, let's wait quietly. Or we can take the initiative to attack, first clean up the enemies in the sea forest, then seal the passage, letting them trap themselves in a cocoon of their own making." Gu Qingqing didn't agree, that seal is useless against super experts, it will waste a lot of energy, the gains do not make up for the losses. We should focus on defending the Sea Imperial Palace. Liao Xingchen and Liao Xingchen agreed with Gu Qingqing. Xianxia smiled bitterly, "Your words are reasonable, but if we only defend the Sea Imperial Palace, it will be too passive. After all, the four seas are vast, there are many troublesome things in it." Xianxia's pupils shrank, staring at some faint green things in the distance. They looked like seaweed, slowly spreading in the air, like ink dripping into water, expanding in all directions. "These should be the troublesome things Lord Xianxia mentioned, right?" Xianxia pointed at those green things. They appeared in the sky like large raindrops. They kept spreading and were getting closer and closer to him. The entire sky was covered in green at first, but as the green things overlapped, the sky slowly turned a gloomy green, almost blocking out the sunlight. The Sea Imperial Palace was brightly lit before, but as everyone spoke, it became dark and gloomy, completely blocked out. Fear flashed in Xianxia's eyes, he said solemnly, "Yes. Although these things are algae, they have intelligence. They are a kind of antique, extremely precious. They are rarely seen in the four seas, but we've seen them a few times in the past few days." He warned cautiously, "Everyone be careful. The barrier is about to be broken." Liao Xingyuan exclaimed, "Break the barrier?" Xianxia said, "These things are extremely corrosive, there are large amounts of black and green meatballs on the algae. The black ones will explode, the green ones contain poison. It was these things that broke the barrier several times before." Everyone saw that the meatballs attached to the barrier were expanding and contracting as they breathed. Finally, one of the beads exploded. The impact was not very strong, but it immediately caused a chain reaction. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of beads began to explode. That kind of muffled sound, like beans being fried, overlapped, and the air around the entire hall was rubbed so hard that smoke rose. The barrier had not yet broken, but everyone felt extremely uncomfortable. In just a short moment, the barrier shattered abruptly, and a large amount of seaweed poured down along with an enormous amount of venom that was pungent and fishy. Just as Xianxia was about to act, Xianxia stopped him and said, "Let me do it." He raised his hand and shouted, "Wind." A tornado immediately flew out from his palm, instantly expanding to several tens of acres in size, sweeping up all of the green seaweed and sending it flying into the distance. Boom! The whirlwind turned into a rope that was over 1,000 zhang thick. Not only the green algae, but the sea clansmen around the Sea Imperial Palace were also pulled up into the air and thrown into the deep sea. Everything that was thrown out of the tornado was turned into minced meat, unable to be identified. In less than a dozen breaths of time, the entire world was cleansed from this attack. Whoosh! A gust of astral wind blew across the sky, turning into a crocodile. It slowly descended to the ground and lay on Li Yunxiao's shoulder, closing its eyes to rest. Fei and I giggled as she teased the crocodile. She couldn't help but kiss it. What a great move. Elder sister wanted to throw a few balls of fire to burn them into thin air. The crocodile opened its eyes, rolled its eyes at her, and went back to sleep. Zuya was dumbstruck, looking at the crocodile with fear. It looked harmless, but it actually contained such terrifying power. He exclaimed, 5 elemental wind spirit body? Li Yunxiao smiled and nodded, yes, it is. It is the best way to clean up these dregs. The entire square is clean now. The corpses and wreckage on the square were also swept away by the astral wind, leaving nothing behind. Zuya smiled, the fortuitous encounters you have obtained these past few years are beyond my comprehension. Perhaps you can really resolve the crisis facing the Sea Imperial Palace this time. Li Yunxiao smiled, I will also clean up the dregs within 100 li radius. He flew into the sky and raised his hand. His body glowed with white light, and a bolt of lightning shot out from his palm into the sky, dispersing in the sky. Boom! That bolt of lightning exploded, turning into countless lightning snakes that shot in all directions. The sea forest was a strange space, it had water, land, and sky. Large patches of trees grew in the sea, and the Sea Imperial Palace occupied the entire land. Above the land was a piece of the sky. After the sea race's attack just now, Li Yunxiao had sensed many hidden auras in the surroundings. A lightning snake dispersed and struck in all directions, causing a large number of broken limbs and bodies to explode. All sorts of miserable screams could be heard. Humph, transforming into lightning, insignificant skill. A cold snort came from the void, immediately attracting more than 10 lightning snakes to attack. A large hand reached out from the source of the voice, directly grabbing and extinguishing all the lightning snakes. Following which, the space trembled, and a 9-foot-tall man walked out. Following closely behind him was a man who looked like a dwarf. Other than the direct contrast in stature, the two of them looked almost identical, as if they were twin brothers. From the other end of the sea forest, a cold chuckle came. Space was torn apart, and countless lightning snakes swallowed it. Immediately, a blue light shone out from the crack. A pitch-black figure slowly walked out from the crack. It was actually a youth. The youth had beautiful black hair, delicate and enchanting facial features. The only thing that made people uncomfortable was that this person had 3 eyes, similar to the expression Li Yunxiao had when he opened his immemorial heaven eye. As soon as the 3 people appeared in the sky, they immediately brought an indescribable pressure to the Sea Imperial Palace. Zuya was shocked, ghost horse, ice pupil. Gu Qingqing was stunned, these 3 people's auras were indeed extraordinary. She asked, you recognize these 3 people? Zuya's expression was solemn. He said, the 2 brothers look alike, they are from the Ghost Horse clan. This youth is from the Cold Pupil clan. These 2 clans have been silent for tens of thousands of years, they are super clans that have never interfered with worldly affairs. Even in the Sea Imperial Palace, there are only a few words about them, but they are all abnormally terrifying existences. Gu Qingqing said in shock, they have not appeared for tens of thousands of years, but now they have appeared together. Is it all because of that man called Qiao? Who is this person? Zuya shook his head, his expression ugly. He said, I don't know, I am also very curious now. Li Yunxiao glanced at the 3 of them. Apart from the short man who looked like a midget, the other 2 were at the sovereign realm. But that desolate barbaric aura gave him a very dangerous feeling. His instincts told him that these 2 people were definitely not just in the divine sovereign realm. The man from the Cold Pupil clan chuckled. He stared at the 2 brothers. I didn't expect there to be survivors from the Ghost Horse clan. The 2 men looked at Lin Tong with their 4 eyes, but they did not dare to look directly at his vertical eye. The dwarf said in a strange voice, are you the only one left from the Cold Pupil clan? Humph, none of your business. Lin Tong waved a hand, a gust of chilly wind blew towards the void. We are all out, what are you still hiding for? As the chilly wind blew, a red glow appeared in the void, gradually transforming into 2 figures. One of them was completely wrapped in a red robe, only leaving his white beard exposed. The other person had a sinister expression. The moment he appeared, he stared at Li Yunxiao in the sky, his eyes full of hatred. Bonhong? Li Yunxiao raised his eyebrows, he was rather surprised. Zuyu was also furious. He said, Bone Hong. Forefather Yunxing. Gu Hong did not make a sound, his lips curled into a cold smile. He looked at Li Yunxiao and Zuyu with hatred. He wanted to say a few words of ridicule, but with his grandfather here, it was not his turn to speak. Forefather Yunxing snorted lightly. He glanced at Zuyu disdainfully. He said arrogantly, Brat, you dare to call this seat's name, you really have dog guts. Zuyu said angrily, the Sea Imperial Palace has always been on good terms with the Cloud Life clan, you actually turned your backs on them. Gu Hong, as Lord Sea Emperor's disciple, your actions are deceiving your master and ancestors. Forefather Yunxing's eyes turned cold. He said coldly, deceiving my master and ancestors? Who do you think you are, you dare to say such words in front of this seat? A flash of red light silently appeared, the space fluctuated slightly, leaving a faint mark as it slashed down. Zuyu's face instantly paled. The power of Forefather Yunxing's one move was not something he could resist. He only noticed the red light when it was close to him. Suddenly, a hand grabbed over. There was no fancy or technique involved. It was just a simple slap. Bang! A light explosion sounded, and the red light was immediately extinguished. The one who attacked was Pan Yi. He was the closest to Zuya. A serious look flashed across Li Yunxiao's eyes. Patriarch Yunxing's strength was only at the divine sovereign realm, but with that attack just now, he had instantly raised his strength to the virtual extreme. Perhaps it was because of the rules of heaven and earth that these super-oceanic species suppressed their cultivation to the sky of the palm. As the rules of the 10 directions were released, the time that they could stay in the void pole also began to change. From the looks of it, the twins from the Ghost Horse clan and the kid from the Cold Pupil clan were most likely extremely weak. He started to worry. No wonder he had been feeling uneasy all this time. He did not expect the 4 seas to be hiding such a terrifying power. In that case, who was this prisoner, to be able to mobilize so many super sea tribes? Their own strength must be extraordinary. The Sea Imperial Palace only had Bronan and Zuya, so it should have been easy to take them down. Why did they need to make such a big fuss? All kinds of questions appeared in Li Yunxiao's mind, but he knew that with the appearance of these people, he was not far from the answer. The moment Pan Yi made his move, it immediately shocked the few people in the sky. The Ghost Horse clan brothers, Lin Tong, and Forefather Yunxing were all pale with fright. When Pan Yi made his move, they could not feel any elemental energy fluctuations at all. It was purely his physical body that destroyed the red light. Lin Tong exclaimed, Sage body? That's impossible, right? Although Forefather Yunxing's expression was serious, he quickly recovered and nodded. Great accomplishment body, it should be correct. And it seems to be even stronger than great accomplishment body. The Ghost Horse brothers, Lin Tong, and ancestor Yunxing turned pale with fright. When Pan Yi attacked, they couldn't feel any yuan energy fluctuations at all. It was purely his physical body that shattered the red light. Lin Tong exclaimed, Sage body? Impossible, right? Although ancestor Yunxing's expression was solemn, he quickly regained his composure and nodded, Great success body, there should be no mistake. Moreover, it seems even more powerful than a great success body. More powerful than a great success body? Lin Tong exclaimed, A sage body is immortal for all eternity. The Ghost Horse dwarf chuckled, The physical body is the same as cultivation. Even a sage body is divided into many realms. I've only heard of them. Back then, Lord True Dragon's physical body was the real supreme sacred body. Lin Tong said, Now that you mention it, no matter how strong the physical body is, it can't be stronger than Lord True Dragon. Ancestor Yunxing stared coldly at Pan Yi. His gaze shifted from Pan Yi to the Liao brothers, Gu Qingqing, and the others, and his expression turned ugly. Sea Imperial Palace seems to have invited some amazing helpers. When his gaze fell on Fei Yan'ai, he couldn't help but tremble, and an inexplicable chill rose in his heart. This chill was like an innate fear that was directly engraved in his blood and bones. At this moment, it was awakened. Heavenly Phoenix True Blood. Ancestor Yunxing's face twisted into a ball, his facial features gone. Gu Hong also trembled, his face full of fear. Oh? Is it really the Heavenly Phoenix True Blood? The Ghost Horse brothers and Lin Tong also looked down in shock. The Ghost Horse dwarf said solemnly, the Yunxing clan was a vassal of the Phoenix clan in ancient times, so their blood is naturally suppressed. No wonder Ancestor Yunxing is so scared. TSK, then it can't be wrong. It's actually a heavenly phoenix. Lung Tong's vertical eye burst with cold light, but there was more greed in it. He smacked his lips and licked his lips. Fei and I finally understood and giggled, so it's a slave from ancient times. Hurry up and greet this sect master. Ancestor Yunxing's body shook, and his face turned green. It was unknown whether it was because of anger or fear. He said with a trembling voice, "Damn Junior. Do you think you can overturn the heavens just because you have the heavenly phoenix bloodline? It's just a bloodline. Do you really think you're a heavenly phoenix?" Although he said so, he couldn't help but shudder in his heart. This was because he had seen ordinary experts with the heavenly phoenix bloodline, and it was impossible for them to arouse his fear. The purity of Fei Ni's bloodline must have reached an unimaginable level. It was even possible that it was infinitely close to the heavenly phoenix. Hee, looks like you're a dishonest slave. Fei and I said coldly, "Later, I will make you kneel down and call me master." You. Ancestor Yunxing was almost angered to death. When had he ever suffered such anger in countless years? His veins popped out one by one. However, he was extremely fearful of Fei and I and did not dare to make a move. The Ghost Horse clan's robust man said expressionlessly, "Not only does this girl have the celestial phoenix genuine blood, but the others are also very troublesome. When did so many experts appear in the heavenly martial arts realm?" The Ghost Horse clan's dwarf nodded and said, "Little brother, you are right. It seems like we have been living in seclusion for too long, and we don't have much information. It's no wonder that Lord Chiu was so cautious and summoned all of us." He looked around and asked suspiciously, "Why haven't the other clans come yet? Did they all die out in the past years, or were they always so slow?" Lung Tong rested his chin on his hand and muttered, "I think they all died out." "Three-eyed monster, who are you talking about?" An angry shout came from afar. It was surprisingly a woman's voice. The crowd looked into the distance and saw the sea forest being separated by a power without any warning. A person's silhouette flickered, and a beautiful woman appeared in front of them. The beautiful woman stretched her waist, and every detail of her body was very charming. She wore a ribbon on her arm, and it emitted a colorful radiance. She emitted a captivating charm. Lung Tong's vertical eye flickered, and he said coldly, "I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be the mermaid of the Shark Dragon clan." "What? Does the three-eyed monster have a problem with me?" The mermaid blinked, and the space in front of her seemed to fluctuate. Lung Tong's vertical eye instantly closed, and the space in front of him twisted slightly, and a white light flashed. "Don't use your bewitching art on me. It's useless. We'll only know if it's useful after we try." The mermaid's expression darkened, and she walked toward him. "Stop fooling around." Ancestor Yunxing shouted. "Lord Chiu was the one who summoned us. If we mess things up, which one of you will bear the responsibility?" Only then did the mermaid stop. She stared at Lung Tong coldly and said, "After this matter is over, I'll settle the score with you." Lung Tong retorted, "Everyone here is a tough nut to crack. Whether you can leave alive is still a problem." The mermaid was enraged, and she was about to flare up. Ancestor Yunxing felt a headache coming on. Seeing that the two of them were about to clash again, he said angrily, "Lung Tong, can't you speak less?" Lung Tong scoffed. "Ancestor Yunxing, are you qualified to lecture me? Do you think you're Lord Chiu's spokesperson? Or do you think that you're above us? You. Damn it." Ancestor Yunxing said angrily, "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish first. Mermaid, let's join forces and kill him first. In any case, this kind of trash will only be a hindrance to Lord Chiu and won't be of any help." Ever since Fei and I appeared, his heart had been in turmoil. His temper and temperament had also become extremely irritable. How could he endure Lung Tong's mockery? The mermaid said happily, "Ancestor's words are exactly what I wanted." Killing intent flashed in their eyes at the same time. Their figures flickered, and they disappeared on the spot. Lung Tong's vertical eye opened, and a white light flashed past. With a wave of his arm, he tore apart the space around him and teleported away. Bam, the space he was in shattered into countless pieces. The moment Lin Tong's figure stopped, he shouted, and his arms formed a circle as he struck out. Boom! Space was torn apart, and a palm reached out from within, clashing with his fists. A huge force exploded, and the two of them were sent flying. Li Yunxiao and the others were speechless. Before the battle, the other side was actually fighting amongst themselves. But they were also happy to see this, and they stood in front of the Sea Emperor Palace, watching the battle unfold. Lung Tong retreated several hundred zhang in the air, and his eyes flashed as he looked at Gu Hong. The corners of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. Ancestor Yunxing, if you dare to attack me, I'll kill your descendant first. Gu Hong was startled, and the aura of death enveloped him. He cried out, Ancestor, save me. Turning into a streak of light, he tried to escape. But as he tried to fly away, he was shocked to find that he was flying in the opposite direction of Lung Tong. In this situation, he felt dizzy, as if everything was unreal. His limbs turned cold, and he knew he had fallen into the other party's illusion. Interesting. Li Yunxiao revealed a strange expression. Lung Tong's vertical eye was similar to his tsutsumi, both contained the power of illusion. Ancestor Yunxing was shocked, and he quickly formed a seal with one hand and shouted. Immediately, he transformed into his demonic form, and a pair of huge wings appeared on his back. He flapped them fiercely, and the space around him froze. The bone rainbow speed also slowed, and Ancestor Yunxing flapped his wings again, catching Gu Hong in a flash. The two people from the Ghost Pegasus race couldn't stand it anymore, and the midget shouted, Stop, no one can kill each other in a short time. If this continues, things will really get out of hand. Ancestor Yunxing snorted coldly, and only then did he retract his wings, returning to his human form, as if he didn't want to fight anymore. The mermaid stepped out from the void, and said coldly, Fine, for Lord Zhou's sake, we'll let this three-eyed monster go for now. Lung Tong sneered, but he seemed to have restrained himself, and didn't say anything else. The muscular man from the Ghost Pegasus race said, I wonder if there are other Super Sea clans, or are we the only ones left in the four seas? The mermaid said coldly, How is that possible? The four seas are immeasurable, don't be a frog in a well. It's just that Lord Qiu doesn't know the location of some sea clans, and even if he knew, he wouldn't be able to invite all of them. The muscular man from the Ghost Pegasus race nodded and said, That's true. What should we do now? Should we attack first and capture these people? I can tell they are quite strong, and we might not be able to defeat them. The mermaid started sizing up Li Yunxiao and the others, and she couldn't help but say in shock, When did so many experts appear in the heavenly martial arts realm? Only then did Li Yunxiao say leisurely, Are you done? The mermaid looked at him and said in a daze, Little brother, where are you from? Are you really from the heavenly martial arts realm? Li Yunxiao said, Nonsense. Could it be that he came from the demon world? If you're done, we should get down to business. Who is Qiu? What's his purpose? The expressions of the mermaid and the others changed. It seemed like they were afraid of this topic. The mermaid winked at them and said with a charming smile, I can't tell you. It's a secret. Xuya and the others felt their minds tremble slightly. It was as if they were affected by the bewitching art, causing their minds to fall into disarray. They could not help but be alarmed, and secretly used their yuan qi to resist the bewitching technique. Li Yunxiao, on the other hand, was completely unscathed. He laughed and scolded, Secret my ass. Since you don't want to talk, I'll kill you first. If that prisoner has the guts, he should come out. Just as he was about to make a move, his body suddenly froze. A wisp of ethereal divine sense landed on his body. It was like goose feathers, soft and powerless. Li Yunxiao raised his head and looked. Footsteps could be clearly heard in front of the sea forest. Xuya and the others also noticed the abnormality. They all flew into the sky and looked in the direction of the sound. Fei Enai exclaimed, Is the main character here? Two crimson monsters with dragon head and bull body slowly walked out of the void, pulling a bronze-colored chariot. The chariot's design was simple and unadorned, but it still looked grand and majestic. It was engraved with the words Heaven and Earth, Black and Yellow, Universe and Desolation. The bronze-colored axle revolved forward, as if it was rolling over the river of time. The faint light of the sea forest shone on the chariot, and it seemed serene and peaceful. The dragon chariot rumbled as it came to a stop not far from the palace. Time seemed to have stopped with it, and the entire sea forest was silent. Ancestor Yunxing and the others trembled, breaking the silence as they bowed in unison. "Greetings, Lord." These insufferably arrogant existences refused to submit to each other, but they were respectful in front of the chariot, not daring to show the slightest disobedience. The primordial patterns on the chariot became bright, as if they had suddenly come to life. 9 colored clouds gathered above the dragon chariot, rays of light sprinkled down, forming imposing figures in the surroundings. All of them were fierce warriors with weapons in their hands. A bad feeling spread in the hearts of Li Yunxiao and the others. A term suddenly flashed in Li Yunxiao's mind, and he exclaimed, "True spirits?" These tall and fierce warriors all had strange appearances. Many of them had been seen in ancient books and on the bronze pillars of Sea Monarch Palace. They were the appearance of true spirits. Zuya trembled, under the pressure of these powerful existences. He felt great mental pressure, his voice trembling. Who are you people?" Ancestor Yunxing and the others bowed to the side, not daring to raise their heads or speak. A man's voice came from inside the chariot, saying indifferently, "World Deity Monument Lord?" Li Yunxiao knew the question was directed at him, because the wispy divine sense lingered on him. "Prisoner?" The man said, "You can call me that." The voice had a feeling of looking down on the world, as if it was anyone else, they wouldn't be qualified. Li Yunxiao said, "Who are you? Why do you want to stir up chaos in the 4 seas, to deal with Sea Monarch Palace?" The man said, "Stir up chaos?" He said mockingly, "When has the 4 seas ever been chaotic? Everything is still the same. The one I want to deal with is not Sea Monarch Palace. Whatever Sea Monarch is not qualified for me to make a move." Everyone was shocked. Zuya's expression turned ugly. The Sea Monarch was the ruler of the 4 seas, the same as the world, but in this man's eyes, he was not worth mentioning. But from this man's aura and strength, perhaps he really was qualified to say such words. Li Yunxiao couldn't help but sigh. "The 4 seas are immeasurable, we are all frogs in the well. Since your excellency has come, please state your identity and purpose. Everything can be discussed. If we can reach an agreement, then there is no need to fight." If it was only Ancestor Yunxing and the others, Li Yunxiao would have already made his move. If not for the sudden appearance of Li Yunxiao and the others, this prisoner might not have appeared at all. The so-called negotiation was based on the same level of strength. If there was a huge disparity in strength, there would be no such thing as a negotiation. There would only be submission or death. Xiao said indifferently, "With your abilities, you are not qualified to negotiate with me. However, since you are the owner of the Universe God Tablet, I am willing to give you a chance to negotiate." The cultivators around the war chariot were shocked. Even Ancestor Yunxing and the others were shocked. They couldn't believe that the lord inside the war chariot would conduct a so-called discussion with the other party. Li Yunxiao said without batting an eyelid, "Thank you very much. What shall we discuss?" Xiao said, "Everyone from the Bo clan and the woman with the Heavenly Phoenix true bloodline, the rest of you may leave." "Huh? Are you kidding me?" Li Yunxiao raised his eyebrows in disdain and smiled coldly. The other party's request was for him and the 2 women to stay. His originally calm heart was stirred up. Xiao said, "I never joke around. If you are not willing, the Universe God Tablet will have to change owners." His tone was still calm, but it was filled with a strong sense of threat. "Aya, really? Then I beg you. I have not wanted this Universe God Tablet for a long time. It has caused me so much trouble. Hurry up and change owners." Li Yunxiao crossed his arms in front of him and snorted with a face full of mockery. The sky above the palace became dead silent. The oppressive atmosphere exploded into sparks in the air. There was a huge commotion. The mermaid couldn't take it anymore. She cupped her fists and bowed, "Lord Qiu, this person is too arrogant and rude. He should be torn into pieces as a warning to others. Lord, please give the order. We swear to kill this person for you." Ancestor Yunxing and the others looked at each other and bowed, "We are willing to kill this person for Lord." Guhong also followed behind Ancestor Yunxing and bowed. He didn't know who this Qiu was, but he felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. He regretted following them. "Do not attack." Bronze-aged voice suddenly came from the Sea Emperor Palace. A golden light rushed out from the palace and turned into two figures in the air. It was Braun and Narcissus. Braun's face looked older than a few years ago, but his face was flushed red. He seemed to be in a good mood. Narcissus held Braun's arm and followed behind him. Li Yunxiao hurriedly bowed, "Greetings, Lord Sea Emperor." Hua Xiu hurriedly knelt down, "Greetings, Master." The rest of the people also saluted. Braun cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Alliance Leader Yun." "Thank you, everyone." He looked at Li Yunxiao with a more friendly gaze. Narcissus blushed inexplicably, looking a little nervous. Li Yunxiao said, "Lord, these people," Braun said, "I already know who they are." Braun's smile disappeared as he looked at the dragon chariot and said respectfully, "Lord Qiu has arrived in the sea forest, please forgive me for not going out to welcome you." He cupped his fists and bowed in front of the chariot. His attitude was extremely respectful. Zuya and Narcissus were shocked. The Sea Emperor's status was incomparably noble, unparalleled in the four seas, but he was so humble to the chariot's owner. Li Yunxiao was also shocked. "Lord, who is this person?" Braun's expression was solemn. "Alliance Leader Yun, you must have seen this lord's face on those bronze pillars. It is said that the ancient true dragon had 9 sons, Shi, Yin, Qiu, Qi, Jing, Yuan, He, Meng, and Huan. This lord is the third of the 9 sons, Lord Qiu. Son of the true dragon?" Li Yunxiao, Gu Qingqing, and the others were stunned, a strange expression on their faces. These were all legendary existences that only appeared once in 10,000 years, but they had fought with the true dragon Yin Yu many times, so there was no longer any sense of mystery. They were even less interested in this son of the true dragon. Fei and I even sneered and said, acting so mysterious, "I was wondering what kind of background he had. Not to mention the son of the dragon, even if the true dragon himself came here, he would be helpless in front of my husband." Hearing this, everyone around the chariot changed their expressions. Ancestor Yunxing also angrily rebuked, "Impudent." The eyes of the ghost horse race's brawny man shot out a sharp light, and he said coldly, "He is really seeking his own death." The faces of the warriors were also filled with anger. Murderous aura burst forth from them, and the space around them was vaguely compressed to the point of crackling sounds. "Heh, hee hee." Qiu's laughter came from the dragon chariot. That laughter became more and more wild. "Are you talking about that trashing you?" Fei and I was stunned, and said in a daze, "You actually called him by his name, isn't he your father?" Qiu's laughter stopped after a while, and he said, "That's right, Yin Yu is my father." "Even so, so what? Trash will always be trash, he won't change just because of his identity." Everyone was stunned. These words were too hurtful. Even Ancestor Yunxing and the others were shocked, but their eyes revealed shock, and they didn't dare to speak anymore. Once they interrupted this kind of topic, it might be the word death descending. Li Yunxiao sighed, shook his head, and said, "He even dares to scold his own father, looks like he is another powerful character." Qiu said, "I'm very curious, have you seen my father? He really isn't dead, but his current state shouldn't be good, right?" Li Yunxiao thought for a while, and said, "It's not bad, running around all day causing destruction, maybe he will be killed one day." "Hee, he is still as annoying as before," Qiu said with disgust. "Really throwing away the face of my dragons. If we meet again, let me, as his son, do my filial duty and personally send him to the next world." Pfft. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling their limbs go cold. This person actually wants to kill his father. Moreover, he said it as if it was a matter of course, disdainful, as if he didn't take this matter seriously. Even if he wanted to kill his father, it was as if it was done casually. Beads of sweat appeared on Li Yunxiao's forehead, and he said embarrassedly, "Your Excellency is really not an ordinary person. Admirable, admirable." Qiu said, "Let's not talk about that disappointing trash. Braun, since you know my identity, you naturally know my purpose." Braun nodded, "Although it is not clear, I can more or less guess. But with Lord's strength, Sea Imperial Palace can come and go as you wish, why go through so much trouble?" "Humph, don't tell me you think I'm afraid of you?" Qiu snorted, and said, "I'm just a little afraid of that person." Braun was startled, and said, "That person? Who is it?" Qiu said, "You don't need to know. In short, the Bo clan and the Heavenly Phoenix True Blood stay, the rest leave. This is the best opportunity one can give you." Also, for that person's sake, I won't make things difficult for you. Li Yunxiao was both angry and curious, and said, someone who wants to kill his own father, who in this world has the qualifications to make you look at him differently, and even, fear him? Bang! Slamming sounds came from the war chariot, and Qiao said angrily, Boundary God Tablet Master, you ask too much. TCH. Li Yunxiao sneered, since you don't want to say, then forget it. Do what you want, don't give anyone face, or else we will think you are a coward. Braun also nodded, and said, if you want to leave this emperor alone, then I will fulfill Lord Qiu's wish. But my beloved daughter and Princess Heavenly Phoenix will not stay. Father. Narcissus hurriedly shook her father's arm, and said angrily, Father can't do what he wants, let's all attack together and beat this Qiu to death. Fei and I giggled, and said, Sister is right, beat him to death, who wants to talk so much nonsense with him? I gave him face, but he doesn't want it. Bang! Slamming sounds came from the war chariot again, and Qiu was so angry that he laughed, and said, haha, beat him to death? This emperor has roamed for countless years, how many people dare to say such words in front of me? Li Yunxiao did not hold back and scolded with a smile, your father almost died at my hands several times. Who do you think you are, little brat? You dare talk nonsense about keeping my people? Qiu said angrily, don't compare that trash to me. Li Yunxiao said coldly, no matter how much you scold him, he is still your father. You can't change the fact that you are the son of trash. Patriarch Yunxing and the others broke out in a cold sweat when they heard this, and the mermaid even began to tremble. In their opinion, such words were sinful, let alone saying them out loud. Die. With one angry word, the chariot exploded with a boom. The two monsters with dragon heads and bull bodies were so shocked that they raised their heads to the sky and cried out. They broke free and charged at Li Yunxiao and the others. As the dragon head and bull-bodied monsters charged, their auras rose to the true god realm. Their eyes turned red as they entered a berserk state, a white light shone from the destroyed chariot, and a white-robed man slowly appeared. His nose bridge was high and long, and he had a head full of silver hair. He stared at Li Yunxiao with a sharp gaze, and his entire body was filled with killing intent. The surrounding warriors were shocked. They had never seen Qiu so angry before. However, they calmed down after a while and charged forward with killing intent. These warriors transformed into their true forms in midair. Sure enough, they were all true spirits of various shapes and sizes. However, over the past 100,000 years, the rules of the world had changed quite a bit. Most of them had been weakened. Most of the super sea races of the four seas were true spirits in ancient times. Because they had bloodline inheritances and lived in seclusion in the deep sea, they were able to preserve their strength and resist the mutation of their descendants. Some transformed into beasts and ran in the sky on all fours. Some had wings on their backs, and with a flap, they released wind, fire, lightning, and other elements. Some had scales and horns on their bodies, and their auras shook the void. As the true spirit sprinted forward, killing intent surged forth like an avalanche, and everyone felt an unprecedented pressure. Pani took a step forward and grabbed the two monsters with dragon head and bull body. He shouted, leave these two beasts to me. A faint light appeared on his arm, and it suddenly became as hard as iron. With a boom, he blocked the attack of the two giant beasts, and his 5 fingers grabbed onto the dragon horns. Panyi's body swayed slightly, and faint black cracks appeared in the space. Panyi's eyes widened and he shouted, coiling dragon hand. 2 giant golden runes shot out from his palms. With a loud rumble, the two monsters let out miserable screams. The runes swept past their bodies, causing their skin to explode and blood to spray out like arrows. Li Yunxiao also said gravely, everyone, be careful. These are all descendants of ancient true spirits, and some are even true spirits themselves. Liao Xingyuan smiled bitterly and said, it's really like a dream. I can't believe I can see a true spirit in my lifetime, and there are so many of them. Gu Qingqing giggled and said, every day is like a dream. It's good. Fei Ni's gaze fell on Ancestor Yunxing and he said coldly, slave, get over here and die. Ancestor Yunxing shuddered and felt an inexplicable fear. He quickly stopped and said to the ghost horse brothers beside him, I'll leave the heavenly phoenix true blood woman to you. The ghost horse dwarf licked his lips and said, then us two brothers won't be polite. As for the heavenly phoenix true blood, you won't get a share. Humph, Ancestor Yunxing snorted, but his face was still very sincere and said, of course. He sneered in his heart. From Qiu's words, he was also determined to obtain the heavenly phoenix true blood. How could it be their turn? Heavenly phoenix true blood, I also want some. A cold light flashed past them. Lung Tong was one step ahead and was about to attack Fei and I. Let's see how strong we are first. The two ghost horse brothers' faces darkened and they hurriedly chased after Lung Tong. Braun's expression was solemn and he shouted, Hua Xiao, protect Xian Air and retreat. Yes. Hua Xiao hurriedly dragged Narcissus and retreated. Although Narcissus was unwilling, she was restrained by Hua Xiao and could not resist. Narcissus was enraged and she shouted, you trash, you dare to attack me? Hua Xiao's expression changed slightly and he said indifferently, I have to obey master's order. Junior sister, please forgive me. He formed a hand seal and formed a sharp claw in front of him, trapping Narcissus inside to prevent her from rushing into the battlefield and causing trouble for everyone. After the two dragon beasts pulling the carriage were killed by Pan Yi's bare hands, a large number of martial artists rushed over and swallowed everyone in the battlefield. The sword Qi in Li Yunxiao's hand was like a rainbow and he directly rushed over. Suddenly, a sharp ray of light shot down and struck his sword with a bang, causing rings of light to shoot out in all directions, shredding the space into pieces. Hee hee. The mermaid appeared in front of him and stuck out her tongue to lick her red lips. She smiled seductively and said, I really want to taste the blood of a man who dares to scold Lord Qiu. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted and he only felt a slight dizziness in his head. However, in an instant, the powerful mental power in his sea of consciousness swept away all the dizziness. His vision blurred and the mermaid attacked. Her slender finger swayed in the air and pointed at the center of Li Yunxiao's eyebrows. Pfff. The center of Li Yunxiao's eyebrows was pierced by her finger and a bloody hole appeared. Blood spurted out. Ah! Li Yunxiao screamed and his face was full of blood and fear. He was so scared that he ran away with all his might. Tears flowed down his face and mixed with the blood on the hole. It was a tragic sight. Ha ha ha. The mermaid laughed crazily and swayed her waist as she walked forward. She winked and said, what a useless man, defeated in one move. Did you forget to guard against me because I'm too good-looking? Li Yunxiao's frightened face revealed a confused expression. He nodded blankly and said, you are really good-looking. I forgot to guard against you. Hee hee, really? The mermaid walked in front of him and moved her face closer. She stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked Li Yunxiao's face. She licked the blood and tears on the left side of his face clean and ate them all. So disgusting. Normally, the taste of blood represents the taste of a man. Your blood even has tears of fear. What a useless man. The mermaid's smile became cold, I have no interest in useless men. Woo woo woo, Li Yunxiao was so scared that he started crying. His face that was just licked clean became dirty again. He knelt down in front of the mermaid and kowtowed and begged, I was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded Lord Qiu. Queen, please let me go. Just spare my lowly life. Pung 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 sounds were extremely loud. Every time he struck the void, blood spurting everywhere. The mermaid sneered in disdain, what a useless man. Killing you will dirty my hands. But you dared to speak rudely to Lord Qiu. I won't let you off. If I kill you, maybe Lord Qiu will recognize me and take me into his harem. The mermaid blushed as if she had fallen into an infatuated fantasy. No, don't kill me. Woo woo woo, Li Yunxiao was still kowtowing continuously, begging for mercy with tears and snot all over his face. The mermaid was just immersed in her fantasy when she was interrupted by Li Yunxiao's crying. She immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. Pfft. Useless. She spat out a mouthful of phlegm, lifted her leg, and kicked down. Bang! Li Yunxiao's head exploded. He became a headless corpse and fell from the sky. Mermaid, well done. Qiu's praise came from the sky. Space rippled and Qiu in white slowly walked out with a smile of approval. I was right about you. From today onwards, you shall be my concubine. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Chiu. The mermaid was very excited. She knelt down with her hands together and cried tears of joy. I will definitely serve Lord with all my heart. N. Your looks are also top-notch. I like them very much. Chiu walked down from the sky and helped her up. I wonder what your figure is like. Why don't you take it off for me to see? Chiu grabbed her with one hand and tore off half of her clothes, revealing her snow-white skin and her half-covered breasts. Then he laughed lightly and grabbed her breasts, rubbing them wantonly. NN. The mermaid could not help but moan in ecstasy. Her face was filled with peach blossoms as she panted and slowly took off her gown, down to the last piece of her undergarments. Suddenly, a shout sounded. It was like ice water was poured on her head, causing her body to tremble. Mermaid! What are you doing? Chiu's expression became ferocious and angry. She quivered and suddenly realized something was wrong. She woke up and found that Chiu had disappeared. The surroundings were abnormally silent and countless eyes were staring at her. The person who shouted was not Chiu but ancestor Xianxia. His eyes were wide open and spitting fire as he stared at her body. His eyes were filled with lust. Ah! A deafening scream pierced through the clouds. The mermaid instantly burst into tears and covered her naked body with all her might. Haha, tisk tisk, hee hee, the surroundings immediately burst into laughter. All sorts of strange mockery, ridicule, and lewd laughter could be heard. The mermaid glared viciously at Li Yunxiao, who was not far away. Then, she soared into the sky and burst into tears. She directly ran into the sea forest and fled without looking back. Gu Qingqing angrily glared at Li Yunxiao and scolded, "Pervert, you are too vicious. Dealing with a girl like this is even more vicious than killing her." Li Yunxiao coldly said, "I only returned her illusion to her, giving her a taste of her own medicine. As for what she did, it was all a manifestation of her inner desires. I only guided her to express her desires. Furthermore, she wanted to kill me and my friends and family. Why should I care if she is a girl? The old, the weak, the sick, the disabled, the sick, and the pregnant will all be killed." Gu Qingqing was also speechless. When the mermaid took off her clothes and touched herself, the entire battlefield was silent. As the mermaid left, there was another roar and killing intent. Chiu witnessed everything coldly from afar. A murderous look flashed across his eyes, and he disappeared on the spot. Li Yunxiao suddenly felt an unusual sense of danger descending upon him. This sense of danger made him feel powerless. In his many years of cultivation, there had been many more dangerous situations than this one, but it was only once that he had felt such immense pressure from a powerful force. It was when he fought against the Mist Rock Master in the world of immortality. Manifestation realm. An unbelievable term flashed across Li Yunxiao's mind. He would never have dreamed that Qiu Long was a manifestation realm expert. Boom! Li Yunxiao's body suddenly exploded. The space around him collapsed and turned into a black hole. Qiu appeared near the black hole and snorted coldly. The one that exploded just now was Li Yunxiao's afterimage. When he sensed danger, he used his powerful mental power and teleported away. That was how he managed to avoid the attack. Thousands of feet in front of Qiu, the space shook, and Li Yunxiao's real body was revealed. Although he managed to escape, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Through the attack just now, he could determine that Qiu's strength was undoubtedly at the manifestation realm. However, there was something strange about it. It was as if the aura was enough, but the strength was not right. He could not tell why. After the attack, Qiu stood on the spot and looked at him with a gloomy face. "It's unbelievable that you could dodge my attack with your divine sovereign realm cultivation. Apart from your cultivation, your body seems to have reached the amalgamation level. Even so, it's impossible for you to dodge my attack. You must have some other tricks up your sleeves," Qiu said calmly. His eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. Li Yunxiao sneered, "Humph, a manifestation realm attack can't hurt me. You're really a failure. As expected of that trashy new son." Qiu sneered, "You want to provoke me and find my weakness." Li Yunxiao frowned. That was indeed his plan. He did not expect Qiu to see through it. However, with Qiu's knowledge and experience, it was normal. He said calmly, "So what if I am? Don't be angry if you dare, son of trash." No matter how well Chu had recuperated, he would still explode. Moreover, he had always been in a high position and had always killed as he pleased. How could he possibly have recuperated? Courting death. He clasped his hands together and spat out the dragon language. Then, his palms faced the sky. The two dragon talismans spun in his palm, forming a golden world above him. Dragon shadows flickered within it, and a small azure dragon appeared. The dragon-shaped light condensed again. It opened its mouth and spat out a sound wave, shattering the void. Li Yunxiao took a few steps back. He held his sword with one hand, and a sword shadow spread out around his body. The shape of the sword was dim and indistinct, and it turned into a barrier. The dragon's roar collided with the sword barrier. All of the sword shadows trembled and spat out light. Instead of weakening, the light became stronger, and the area of the barrier increased. Li Yunxiao was puzzled. Even though dragon enslavement was powerful, it was far from the level of Blessed Realm. But that aura, with doubts in his heart, he brandished the red sword in his hand, and more sword light spat out. Those sword shadows turned into thousands, and they were like waves illuminated by light. The sword light sparkled, and they slashed toward the dragon's roar. Rumble. The sky shattered, and thousands of sword shadows weaved and surged into the golden world. A layer of golden light appeared on the azure light dragon's body, blocking all of the sword lights. Countless strong lights shot out in all directions. Chu's expression was solemn, and his hand seals kept changing. That azure dragon spat out a dragon talisman, and its body suddenly became several times bigger. The dragon roared, smashing all of the sword chi, and attacked through the sky. Li Yunxiao formed a lightning art, and lightning surged around his body, forming a thunder god behind him. The thunder god formed a seal with both hands, and the golden ancient Maha word danced around his palms. He directly slapped at that azure dragon. Boom! Similarly, the dragon's breath clashed with the azure lightning, turning into a shocking light pillar that shot into the void. It directly tore a huge hole in the space of the sea forest. Chu's expression was cold. He took a step in the air and appeared behind Li Yunxiao. He formed a seal with both hands, forming a dragon claw, and attacked. Li Yunxiao also sensed the danger behind him. Under the flicker of golden light, he formed 3 heads and 6 arms, and the Dharma idol behind him formed a seal with both hands, and attacked. True Dharma idol? Chu was shocked, and he seemed to recognize this move. Bang! As the two palms clashed, energy surged, but Li Yunxiao felt his arm go numb, as if he was being suppressed by the opponent's power. His golden body couldn't withstand it, and he took a few steps back. On Chu's hands, there was a faint light. Void light? This time, it was Li Yunxiao's turn to be shocked. That was the power of the void extreme god realm, and it was the same light on Pan Yi's body. His other 4 hands quickly formed seals, and they condensed above his body, and he attacked behind him. Boom! The power of 2 seals blasted in front of Chu, and he had no choice but to withdraw his hands and grab the air. Instantly, the seals exploded, and the force of the impact shook the two. Chu was unharmed, and it was Li Yunxiao who took a few more steps back. This body, Li Yunxiao looked at Chu in shock. His left eye was demonic, and his right eye was red. There were golden seals flashing around his pupils, and it was as if he wanted to see through Chu. Oh, mystical spiritual eyes? Looks like you have quite a lot of fortuitous encounters. Chu said coldly, however, as the owner of the Boundary God tablet, this is a great opportunity that surpasses everything else. Unfortunately, you don't know how to cherish it. In that case, I can only go against heaven's will and change the owner of this tablet. His hands danced elegantly in front of him, and a layer of green light appeared on his body. An image of an azure dragon formed behind him, and it roared with its head raised. The dragon roar rushed into the sky, and Chu and the azure dragon overlapped in the air. At the same time, they raised their hands and clawed forward. A dragon talisman exploded in the sky, and heaven and earth froze. It turned into a huge dragon claw, and it struck down. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. From Chu's series of actions, he seemed to have caught something, and he exclaimed, I understand now. The 5 fingers of the dragon claw were like huge pillars that reached the sky. They spun in the surroundings, and different colors appeared. They emitted the power of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 elements revolved, and the powerful forces created and destroyed each other, evolving the heaven and earth. Li Yunxiao felt a world pressing down on him. His body emitted a golden light, and he struggled to resist the power of the world. "Oh, what did you understand?" Disdain flashed in Chu's eyes, and he looked at Li Yunxiao as if he was looking at an ant. Li Yunxiao's 6 arms formed seals, and 12 golden lights flew out from his body. The Metropolis Divine Fiend Array was activated, and the golden lights flew out from the 12 puppets' hands. They connected into one, and the entire world was opened. Chu's eyelids twitched, and shock flashed across his face. 12 Metropolis Divine Fiend Array? This is a heart-refined puppet? The power of the 5 elements grew endlessly in his palms, evolving into a world. Originally, he was very confident that he could crush Li Yunxiao into minced meat. But the moment the 12 golden men appeared, the array was like a golden bell that blocked the power of the 5 elements, and explosions rang out continuously. Only then did Li Yunxiao let out a sigh of relief. He stared at him coldly and said, "This body is not yours." Chu was still in shock on the array, and he turned around after hearing Li Yunxiao's words. His lips curled up, and he mocked, as expected of the wondrous spell Spirit Eyes. "You indeed saw some clues." Li Yunxiao retorted, and he mocked, "Your soul is at the creation realm, but your body is only at the void light realm, so your strength is between the creation and void extreme realm. As expected of father and son. You are the same as your father. No matter how glorious you were in the past, your body was destroyed in the end, and you could only rely on your soul to survive. But your life is better than his. At least your soul force didn't decrease, but your father's soul cultivation has fallen to a terrible state." Chu coldly said, "If you compare me to him again, I will really be angry. Do you think I am the same as that trash? Someone destroyed my body and injured my soul, and I have to drag out an ignoble existence until now?" Shock flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes, and great waves rose in his heart. Inu's body was destroyed by someone. The ancient true dragon's body was a large success saint body, undying and indestructible. His cultivation was also at the World King realm. Who in the world could defeat him? Li Yunxiao suppressed the shock in his heart, and he calmly said, "Could it be that you destroyed your body and injured your soul?" Chu's complexion darkened, and he coldly said, "You really have a cheap mouth. There is no harm in telling you. It's just that in the last 100,000 years, the world has changed. In order to prevent my strength from leaking, I sealed my Dharmakaya perfect body. That is why I am temporarily using this void light realm body." "Ah?" Li Yunxiao was startled, and waves surged in his heart again. If this person dug out his Dharmakaya body now, his soul and body would become one, and he would be invincible in the current world. He still had a question in his heart, and he asked, "Dharmakaya perfect? What is the difference between it and an ordinary Dharmakaya?" Chu proudly said, "It is the strongest body under this realm after cultivating all the rules of the Dharmakaya realm. If you take another step forward, it is the true undying saint body." Li Yunxiao suddenly understood. Even in the Dharmakaya creation realm, there was a great disparity in cultivation and strength. This person in front of him should have once stood at the peak of the Dharmakaya creation realm. To put it bluntly, he was one of the top few in the World King realm. "You said so much just to tell me how powerful you were in the past, as if I would be afraid." Li Yunxiao snorted, "In the end, you are only at the virtual extreme level. At most, you are a half-step to creation." Chu's complexion changed, and he humphed, "So what? Is it not enough to take you down?" The talisman on the dragon claw lit up again, and this time, there were more than 10 dragon talismans that coiled around the 5-element pillar. Immediately, a 5-colored light flew up and turned into the 5-element true aura, bombarding the 12 capital heaven divine fiend array. Boom! Boom! The entire sky trembled, and the array light enchantment immediately shrunk by half. Lu Ding Liujia stepped forward, and he constantly changed his range to deal with the bombardment. Li Yunxiao was shocked, and he could clearly feel the pressure from Lu Ding Liujia. It was not easy for the 5-element pillar to break the array. However, the 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other, and the true aura was constantly strengthened. Eventually, the array light would be broken. During the battle with the Mist Rock Lord in the Immortal World, Lu Ding and Liu Jia were only able to display a small portion of their power and suffered a crushing defeat. At this moment, they were able to easily withstand the 5 elemental pillars. However, the 5 elemental pillars were constantly being created and the 5 elemental true divine aura was getting stronger with each wave. Sooner or later, the array light would be broken. Li Yunxiao formed a seal with both hands and spread his arms. His entire body floated within the array. A large amount of golden radiance blossomed from his body, and the ancient Maha characters vanished within the golden radiance, enveloping his entire body like a multicolored glow. Qiu's expression changed as he exclaimed, "Ancient Maha divine art." Lu Ding and Liu Jia followed Li Yunxiao's movements and formed a seal with their own bodies. Their speed was extremely fast. In the center of the array light, Li Yunxiao's body emitted a faint golden radiance. He grew extremely long and turned into a golden giant spirit. The giant spirit stretched out his hand and grabbed towards the center of the array. A large amount of runes flew up and turned into a halberd in his hand. The entire array trembled. Lu Ding and Liu Jia all had bitter expressions. Their hands maintained the seals as their bodies trembled. Qiu's expression became even more unsightly. He stared at the divine fiend giant spirit as if he had seen something terrifying. Fear flashed in the depths of his eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, "He can actually condense a divine fiend phantom body. Damn it." He raised his hand and 5 elemental and 5 colored lights revolved around his fingers. The 5 light pillars immediately doubled in size. The terrifying 5 elemental true divine aura rumbled as if 2 worlds were colliding. The sea forest trembled non-stop. Li Yunxiao slowly focused his gaze and suddenly waved his right hand. The divine fiend phantom body flickered a few times before raising the halberd and slashing towards the 5 elemental light pillars outside the array. Rumble. The array barrier suddenly shattered. Lu Ding and Liu Jia let out a wooden fish-like sound before turning into a streak of light and flying towards Li Yunxiao. However, the halberd directly slashed into the 5 elemental true divine aura. As it stirred, the entire world shattered. Rumble. The entire Sea Imperial Palace trembled, and all the people who were fighting scattered in panic, carefully avoiding the aftershocks that burst out. The sky above the sea forest shattered. World force exploded like a blazing sun, illuminating the entire world until it was deathly white. Big Brother Yunxiao. Husband. Alliance Master Yun. All sorts of horrified cries rang out as the people of the Heavenly Martial Union looked at the blazing sun in shock, feeling the inconceivable power. Under this attack, even if Li Yunxiao didn't die, he would most likely be heavily injured. The blazing sun slowly dimmed. 10,000 feet to the left, Qiu's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with hostility. His right hand was behind his back, but his palm was dripping with blood. The blood vessels in his entire arm had exploded. At this moment, under the cover of the faint light, the injury could not be seen, and it was slowly recovering. However, in his eyes, this kind of recovery speed was extremely slow and ineffective. Although he had the body of a void light realm human, he was not the body of a dragon's. It was difficult for him to use all kinds of divine abilities, and he only had a creation realm soul. And on the other side of the blazing sun, several thousand feet away, Li Yunxiao's incarnation also appeared. He was also in a sorry state, and his body was covered in blood. Husband. A red light flashed, and a ball of fire landed beside Li Yunxiao. It transformed into Fei Ni's real body, and she worriedly checked on his injuries. "I'm fine." Li Yunxiao let out a breath of turbid air, and he circulated his yuan qi. His injuries gradually recovered. Fei and I was furious. She stared at Qiu and said fiercely, "Let us husband and wife work together to kill this bug Qiu." "Humph, you still have the mood to deal with me?" Qiu sneered, "You actually called him husband? Looks like I must kill this Li Yunxiao." Fei and I was stunned, and said, "What does it have to do with you if I call him husband?" The prisoner's eyes shone brightly. He licked his lips and said, "Your heavenly phoenix true blood is almost complete. Once I retrieve my true body and combine with it, it will help me break through the shackles of the perfect manifestation stage and become the king of a realm." Scram. Damn pervert. Fei Ni's cheeks turned red, and she angrily scolded, "Shameless." Qiu sneered, and said, "Although you call him husband, I can see that it is still the heavenly phoenix true body. TSK, Li Yunxiao must die today. Otherwise, if he succeeds first, where can I go to cry to? Pervert. Die. Fei and I was furious, and the flames on her body surged into the sky, turning into a whirlpool. The temperature in the sky rose, and the heavenly phoenix slowly hid in the flames, emitting a terrifying aura. Li Yunxiao hurriedly stopped her, and said, "Wait. Leave this to me, go help everyone." His face was full of worry. Braun and the others were no match for these true spirits, and they were at a disadvantage. If Fei and I was pulled out, the situation would be even more precarious. But, Fei and I was unwilling to leave. Even if everyone below died, it was not as important as Li Yunxiao's life. In her eyes, there was no comparison, so she was unwilling to leave. The love between husband and wife is really deep," Qiu said coldly. Although he was unhappy, he was not jealous. After all, he only wanted Fei and I for the heavenly phoenix's power, and not because he liked her. "In that case, you husband and wife should watch how these people die in front of you." Qiu's gaze swept across the true spirits, and he said coldly, "Why are you all stunned? Hurry up and attack." The true spirits' hearts trembled when they felt his cold gaze, and they immediately rushed towards Braun and the others with killing intent. The Heavenly Martial Union and Ocean Imperial Palace's people were shocked, and they circulated their yuan qi again, preparing to fight. Suddenly, a voice sounded, carrying a slight sigh, saying, "All of you, stop." Everyone was stunned, and they turned to look. That voice actually came from Narcissus. Qiu's body trembled, and his pupils shrank. Panic flashed across his face. Golden light shone from Narcissus's body, and the law flower lotus platform slowly flew out, blooming in the air. Tiny golden runes floated up from every petal, and thousands of characters gathered to form a formation, shining brightly on the lotus platform, as if it was a scripture. That is, Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. Although those tiny runes looked like scriptures, they were not. It was just that the structure was very similar to the law void light he had seen before. In the blink of an eye, the nomological runes disappeared. Then, there seemed to be a shadow on the lotus platform, and a faint voice sounded, drifting out from the lotus. "Lamentable 6 senses, sinking 8 suffering, without a great sage, who can save the wisdom bridge?" The silhouette on the platform gradually became clearer, and although it was still in a translucent state, one could already make out its facial features. Braun's body trembled, and he cried out involuntarily, "See God Ancestor?" Although Li Yunxiao was also shocked, he was much calmer. Back in the Eastern Sea, when he fought against Dark North Tianlu, the silhouette and a poem had also appeared. He remembered that Narcissus had also exclaimed Ancestor, but she did not take it to heart at that time. Li Yunxiao glanced at Narcissus, who was currently in a half-dazed state. The transformation cultivator had used his spirit power to hold her in the air. Qiu gritted his teeth and said, "Wave wood." Braun's heart trembled, and after hearing this, he no longer had any doubts. He hurriedly knelt down and said, "Useless grandson Braun greets Lord Ancestor." The silhouette on the platform slowly opened its eyes, and stretched out its hand to lift Braun up, saying, "Braun, stand up." Only then did Braun stand up in fear and trepidation. His heart was filled with complicated feelings, and he could not describe what he was feeling. Although he was shocked and found it hard to accept, he was still excited. Wavewood raised his head and looked at Qiu, smiling as he nodded, saying, "Qiu Long, you've finally come." "Nonsense!" Qiu angrily rebuked, "This king's true body is still in your hands, how could I not come?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Li Yunxiao was also stunned. He had just found out that Qiu was not using his own body, but he did not expect his true body to be suppressed in the Ocean Imperial Palace. His goal in coming here should be his true body. But, Li Yunxiao fell silent. Just now, Qiu had clearly said that his true body was sealed by himself. Could it be that Wavewood had taken it away? Not only him, but everyone else's minds were also filled with confusion. Wavewood nodded, saying, "Indeed I should have come." Qiu said, "Return my true body to me, and I will leave immediately." He seemed unwilling to face Wavewood. Bomu said, "If you want my true body, I can give it to you, but I have a request." Qiu was stunned. He had originally thought that it would be an extremely difficult request, but who would have thought that Bomu would agree so readily? He immediately asked, "What request?" Bomu said, "Join the Heavenly Martial Alliance and swear an oath to assist Li Yunxiao in the demonic war." What? As soon as this request came out, everyone was stunned, especially Li Yunxiao. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that Bomu would actually make such a request. Xiao stared blankly for a long time, before suddenly laughing wildly, "Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha." The entire sea forest fell silent. Only his laughter filled the heavens and earth. He laughed so hard that he bent over. His laughter suddenly stopped, and Xiao's expression turned cold. "You must be joking." Bomu smiled calmly, saying, "You and I have known each other for a long time. What do you think?" Xiao coldly said, "You want me to listen to this human's orders? How did you even think of such an absurd idea? Even if he is the world divine monument master, it is still impossible." Bomu put his palms together in front of him and sighed, "Then when the time comes, you can come and take the real body." Bullshit. In his rage, Xiao no longer cared about his demeanor. He directly swore and angrily rebuked, "I must take the real body today. Otherwise, I will flatten the Ocean Imperial Palace and kill every single member of your Bo family." Bomu indifferently said, "It has been so many years, but you are still so violent. Nature cannot be changed. Moreover, this seat has no intention of changing." Xiao pointed down with two fingers and coldly said, "If you do not compromise with me today, then only destruction awaits you." Bomu raised his head, a smile in his eyes as he said, "Today, you are not the only one who has come to take your real body." What? Xiao's heart shook, and he asked in shock, "What do you mean?" The people from the Heavenly Martial Alliance were also confused. Could it be that someone else also wanted to take his body? Li Yunxiao's gaze focused, and his divine sense instantly spread out in all directions. He knew that Xiao's physical body was at the Dharmakaya realm's consummate level. No matter who obtained it, they would be able to achieve great things. This was a peerless treasure. The forest of the sea immediately became quiet. Everyone secretly released their divine sense, including Li Yunxiao. However, none of them found anything. They did not find any traces. Xiao sneered, "Bomu, when did you learn to act mysterious?" Bomu smiled. "You've always been the one deceiving me. When have I ever deceived you?" Xiao's expression changed slightly, as if he was ashamed, but he quickly recovered and said, "Then speak clearly. Is there anyone else who covets this seat's true body?" "There is no one else in this sea forest." "Oh? You're so sure?" Bomu smiled. Li Yunxiao was also puzzled. Even he, an arcane divinity, had been unable to discover anything. If there really was someone hiding, then this person's concealment technique was simply too heaven-defying. Xiao proudly said, "Of course. I won't say that there are no people in this world who can avoid my detection, but there really aren't many." Bomu smiled. "Then why don't we make a bet? If I can find someone else, you'll agree to my previous condition, and I'll return your true body to you. If I lose, I'll return your true body, and the condition will be nullified." Xiao was stunned, and he fell into deep thought. Although he was extremely confident, the condition was that he had to join the Heavenly Martial Union and listen to Li Yunxiao's orders. If he lost, then that would truly be strange. Moreover, he also knew that there were people in this world who could avoid his detection. Xiao once again sent his divine sense into the surroundings, but still found nothing. However, he did not want to take this risk, so he coldly snorted. "That's a different matter. Don't even think about tricking me. Who knows what kind of scheme you have in mind?" "Haha, Xiao, you've become timid." Bomu smiled faintly, a playful look in his eyes. Xiao felt extremely uncomfortable under his gaze and snorted. "Say whatever you want, but hurry up and make your decision. Are you going to return my true body, or do you want me to kill you all and retrieve it myself?" Bomu sighed. "There's nothing you can do even if you don't believe me. If we fight, someone else will reap the benefits." Xiao coldly said, "I don't want to hear any more of your nonsense." He was extremely conceited in terms of strength, so even if there really was someone hiding, he had nothing to fear. This could only mean that the person hiding was weak, otherwise why would there be a need to hide? Qiu's gaze turned cold as he ordered, "Everyone, listen to my order, kill them all." "Yes." Ancestor Yunxing and the others shouted. This was especially so for Patriarch Yunxing and the others. They were most afraid that the two factions would make peace, which would put them in an awkward position. The Sea Imperial Palace definitely wouldn't go looking for trouble with Qiu, but they were different. Once they were imprisoned and the Sea Imperial Palace pursued the matter, they would be out of luck. If it was just brawn, they wouldn't be afraid. However, there was also the Heavenly Martial Union and the Sea God, who had unified the four seas in the past. If they couldn't kill them all, they would be in danger. As such, the ones who wanted to kill the most were Patriarch Cloud Xing and the others. Once they received the order, they charged forward with all their might. Li Yunxiao took out the Universe God Monument and patted it casually. Two rays of light shot out and turned into a bright and dazzling light. Li Yunxiao said apologetically, "I'm sorry to have to trouble the two of you again." Bai laughed and said, "Alliance Master Yun is too polite." Ken nodded lightly and said, "We don't have much time left. It's our honor to be able to contribute to the heavenly martial arts realm while we're still alive." Ken nodded and said, "We don't have much time left. It's our honor to do something for the heavenly martial realm." Ken said, "Alliance Master Yun, you don't have to worry about it. We have lived until now, so we don't have any regrets." Zhuo laughed. "Haha, don't talk nonsense. TSK, I didn't expect to fight real spirits after fighting the demon clan. How nostalgic." The two great monsters' eyes shone with ferocious light. They shouted and rushed over. Li Yunxiao said to Fei Yan'ai, who was next to him, "You go and help." With two great monsters and Sea Emperor World Sea Emperor, it's hard to say who will win. He stared at Qiu coldly. Qiu's expression changed slightly and became unsightly. Li Yunxiao was right. Can and Ken were Void Ultimate Realm experts. Although the Heavenly Martial Alliance didn't have many people, apart from the Duanmu siblings, they were all Void Ultimate Realm experts. Moreover, although the Sea God Wave Tree was only an afterimage, the golden light from the Saint artifact was like a warm sun shining on everyone, giving them an incomparable sense of tranquility. The hearts of the Heavenly Martial Alliance and Ocean Imperial Palace members were as calm as still water. They did not panic or panic. Sea Emperor World Wave Wood didn't attack. He just sat on his lotus throne and slowly activated the golden light. This was also the reason why Qiu's mind was in a state of turmoil and restlessness. With his understanding of Wave Wood, it was impossible for him to only have this much power. Fei Yan'ai looked at Li Yunxiao worriedly. But when she saw how resolute he was, she didn't dare to disobey him. She nodded and turned into a ball of flames. The heavenly phoenix's image appeared, and she rushed toward the real spirit. "Slave! Hurry up and kneel down and call me master." Fei Yan'ai immediately saw Patriarch Cloud Xing, who was fighting with all his might. In a flash, he appeared above Patriarch Cloud Xing. He formed a seal with both hands, and within the seal was a diagram of a phoenix soaring through the 9 heavens. With boundless flames and immense power, he slammed down. Damn it! Ancestor Cloud Xing's body trembled. His legs were shaking, and he couldn't stand steadily. Boundless anger and humiliation surged in his heart. He used everything he had learned in his life and formed a seal to meet the attack. Boom! The two seals collided and exploded. Boundless might swept through the world. Ancestor Cloud Xing was directly blasted into the ground. A huge crater appeared in the plaza in front of the Sea Imperial Palace. Many real spirits fell into it. Flames flashed in front of the crater, and Fei Yan'ai fell to the side. Her chest heaved up and down. She was clearly injured. But compared to Ancestor Cloud Xing, who had been blasted into oblivion, she was in a much better state. Qiu's expression became even more unsightly and gloomy. The Ghost Horse Clan Dwarf's expression also changed. Ancestor Cloud Xing is at a huge disadvantage against this girl. Not only is his soul suppressed, but even his cultivation technique seems to be suppressed by the Heavenly Phoenix. Let us two brothers deal with this Heavenly Phoenix. Okay. The Ghost Horse Clan Dwarf answered. The two brothers turned into black shadows and attacked from the sides. Shameless! Gu Qingqing jumped out. Her hands turned into palms in front of her. Red light danced around her as she slapped one of the black shadows. She scolded, 2 against 1, and it's against a girl. You two are really men. Bang. The Taiyu secular world art slapped the black shadow, and the ghost horse clan dwarf was sent flying. Both of them took a few steps back. They were evenly matched. Another black shadow made a circle in the air, then flew down towards Fei and I. Fei and I sneered. She spread her arms and floated away. Her movements were light and graceful. She was like a phoenix returning to her nest. Although he was running away, he seemed to be at ease, as if he was carefree. On the other hand, the ghost horse clan dwarf's face turned green. He grunted and chased after her. Looks like Lord Sea God doesn't need to act. The situation has been reversed. Li Yunxiao looked at Qiu in the distance and sneered. In fact, he was still deeply worried. After Kan and Ho joined the battle, the situation was only slightly better. But if the battle continued, they would still lose more than win. Therefore, he purposely ridiculed Qiu to make him lose his sense of propriety and find a flaw. As expected, Qiu's expression became even more unsightly. It wasn't that Li Yunxiao's ridicule was effective. It was that the opponent he feared the most, Bo Mu, hadn't made a move. It was like a boulder was pressing down on his chest. Bo Mu. 100,000 years have passed. Let me have a taste of your skills. Qiu finally couldn't bear it anymore. He soared into the sky. Azure light turned into a dragon and roared. If you want to fight Senior Bo Mu, you will have to get past me first. Li Yunxiao's figure flickered. He turned into a bolt of lightning and appeared below the azure dragon. His sword slashed through the air, the sound of space shattering rang out as the sword decapitator slashed red. The sword aura rose into the air and turned into a hazy white sword that slashed towards the azure dragon. Boom! The azure dragon was shattered by the sword aura, and the entire sword aura exploded. Li Yunxiao suffered the impact of the dragon's might. The blood in his body surged and he flew back several hundred meters, dissipating the impact. Qiu was fuming with anger. He roared, Li Yunxiao, you really deserve to die. His entire body was trembling and the veins on his forehead bulged. Li Yunxiao shook his finger and sneered, only the weak will be angry. As a peerless powerhouse, shouldn't you take out your strength to speak? Qiu stared at him coldly for a while. The anger on his face slowly dissipated. He gritted his teeth and said, I don't want the Heavenly Phoenix true blood anymore. Don't interfere in my matters. Li Yunxiao looked at Qiu's expression and praised him in his heart. This person was indeed a formidable character. Although he was enraged, he still tried his best to control his emotions. After all, compared to the Heavenly Phoenix true blood, it was more important to retrieve his true body. As long as he returned to the Dharmakaya realm, obtaining the Heavenly Phoenix true blood would be a piece of cake, but how could Li Yunxiao let him have his way? He sneered, since when did the Heavenly Phoenix true blood give you a choice? The Heavenly Martial League has always been with the Ocean Imperial Palace. Then you can die first. Qiu formed a dragon seal with one hand. His body radiated with azure light as the 5 elements True Dipper formed 5 giant dragons around him. He finally lost his patience and understood that he had to get rid of Li Yunxiao. As long as he could kill one of Bo Mu and Li Yunxiao, this trip would not be in vain. As for the Dharmakaya, it had already been there for 100,000 years. A few more days wouldn't matter. Li Yunxiao changed his sword stance and hurriedly threw out Luding Liujia. At the same time, he formed 3 heads and 6 arms. He formed a hand seal and was on high alert. He could see the determination and killing intent in Qiu's eyes. He didn't dare to be careless. Luding Liujia landed around Li Yunxiao. His body glowed with golden light as he formed a divine fiend virtual body. 5 dragons shattering the heavens. A white dragon domain with a radius of 3,000 feet appeared around Qiu. Vaguely, giant dragons could be seen lying dormant within it. The 5 elements True Dipper virtual body spiraled up and attacked from all directions. Space was stirred up by the dragon's repulse, and the earth tremored violently as everyone felt an incredible pressure weighing down on them. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. Sword shadows filled the sky and entered the sword decapitation red. 9 mottled white flowers appeared on the sword's blade. It looked like a sword decapitating a star, but it didn't. The virtual divine fiend body also gripped the halberd with both hands and pointed it at Qiu. Terrifying golden light surged out from its body. The halberd gradually turned from transparent to solid. The sword in Li Yunxiao's hand suddenly slashed out. 9 white flowers bloomed from the back to the front. The world within the sword became slow and peaceful. It gave people the feeling of time slowly passing by, as if it should not appear in this kind of situation. The virtual divine fiend body's halberd quickly struck out. Thousands of light rays dissipated from the halberd, giving people a feeling of extreme speed. In one leap, there was no hesitation. Rumble. The two forces collided side by side, striking the descending 5 elemental True Dipper. Waves of terrifying power exploded in all directions. Rumble. The colorful light wave not only shattered the void, but it also swept up the entire land within the sea forest space. The plaza fell into chaos. The Ocean Imperial Palace was affected by the impact and began to collapse. Row Wei. Bo Long roared angrily and flew over. He instantly created a barrier to protect the collapsing Ocean Imperial Palace. Bo Mu's hand seals changed. Hazy golden light spread out from the lotus platform, forming a barrier that blocked all the impact. At the same time, he raised his eyes and quietly looked at the center of the explosion. He let out a long sigh and said, "Qiu, why don't you believe me from start to finish?" The 5 elemental True Dipper dragon directly shattered the combined attack of Li Yunxiao and the virtual divine fiend body, but Qiu himself did not feel any better. A hazy light appeared on his body, resisting the terrifying impact. Suddenly, his heart trembled. A feeling of extreme danger rose from within him. Moreover, that aura was very familiar. Qiu felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His entire body felt cold. "Why don't you believe Bo Mu?" A calm voice sounded from behind him. A figure slowly appeared. Qiu felt all the pores on his body open up. A huge sense of danger and fear spread in his heart. He roared with all his strength, "Inu! Even if I die, I will drag you down with me." He fiercely punched back, using all his strength to strike behind him. Rumble. His back exploded, creating a black crater. Qiu's eyes widened, revealing a look of despair. There was no one behind him. He had fallen into a trap. "Heh, my son, you're still as childish as ever." Inu's cold voice rang out beside him. Dragon Fist, boundless light. In the center of the already chaotic explosion, a pale white light once again blossomed and soared into the sky. Li Yunxiao's eyes changed color as he stared blankly ahead, full of shock. Previously, when he saw Inu's figure, he didn't dare to believe it. It was only when the boundless light from the dragon fist blossomed that he was convinced. Under the pale light, Qiu spat out a mouthful of blood. That dragon fist struck his chest. Thousands of cracks appeared on the left side of his heart and blood oozed out. Su Guang's body was broken by the punch, and his internal organs shattered. He coughed out a mouthful of dirty blood. The two of them were almost stuck together in the white light. Qiu's gaze was filled with endless hatred, while Inu's gaze was ice cold. Even though they were father and son, they didn't have any feelings for each other, only ruthlessness and hatred. "I hate it so much. I can't kill you. You are my son, how can you kill me?" Inu's eyes were filled with mockery and even a trace of pity. "My poor child, your eyes are filled with such unwillingness. TSK, it really makes father's heart ache. Since it hurts, then let it hurt so much that it breaks." Qiu's pupils suddenly shrank, and a thump sound came from his body. The surrounding space also seemed to tremble, as this heartbeat, that extremely weak life force gushed out like a fountain. "What?" Inu was shocked, his eyes opened wide as he said in shock, "Your body's heart." Qiu's aura instantly rose to the peak. The unwillingness in his eyes had long turned into mockery and determination. He said with a sneer, "Maybe this is fate. Fate's choice is to let you die in my hands. The heart of this body is on the right side." The moment his voice fell, Qiu's left hand grabbed the arm that Inu used to hit his chest. His 5 fingers directly squeezed into Inu's hand, making a tight grip, afraid that Inu would escape. At the same time, Qiu's body moved forward, his right hand clenched into a fist, and the 5 elements True Dipper rotated rapidly. 5 dragons break the heavens. Qiu used all his strength, and the 5 dragons flew around his palm. He punched out, wanting to crush Inu's heart. That pair of cold and hateful eyes reflected a bit of excitement, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile, as if he had finally completed his long-cherished wish. But in just an instant, the 5 dragons seemed to freeze, and his entire arm also became sluggish. What? Xiu's heart trembled as he felt an abnormally strong shackling force, like the rules of the heavenly Tao, suppressing his entire body, and his strength was constantly dissipating. Bang! The punch landed on Inu's chest, but there was not much power behind it. The remaining bit of 5-colored light was also blocked by the dragon scales and shattered under the fist. Xianxia was also surprised, but he was much calmer. He looked up and saw that above the two of them was a Tai Chi yin-yang fish, sealing the space within 100 feet radius. Inside the seal, a burly figure with 2 horns could be vaguely seen. His hands were crossed in front of his chest, and he stood there with a sword on his back. Hee, the choice of fate? What a pitiful fate. Inu's panic disappeared, replaced by cold arrogance and disdain. He said cruelly, "Fengyali, kill him." The figure with the sword on his back was Fengyali. He raised his eyebrows and said, "As you wish." He formed a sword seal with one hand, and the cold sword flew up with a clang and slashed down. Chi! There was a flash of cold light, and the sound of metal breaking came from Xiu's body. A pillar of blood burst out from the right side of his chest. Blood sprayed onto Inu's body like arrows, dyeing him red. Fengyali said with disdain, "Both your chests have been shattered. Don't tell me you're going to say that your heart is in your stomach." This change shocked Ancestor Yunxing and the others. They stood in a daze in the distance, not knowing what to do. The eyes of the true spirits were about to pop out of their sockets, and they let out strange sounds as they charged over. Inu forcefully pried Xiu's arm open. Both of them were under the heaven-sealing seal, so the power they could use was very limited. He immediately roared toward the sky, "Quick, attack!" His physical body is at the void light realm. He won't die so easily. Oh? There was a flash of coldness in Fengyali's eyes. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and another sword light lit up. Suddenly, there was a flash of light from the heaven-sealing seal, and a small silver snake shot down. The snake's body was dazzling, and it was made of stacked scales. Fengyali's sword light turned and struck the silver snake, and he shouted, "Who is it?" The snake was shaken away, and it swayed a few times in the air. It was actually a silver whip. The other half was in the hands of a woman with a cold expression. It was the mermaid who had escaped earlier. She had changed into a shiny silver battle suit, and she seemed to be one with the whip. She also noticed the strangeness of the heaven-sealing seal, so she didn't dare to land on it. She just stood on it and attacked from afar. As the whip danced, countless silver runes appeared, and they fell down like flowers scattered by a fairy. Fengyali's expression changed greatly. Although he could still use his techniques under the heaven-sealing seal, he could only use 10% or 20% of his power. Moreover, the true spirits began to rush into the heaven-sealing seal and shake the laws of the seal. "Withdraw!" Fengyali shouted and immediately released the seal. The power in his body returned to its peak, and he formed a seal with one hand and slapped at the silver runes. Bang, 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 countless silver runes exploded, and the whip in the mermaid's hand broke into hundreds of pieces. She also suffered the impact and was sent flying hundreds of feet away by the shockwave. Once the heaven-sealing seal was released, Inu also instantly recovered his strength. He didn't hold back and punched Xiu's head, wanting to take his life. Bang! The fist force caused the air to explode, but it was suddenly blocked by several forces, and it bombarded the layers of light walls. The Ghost Horse brothers stood on both sides of Xiu, and they set up defensive barriers at the same time, blocking Inu's fist. "You 2 dregs dare to oppose me?" Inu was furious, and the dragon might on his body surged. As the leader of all living beings, he had once stood above everything. The might made the Ghost Horse brothers break out in a cold sweat, and fear welled up in their hearts. The midget of the Ghost Horse race chuckled and said, "Lord True Dragon treats us as dregs, but Lord Xiu treats us as his subordinates. A man will die for his bosom friend, and a woman will dress for her lover." At this moment, a cold light flashed behind them. Lung Tong's figure appeared, and he hugged Xiu and retreated into the distance. Inu was furious, and he said coldly, "Since that's the case, then you 2 dregs can really die." He clenched his fist, and boundless light erupted from the tip of his fist. The ghost horse brothers were shocked, and they hurriedly turned around and fled. The dragon domain spread out from Inu's body, and it instantly enveloped the two of them. Then, boundless light erupted, and the two of them were directly swallowed. Rumble. Wherever the light passed, it was filled with fist force. The two brothers vomited large mouthfuls of blood, and their bodies were directly sent flying. In the battle with the Heavenly Martial Union, they had expended a lot of energy, and they had also suffered some injuries. At this moment, how could they withstand Inu's furious attack? They crashed into the ground far away, and they slid hundreds of meters away. Two bright red bloodstains were left on the ground, glaring and shocking. In the sky, after Feng Yaoli repelled the mermaid with a single move, his face twisted with malevolence. The cold sword fell into his hand, and thousands of cold light rays shot out, slashing towards the true spirit warriors. Chi. Many of these true spirit warriors had died in the previous battle, and the few that survived were also injured. How could they be a match for Feng Yaoli? In just a few moves, a large number of them were killed. Severed limbs fell from the sky, and fresh blood drifted down like raindrops. The Sea Imperial Palace was a scene of carnage, and the scene was too horrible to look at. The people from the Heavenly Martial Union and Sea Imperial Palace quietly watched the father and son fight each other. They didn't know whether they were happy or sad, and their expressions became complicated. Inu's expression was ice-cold as he stepped forward, and he walked towards Lung Tong. Lung Tong's face was filled with panic, and his vertical eye was filled with fear. After the ghost horse brothers were punched, they struggled a few times on the ground. Although they hadn't died, they had completely lost the ability to fight, and they could only lie on the ground, waiting to be cut. On their side, only the mermaid and ancestor Yunxing were left. Lung Tong's face turned pale. Sensing Inu's pressure, he felt fear from the bottom of his heart. He looked around at old ancestor Yunxing and the mermaid and said anxiously, "What should we do?" The mermaid's expression was also ugly. She glanced at the ghost horse clan brothers who were lying on the ground on their last breaths. She bit her red lips and said, "That midget is right. A gentleman will die for the one who understands him, and a woman will dress up for the one who loves her." Chiao stood behind them, covered in blood. The left side of his chest had been smashed by the dragon fist, and the right side had been pierced by Lin Tong's ice sword. He was completely covered in blood. He sighed and said, "You should all leave. You don't have to risk your lives for me. Take brother ghost horse with you." His face was full of desolation. The remaining true spirit warriors in the sky also retreated. They knelt in front of Chiao, covered in blood, with tears on their faces. Feng Yaoli didn't chase after them. He put away his sword and looked at Li Yunxiao. Then, his gaze fell on Duan Muyoyu. Duan Muyoyu's expression changed slightly, but he wasn't afraid. "We won't leave," the mermaid said resolutely. "We will live and die with Lord Chiao. We will live and die with Lord Chiao." Solemn voices echoed. The whole place was filled with sorrow. Inu sneered and said, "Tsk, it's really touching. My son, I won't let you die so easily. Your dragon soul is full. After I extract it, I will nourish it, and we won't be in vain. As for your body at the peak of the Fate Realm, I will gladly accept it." His words made everyone's hair stand on end. As the saying went, even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. How much hatred was there between this father and son? It seemed like Chiao was used to this, and his expression didn't change. It seemed like he was at the end of his road, and his emotions had calmed down. He sneered and said, "The heavenly martial arts realm has existed for countless years, and true dragons have been born many times. So, how did a scum like you appear? What? You don't like me? Heh, the winner takes all. I have to accept it even if I don't like it." Chiao said self-mockingly, "I just don't want to accept it. Even though I didn't manage to kill you today, the others will." Inu said coldly, "You guys are all my sons, how can you possibly escape the palm of my hand? Where are they? Looks like we'll have to find a time to get together." Chiao laughed and said, "Hee, you are afraid. Haha, just a few brats, what reason do I have to be afraid of?" Inu mocked a few times before his face turned cold. The mermaid raised her hand, and the silver light turned into a long whip, forming a 30-meter-long formation in front of her, blocking Inu. She gritted her teeth and said, "This person is only at virtual prime. It's still uncertain who will die." Lung Tong also came forward and leaned against the side of the mermaid. The true spirit warriors were also on guard. Inu sneered and said, "If the few of you still had 100% of your strength, you should be able to contend with me for a few breaths of time. Now, you're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating your capabilities." The instant the word strength left his mouth, Inu moved. The small formation formed by the silver whip burst out with a strong light, and then it received a heavy blow. The whip exploded bit by bit. The vertical eye in Ling Yu's eyes narrowed, and he caught Inu's movements. He formed a seal with both hands and shouted, "Thunder Tower! Rumble!" A large number of lightning snakes appeared above the silver light, condensing into a tower, pressing down on Inu. The space trembled, and Inu's true body was revealed, covered by the Thunder Tower. Large amounts of lightning flowed in, constantly attacking his body. However, Inu had a dragon domain around him, and the lightning snakes were destroyed the moment they entered the dragon domain, unable to touch his body at all. "I didn't expect there to be survivors of the Ai clan." Killing intent flashed in Inu's eyes. His figure flickered, and it was like a giant dragon soared into the sky, attacking in all directions. Boom! The Thunder Tower exploded into pieces. Lung Tong's vertical eye instantly closed, and blood seeped out. The mermaid angrily roared, "Fight!" The two of them immediately flew up, attacking from both sides. The true spirit warriors gritted their teeth, and 7 or 8 of them attacked Inu at the same time. Ancestor Yunxing directly flew to Chio's side, and anxiously said, "Sir, quickly leave with me. Let's preserve our lives first, and then come back to take revenge." Without waiting for a reply, he said, "Sorry for the offense," and reached out to drag Chio. The moment his hand touched Chio, his 5 fingers suddenly changed, and a cold light flashed out, directly pressing against Chio's back. At the same time, his other hand turned into an eagle's claw, tightly locking onto Chio's throat. "Grandfather!" Gu Hong jumped in fright. The scene before him suddenly changed, and he immediately understood what his ancestor was thinking. This was a betrayal, and he was afraid, so he quickly ran over and hid behind Ancestor Yunxing. Everyone's gaze was attracted by this unforeseen event, and even Inu, who was fighting, was startled. The two factions immediately separated. "Yunxing! What are you doing?" The mermaid was furious, and she surrounded him with Lin Tong and the others. Chio's expression was still like water, without any change, as if he was indifferent to being kidnapped. Ancestor Yunxing coldly said, "My life is my own, I only live for myself, and die for myself. It's true that I respect Sir Chio, but I don't want to die for him." He was a bit agitated as he spoke, and the strength in his 5 fingers increased, and he could not help but squeeze a bit into Chio's throat. The mermaid coldly said, "Don't act recklessly." Ancestor Yunxing snorted and said, "I'm not acting recklessly, you guys are the ones acting recklessly." He looked at Inu in the distance and said in a loud voice, "Lord True Dragon, I offer Chio respectfully to you, can you spare my life?" "Ha ha ha, turns out it's someone who's afraid of death." Inu laughed loudly, and kept nodding as he said, "Sure, of course you can. In this world, only one's life is the most precious. Even though you're greedy for life and afraid of death, betraying your master for glory is despicable, but you're not wrong. This seat can spare your dog life." Ancestor Yunxing was scolded until his cheeks turned slightly red, but what Inu said was right, his life was the most precious. Once he lost it, he would have nothing left. He immediately said, "Many thanks for Lord True Dragon's understanding." Inu said, "Don't misunderstand, I'm not understanding, but I dislike killing trash like you and dirty my hands." Ancestor Yunxing's face turned purple from embarrassment, but he could not care so much. His gaze shot out fierceness, and he shouted to the people around, "All move aside. Otherwise, I'll cripple him right now." The mermaid and the rest were angered until their entire bodies trembled. They were fighting the enemy with their lives on the line, but they did not expect that a traitor appeared. Li Yunxiao and the rest watched with folded arms from start to end, watching rather interestedly. However, Li Yunxiao also had suspicions in his heart. What would Inu do after killing Chio, hearing Bo Mu's words previously, it seemed like he also wanted to snatch Chio's avatar. But with just him and Fengli, how could they possibly win them? Right now, they could only deal with the situation as it came, and adapt according to the changes in the situation. Chio did not move from start to end. He just stood there quietly, allowing the blood on his body to dye his clothes red. The Void Light Realm's fleshy body was powerful to this extent. Even if the left and right sides of his chest were pierced through and shattered, he still stood tall and did not fall. Furthermore, the bleeding also stopped, and signs of recovery started to appear. Ancestor Xianxia formed a seal with one hand and pressed on the acupoints on his back, pushing him forward. Chio suddenly smiled and said, "Do you know what I'm thinking right now?" Ancestor Xianxia inexplicably felt a chill in his heart, and he warned, "I advise you to give up on your fantasies and return to Lord True Dragon's side obediently. You are his son, after all. As long as you beg Lord well, it will not be difficult to preserve your life." You really make things difficult for me." Chio smiled and said, "Not only is your body weak, but your intelligence is also worrying. A body like this can only be used once, used for a while." "What?" Ancestor Xianxia was startled. That chill spread in his heart, and before he could react, he felt an intense pain in his head. Ah? That pain almost went straight into his soul, and he lost consciousness in an instant. A ball of white light flew out from the top of Chio's head. There was a vague shape of a dragon inside, and it directly charged into Ancestor Xianxia's body. Possession. Everyone understood what was happening. In his fury, Inu suddenly attacked, directly teleporting down. "My stupid son. How can there be enough time to possess a body now? Temporarily changing into that trash's body will only make you die even more useless. The one lacking intelligence isn't this lowly thing, it's you." Inu's figure instantly appeared beside Ancestor Xianxia, and he fiercely smashed down with his dragon claw. Bang! Ancestor Xianxia's head was smashed into pieces. "Lord Chio!" The mermaid let out a heart-wrenching scream and rushed over without caring about anything. Lung Tong and the others also made up their minds and instantly attacked. Inu sneered and scolded, "All of you are trash." He formed a hand seal with one hand, and a dragon domain appeared, covering the surrounding 100 feet like a barrier. The mermaid and the others attacked with all their might, and the dragon domain barrier shook from the attacks, but they could not break. "Humph!" Inu coldly snorted and ignored them. His other hand reached into Ancestor Xianxia's body, and with a bang, he crushed Ancestor Xianxia's heart. Large amounts of blood spurted out from Ancestor Xianxia's body. Inu's expression was ferocious as he said, "My son, now that things have come to this, do you still have a place to hide? Obediently come out and nourish Lord Father." Under that cold and gloomy face, he unexpectedly stuck out his red tongue and licked his lips. The soul that he wanted to devour belonged to his son, and he was so ferocious and excited. The people of the Heavenly Martial Arts Realm and the Sea Imperial Palace felt their hands and feet go cold, and they all felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Li Yunxia was shocked, and his pupils shrank. He seemed to have noticed that something was wrong. Inu used 2 moves in a row. First, he crushed Ancestor Xianxia's head to prevent Ancestor Xianxia from escaping. Then, he crushed Ancestor Xianxia's heart, and Ancestor Xianxia's body completely collapsed. Now, Ancestor Xianxia had nowhere to go. However, he still felt that something was strange, and he couldn't tell why. Inu reached into Ancestor Xianxia's body with one hand and searched for Ancestor Xianxia's soul. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he cried out involuntarily, "You." As he searched, he found nothing. There was no dragon soul inside. At this moment, in the dragon domain, next to Inu and Ancestor Xianxia, Chio's original body suddenly opened his eyes, which were as sharp as stars. He said coldly, "Who is the one who lacks intelligence?" "You shameless father. We fell into a trap." Everyone was shocked. Chio actually didn't use possession. That move just now was actually an open path. The 5 elements True Dipper condensed again, and Chio quickly formed hand seals with both hands. The 5 elements True Dipper dragons burst out of his body, turning into a seal that struck out like a mountain. 5 elemental Great Dipper seal. Chio Jiang gathered all his power into this move. This was his only chance to turn the tables. Countless years of hatred, humiliation, anger, I will return it all to you. Xiao Jiang roared in anger. His injuries that had stopped spreading tore open again. Large amounts of blood flowed out of his body and evaporated upon contact with the astral energy. Outside the dragon domain, the mermaid and the others attacked even more wildly. Yin was overwhelmed. Yin's heart fell to the bottom. His face was drained of blood. His back was completely exposed to the 5-elemental Great Dipper seal. He could only rely on the dragon domain's defense. Boom! The 5-elemental Great Dipper seal landed on his body. The weak dragon domain's power exploded and a powerful shockwave spread in all directions. The mermaid and the others wanted to retreat in shock, but they were also sucked into the shockwave. Those true spirit warriors that were already injured died from the shock of the terrifying shockwave. Feng Yali was also shocked. He wanted to help Yin when he realized he was tricked. But it was too late, that 5-elemental Great Dipper seal was earth-shattering. He guessed that it was Qiu Zhang's final attack. Even if he took it head-on, he would not feel good. The entire Ocean Imperial Palace collapsed again. Only the small area protected by Bronan remained. The rest of the buildings were reduced to ashes. At the center of the tremor, 2 pale figures gradually separated. Yin vomited a mouthful of blood and flew far away like a kite with its string cut. Qiu did not feel good either. His void light realm body exploded. Thunderous booms came from his 8 gates. Blood spurted out from time to time. Lord Qiu. The mermaid's figure flashed and landed beside Qiu. She half knelt in front of him and cried, Lord. Lung Tong also hurriedly knelt down. At this moment, only the 2 loyal subordinates were left. The Ghost Horse clan brothers were lying on the ground, half dead, but they were also reduced to ashes by the aftershocks of the previous attack. Qiu looked at the 2 quietly. And said, Time reveals a man's heart. You 2 are my most loyal subordinates. I am very gratified. The mermaid went up to support Qiu and cried, Lord, don't say any more. Let's leave first. We will return after we recover. Qiu shook his head and said, I can't. My injured body can't take it anymore. Moreover, once he left, he might not be able to return. Mermaid, are you afraid of death? The mermaid was stunned for a moment before she smiled bitterly, Of course I'm not afraid. I'm willing to go through fire and water for you. Qiu nodded and said, Very good. What about you, Lung Tong? Lung Tong was also resolute. Even if I have to go through fire and water, I will not hesitate. Qiu said, Thank you very much. He bent down and looked at Lung Tong affectionately, a look of gratitude in his eyes. Lung Tong was taken aback. He felt that something was amiss. My lord, you, Qiu shook his head and placed his hand on his shoulder. He said softly, I don't need you to go through fire and water. I just need you to lend me your body. This body of mine is already at its limits. His 8 gates exploded, and his body's functions rapidly faded. Qiu was no longer a bloody man, but a badly mutilated man. Ah? Lung Tong's body trembled. He immediately understood Qiu's meaning. His body trembled violently, My lord, you. Qiu's gaze turned cold as he said in a cold voice, What? Were you lying to me earlier? This subordinate doesn't dare. Lung Tong's face was filled with sorrow. Beads of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Qiu said, It's not impossible for me to forcefully take over your body. I just don't want to go against your will. I respect your choice. However, you have to understand that if you choose to reject me, we will both die here today. If you agree, I will still have a chance to leave and take revenge for you. Lung Tong felt his throat go dry. He couldn't even speak. The most difficult decision in his life was right before him. Even if he had to die, it wouldn't be so difficult. Make your decision quickly. It will be too late if time is up. Qiu said indifferently. His expression was calm, without any hint of coercion. However, his heart was burning with anxiety like a volcano. He could forcefully take over Lung Tong's body, but he needed time to erase Lung Tong's will. Furthermore, Lung Tong had to get used to his new body. It wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. If the other party offered his body willingly, it would be completely different. As long as the other party was sincere and used his soul to guide him into his body, he would be able to take over this body in the shortest time possible. All right. I'm willing. I'm willing to sacrifice my life for my lord. Lung Tong finally made up his mind. He let out a long breath and kowtowed to Chiu. Chiu heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He smiled faintly and said, "You will forever be my most loyal subordinate. I will definitely treat your body well." He stretched out his hand and lightly tapped Lung Tong's vertical eye with 2 fingers. Lung Tong only felt that Chiu's fingers were cold. There was also sweat on them. Chiu said, "Cast aside all distracting thoughts. Welcome my dragon soul." Lung Tong closed his eyes. Strands of white light immediately flew out from Chiu's body and entered Lung Tong's body. The mermaid stood guard at the side. She was wary of everyone, especially Inu. After Inu forcefully endured that attack, a large number of dragon scales fell off his body. He stood up in the distance. His entire body was covered in blood. His face was dark and filled with hatred. There was no sound in the plaza. Everything became quiet. Other than Li Yunxiao and a few others, most people did not know about Chiu and Lung Tong. They only watched curiously as they stuck together. They felt that it was fun. Fei and I also asked in a low voice, "Husband, is that Chiu dead?" Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, "He's trying to take over that vertical eye's body." What? Everyone's hearts shook. They understood what was going on. Inu's face was dark. He touched the blood at the corner of his mouth and said coldly, "I lost just now. Do you think it's too late for you to take over now? Stop. Don't come over." A silver whip appeared in the mermaid's hand again. She positioned herself in front of the 2 of them. She looked like she was determined to die. Inu actually listened to her words and stood on the spot without moving. That attack just now was indeed quite serious. If it was just one mermaid, there was still a chance of victory. However, if Chiu played any tricks, it would be hard to say. "Brother Yali, can you help me kill these people?" Inu asked Feng Yali as he pointed at the mermaid and Chiu. Feng Yali frowned. "You're already so weak that you can't even deal with trash like this?" Inu was angry, but he still said calmly, "Of course not. However, this unfilial son of mine is very cunning. I'm afraid he'll play some tricks. Brother Yali, you can just use the Tai Chi Heaven Sealing Seal to lock the true essence in their bodies and kill them." "Alright, since I've agreed to work with you, I won't find it troublesome." Feng Yali walked over with his sword in hand. The mermaid was shocked. She hurriedly pointed her whip at Feng Yali, and rings of silver light spread out. "Under my sword, those who block will die." Feng Yali sneered. A cold aura surged from his body as he slashed down. Lung Tong suddenly opened his eyes. He casually grabbed Chiu's body and threw him over like a soldier. Boom! Chiu's body violently exploded under the sword light. The huge shockwave caused even space to tremble. Although the body exploded, it did not shatter under such a powerful shockwave. It only shattered and fell to the ground. The strength of a void light realm body was evident. The mermaid retreated and returned to Lung Tong's side. She said in shock, "Sir?" Lung Tong nodded. His aura was completely different. He exuded the aura of a superior. N. The mermaid was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Congratulations, sir." Chiu said, "Lung Tong is very good. He didn't resist at all and did everything I told him to. I've completely taken over this body." Inu said angrily, "Don't try to deceive yourself. Even if you completely take over this body is already injured. Moreover, it's only at void light realm. It might not be able to contain your soul. How much power do you have left?" Chiu coldly looked at him and sneered, "In terms of possession, a void light realm body naturally can't compare to a void light realm body. After all, what I need is a body, not cultivation. But in this situation, do I still have a choice?" Li Yunxiao suddenly sneered, "Even if this vertical eye doesn't want to be possessed by you, you'll still use force, right?" Chiu did not hide anything and nodded, "I will. But that way, I'll have to destroy his soul first. It won't be as smooth as it is now." Li Yunxiao said, "That means you were lying when you said you'll let him do as he pleases." Xiao raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "What, is that important?" The mermaid said, "Lin Tong is loyal to his master. He died a worthy death." Xiao smiled calmly and said, "Of course it was a lie. How could I let him do as he pleases?" Li Yunxiao raised two thumbs up and praised, "You two weirdos, you've really opened my eyes today." He then made an inviting gesture and said, "Please continue killing, don't stop." Xiao retracted his gaze and looked at Yin and Feng Yaoli not far away with a cold expression. Yin said angrily, "Unfilial son. Do you think you can turn the tables after possessing a trash body?" Xiao said, "Turning the tables is indeed difficult, but it won't be so easy for you to kill me now. If not for your sneak attack, I wouldn't have ended up like this." Yin sneered, "All's fair in war. Isn't sneak attack supposed to work? In order to deal that blow to you, brother Yaoli and I paid a huge price, but we still couldn't deceive Bo Mu." Yin also looked at Bo Mu with some fear. He had even deceived Li Yunxiao's arcane god's light, but he was still discovered by Bo Mu. He regretted not being able to resist the urge to deal with Qiu first. That was why he came out of the void to launch a sneak attack. If he had known this would happen, he would have let Qiu and the Heavenly Martial Alliance fight until both sides were heavily injured. Now, not only was he heavily injured, Qiu was not dead, and the Heavenly Martial Alliance and Sea Imperial Palace were completely unharmed. Bo Mu smiled faintly and said, "Although I reminded Qiu, he didn't believe me. You father and son can continue, don't worry about us." Xiao Chang sighed. "Bo Mu, I'm sorry." Bo Mu said, "It's not the first time. Perhaps it's because you dragons are naturally suspicious. If you had trusted me back then, today's events would not have happened." Xiao Chang fell silent, his eyes filled with regret. "Bo Mu, I sincerely apologize to you. I hope that we can return to our former friendship and trust each other." Bo Mu said in surprise, "Trust each other? Lord Qiu, when did you ever trust me?" Xiao Chang sternly said, "Naturally, otherwise I wouldn't have asked you to seal my body. Nor would I have given you the precious True Sun mantra. Isn't this proof of our trust and friendship? It's just that I was blinded in the end and made a huge mistake." Li Yunxiao and the others were shocked when they heard this. Even Braun was shocked. Who would have thought that the True Sun mantra, passed down through the generations in the Bo clan, had been given to them by this man? Everyone had strange expressions. If that was the case, then the relationship between the two of them really wasn't ordinary. Perhaps they really had been close comrades in arms, but it was unknown how they had fallen out. Bo Mu calmly smiled. "The True Sun mantra was only a reward for helping you, an equivalent exchange. There's no friendship to speak of. Even if there was, it would have vanished into thin air when you ambushed me." Xiao Chang nodded. "Fine. Back then, you were controlled by the demon master and became a slave. If I hadn't given you the True Sun mantra, freeing you from your slavery, you wouldn't have become the sea god or the Bo clan's inheritance. You sealed my body and protected it until now, so you fulfilled your contract. Now, return my body to me." The moment he said that, everyone was even more shocked. They couldn't help but look at Bo Mu. Li Yunxiao's heart was in turmoil. The sea god had been a slave of the demon master, and the ones who had saved him were the True Sun mantra and the True Dragon's 3 sons. His mind raced, but his shocked colleagues were overjoyed, their hands trembling in excitement. Since Bo Mu could be freed from his demon slave status, then Hua Qianshu could as well, let alone the other martial artists who had been infected by the demonic arts. Yin and Feng Yaoli also revealed strange expressions. They didn't know that there was actually such a layer of relationship between them. Bo Mu smiled and said, "Didn't I just say it? After you ambushed me, the contract between us was naturally broken. However, I can still give you this path, and that is to join the Heavenly Martial Alliance and swear to follow Li Yunxiao." "Impossible." Xiao said angrily, "I'm a mighty dragon, one of the most powerful beings from ancient times to the present. You want me to listen to a human man and serve him at his beck and call? What's the point of living like this?" Bo Mu replied, "Naturally. Then how about adding a time limit to this oath? Just 500 years. Li Yunxiao knew that the reason why Bo Mu valued him so highly was because of the demonic tribulation. Li Yunxiao hoped to win over some more forces, so he couldn't help but have a good impression of Bo Mu. Xiao said coldly, not even 5 days. Bomu sighed, shaking his head and saying, since that's the case, there's nothing more to discuss. You and your son can continue. Xiao's expression changed drastically. If the Sea Imperial Palace and the Heavenly Martial Alliance watched from the sidelines, he could only escape. Whether he could escape from Yinyu's hands was another matter altogether, and it would be difficult to retrieve his avatar. He hurriedly said, if there's anything to discuss, we can discuss it again. Bomu refused, there's nothing to discuss, my conditions cannot be changed. Xiao said, I can serve him for 500 years, but there must be one more condition. That is, he must kill Yinyu for me. The moment he kills Yinyu, I will serve him from then on. Unfilial son, you're courting death. Yinyu shouted angrily, this king is a true dragon, and the meaning of my existence is to protect this world. The demonic tribulation is naturally my duty. Lord Bomu need not waste words with this unfilial son, we can discuss in detail after I kill him. Yinyu turned and attacked after saying so. Boom. The space where Qiao stood instantly exploded, and he immediately retreated. The current situation was very clear. He had just occupied Lin Tong's body, and although he could use it freely, it was impossible for him to defeat Yinyu. Not to mention, Yinyu still had Huidou's true body. Hence, he could only dodge continuously. If he wanted to escape, it would be extremely difficult for Yinyu to kill him. How could Fengyali not see the situation clearly? His expression became even uglier. Even if Yinyu killed Qiao, it would not benefit him in the slightest. He had once been tricked by Li Yunxiao and accidentally swore an oath not to act against Duan Muyoyu. That was why he had allied with Yinyu, hoping to borrow Yinyu's hand to snatch the 9 brilliant star staff from Duan Muyoyu. Yinyu also needed Duan Muyoyu's divination ability, so the two of them hit it off. However, he hadn't expected the situation to fall into such a passive state. He could neither advance nor retreat. Row away. At this time, the Sea Imperial Palace that Bo Long was protecting finally could not withstand the pressure, and it turned into dust. The scene inside the dark room appeared. In the dim space, the 7-star lamp shone on the array formation, its light the size of a bean trembling slightly. A luxurious bed was placed on it, and it was covered with fresh flowers. Bo Long was startled, and he carefully closed the barrier. He was afraid that Yinyu and Xiao's fight would affect them. Li Yunxiao's heart moved. He walked forward and said, see Emperor, I have an elixir here, and it might be able to save Narcissus's mother. Eh? What elixir? Bo Long was startled, and he asked subconsciously. He didn't have any hope of saving his wife. He was once a peak expert in the heavenly martial arts realm, and he had obtained all the natural treasures in the world, but none of them had any effect. Li Yunxiao took out a jade box and said, Heavenly Luck Pill. What? Bo Long was shocked, and he looked at the jade box in Li Yunxiao's hand as if he couldn't believe it. The dense elixir's power could be felt through the box, and it made him excited. His aged face trembled. Narcissus had already woken up, and she was also extremely excited. She put her hands in front of her and prayed, Big Brother Yunxiao, can this elixir really save my mother? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, trying is better than not trying at all. If this elixir doesn't work, it will be really troublesome. Gu Qingqing shifted her gaze from the battlefield, and she glared at Li Yunxiao with hidden bitterness. Bomu also raised his eyes, nodded, and said, not only is this elixir the most likely to save Rowei, but it is also the only one left in the world. The tens of thousands of materials needed to refine it are basically extinct. If we wait for the 10 directions rules to return to the world and nurture it for tens of thousands of years, there might be a chance to recreate this elixir. We won't be able to find a second one in tens of thousands of years. Bo Long was so excited that he couldn't control himself. 2 streams of tears flowed down his face, and he said in a trembling voice, Thank you, thank you. Apart from this, he didn't know what else to say to express his feelings. Li Yunxiao said, I originally wanted to wait until the battle was over before taking it out, but now it seems that father and son are no longer a threat. With all of us protecting them, there shouldn't be any problems. Bo Long trembled as he took the elixir from Li Yunxiao's hands. After dispelling the barrier, he flew down and stabilized his mind before taking out the heavenly fortune pill. Immediately, a gold and silver glow spread out, containing countless colors. It was as if he was holding a world in his hand. Bo Long's arm trembled. Afraid that the spiritual energy would spread, he hurriedly placed the elixir in Ruwei's mouth. The glow immediately spread out from her mouth, turning into clouds that enveloped Ruwei's body. Bo Long was so excited that he couldn't control himself. There seemed to be a kind of determination in his heart that he would definitely be able to save his wife this time. His aged fingers slid across his wife's face, and green tears dripped down his cheeks. He said in a trembling voice, "Ruwei, we will meet again soon. I will never let you leave me again." Narcissus was also moved, and she stood to the side, wiping away her tears. Duan Mutsong sighed. Lady Ruwei sacrificed herself to the heavens to divine the future. It is truly admirable. I hope that the heavens will open their eyes and allow her to wake up. Narcissus clasped her hands together and prayed, "She will definitely succeed." Li Yunxiao said, "Don't worry, I believe that it will be a happy ending." He glanced at the battlefield and coldly said, "This strange father and son pair is also quarreling. Why don't we put in a bit of effort and send them to the next world?" Fei and I giggled. Husband is so domineering. This is a father and son pair of true dragons that have dominated the world. Li Yunxiao looked at Bo Mu and asked, "What does my lord mean?" After all, this was the Imperial Palace's territory. Moreover, Bo Mu and Chiu were old friends, so it was best to respect his opinion. Bo Mu let out a long sigh and said, "Chiu was also a peerless expert, but who would have thought that he would end up like this? If he is willing to assist you in resisting the demonic tribulation, I am willing to return his avatar." Li Yunxiao smiled. "Unfortunately, he is unwilling. As for that avatar," he licked his lips and chuckled, "I have a few friends who lack a corporeal body. It just so happens that I can temporarily settle them down." Bo Mu nodded and said, "Then it's up to you." After Li Yunxiao received his reply, he ordered, "These two insects are too noisy, kill them both. If anyone dares to stop them, kill them all." This last sentence was clearly directed at Feng Yaoli. Feng Yaoli looked down and just happened to meet Li Yunxiao's eyes. He felt a chill in his heart and snorted, not saying a word. After obtaining Huadou's remnant soul, he now possessed a complete Huadou true body. Although his strength had increased significantly compared to before, it had not reached a monstrous level. It was clearly impossible for him to contend against so many Heavenly Martial Alliance experts alone. Inu was in the middle of chasing Qiu Sha. Seeing the Heavenly Martial Alliance experts surrounding him, he immediately stopped and angrily said, "Li Yunxiao, do you really want to become mortal enemies with me?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "My lord, why are you saying that? When have we not been mortal enemies?" "Good, good. Don't regret it." Inu was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He could only give up on chasing Qiu Sha and retreat. Pani and Gu Qingqing charged at Qiu Sha and the mermaid at the same time. The latter was also shocked and did not dare to stand against the might of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. Qiu Sha was shocked and said, "Bo Mu, have you really forgotten the feelings of the past? If not for me helping you, you would still be Putu's slave. How could there be the Bo clan at its peak today?" Bo Mu sighed and shook his head slightly. He then closed his eyes and sat on the magical flower lotus platform to meditate. Feng Yaoli's gaze turned cold as he said, "Inu, where are your reinforcements? If they still haven't come, in my opinion, we should retreat." Li Yunxiao's face fell, and he said, "What? There's still reinforcements? Quickly kill." Now that Inu was alone, it was precisely the best time to surround and kill him. He himself also turned into a bolt of lightning and shot over. Inu's expression changed drastically, no longer caring about the fierce battle, and he shouted, "Go!" Turning around and fleeing. "Still want to escape now, it's too late." The lightning passed through him, incarnating in front of him. Forming a seal with both hands, he smacked over fiercely. Inu was startled inwardly, but he was a veteran of hundreds of battles after all. His dragon body swayed, directly merging into the void, leaving behind an afterimage. Bang! That afterimage was shattered by Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao said in shock, "Body laws." He saw an azure figure walk out of the void again, shrunk the ground under his feet, and already walked several thousand feet away. "Humph, if I still let you escape like this, that would really be a joke." Li Yunxiao laughed coldly, his right pupil turning into a blood moon, and he shouted, "Lunar sun." The entire space became soft and blurry all at once. Inyu's footsteps immediately stopped, fluctuating up and down along with that path, erratic and uncertain. The Liao family brothers flew up from left and right, each forming seals. Powerful light spread out from the two people's bodies, turning into hexagons, gathering in the air. Under the fusion of two hexagons, it immediately evolved over 100 edges, forming an irregular light ball shape, imprisoning Inyu. Dragon Domain, Nebula Art. Inyu's expression was solemn. If he was not careful, he might really die here. And Feng Yaoli was still watching by the sidelines, making him extremely furious. Both hands forming seals, the dragon domain revolving around him turned into a rose in the center of his palm, and he casually smacked over, rumble. The enchantment that the Stellar Abyss brothers laid down shook intensely under this attack. That dragon domain's power was akin to toppling mountains and overturning the seas, each wave surpassing the last. Just a desperate struggle. Li Yunxiao's voice transmitted over, then saw a hazy golden sword aura strike down from Jiutian, stabbing towards that enchantment. Retreat! Liao Xingchen shouted loudly. The two people suddenly retreated, figures flashing backward, vanishing into the void. Inyu's dragon domain rushed out, like a dam releasing floodwater, its potential rapidly falling. At this moment, Li Yunxiao's shocking sword descended from the 9 heavens, the man and the sword slashed down as one. Inyu was greatly alarmed. It was too late for him to dodge, so he could only brace himself and charge forward. His hands formed seals in front of him and turned into the shape of a dragon. Bang! The dragon claw struck the blade of the sword, creating boundless light waves. The sword chi swept out in all directions as Inyu's arm was scraped by the sword light, causing numerous dragon scales to flip up as fresh blood sprayed out, and it hurt to the point he grimaced in pain. Bang! Inyu couldn't hold on any longer. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying 10,000 feet away. But as soon as he stabilized himself, he turned around and turned into a streak of light, intending to escape. You worm, you've been struggling at death's door for who knows how many years. You should have been buried long ago. Is there any meaning in living like this? Humph, you've disgraced all the previous true dragons. You'd better die here and leave some dignity for the true dragons. In front of Inyu, 2 rays of light flickered. Kan and Ho respectively appeared, looking at him coldly. With Inyu's current body, riddled with holes, it was already difficult to deal with one person, let alone void extreme deity realm powerhouses all around him. It could really be said to be a dead end. Inyu's complexion was pale as he said, "Brother Yaoli, save me." Feng Yaoli shook his head and said with a sigh, "Brother Inyu, one has to be independent and self-reliant. You have to rely on yourself for everything. Moreover, this is a matter of life and death. If you don't strive hard for it yourself, how can you rely on others? You'd better take care of yourself. I'll be leaving first. We'll meet again if fate wills it." Inyu was angered until he spewed out a mouthful of blood and roared angrily, "Feng Yaoli. You're ruthless enough." Feng Yaoli sneered and ignored him, walking out of the sea forest alone. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. This Feng Yaoli was also a disaster. It would be best if he could be eliminated as well. But at present, he still had to distinguish who was more important. Inyu was the greatest disaster. Most importantly, everyone had been fighting with Chio's subordinates, and everyone had expended a lot of energy. Meanwhile, Feng Yaoli was in peak condition. Once they made a move, even if they could make him stay, they would probably have to pay a terrible price. Chio and the mermaid were also in a sorry state from Pan Yi and Gu Qingqing's attacks. Chio knew that the situation was hopeless and hurriedly said, "Bo Mu, I agree to your conditions." "Quickly stop." Bo Mu raised his eyes and said, "Right now, everything is up to young Master Yun. I won't interfere." Chio panicked and shouted, "Li Yunxiao." Li Yunxiao said, "What's with all the nonsense? Can't you even die quietly? What qualifications do you have to negotiate with this young master?" His eyes were filled with mockery as he ordered, "Kill." Chio was shocked and furious. Even his mind was a little muddled. He was an expert who had traversed the past and present. Even though the other party was the world deity Steel Master, he was still an inexperienced human. He did not treat the other party as an equal at all. Previously, Bo Mu's conditions were simply a humiliation to him. However, he never would have thought that the other party would actually ignore the humiliating conditions that he had proposed. Shouldn't the other party be ecstatic and agree? Xiao and the dragon's pride was instantly crushed by Li Yunxiao. In his anger and humiliation, he was caught off guard and was struck by Pani in the chest. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Lord Xiao. The mermaid was shocked. She was also being held back by Gu Qingqing and had no time to spare. However, she couldn't care too much at this moment. After clashing head-on, she exchanged an instant of time and flew towards Zhou, striking at Pani. Bang! Pani easily received the attack. With a flip of his hand, he grabbed the mermaid's arm and suppressed it with a powerful void light. Bang! The mermaid's protective true yuan was shattered. Pfff. The mermaid vomited a mouthful of blood and lost all feeling in her arm. She was completely restrained by Pani. She shouted, "Lord Xiao, leave quickly." Xiao's face was pale. He looked at Li Yunxiao hatefully and turned to flee. Using a woman's life to exchange for a chance to escape. You are really shameless. Gu Qingqing sneered and chased after him. Bo Mu, who had been sitting on the lotus throne, suddenly raised his head and looked at the void above the sea forest. His eyes revealed shock. Li Yunxiao also seemed to have sensed something and shouted, "Killing you quickly." Outside the void, a few extremely powerful forces appeared at almost the same time. Kan and Ho also sensed it and hurriedly acted. Two huge gusts of wind exploded and turned into incomparably sharp qi that swept over. Inu also sensed the people outside the void. He desperately used the dragon realm and roared, "Save me." Rumble. The two sharp qi blasted into the dragon realm. The dragon scales on Inu's body shattered and large amounts of blood spurted out. Li Yunxiao teleported up and slashed at his neck with the red slash of sword. Bang! Similarly, a sword light descended and struck the red slash of sword, emitting intense light. The newcomer seemed to be no match for it and was repelled thousands of feet away. However, Inu also took a breather and used the true dragon Dharma body to retreat. Bomu could not help but sigh and said softly, "Sigh, I was a step too late." This is also the will of the heavens. The sky above the sea forest was covered with dark clouds. A large amount of aura pressed down. Circles of light appeared in the sky and turned into Sea Clan martial artists. Li Yunxiao's expression was not very optimistic. He stared at the person who had just attacked. It was Dragon Head of the East Sea Rainlands, holding the World Sword of No Beginning. Dragon Head was much stronger than when he was in the East Sea. Moreover, his body emitted extremely pure dragon qi. He had probably changed a lot over the years. Ha, I finally made it. The heavens have not forsaken me. Puff. Puff. Inu was overjoyed and overjoyed. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood before he stabilized. In the sky, hundreds and thousands of martial artists appeared. They were all from the major races of the four seas, arranged into four camps. The four camps were ruled by the four seas royal families. Bronze's face was full of shock as he said, "You guys. Heh, very surprised?" Dragonhead put away his sword and said with a smile, "The four seas royal families are originally of my dragon's bloodline. What is there to be surprised about, Lord Braun?" Although anger flashed across the depths of Braun's eyes, his expression remained calm. He nodded and said, "All right. I originally thought that the four seas were in turmoil and was afraid that you guys would be affected, so I had everyone leave early. But I didn't expect that you guys are the source of the turmoil." The four seas royal families all looked rather embarrassed, not daring to meet Braun's gaze. Li Yunxiao's gaze swept across and he said coldly, "They are all just some shrimp soldiers and crab generals. There are only a few true God realm powerhouses. Are you sending them to fill the sea?" The expressions of Guangfa and the rest of the royal families changed drastically, revealing anger. Fill the sea? You really dare to say that? Inu sneered and said, "Don't be anxious, there's more." Feng Yaoli, who was originally about to leave, also stopped and stood in the sky to watch. Xiao was also shocked in his heart, staring at that dragon head with a fierce gaze, as if wanting to see through his outer appearance and penetrate into his heart. But Dragonhead turned a deaf ear to this, as if he did not place him in his eyes at all. Right at this moment, above the sea race martial artists that filled the sky, an enormous shadow appeared. One figure after another stood tall in the sea forest. The enormous phantom could not be seen clearly, but its head was in the sky, and its feet were on the ground. "This is," Li Yunxiao gave Narcissus a somewhat strange glance and said suspiciously, "deep-sea giant beasts?" Narcissus's eyes were also stunned and confused. "That's right, it's precisely deep-sea giant beasts." Inu wiped the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth and said with a cold smile, "But these are not ordinary deep-sea giant beasts." Even if he did not say, Li Yunxiao also felt it. These deep-sea giant beasts, regardless of size or aura, were far above those Daodu and Mau Mau summoned by Narcissus. Braun was startled and said, "That person from the abyss of the four seas also came?" The air above the sea forest slightly rippled, following which a distant and desolate voice slowly came over, resounding in the entire sea forest. "I am the ruler of the abyss, my name is Nine Abyss." The voice was old, but vigorous and powerful, as if a force had been passed down in the four seas for billions of years, and at this moment, it had returned to the mortal world. Everyone's heart trembled. The power that came out from the voice was enough to stir the hearts of people. What kind of expert was this ruler of the abyss himself? Bronan said loudly, "The Sea Imperial Palace and Lord Nine Abyss have never met before. There is no enmity between us. Why did you offend me?" His tone was full of doubt and criticism. There was also a trace of anger and firm hostility. Although the emperors of the four seas had been in seclusion for many years, they were still dignified. How could anyone offend them? Nine Abyss didn't say anything, as if he didn't want to talk. After introducing himself, he fell silent. "Ha ha ha." Inu laughed wildly in the sky. His eyes were full of disdain. "Bronan, do you really think you are the emperor of the four seas? The Bo family has ruled the four seas for 100,000 years. Everyone respects the Sea Imperial Palace as their master. I am the emperor of the four seas." "Pa! You are shameless." Inu sneered. "Only 100,000 years? A group of youngsters. The four seas have existed for billions of years. They are much older than the continents. In these countless years, countless experts had appeared, and it was difficult to count those who were stronger than the Bo clan. But after so many years, there are only two races that dare to stand at the peak of the four seas. One is the dragons, and the other is the Deep Sea clan." Everyone listened in silence. Even Braun was stunned and speechless. Inu was telling the truth. The Bo family had ruled the four seas for 100,000 years. But how old were the dragons? No one knew. Even Inu himself didn't know. He was a real dragon born by absorbing the essence of the universe. Even he didn't know how many real dragons there had been before him. As for the Abyss clan, people knew very little about them. They only knew that the place where the four seas met was a bottomless abyss. There were terrifying creatures living there, but only a few people could detect their existence. The Abyss clan was one of the most mysterious races in the realm of heaven martial arts. Inu sneered. "What? Now you realize how small you are? You are all ants." Li Yunxiao suddenly said, "It doesn't mean that the longer you exist, the more powerful you are. As far as I know, there are many races in the four seas that are more ancient than you two, such as prawns, crabs, turtles, toads, and so on. They have existed longer than you two. In the end, you are the frogs at the bottom of the well." Everyone was stunned. Braun was also stunned. "That makes sense. Although there are some mistakes, I can't find any flaws." Fei and I giggled, "I can't refute that at all." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "In that case, they should be the ones to be chosen as the king of the four seas. Hurry up and find your king of the four seas. Stop wasting time here." Guangfa gave a muffled snort. He cupped his fists and said, "Master Zhenlong, this Li Yunxiao is very good at arguing with words, you must not be tricked by him." Inu nodded with a gloomy expression and said, "I understand. I've experienced it many times." He said mockingly, "Li Yunxiao, so what if you've won the argument? But if you lose your life, can you get pleasure from it?" Li Yunxiao said coldly, "I don't want to argue with you. Let's get straight to the point. What do you want today? Haha, why? Are you scared? Inu mocked and said coldly, didn't you want to take my life just now? Now you want to sue for peace? Li Yunxiao laughed and scolded, sue for peace your sister. If you have the guts, don't run. I'll kill you today. Do you have confidence just because a bunch of sea reclamation things came? Looking at this sea forest, who can't kill you in a second? Inu was anxious, but he also understood that the power of the four seas royal families was too weak. Even if he still had the trump card of Archaeosaurus, the power of the dragons alone was not enough to fight against the sea forest. To suppress the entire scene and control everything, he still had to rely on the power of the Abyss clan. Good. I'm not narrow-minded. Let's write off the previous matter. Inu pondered again and again. He could only bear the humiliation from before and clenched his teeth and said, hand over my unfilial son Qiu, the Duanmu siblings, and Qiu's Dharma body, and we'll leave immediately. Qiu was shocked, and his face turned pale. Li Yunxiao waved his hand and said, Qiu, you take him away. The other two conditions are off the table. Inu had a sinister look and said in a cold voice, I'll take another step back. Duanmu you must leave with me. I can even leave the Qiu's Dharma body to you. Li Yunxiao felt strange and gave Duanmu you a glance. Duanmu you was also very puzzled, feeling at a loss. Li Yunxiao said strangely, young master, you killed your father? You want his life that much? Poowork. Inu was angered by these words until he spewed out a mouthful of blood and said angrily, this seed is a true dragon born of heaven and earth. What father? Don't talk nonsense here. I just want Duanmu you to help me divine something. So that was how it was. Only then did everyone come to a realization in their hearts. But at the same time, they also felt strange. What was it that made Inu attach such importance to it? Feng Yali pointed out, also, that 9 dazzling star staff. Inu's gaze turned cold and he said coldly, who is this? He looked somewhat familiar. Feng Yali's old face turned red, knowing that Inu was really angry just now. He coughed awkwardly and said, cough cough, brother Inu really knows how to joke. Inu said mockingly, oh, so it's the ruler of Snow Nation, brother Feng Yali. I remember that you left just now. Why did you come back again? Feng Yali was also extremely depressed in his heart. Originally, he thought that Inu was dead for sure. Who would take risks for a dead person? He did not expect that Inu's luck was so strong, directly picking up a life from the gates of hell. If he had known earlier, he should have made a move to save him just now. Feng Yali said awkwardly, brother Inu must be joking. Just now, I just wanted to numb them so that I could attack when they were unprepared. Oh, so that's how it is. Inu said unhurriedly, but I remember that brother Yali said that everything has to rely on oneself, to be independent and self-reliant. These words are deeply in my mind, deeply in my heart. Then His Excellency 9 dazzling star staff should rely on yourself. Feng Yali completely lost his temper after being said. He stood there in a daze, not knowing whether to leave or not. He was extremely depressed. Li Yunxiao said, it's not hard to have young master you divine for you. As long as you sit down and have a good talk, everyone will be satisfied. Why is there a need to bring him away? Duanmu Yoyu's expression changed slightly, seemingly thinking of something. Duanmu Tsang's heart also tightened. He looked at his elder brother, shook his head slightly, and then nodded lightly. In reality, they did not know what Inu wanted to divine, but they could already guess that the thing that needed to be divined was definitely heaven-defying and definitely had to pay a great price. Otherwise, Inu would not have made such a big fuss. Even some simple divination was enough for Feng Yali. There was no need to capture him. Inu chuckled and said, I'm just afraid that he won't be willing. I can only bring him away. Only then will he be obedient. Furthermore, I can promise you that I'll do my best to protect his life. With that said, Li Yunxiao also understood and said in surprise, this young master is very curious, what heaven-defying thing do you want to know? Could it be related to the outcome of the demonic calamity? Humph. Inu said mockingly, what does the demonic calamity have to do with me? Furthermore, such a major matter, just based on Duanmu Yoyu's measly cultivation, even if he died, he also can't divine the outcome. What he said was not wrong either, the demonic calamity concerned the survival of the two worlds. Even if the knot of 100 wheels came back to life, it was also impossible to divine the outcome. Li Yunxiao said slowly, "You say it so mysteriously, really sorry, I can't let you bring young master you away even more." Yu said in a solemn voice, "Is it worthwhile for you to fall out with me for a true deity realm brat? In order to protect him, how many people have to die, have you calculated? As the Heavenly Martial Union's commander-in-chief, you're disregarding the interests of the entire Union. The moment we make a move, who knows how many of these other void extreme deity realm powerhouses will die. Have you really carefully considered the gains and losses?" Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "This is where my thinking is different from yours. If I can't even protect a friend come subordinate, then what face do I still have to be this alliance chief? It's impossible for young master you to leave with you. Want to fight, then fight." A firm and resolute aura emanated from his body. The whole plaza became austere, as if it meant that a world-shaking battle was about to start. The people of the Heavenly Martial Union gathered from all directions and gathered around him. Duan Muyoyu was touched. He felt his blood heating up, a little hot. So stubborn. Why are there so many fools in the realm of heavenly martial arts? I'm so angry. Inu was furious, and he shouted, "Kill! Kill! Kill all these fools!" His anger didn't subside, and he continued to shout, "The existence of these fools has directly lowered the intelligence of this world. As a true dragon of heaven and earth, I have to be responsible for this world. Leave Duan Muyoyu, and kill the rest." Suddenly, wind and thunder surged in the sky, and a murderous aura surged, and a monstrous power surged down. Qiao suddenly turned around and flew to Bo Mu's side. He said anxiously, "Bo Mu, quickly return my magical body to me, so I can help you fight against Yu and turn defeat into victory." Bo Mu said, "You haven't lost yet, so how can you turn defeat into victory?" Qiao said anxiously, "Can't you see that Li Yunxiao and the others will definitely die?" Bo Mu shook his head, and said, "I can't see it." Qiao said angrily, "Yu, that trash, was right. You are really useless. If we hadn't become grasshoppers on a string, I would really want to kill you." Bo Mu smiled, and said, "Then wait until you die." Qiao angrily rebuked, "Look at your stupid character. Don't you have a reason why I turned against you in the past?" Bo Mu didn't pay attention to him, and he drew circles in front of him with both hands, as if he was using some secret technique. A golden radiance shone brightly, and a large number of symbols flew out from the lotus petals. The whole sea forest suddenly trembled violently, as if the world was about to collapse. The ground cracked, and the Sea Imperial Palace finally turned into powder, without a single tile remaining. A golden radiance shot out from the ground, and spread in the sky, and unexpectedly turned into a golden palace. Sea Divine Palace? The royal families of the four seas were shocked. Even Bronan showed a look of shock. There were rumors of the existence of Sea Divine Palace, but even he didn't know if it was true or not. Li Yunxiao was completely stunned, staring at the Golden Palace in a daze. It was actually exactly the same as the Saint Demon Palace. The hazy golden temple emitted a majestic power. Tens of thousands of light beams flew down from the temple. Every light beam landed on the ground and created a loud bang. The surrounding scenery also changed with the descent of the tens of thousands of golden light beams. A grand temple rose from the ground under this golden light. What is going on? The people of the sea race were also quite shocked. Moreover, the power of the giant temple was grand and majestic. It gave them a sense of oppression that made it difficult to approach. Inu said in shock, "Saint Devil Temple? How is this possible?" He actually recognized this temple. His eyes were filled with shock and deep doubt. Boom! Boom! That hazy golden temple turned into tens of thousands of light beams. After shaking the ground, a solid temple rose from the ground in a few moments. It stood in the center of the sea forest, majestic. Li Yunxiao and the others all disappeared. Clearly, they were enveloped by the temple. Inu's face was so gloomy that blood was about to drip out. The sea god temple in front of him was exactly the same as the Saint Devil Temple. Apart from the aura being more holy and radiant, there was no other difference. And he also had some understanding of the power of the Saint Devil Temple. Dragonhead said, Lord, what do we do now? Inu said coldly, this temple is made to imitate the Saint Devil Temple. Although it is also grand and majestic, it can't have the power of the Saint Devil Temple. We will use the method that unfilial son used earlier. We will dispatch large numbers of low-grade sea race up and corrode this temple. Dragonhead said, this method is indeed feasible. It is just that it will take too long. These people are originally exhausted. It is the best chance to catch them all in one fell swoop. If we wait for them to recover, I'm afraid our losses will be too great with 7 or 8 Void Extreme God Realm powerhouses. Inu nodded and said, that's right. Then don't use low-grade sea race. Let the people of the 4 seas join forces to attack. He looked up at the sky and said loudly, Lord Nine Abyss, please cooperate with me. Dragonhead immediately passed down the order. The tribes of the 4 seas all came out. Their banners fluttered in the wind. Killing intent surged. In an instant, tens of thousands of light beams flew up. All the powerhouses attacked, blasting towards the Sea God Temple. Rumble. The Sea God Hall was shaken by thousands of light ripples, like the surface of a lake that had been shattered by a storm. As expected, Xianxia and the others were in the main hall. Everyone was shocked by this magical scene and couldn't recover for a long time. Even Xiao and a mermaid came in and they looked at the sky in shock. Although there were strange patterns carved on the dome, it did not affect everyone's vision at all. They could completely see through it. Seeing the densely packed attacks descend, everyone's hearts trembled. Their blood boiled, and they wanted nothing more than to charge out and fight. Li Yunxiao asked in shock, Lord, what is the relationship between the Sea Goddess Hall and the Saint Devil Hall? A look of surprise flashed in Bo Mu's eyes as he smiled, so you also know of the Saint Devil Hall. This Sea God Hall was originally a Saint Devil Hall. What? Li Yunxiao couldn't understand. I once saw the Saint Devil Hall in the crevice of the heaven-shaking mountain range, and it was obtained by the devil race. Could it be that it was fake? At this moment, Bo Mu flew down from the lotus throne and landed on the ground. However, his body was still condensed from light, as if he didn't have a physical body. He explained to Li Yunxiao, back then, there was only one Saint Devil Hall. After the Monogatari split from Lord Pu, the two of them fought over this hall. In the end, the Saint Devil Hall was split into 2. This is the Yang Hall, and the one you saw in the heaven-shaking mountain range must be the Yin Hall. Everyone was dumbfounded. A building could be split into 2, turning into Yin and Yang. It was too unbelievable. Bronan said worriedly, Lord Ancestor, how long can this hall last? Rowei was still enveloped in a multicolored light, filled with vitality, but there were no signs of her waking up. He was afraid that if the hall was broken, his beloved wife would be implicated in the fierce battle. Bo Mu smiled, don't worry, the source of this hall's power is the 10,000-year spirit spring under the sea forest. With their group attack, I'm afraid they won't be able to break it even after 100 years. What I'm worried about is... Before he finished speaking, a black light flashed above the hall, tearing through space and fiercely bombarding the hall. Boom! The entire hall shook and trembled. So powerful. Li Yunxiao was also shocked, his face full of shock. He said, such terrifying power, I'm afraid it's the full power attack of a heaven-mastering realm elite. Worry appeared on Bo Mu's face as he sighed. As expected, the Abyss race is as unfathomable as their name suggests. Bronon's face was full of anger as he said coldly, after this calamity, I will definitely kill my way into the Abyss and make this so-called Abyss Master give me an explanation. Bo Mu looked at him, shook his head, and said, with your talent, it was very possible for you to reach the peak of this world. It's just that you were deeply in love, dispirited all day long, and destroyed your own future. What do you have to fight them now? Any random deep-sea beast can tear you apart. Bronon's old face flushed red, his eyes full of regret. Lord Ancestor is right, I am unfilial. Bo Mu said, everyone has their own aspirations, you can't be blamed. When Rowei wakes up, I hope you can work hard. With the wonders of the True Sun Mantra, you can still reach a higher level. Yes. Bronan said respectfully, not daring to say another word. Boom. Boom. Another 2 streaks of black light struck down, shaking the hall so much that golden light flickered and became somewhat erratic. Originally, the attacks of the four sea tribes were like scratches, but under the effect of the world destroyer black beams shaking the divine hall's barrier, the attacks of the sea tribes became more powerful. Even Inyu, Fengyali, and the others changed their expressions, shock flashing through their eyes. The strength of the deep-sea race was far beyond their imagination. A layer of haze appeared in Inyu's eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. He suddenly turned and called out, "Brother Yali." Fengyali's body shook, and he hurriedly said, "Brother Inyu, what did you call me for?" His attitude became cautious and humble. Inyu nodded slightly and said, "Do you think that Duanmuyoyu can really divine what I want?" Fengyali pondered and said, "Not necessarily. But Brother Inyu, rest assured, if he can't do it, I can lend him a hand." The corners of his mouth curled into a sly smile, and he said with a chuckle, "It is impossible for this seat to spend decades to divine, but in order to complete Brother Inyu's great wish, I am willing to spend a year or two to assist him." Inyu snorted coldly, rolled his eyes, and said, "In that case, Brother Yali is still very useful." "Oh? If Brotherly were to accidentally die, wouldn't my grand ambition come to nothing?" "Haha, not necessarily, not necessarily." Fengyali smiled insincerely and said, "With Brother Inyu's current formation, I am standing on the same side as you. How can I accidentally die?" "Haha." Inyu nodded and said, "I understand. When we break through the Sea God Palace later, I hope that Brother Yali will put in more effort. After all, those people from the Heavenly Martial Union are tyrannical, and it will be very difficult to win by relying on the four sea tribes." Fengyali nodded and said, "That is natural. This is the contract between me and Brother Inyu." Inyu's face turned slightly green, and he snorted. The previous matter once again made him angry. If not for the fact that Fengyali was still useful, he would have turned around and killed Fengyali first. Every time the giant deep-sea beast in the sky spat out a black beam, the golden light of the Sea God Palace dimmed a little. Everyone in the palace sat cross-legged quietly, doing their best to recover from their injuries. Given the current situation, breaking through the palace was only a matter of time. Chiu's face was gloomy as he pestered Bo Mu and said, "Brother Bo Mu, have you forgotten our friendship when we fought together and went through life and death together?" Bo Mu was annoyed by Chiu's pestering, and he turned around, his figure vanishing from the palace. "Chiu," Qin said coldly, "I see that this brat is also a scourge. Why don't we just kill him now and put an end to all troubles?" Chiu glared at him, snorted coldly, and also sat cross-legged to recover. He knew that the people from the Heavenly Martial Union would not make a move now. After all, the enemy was too strong, and anyone with a bit of intelligence would know to form an alliance of benefits. Li Yunxiao suddenly opened his eyes and asked, "Chiu, do you know what Inyu is divining?" Chiu coldly snorted and said, "He is a selfish person, so what can he do? It must be related to the sky decay." Li Yunxiao had also heard Lin talk about it, and he asked curiously, "As the son of a true dragon, you must know many secrets, right? Why did Inyu's cultivation fall so much?" "According to what you said before, he was injured by someone." "Who was it that injured him when he was a world king in the past?" Chiu's expression changed several times, and in the end, he sneered and said, "I naturally know these things, but why should I tell you?" Li Yunxiao snorted and said, "You can choose not to tell me. In a bit, I will directly extract your dragon's soul and carefully investigate it." His body emitted a faint white light. Chiu was startled, and he said in a daze, "Arcane God's light? There is actually an arcane god under the sky?" Li Yunxiao threatened, "Then do you think you can still keep your inner secrets in front of an arcane god?" "Haha, childish." Chiu mockingly said, "My soul is condensed from the purest dragon energy, even an arcane god cannot read my memories. If not for the fact that I can't try, I really want to see your pitiful appearance when you suffer a backlash from the dragon energy." Li Yunxiao was startled. There was actually such a saying? He really didn't know, but looking at Chiu's appearance, it didn't seem like he was lying. "I also understand the sky decay, but everyone has a time of death. Is Inyu trying to calculate when he will die?" Chiu sneered and said, "Haha, how is that possible? That trash cherishes his life. Even if it is the sky decay, he still has a way to resist and delay it. He should be trying to find a way to struggle at death's door. Haha, what a pity, he can never return to his lost realm. What meaning is there in living like this?" He is really throwing away the dignity of the dragons. A way to delay the sky decay? Li Yunxiao looked at Duan Muyoyu, his gaze seemed to be asking for advice. Duan Muyoyu frowned and said, the sky decay can indeed be delayed through various methods, but it is only a temporary solution, it can't last long, in the end, he will still die. Xiao snorted and said, that trash most likely wants to live as long as he can. Li Yunxiao pondered and said slowly, if it is just to delay, he won't be so determined, he can even give up your avatar. If he comes out of his current body and enters your avatar, he can also delay for a long time, right? Xiao was taken aback. He pondered and said, in his current state, seizing bodies is the best way. Is there anything more important than prolonging his life? From what I know about him, it's definitely prolonging his life. Maybe there's a better way than seizing bodies. Li Yunxiao sighed and said, if it's just a simple divination, we can ask young Master Yu to do it for him. After all, he's a real dragon. If he can recover his power, it'll be beneficial to the war. Ha ha ha, you're really childish. Xiao suddenly burst into laughter, tears rolling down his cheeks. Ha 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 ha, do you still expect that trash to help? He'll just be a burden. The conflict between the two realms 100,000 years ago wasn't the only one. It was just that it was too intense and affected the most. But when has he ever made a move? Li Yunxiao said in surprise, you mean the war between the two realms has been going on for countless years? Xiao was also confused. He said, it should be. After all, the two realms' trajectories are very similar. They've been running for countless years, so it's normal for them to collide and crack because of friction. But, in my memory, there hasn't been any intense conflict in the long river of history. It's only in the last several 100,000 years that the war became more and more intense. The one 100,000 years ago was the real outbreak. Even the demon lord was sealed in the realm of heaven martial arts. It's the first time in history. It's a great humiliation for the demon clan. The Heavenly Martial Arts Alliance's members were all depressed. They'd used up the power of an entire realm and made the realm of heaven martial arts lose 100,000 years. Qiu looked at Li Yunxiao's worried face and said with a cold smile, what? Do you want to reconcile with the demon clan? It might have been possible in the past, but you killed the demon lord 100,000 years ago. It's an unprecedented humiliation. Those demons won't tolerate it. I advise you to dispel that unrealistic fantasy. Li Yunxiao said, if the realm of heaven martial arts is destroyed, as a real dragon, it won't be easy for him, will it? Haha, you're right. Qiu sneered. But the realm of heaven martial arts still has people like you, right? He would not be anxious until the very moment when the world was about to collapse. Right, the woman who possessed the heavenly phoenix true blood 100,000 years ago was called Li Zhu, right? He was also one of the main generals in the demon sealing war, but didn't he drain his phoenix blood true essence and eventually die in battle? What? Master Li Zhu actually died because of this. Both Can and Hui were trembling, and their eyes were bursting with boundless anger. The others were extremely shocked when they heard this as well. They never imagined that Yin Yu would actually be bad to such an extent and disregard the entire world for the sake of his own personal gain. Every man for himself, heaven and earth will destroy him. Qiu smiled sinisterly and said, unfortunately, Li Zhu's strength is limited, and he wasn't cooperative enough. In the end, Yin Yu managed to prolong his life for 100,000 years, but he didn't recover his strength. He squinted his eyes and looked at Fei Yanai strangely. Fei Yanai was startled. Being stared at by him, he said angrily, what are you looking at? If you look again, I'll dig your eyes out right now. Qiu shook his head, saying, it is indeed strange. What does he want? My avatar is here. If he can seize my body and steal my heavenly phoenix true essence, even if I can't return to the World King realm, I can still stay at the Good Fortune realm for tens of thousands of years. Is there anything better than this? Fei Ni's eyes shined with a cold light. He icily said, what is the heavenly phoenix clan in your eyes? Is it just that the targets of your plunder are like heavenly materials? Qiu regained his composure and sneered, what, you don't accept this? All living beings are ants. Taking your heavenly materials is already giving you a lot of respect. Pung, Fei Ni's figure flickered and he slapped Qiu, sending him flying away. Blood splashed onto the floor of the hall. What are you doing? The mermaid was startled. She angrily slapped out with her palm. Fei Ni's expression was icy cold. He raised his hand once more and slapped the mermaid away. Qiu crawled up from the floor and coldly said, "You dare to hit me?" "Che." Fei Ni sneered and said, "I don't dare. I only want to kill you now." She flipped her hand and took out a saber. She walked forward step by step and coldly said, "And I will slowly cut you to death, one slash at a time." Qiu was startled. He felt fear in his heart and hurriedly said, "Li Yunxiao, hurry and stop your subordinate." Li Yunxiao lightly said, "I kept my fists together. She is not my subordinate. She is my lover, the head of the Long family. Not only can I not change her will, but I must also respect it. If she cannot achieve her wish, I will still help her. So, you should obediently stay there and wait for your flesh to be cut to death." "You." Qiu was shocked and angrily said, "You can't be thinking of killing me at this time, right? You should know that Inu is still outside. If they rush in, without my help, you are even more dead." Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "You can't be thinking that you are so important that without you, the world will be finished and the universe will explode, right?" Fei Ni looked at Li Yunxiao gratefully. She no longer had any fear in her heart and walked towards Qiu step by step. The mermaid was startled. Her face was a little confused, but her instinct still made her rush over and shouted, "Stop." Silver light condensed into a dagger in her hand and slashed at Fei Ni's throat. Chi. Fei Ni's body turned into flames. That attack hit the flames and missed. The flames revolved around the mermaid's body. Faint red fire talismans flew up like butterflies. The mermaid only felt a heat on her back. Fei Ni's scorching hand covered her neck and said softly, "Is it worth it to die for such a man?" The mermaid's heart shook and she angrily said, "Of course it is worth it. Dying for Lord Qiu is a worthy death." She angrily rebuked. Ignoring the hand on her neck, she forcefully turned around and stabbed forward. That dagger flashed with silver light and turned into a long whip in the air. Like a silver snake, it coiled around Fei Ni's body. "Die!" The mermaid shouted with all her might. She swung the silver whip and with a bang, Fei Ni was instantly crushed into countless flames. The mermaid's attack succeeded, but she did not let down her guard. Instead, fear appeared in her eyes. Originally, the difference in strength between the two was not big. It was just that after fighting for so long, she was already an arrow at the end of its flight. At this moment, she stood in the main hall. Her figure was mottled and lonely. The flames that Fei Ni's body turned into did not extinguish or fall. It was still burning in the air. "Since you have made your choice, I will not say anything else. As long as you are happy." A cold voice sounded. Following which, thousands of fire talismans surged out and floated over like willow catkins. In an instant, they covered the mermaid's body like snow that buried flowers. Fire butterfly. Fei Ni's body appeared in the flames. She made a hand sign with one hand and shouted softly. Boom! Those fire talismans suddenly exploded. Raging flames rushed to the top of the main hall. As if they had touched a restriction, they scattered in all directions. Instantly, the entire main hall turned into a sea of flames. Ah! The mermaid's body writhed in the flames. She let out a heart-wrenching scream. However, a moment later, her body knelt down in the flames. She fell to the ground and was burned to ashes by the flames. The sky full of flames immediately gathered towards the center and formed Fei Ni's true body. She raised her head with a cold expression. Her eyes were filled with anger and malice. She stared at Qiu in the corner. "You cold-blooded worm. She risked her life for you many times. She saved your life many times. In the end, she died in the flames. Yet, you are not moved at all? Who said I am not moved? If I had the power, I would kill you right now." Qiu's face darkened. He said viciously. Fei Ni said, "Then, when she died, can you still sit here calmly?" Qiu angrily scolded, "You executioner. If you felt that she was pitiful, why did you kill her? Did you kill her just to test her reaction? You still have the face to say that I am cold-blooded? Xianxia disappointedly shook her head and said, that silly woman is really not worth it. However, everyone has their own ambitions. She felt that it was good to be where she was. Now, I will cut you to death bit by bit. Then, I will extract your dragon soul and refine it with some herbs. It will definitely be very nourishing. Madmen. A bunch of madmen. Even at this time, you still don't know how to unite with me. Yu is right. You are all fools. Fools who have seriously dragged down the intelligence of this world. Damn fools. Qiu watched Xianxia walk over step by step. His eyes were filled with fear. He kept retreating. Xianxia sneered and said, your soul will be refined into medicinal pills by these fools soon and eaten. Qiu's face was filled with despair. He roared angrily, even if I die, I won't let you have it easy. He suddenly stopped running. He directly sat cross-legged in the void and formed seals with both hands in front of him. The vertical eye on his forehead opened and shot out a cold light. A dangerous aura spread in the hall. Li Yunxiao exclaimed, Xianxia, be careful. Even without his reminder, Xianxia also sensed it immediately. His body turned into a fire butterfly and dispersed in front of Qiu, disappearing without a trace. Qiu sneered and said in a cold voice, you bunch of fools, seeking your own deaths. Although the Sea God Hall is incomparably sturdy on the outside, if I destroy it from the inside, it will not be able to withstand a single blow. Just wait to be killed by that trashing you. Ha ha ha. His eyes revealed a cruel and joyful smile. His hands formed seals even faster. A strong light burst out from the vertical eye. With a boom, it shook the surroundings. Everyone, be careful. He's self-destructing his body. Bo Mu's voice suddenly sounded. He who had disappeared all this time appeared in the air above the hall again. He formed seals with one hand. All the restrictions in the hall were activated. Barriers gathered to resist the power of the self-destruction. Boom. Lung Tong was also a Void Extreme God Realm Master. The power of his body's self-destruction was hard to match. And at this time, outside the hall, several World Destroyer black lights struck down and landed heavily on the hall. Rumble. Under the pincer attack from inside and outside, a large number of restrictions shattered, turning into arcs of light that scattered inside the hall. Not good. Bo Mu said in shock, the main restriction has been blasted open. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Looking at the large number of sea race members outside the hall, as well as the towering deep-sea giant beast, their hearts sank. Xianxia suddenly felt some regret. He blamed himself and said, husband, I. Li Yunxiao said, it's fine. This hall won't be able to last much longer anyway. There is no need to force yourself to compromise. This sort of scum will sooner or later become a disaster. Xianxia was indescribably moved. Her nose turned sour and her eyes sparkled. She thought of the mermaid who had died because of Qiu but had not even received the most basic love and respect from Qiu. There was nothing wrong with liking someone. What was wrong was that the one she loved was the wrong person. Thus, she had fallen into eternal damnation. Haha, what a bunch of conceited fellows. I will quietly watch as you all die beneath Inu's army. In the skies above where Lim Tong's body had exploded, the five-element dragon appeared, condensing into a 100-foot-long white dragon of light. Dragon Soul. Everyone was shocked by the power of the dragon soul. If an ordinary person were to explode like this, their soul would have long since dissipated. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. This is the purest dragon soul. Her eyes flashed and she turned into a beam of red light that flew over. A heavenly phoenix phantom appeared above the dome, its claws grabbing down. You want to catch me? What a fool! Qiu roared. Since I chose to explode myself, how could I not guard against this? The white dragon soul trembled and curled up. Countless dragon symbols sparkled above it. Pong, its tail whipped through the air. 7 or 8 light waves struck the heavenly phoenix's claws, shaking them away. Qiu's complexion darkened. He spat out some cryptic dragon language. Tiny golden runes began to appear above the dome. World power. Li Yunxiao was startled. What is he trying to do? He can summon the power of the world? Bomu said, the 9 sons of the dragon are the same as the divine tablet master. They are the most promising existences in the world to attack the World King realm. In the past, Chiu was also a peak good fortune realm powerhouse. Peak good fortune realm, everyone sighed. No matter how glorious a person was, they could not withstand the erosion of time. They would eventually decline. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A thunderous sound came from Chiu's body. The white light became brilliant and dazzling. In an instant, it turned into 10,000 beams of white light that shot in all directions. Soul doppelganger? Li Yunxiao was shocked. Every ray of light contained Chiu's shadow. This move was somewhat similar to Yuan Gaohan's starlight soul body, but it was clearly much stronger. Even Bomu was dumbstruck with shock. The avatars flew around the hall in all directions, as if they were looking for a way out. The celestial phoenix transformed into a shapeless silhouette in the sky. She stood there in a daze as she watched the draconic essence that filled the sky dissipate. She tried her best to absorb some of it, but it was very little. The souls quickly dissipated from the main hall, burrowing into all directions. They were waiting for the divine hall to break open so that they could escape. Li Yunxiao asked, Lord Bomu, these dragon soul bodies, Bomu said, they're all in Sea God Hall, I can clearly sense them. If it was any other day, they could still collect them one by one and refine them. But now that they were being attacked from the outside and the main restriction had been broken, the hall wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. This move of Chiu's is truly helpless. Li Yunxiao said, he must have made up his mind long ago. Unless he returns to his avatar, the restriction of the hall will be broken, and he will fall into Yinyu's hands. His fate will be worse than death. Bomu said, each of these millions of dragon souls carries some of Chiu's memories and power. Some will scatter across the world, while others will possess insects, fish, birds, beasts, and even humans. Perhaps in 1,000 years, one of the souls will cultivate back and recover all of its lost memories. That would be equivalent to Chiu being reborn. Fei coldly said, such a man deserves to die. Letting him have even a sliver of a chance is already making me unhappy. Li Yunxiao smiled, Fei, you think too much. If Chiu wants to be reborn, the chances are minuscule. It's more likely that all of his soul energy will gradually dissipate, and he will be destroyed in the world. Bomu sighed, it's a pity that he is so stubborn. If he had wholeheartedly submitted to the Heavenly Martial Alliance, he would not have ended up like this. Li Yunxiao said seriously, this person's heart is extremely evil. Even if he swore an oath to submit, who knows how much trouble he will cause. I do not dare to put such a person in an important position. Liao Xingchen nodded, Alliance Master Yun is right. If he is not loyal and courageous, he will be a disaster. Sending him to the next world is the best choice, but it is a pity for that dragon soul. Bomu said, now that things have come to this, there is no point in saying anything more. Everyone, make your preparations. This Sea God Palace is extremely precious, and I do not wish for it to be destroyed here. When I can no longer hold on, I will make it ethereal in order to protect myself. All right. Everyone's expressions were solemn, and they hurried to recover as much energy as they could. Li Yunxiao sent Ro Wei into the world deity Steel to prevent her from being affected in the upcoming battle. He also sent a sound transmission to Mo, who was cultivating the Brahma demonic Saint Ard in Fengsuan Mountain, to come out immediately. Although Mo was unhappy, he did not want to go against Li Yunxiao's wishes, so he could only come out early. In the air above the sea forest, Yinyu also discovered that the restrictions of the palace had loosened, and he could not help but reveal a joyful expression. The injuries on his body were extremely severe, but fortunately, his physical body was strong. Although he had not recovered much, he had stopped the injuries from spreading further, and they were slowly healing themselves. Suddenly, Yinyu's heart moved slightly, and he said softly, This feeling. His gaze focused, and he stared at the Sea God Palace as if he wanted to see through it. His face was filled with suspicion, and he muttered to himself, could it be that unfilial Sun Chiu is finished? Beside him, Dragonhead's eyes also flashed, and he said, My lord, I also feel it. Yinyu glanced at him, nodded, and said, since that is the case, then it should be right. This child has fought with me for countless years, but I did not expect that he would die at the hands of Li Yunxiao. Humph, consider himself lucky. The dragon had said, with his injuries, he's definitely going to die in today's battle. Dying at Li Yunxiao's hands can indeed save him a lot of suffering, but unfortunately, that dragon's soul of his is probably also. Yinyu's expression was somewhat ugly, and he shook his head and said, that unfilial son's schemes run extremely deep, and he definitely won't easily let Li Yunxiao off. This sea god palace's restrictions breaking most likely has something to do with their competition. As for the dragon's soul, I think that Li Yunxiao might not be able to obtain it easily either. Dragonhead said, what your excellency said is extremely true. With the pride of dragons, even if they self-detonate their souls, they absolutely won't be easily subdued by others and become nourishment for others. Yinyu nodded his head, a brilliant light flickering in his eyes, and said, I hope so. I hope that unfilial son can still preserve a bit of my dragon's dignity before he dies. Humph, dying tragically at the hands of humans, the entire dragon's face has been utterly lost by him. Following that world-breaking black light and the large number of sea races attacks, the entire sea forest was blasted until it was in shambles, completely deformed. The sea god palace also finally started to disintegrate under the huge tremors. The components that made up the palace turned into golden light one by one and flew away. The entire palace seemed to be magnified several dozen times, and the space of the sea forest suddenly exploded under the pressure of the palace's light. All the elements of sea, land, air, and other things were shattered, and in the deep sea, a hazy golden palace appeared out of thin air, tens of millions of li, unable to see the end. But this palace was completely formed from a transparent golden light, isolating the sea water. The abyss race and the sea race were also completely enveloped by the light of the palace. At this moment, the people of the two sects finally met, glaring at each other with exceptionally red eyes. The light of the palace fell into a rare moment of silence, everyone holding their breaths as they looked at each other. Yinyu said in shock, the palace turned incorporeal? Hee, it seems that this sea god palace is only SOSO. Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes at him, and said, what does the sea god palace have to do with you? Just take care of yourself. You. Yinyu angrily rebuked, I won't argue with you, in any case, you are all going to die today. His gaze turned, and he shouted, where is that unfilial son of mine? Bomu sighed, Chio's soul has already turned into millions, returning to heaven and earth. Soul turned into millions? Yinyu was shocked and angry, scolding, that unfilial son is really extremely selfish, he would rather die than leave behind the dragon's soul. I, Yinyu, am a fierce and ambitious person, how did I give birth to such a scum of a son? Li Yunxiao wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said embarrassedly, although the face is not something very valuable, sometimes it still has to be removed. Yinyu sneered, Li Yunxiao, although you have been heartless many times, I cannot not be righteous. Even at this time, I am still willing to give you a chance. Li Yunxiao said, oh? What chance? Yinyu stretched out 3 fingers, and said, 3 conditions. 1. Leave behind Duan Muyoyu. 2. Leave behind that unfilial son's embodiment. 3. Leave behind the heavenly phoenix true blood. Then you can live. Li Yunxiao calmly asked, I am very curious, what do you want young master you to divine for you? You don't need to care about that. Yinyu's expression changed, reproaching fiercely, seemingly very fearful of this question. Li Yunxiao let out a long sigh and said, can only leave behind the embodiment do? Yinyu smiled coldly and said, of course not. Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, then there's no choice, can only fight. The sound of thunder rose, an enormous electric arc immediately appeared on Li Yunxiao's palm, shooting out with a snap. It exploded in the air with a rumble, turning into a myriad of electric snakes, striking toward the 4 sea tribes that filled the sky. Damn it! Kill! Yinyu roared angrily, giving an order, and shouted, apart from capturing Duan Muyoyu alive, kill the rest. Those 4 sea tribes immediately surged with killing intent, beating the drums to the sky, all of them in high morale. But just as they revolved essence energy, preparing to kill down, they encountered a sky full of electric snakes coming over. Boom! 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 A bolt of lightning struck the tribes, passing through the places, the void was full of cracks. Ah! Ah! Many sea tribes could not dodge in time, exploding on the spot, turning into powder. For a time, the smell of blood filled the air, blood and wreckage everywhere in the sky, falling like raindrops. Li Yunxiao's eyes turned strange, killing intent steaming out, and he shouted, "Everything according to plan, attack." He took the lead, turning into a bolt of lightning, charging into the sky, directly turning into a thunder god, glaring at the four sea tribes. Guang, Qin, Shun, run, with the situation today, all the previous grievances are gone, only a battle of life and death is left. A ray of world destroyer black radiance shot down like a torrential river, actually several meters wide. Li Yunxiao clasped his hands together, and the lightning that filled the sky gathered, condensing into an incomparably huge lightning palm, and fiercely struck over. Boom! The world destroyer black radiance was shattered under his palm, turning into countless tiny black radiances that were annihilated in the surroundings. At the same time, he formed a one-handed seal, and the lightning star ring spread out around him. A large number of lightning arcs crackled in the sky, awe-inspiring as if a deity had descended, and the surrounding clans were all frightened. Guang Xian, Guang Yuan, Ran Hai, Run Long, Qin Ming, and the others all had grievances with Li Yunxiao. But after so many years, coupled with the rise of Li Yunxiao's reputation, they had long lost the desire for revenge. Guang Xian said solemnly, "Lord True Dragon has given the order, our four clans also had no choice." Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "I don't blame you, it's just that our standpoints are different, everyone, don't blame me either." Dragonhead stepped forward with sword in hand, and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense with him, this person has a sharp tongue, we can't win against him." Li Yunxiao grinned and said, "Haha, you speak as if you can win." Dragonhead's eyes shot out a cold light, and he said, "How will you know if you don't try?" Everyone, don't be afraid, after the previous series of battles, Li Yunxiao is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Li Yunxiao laughed in his heart, and laughed out loud, "Haha, Guangfa, are you lying to others or to yourself? If you have the guts, come up and die." Inu said, "Don't be provoked by him, calm down. We have the advantage in numbers, they will undoubtedly die." "Hee, husband wants to snatch my opponent?" In the sky full of lightning, a red cloud dispersed, and Fei Enai appeared, walking towards Inu and Dragonhead, and said, "Your opponent is me. Lord True Dragon, the Heavenly Phoenix True Tail Plume and Heavenly Phoenix True Blood that you want are all on me, quickly come and get them." The powerful True Fire and Phoenix Origin energy on her body pressed forward. Inu and Dragonhead were both greatly shocked, and could not help but retreat. Inu exclaimed, "Brother Yao Li." Feng Yaoli gripped the cold sword in his hand and flew down. He said, "Brother Inu, I will go and stabilize Duan Muyoyu first. You can send someone to capture him alive." Although he swore not to make things difficult for Duan Muyoyu, as long as the surrounding obstacles were removed, any expert would be able to capture him. Inu cursed angrily. If it weren't for the fact that the situation wasn't right, he would have turned around and killed Feng Yaoli first. "Is it Hudo's true body? I don't care who you are. Since you dare to possess the body of an expert of my demon clan, you will die today." A cold voice sounded, and a red figure flashed in front of Duan Muyoyu. The scarlet-robed Mo stood there with a spear in his hand. The tip of the spear pierced through the air and pointed at Feng Yaoli with a cold intent. "Where did this little demon come from?" "Scram!" Feng Yaoli angrily rebuked. Although Mo's aura was not weak, Feng Yaoli did not put him in his eyes at all. His cold sword slashed down, and a boundless chill poured down. Mo was slightly surprised. He was not surprised by the strength of that sword, but the sharpness of the sword far exceeded his expectations. Bang, his spear danced, and several spear patterns surged forward. However, they were immediately shattered by the sword light, and a hole appeared on the body of the spear. Mo frowned. He saw Feng Yaoli close in, and his cold sword slashed down again, bang. Bang, Mo raised his spear to meet the attack. After several strikes, countless rings of light appeared. Mo did not dare to use the body of his spear to meet the attack head-on. All of his spears were covered in a layer of bloody light to protect them. Even so, there were still several holes in the spear. "What kind of sword is this?" He frowned somewhat gloomily. "The sword that will take your life." Feng Yaoli continued to increase the speed of his sword, and every strike was executed with all his strength. Because he had also discovered that Mo was not an ordinary person, he could not help but feel somewhat anxious. Bang! In just a few breaths of time, the two of them had exchanged hundreds of moves. Sword chi and spear shadows filled the area within 1,000 feet radius. Mo's spear finally couldn't hold on any longer and broke. Haha! Feng Yali was overjoyed. The sword chi in his hand became even more ferocious, crashing down like a mountain. Mo felt extremely depressed and could only retreat continuously. Suddenly, two beams of light shot towards Mo. These two weapons are for you. The one who spoke was none other than Xianxia. When he saw that Mo was at a disadvantage because his weapons weren't good enough, he waved his hand and tossed out two weapons. As Mo was dodging, he was caught by surprise. There were two weapons and one broadsword. The broadsword was wide open and there were dragon patterns on it. The other one was an iron wheel. It gave off a cold and threatening feeling, and a formation light flickered on it. Mo knew that this was Bo Yuqing's weapon and was delighted. He raised the ancient dust sword and poured demonic energy into it. Suddenly, a jade dragon appeared and rushed into the world energy of the snow country. Boom! The two weapons collided with each other, and a powerful sword light immediately burst out, spreading out in circles. Mo still felt the pressure from the sword, forcing him to retreat continuously. However, it was much better than before when he could only dodge. Moreover, he was used to holding weapons with both hands. Although it was strange and uncomfortable to use the ancient dust sword and the dark wheel for the bone scale blades, it was still better than the spear. Chi! The dark wheel directly turned and slashed through the air. The void in the hall was directly cut open. Although Feng Yali's body was large, he was extremely agile. When he sensed the danger, he dodged in a flash. In the next moment, he reappeared more than 10 feet away. However, his expression was extremely gloomy and his chest was filled with anger. The two horns on his forehead immediately flashed with gold and silver lightning as he attacked. Haha, without the advantage of weapons, I won't be afraid of you. Mo's face turned sinister. Although Feng Yali had the battle calamity true body, the Sky Clan's mystiques were not any weaker. Moreover, he had been studying the Brahma demon's sacred art. It was a sacred art created by the strongest Brahma demon clan in the past 10 million years. Because of the difference in race, there were many areas that were difficult to link together. However, in terms of mystiques and divine Tao, his progress was tremendous. Childish! Feng Yali angrily rebuked. He formed a seal with one hand and golden light flashed on his fingertips. The cold sword and frost slashed down. Other than the world-falling snow, there was also a layer of indistinct aura. Mo was shocked and hurriedly raised his sword to meet the attack. With a bang, his arm went numb, and he was forced back. Feng Yali was overbearing and walked forward with large strides. The auras of the two were stronger and weaker. Signs of victory and defeat were gradually emerging. Duanmu Yoyu exclaimed, "True art of absolute beginning." He revealed a worried expression. Although Mo was forcefully holding on and didn't seem to be defeated, he was clearly at a disadvantage. In terms of strength, Mo had just stepped into the god realm of Void Extreme not long ago. His accumulation and stability were far inferior to Feng Yali's. In terms of weapons, Gu Chen and the Nether Wheel were inferior to the Cold Sword and Frost. Moreover, Mo had just gotten his hands on them. Feng Yali, on the other hand, was a saint weapon that he had refined himself. He could use it as he pleased. In terms of mystiques, although the Brahma demon's sacred art was strong, Mo had only cultivated it for a short period of time. Moreover, there were many aspects that he couldn't master. On the other hand, Feng Yali had cultivated the true art of absolute beginning for more than 100,000 years. Although he hadn't reached the peak, he was as pure as fire. On the whole, Feng Yali's cultivation, corporeal body, mystiques, and weapons were almost flawless. Even an ordinary manifestation realm expert might not be able to take him down. Feng Yali himself understood that he rarely had a match in the Void Extreme realm. As long as he obtained the 9 dazzling star staff and completely comprehended the true art of absolute beginning, he would be able to step into the manifestation realm and become one of the few experts in history. Thinking that the 9 dazzling star staff was right in front of him, his eyes flickered with excitement and his killing intent towards Mo, who was blocking his way. Xianxia was also shocked when he sensed the power of the true art of absolute beginning. Although he had fought with Fengyali many times, Fengyali had always stopped when the fight was over. He had never displayed such a strong desire to win or lose, and the strength he displayed was also world-shaking. This is troublesome. Li Yunxiao immediately realized that his plan had been wrong. He had underestimated Fengyali's strength. At this moment, the other Void Extreme Realm experts had already rushed into the sky to meet the Deep Sea Beast and the Deep Sea Master. Li Yunxiao immediately yelled, "Fei and I, quickly kill Yinyu and Dragon Head." Yinyu's injuries were extremely severe, and he didn't even have a tenth of his strength left. Although Dragon Head was also in the deity realm, he was nothing in front of Fei and I. Yes. Fei and I was shocked. He could hear the urgency in Li Yunxiao's words, and he immediately attacked Yinyu and Dragon Head. Li Yunxiao himself faced the 4 sea tribes and said coldly, "Everyone, I'm sorry." The moment Sword Decapitator Red appeared, it slashed towards the 4 seas tribe. The Duamu siblings, Narcissus, Huaxiao, Braun, and Zuya followed closely behind and attacked the 4 sea tribes. At this moment, the sea god's palace covered thousands of miles, and the dome reached into the sky. In the sky, there was even more earth-shattering fighting. Terrifying waves of air came down from time to time. Li Yunxiao took dozens of lives with a single slash. His eyes were bloodshot. However, he was still unusually calm. He split his attention to a few battlefields, especially the fierce battle above the dome. The Deep Sea Master had almost never appeared in history, and there were no records of it. Therefore, Li Yunxiao didn't know the strength of the Ruler 9 Abyss. However, judging from the power of the deep sea beasts, it was undoubtedly a creation realm existence. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to arrange for the Liao brothers, 2 great beasts, Gu Qingqing, and Pan Yi, 6 void-reaching realm experts to attack together. Those on his side who were slightly weaker followed him to slaughter the tribes of the 4 seas. Because his divine arts had a large attack range, it was the most suitable to deal with this kind of race. Sword chi and lightning flashed everywhere, and everything in their way was destroyed. The few kings of the 4 sea tribes were directly killed by him in the moment they fought. However, the sea tribe had the advantage in numbers, and none of them were afraid of death. They attacked wave after wave, using their flesh and blood to fight. "Yinyu, you deserve to die." Li Yunxiao was also terrified, and his scalp went numb. After all, it was one life after another. To die in batches like this for no reason, unless it was those who had a heart of stone and saw all things as ants, everyone would be lenient. And all of this was caused by Yinyu. He knew that these people would only die if they attacked, but they still used their lives to fight. Li Yunxiao's face was livid. He couldn't help but look at Yinyu, hoping that Feini would kill him as soon as possible. But when he looked, his body trembled, and his expression changed drastically. Within a dragon territory, Yinyu transformed into a dragon's body. His eyes were like pearls as he opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the dragon head into his stomach. This scene not only shocked him, even Fei and I was stunned. His face was full of horror and sluggishness. The strangest thing was that the dragon head did not resist at all. Instead, the corner of his mouth raised into a playful smile as he was swallowed in front of everyone's eyes. Lord Guangfa. Everyone was shocked. Many of the sea clans were abnormally shocked. After Yinyu swallowed the dragon head, the whole world seemed to tremble. A brand new power spread in his body. That badly damaged body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. How could this be? Everyone's mind was in a daze. Guang Yuan was even more dumbfounded. This man-eating supernatural power was almost the same as him. And the dragon head that was swallowed, Lord Guangfa, was a strong ancestor of the Eastern Sea. He was actually used as nourishment. A feeling of grief and indignation spread among the tribes of the 4 seas. Yinyu slowly changed back to human form from the dragon's body and said slowly, "Everyone, don't panic. Guangfa is me, and I am also Guangfa." "What?" Looking at everyone's shocked expression, Yinyu sneered and said, "The strong cultivators who have guarded the dragon's mausoleum in the past had to accept my heart, and Guangfa is precisely living as my heart. Now, he is merely returning to his original body." "I see." Only then did all the sea clans calm down. Although they still felt that it was very strange, at least they could accept it emotionally. Guang Yuan's body trembled slightly and said, Lord True Dragon, then what about the real Lord Guangfa? Yinyu's cold gaze looked at him. It seemed that he did not like this type of person who liked to think. Looking at him, Guang Yuan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave and could not help but tremble. Yinyu snorted and said, when Guangfa accepted my heart, he had already gloriously become a part of me. Are you satisfied with this answer? Guang Yuan's entire body was cold. He nodded desperately, satisfied. Sweat had already soaked his entire body. But soon, he didn't need to fear anymore. Before he could recover from the shock, Bronze Palm hit him, shattering his internal organs and killing him. Yinyu's change in expression immediately drew the attention of many people. Feng Yaoli was extremely shocked as well, and his expression changed indeterminately, causing him to be unable to tell if he was happy or worried. Bomu continued to sit cross-legged in the center of the hall, on the lotus throne of Dharma. He only gazed at them with kind eyes. Although there was shock on his face, he still seemed indifferent. Li Yunxiao was also suspicious. Although Bomu was still a body of light, from the way he had used the sea goddess hall, he was definitely not weak. Otherwise, Chiao wouldn't have been so afraid of him. But from the beginning to the end, he did not make a move. It was unknown whether he had other plans or he was unable to make a move. After Yinyu swallowed the dragon head, not only did the injuries on his body heal, even his aura rose by a level. He made a grabbing motion in front of him, and two extremely sharp strands of sword chi tore through the air, condensing into tribulation without beginning and true self formless. The two world swords shone with each other, and the sound of a dragon's roar shook the heavens. This feeling is wonderful. Yinyu let out a heavy breath, and looked down with a cold and fierce gaze. He said fiercely, Heavenly Phoenix true essence, I've come to take it. Fei and I was burning with anger. In the eyes of these dragons, their Heavenly Phoenix clan did not even have a name or any special characteristics. They were just living true essence, a heavenly treasure that could move, waiting for them to pluck it at any time. Yinyu is trash in my eyes, and Guangfa is also trash in my eyes. Two pieces of trash added together are nothing more than trash. Fei and I sneered. He made a grabbing motion with both hands, and two balls of flames condensed. He fiercely slapped them over, and shouted, let the wrath of the ancient heavenly phoenix burn you, trash, to ashes. Boom! Raging flames shot out from Fei Ni's palms, forming two tornadoes in the air. With a whoosh, they condensed into the true shadow of the phoenix, pressing down. Heh, childish. Flames of this level, are you using them to roast chicken wings? Yinyu's face was full of malice. He held his sword with both hands and slashed forward. The two strands of sword chi were like mountains pressing down in front of him, and with a rumbling sound, they burst forth with a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Chi. The heavenly phoenix flame shadow was cut into pieces. Yinyu directly rushed forward, teleporting in front of Fei and I, and directly slashed down with both swords. Pung! Fei Ni's flame body was cut into pieces. With a flash of red light, he flew back several hundred feet, his complexion ugly. Damn it, how can this be? Li Yunxiao's face was full of anxiety. The power that erupted from Yinyu's body was much stronger than when he was in the immortal world. It was impossible for Fei and I to win against him. Fei and I and Mo fell into a dangerous situation. The situation of the battle between the 6 people from beyond the sky and the abyss race was still unclear, but from time to time, huge waves would come crashing down. It was obviously extremely difficult. Braun and the others were almost numb from the killing, and their hearts hardened. It was as if the people in front of them were no longer living beings, but puppets that could be torn apart at any time. Braun said in a deep voice, Li Yunxiao, quickly go and help the 2 of them. We are enough here. Braun and the others had the upper hand in terms of strength. Some of the stronger experts had already been obliterated by Li Yunxiao. It was just that the sea race's numbers were too many, and they were constantly filling in the gaps. Li Yunxiao was worried about them, and said, you all enter the formation. He threw out his hands, and the 6 armors immediately formed a line, lining up side by side in front of him. Behind each puppet stood a giant spirit, holding a blade of light in their hands as they charged forward, like a great golden wall, blocking the tribes of the 4 seas. Only then did Li Yunxiao feel relieved. He turned around and stabbed out with his sword, killing towards Inu. Pung! Inu turned around and struck the sword decapitation red. The dragon's might shattered the sword momentum and sent Li Yunxiao flying. How can he be so strong? Li Yunxiao was shocked. Only after exchanging blows did he truly feel the changes in Inu's body. Every sword strike contained the dragon's might like thunder, shocking people's hearts. This time, Li Yunxiao had a huge headache. His power could not even shake Inu's dragon realm. Inu cast a sidelong glance at him and said coldly, "Wait until I kill the heavenly phoenix first, then I'll kill you. I'll snatch the world divine steel and become its owner." Dream on. Fei and I was furious. He gathered all his power on his palms, and a phoenix cry Jiutian was released. A heavenly phoenix's true shadow hovered in the sky, and its cry penetrated everyone's eardrums and shook their sea of consciousness, causing waves. The people of the Four Seas tribes turned pale, and a large number of them knelt down. The 6 armors stood in the sky above the main hall like a battle line, and they did not take the initiative to attack. Once the people of the Four Seas knelt down, the killing stopped, and the incessant screams finally stopped. Inu's face turned cold, and he sneered. "Struggling on your deathbed?" He raised his swords and placed them behind his head, then he formed a sword stance. The dragon realm spread out from his body and rushed in all directions, repelling the heavenly phoenix fire. Since ancient times, the true dragon and heavenly phoenix have been equally famous, but why is the true dragon always ahead? The shadow of a dragon slowly condensed behind Inu. It opened its eyes in the space-time of the universe and stared at the mortal world. Because the heavenly phoenix is only a living being in the inner realm and relies on the inheritance of the undying bloodline, while the true dragon is born from the universe and is born from the universe's laws. It will always be above all living beings. That's just your wishful thinking. Over the past 100,000 years, who was the one who was beaten so badly that they had to flee and could only leave their soul in the East Sea? Who was the one who lost so badly that their body was occupied by the devil race in the immortal realm? Fei and I sneered. You're just a pitiful reptile that has been living in your own fantasy world for 100,000 years. Can't the repeated setbacks make you sober up? Then you'll be met with ruthless setbacks again and again, and the cruel reality will crush you into the dregs of history. Bitch. Shut up. I'll use the sword in my hand to send you into the garbage heap of history. Inu roared, and his eyes emitted a momentum that looked down on the world as he slashed with both swords. World Sword, Law is one. The two sword chi dragons actually emitted their respective dragon might, roaring as they soared into the sky, shattering all the flames. Fei Ni's face paled, and a trace of fear rose in her heart, but she quickly repelled it. She formed a seal with both hands and lightly shouted, "Immortal Phoenix Flame." Countless fire butterflies flew around her, and the heavenly phoenix flapped its wings and pounced towards the dragon's shadow. Just as the two earth-shattering forces were about to collide, a black light suddenly shuttled through the air, and a pitch-black iron chain dragged in the sky. The sound was empty, lonely, and distant, as if it did not belong to this world, and it was particularly abrupt. A what fanshaw, 3,000 worlds. The iron chain swayed, and a long black shadow rippled up and down, emitting circles of black light that wrapped around the two sword chi dragons. Between the true dragon and the heavenly phoenix stood a giant true demon shadow, forming a seal with one hand. Li Yunxiao was in the middle of that giant shadow, trying hard to maintain the seal. His body trembled violently because he was overexerting himself, and large beads of cold sweat rolled down from his forehead. Demonic essence power spread out from the iron chain, like a drop of ink falling into water, growing larger and larger. Bo Mu's complexion finally changed, and fear flashed in the depths of his eyes. Bang, the three forces finally collided together, exploding like a blazing sun. The center of the energy was so terrifying that one couldn't even look at it. A great number of sea folk looked on in horror, instantly blinding their eyes as they lost all feeling. Then, an overwhelming wave of energy swept up the tribes of the Four Seas, turning them into ashes. Powerful waves of light rippled out from the temple phantom. A beam of light shot into the skies, piercing into the vault of the universe. The sea god temple was originally only a phantom, but under the impact of this strength, it began to shake. Bo Mu's complexion changed. His hands constantly formed seals. The golden light phantom of the temple gradually dissipated, fading into the void. The entire sea forest was completely destroyed by this strength. Where the four seas met, all water evaporated. For thousands of miles, all of the seawater was evaporated, leaving behind a massive vacuum. Feng Yali and Mo also stopped in the face of this strength. Mo's complexion was extremely ugly. He had been beaten into a sorry state by Feng Yali. His figure flashed and he appeared in the skies above the crushed sea folk, using the blood art. Within the scope of his domain, tiny scarlet beads appeared in the air, slowly gathering together. Nearly all the elites of the four seas had died here. To him, such a large amount of blood was undoubtedly the best nourishment. The terrifying shockwave lingered for a long time, not dissipating in the end. After the three were sucked into the shockwave, they were sucked into the turbulence of space and disappeared from sight. Feng Yali's expression changed drastically. He knew that this was a temporary disturbance in space, and it also proved that the three of them were heavily injured. Otherwise, this level of turbulence wouldn't have been enough to trap them. Lu Ding and Liu Jia were still standing in place despite the terrifying shockwave, holding the line and intercepting most of the shockwave. Lu Ding and Liu Jia were still operating, so it was obvious that Li Yunxiao was fine. Everyone felt a weight lift in their hearts, but they didn't know how Fei and I was doing. Feng Yali looked at the terrifying vacuum zone. If that attack had been aimed at him, he would have been sucked in. Just thinking about it made his scalp go numb. He couldn't care less and teleported in front of Duan Muyoyu. He stretched out his hand and shouted, "Hand over the 9 brilliant star staff." Duan Muyoyu chuckled and said, "So what if I don't hand it over? You can't make things difficult for me." Feng Yali sneered, "I can't make things difficult for you, but I can make things difficult for them." The cold sword slashed across, and with a chi sound, Zuya, who was not far away, didn't even have time to react before he was cut into two on the spot. "Ah? Uncle Zuya." Water deity stared blankly for a long while before letting out a blood-curdling screech. She burst into tears as she threw herself onto Zuya's half-body and wailed loudly. "Woo, Uncle Zuya, how did you get cut in half?" Woo. Braun's heart also felt heavy, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Zuya was his subordinate, but more than that, he was his friend. For so many years, the Sea Imperial Palace rarely had anyone. Apart from a few servants, Zuya was the only one who accompanied him. Now, without any mental preparation, Zuya's body was cut in half and he died in front of his eyes. His mind was in chaos, and he felt as if a boulder had smashed into his heart. Feng Yali glanced at Braun's angry eyes and said mockingly, "Only the weak have hatred. If it was the strong, they would have attacked directly." Braun was extremely regretful, and he regretted his decadent behavior all these years. Tears welled up in his eyes. As the king of the four seas, there was nothing he could do when his friend was killed. Humiliation and regret intertwined in his heart. With a loud roar, he charged forward. Bang! Without any suspense, Feng Yali sent him flying with a light punch, crashing into the ground far away. "Father!" Narcissus burst into tears and ran towards Braun. Duan Muyoyu was also furious. "You!" Feng Yali raised his sword and pointed it at Narcissus, her father, and Duan Mutsong. He said coldly, "Are you going to give it to me or not? I'll kill one person per second." Duan Muyoyu's face turned pale. Mo turned around to take a look, his guard up. He didn't care if other people died, but Narcissus was Li Yunxiao's woman. If she was killed, he wouldn't be able to explain it to Li Yunxiao. However, he secretly prayed that Feng Li would make a move, because the tens of thousands of blood droplets were gathering, filling up his body. This energy was even stronger and more abundant than the one at Pentacolor Mountain. Even the slightest drop of blood would be a considerable loss. Duan Mutsong said anxiously, "Brother, we can't give it to him. Our deaths won't be regretted. Besides, with this demon's personality, he might not let us go even if we give it to him." Feng Yali said, "Humph, do you think of me as such a bad person? I can swear that as long as I get the 9 brilliant star staff, I won't harm you and will leave immediately. Otherwise..." He raised his sword and slashed at Narcissus and her father. "No." Mo's body trembled. Just as he was about to act, he heard a shout and a flash of golden light. Bomu had finally moved. The light instantly gathered in front of Fengyali, and he formed a hand seal with one hand. With a clang, he actually blocked the sword energy. What? You? Fengyali was shocked. He had thought that Bomu was just a good-looking but useless existence, but he hadn't expected him to be able to block his sword energy with his bare hands. Even though he hadn't used much strength in this attack. Clang, Bomu flicked his finger again, and a beam of golden light struck the sword. Fengyali felt a huge force rebound his sword energy. Fengyali was shocked, and he exclaimed, "Who exactly are you?" After Bomu's attack, his expression changed slightly, as if he had something he couldn't say. He gritted his teeth and said, "King of Snow Country, don't hurt anyone else. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape the consequences." "Humph, you're just playing tricks." Fengyali naturally ignored him. His sword energy rose again, and this time, he didn't show any mercy. He used 100% of his strength and slashed at Bomu. The true formula of absolute beginning and the power of Snow Country's world reflected off each other and circulated, creating an incomparably powerful collision. Emma was absorbing millions of blood droplets nearby. He looked at Fengyali with a cold expression, but his expression did not change. Bomu's expression was extremely ugly. With an angry shout, he charged forward and formed a hand seal with both hands. Boom! The two forces collided, forming a spiritual pressure that was locked in a stalemate. The spiritual pressure was a hazy golden color, like a thin membrane. Over 100 ancient Maha characters appeared on it, manifesting the laws of the world. The two of them had learned the incomplete ancient Maha art, but the Grand Primordium and Extreme Yang Sutras were actually similar. Duan Muyoyu suddenly had a bad feeling. He said in shock, "Lord Bomu." Bomu's expression began to turn ugly. The golden light on his body gradually faded, and black lines began to appear on his skin. These were the runes of the demon race. Devil transformation. Duan Muyoyu said in shock, "Lord, what do we do?" With his ability, he could only watch helplessly from the side. He couldn't even approach the spiritual pressure from the two. Bomu's benevolent face began to turn malevolent, and the golden light on his body was gradually replaced by demonic light. Fengyali coldly watched. Although he was shocked, he was more curious. "Lord Ancestor." Braun was also shocked. Seeing the changes on Bomu's body, he wanted to go forward and help, but he didn't know what to do. "Hee, Bomu, you finally remembered me?" A voice suddenly rang out from Wavewood's body, causing everyone to feel baffled. Bomu's expression changed greatly, and he couldn't help but tremble. He cried out involuntarily, "Lord Pu." With this cry, everyone immediately understood who was inside his body. They were all shocked. How is this possible? Wasn't Demon Lord Pu sealed in the Southern Domain's Aquasky Nation by Li Yunxiao? Emma was also shocked. In his anxiety, he felt the blood in his body swell up. The beads of blood that were endlessly being absorbed began to change inside his body. His entire body became as red as blood. "Hee, even without your body, I can still quickly come out. But since you've remembered me, then this seat will temporarily borrow your body and return to the earth." Demonic light immediately surged around Bomu's body, swallowing him up. Braun cried out in shock, "Lord Ancestor." He suddenly flew up and attacked with all his strength. Bang! With a tremor, he was once again sent flying. He spat out blood, and his aura dropped to the extreme. He wasn't the only one who was sent flying. Even Fengyali, who was facing him, began to feel that something was wrong. The spiritual pressure had originally been evenly matched, with Fengyali even having the upper hand. But after the golden light in Bomu's palm was extinguished, the demonic chi flourished even more, faintly surpassing him. Suddenly, Bomu let out a cry of surprise. He grabbed at the air, and a terrifying aura condensed between his fingers, slowly forming a blade. "Ahan!" Bomu lightly spat. The Ahan bone-cleaving blade was drawn, and he slashed at Fengyali without a word. Fengyali was greatly shocked. The two horns on his forehead suddenly burst with light, and he shot forward. At the same time, he grabbed his sword with his right hand and formed a barrier in front of him. Bang! The golden-silver light was instantly shattered by the Ahan bone-cleaving blade. The blade light did not diminish, and continued to follow the momentum of the attack. Bang! The cold sword trembled violently against the ice, and Feng Yali was sent flying. The massive calamity battle true body skidded through the air for several thousand zhang before coming to a stop. Demon Lord! Feng Yali's expression was abnormally ugly. He instantly understood that the person in front of him was no longer Bo Mu. With an angry snort, he turned around and left. He was rather straightforward, knowing that he could not continue fighting. Moreover, he had not truly left. He just did not want to be drawn into this chaotic battle, so he hid to the side and waited for the situation to become clear before coming out to take advantage of the situation. But just as he turned into a streak of light, he felt the space around him freeze, and he could not move. What? Feng Yali was shocked, and his pupils constricted. He immediately saw Bo Mu standing 1,000 zhang away, saber in hand, his eyes full of ridicule and sneer. Feng Yali was shocked, but his expression did not change. He said, "Lord Demon Lord, let us mind our own business. I hope you will not attack and coexist peacefully." Huh? Coexist peacefully? Mo-pu was stunned for a moment, but then he chuckled and said, "Alright, come over and let me slash you 3 times. If you don't die, then we'll coexist peacefully." Ah. Feng Yali sucked in a breath of cold air, a faint hint of anger on his face as he said, "Could it be that Sire is holding the 6 paths demonic weapon? 1 slash from this thing will kill you, so how can you not die after 3 slashes? Mo-pu sneered and said, "I'm really worried about your intelligence. My intentions are very clear. I don't want you to live." The Agama bone-cleaving saber slashed out again, and the entire void trembled. Feng Yali was shocked. How could he dare to face the might of a demon lord? He did his best to slash out with his sword and was about to escape. However, he discovered that a shadow had descended, and the sea goddess palace had appeared out of thin air above him. Boom! The Agama bone-cleaving saber slashed in front of Feng Yali, but he did his best to block it. Then, the sea goddess palace descended and slammed into his body, sending him flying. Feng Yali was shocked. He had just stabilized his body, but he did not dare to stay for even a moment longer. He turned into a streak of light and tried to escape. However, a bloody shadow flashed in front of him. Mo had already been watching from the side, and he had taken advantage of Feng Yali's unpreparedness to launch a sneak attack. The bloody shadow instantly turned into a giant palm and slammed toward him. In his shock, Feng Yali's hand turned into a palm and directly met the bloody palm. Boom! The 2 palms collided, but he did not expect his own palm energy to shatter. The bloody palm pressed down and slammed into his true body. Pfft! No matter how strong his body was, he could not help but spit out blood, and he was forced to retreat in the air. How can he be so strong? Feng Yali was both shocked and furious. Mo's attack seemed to be far stronger than before, causing him to misjudge and injure his true body again. After the attack, Mo heaved a sigh of relief. The red color on his body began to recede, and he gradually returned to normal. Ever since the Demon Lord appeared, his mind had been affected, and his state of mind was in chaos. The blood beads he absorbed began to reject him, unable to fuse with him. That palm just now had expelled the chaotic energy from his body. Feng Yali stood with his sword in hand, angrily shouting, "Xiao, move aside." Mo indifferently said, "The battle just now was not over. Why would I move aside?" Feng Yali's face darkened, and he fiercely said, "Fine, fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. A Yao King and a Demon Lord, you won't join hands to fight this lord, right?" Haha. Mo-pu laughed and approached with his sword, coldly saying, "He fought you one-on-one, and I also fought you one-on-one. Which eye of yours saw us join hands?" That's right, that's right." Mo also laughed and said, "We both fought you one-on-one, how could we join hands?" Feng Yali was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Mo was fine. Although he was stronger than before, he was still within the range of Feng Yali's ability to deal with him. However, this Demon Lord was truly frightening and unfathomable. "Lord Demon Lord, why are you forcing me? If I have offended you in any way, I, Feng Yali, will apologize." At this time even true dragons, heavenly phoenixes, and rulers had to lower their heads. Feng Yali understood and cupped his fists in submission. Mopu indifferently said, "It's nothing much. I just took over Bomu's body, and he had a strong desire to kill you, so I just killed you in passing. This reason is too far-fetched." Fengyali was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He angrily said, "Bomu is Bomu, and Lord is Lord. Do you think Lord will be led by the nose by a mere Bomu?" Mopu's expression changed, and he fiercely said, "You dare say I'm being led by the nose? Die." Without saying a word, the raising bone cleaver slashed forward without a sound. Fengyali was shocked. He didn't think that someone of his status would suddenly attack. He gritted his teeth and raised his sword to meet the attack. Bang, the two blades collided, and terrifying sword light and sword chi scattered. Fengyali's absolute beginning golden light and world power were destroyed by the demonic light, and he was forced to retreat. At this critical moment, a terrifying aura came from behind. Clang, the nether wheel slashed through the air, slicing through the sky as it slashed towards his waist. Fengyali felt a chill run down his spine, and his body trembled in fear. He couldn't care less about the demonic saber in front of him. He turned around and forcefully broke through the demonic light to escape. Bang! His huge body was forcefully shifted, and he was immediately struck by the Demon Lord's saber. Once again, the Demon Lord struck the sword, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. Despicable scum! Fengyali was completely enraged, and gold and silver light shot out from his horns. They fluttered in the air and spread out, forming a yin-yang diagram that sealed the world. As the surging sealing power descended, Mo's expression changed slightly, and he instantly turned into a bloody light. He was also aware of the divine power of the Tai Chi Heaven Sealing Seal. It would be troublesome if he was sealed within it. Meanwhile, Mopu stood in place and didn't move. He watched quietly as the seal fell around him. "Haha!" Fengyali laughed maniacally, and a sharp glint shot out of his eyes. He said coldly, "Demon Lord. You are too arrogant. You dare to test my heaven-sealing seal with your own body. This seal can even seal the heavens. Who do you think you are?" He had been beaten up so badly just now, and now, he had a belly full of resentment and resentment. His figure flashed, and he flew down. He held the cold sword and walked towards the Demon Lord. "Didn't you want to fight me? One-on-one?" Fengyali said coldly. He raised the cold sword and slashed at the Demon Lord. Bang! The Demon Lord raised the laying bone cleaver and easily blocked the sword's momentum. A faint circle of light rippled out. The surroundings suddenly became abnormally quiet. Fengyali was dumbfounded. He said in a daze, beads of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. His face was pale, and there was no trace of blood. His limbs were cold, and there was no warmth at all. His heart trembled violently, and boundless fear shrouded him. The Demon Lord's lips curled up as he said mockingly, "What should I say to you? Forget it, I won't say it. I'll just send you to the next world." The laying bone cleaver emitted a powerful demonic light. With a boom, heaven and earth trembled, and the Tai Chi Heaven Sealing Seal began to operate violently. The power of the seal had not failed. It was just that the seal on the laying bone cleaver could not be sealed. Boom! The Tai Chi Heaven Sealing Seal in the sky suddenly shattered, turning into two colors of light and dissipating. The Demon Lord slashed down, and a huge saber aura shook the cold sword. The sword trembled, and the power of the world dissipated. Boom! Fengyali's battle-true body was bleeding profusely. From his shoulder down, there was a ghastly gash, and blood gushed out. Fengyali spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body wilted. He stabbed his sword into the ground, and he half knelt. At this moment, in the sky above the shattered Tai Chi Heaven Sealing Seal, a spatial storm appeared once again, and it was getting more and more intense. Suddenly, two beams of light shot out from within, turning into their true bodies several thousand zhang away. They were Li Yunxiao, Fei Yan'ai, and Yin Yu. Li Yunxiao was covered in blood as he held Fei Yan'ai. His broken body was glowing with a faint golden light. Fei Yan'ai had already fallen asleep in his arms, but she had already lost consciousness. On the other side, Yin Yu was not in a good state either. His body was covered in blood, and his dragon scales had been shattered. However, there was a layer of green dragon light wrapped around him. the dragon light was dim and flickering. Big brother Xianxia. When Narcissus saw this, she immediately burst into tears and sobbed, "Boo-hoo, Uncle Zuya was killed by this bad guy, and my father was also injured by him." She pointed at Fengyali. Li Yunxiao instantly saw Mo Pu, and as if he had seen a ghost, he took a few deep breaths and shouted, "Demon Master, Pu." Yinyu's body also trembled. Only then did he shift his hateful gaze from Li Yunxiao to Mo Pu. His expression also changed drastically. Clang! Mo Pu flipped his hand and put away the Agama bone-chopping knife. He grinned at Li Yunxiao and said, "Your physical body is void light, and your cultivation has reached the peak of the sovereign heavens. You can step into the void extreme at any time. After parting in the 33 heavens, you have made some progress." Li Yunxiao's heart fell to the bottom. Before this, he still had some hope that this person in front of him might not be Mo Pu. But after hearing this, he knew that his hope was shattered. When he resisted Yinyu's attack just now, before his physical body was about to shatter, he forcefully broke through the harmonization realm and stepped into the void light realm. That was how he managed to survive. As for Fei and I, he fainted right away and went into deep sleep. Li Yunxiao checked his body, and after ascertaining that there were no major problems, he kept him in the Universe God Monument with ease. Yinyu wasn't much better. If it wasn't for that dragon light, he would have died in that terrifying attack. Now that he thought about it, he still felt a lingering fear. He weaved a seal with one hand and spoke in dragon language. That dragon light circled around his body, and its transparent body became solid. Dragon scales, head, claws, whiskers, horns, and so on appeared one by one. It was actually a giant green dragon. After the green dragon transformed, it opened its mouth and spat out a dragon's breath. It was like a thick fog that gathered and didn't dissipate. It gave off an indescribable pressure. Li Yunxiao suddenly exclaimed, "Archaeosaurus!" The green dragon in front of him that was circling in the void was the dragon's eldest son that he had met once in the East Sea Rainlands, Archaeosaurus. That Archaeosaurus slowly opened his eyes, and there was a fierce look on his face. Although he was ferocious, he didn't seem to have a mind. Yinyu stood on the dragon's head and weaved a seal with one hand. His clothes fluttered in the air even though there was no wind. He looked at Li Yunxiao coldly, then turned his gaze back to Demon Lord Pu. His face was solemn. Fengyali saw Yinyu and hurriedly stood up. He said anxiously, "Brother Yinyu, save me." "Yo, who is this? You look so familiar." "You look like my good friend Fengyali." Yinyu sneered coldly, and there was a cold gleam in his eyes. Fengyali couldn't care less about his reputation anymore. He hurriedly said, "Brother Yinyu, it is me." "Oh, so it really is Brotherly. I wonder why Brotherly is standing there swaying. Could it be that you are doing a weight loss exercise after eating?" Yinyu sneered, and his face was full of mockery. Fengyali was so angry that he almost couldn't take it anymore. He shouted, "Brother Yinyu, save me. I am willing to sacrifice my lifespan to help you calculate the location of the Dragon Transformation Pool." Dragon Transformation Pool? Everyone was taken aback, and a look of shock appeared on their faces. Li Yunxiao's expression changed. He seemed to have thought of something, and his heart trembled. In the burial land, where the Dragon Transformation Pool was, 100,000 years ago, the powerhouses used a dragon shell to seal the demon lord's clone, Dijun. The dragon shell was the body left behind after the birth of a true dragon, and the burial land was once a dragon transformation pool because it had nurtured the birth of a true dragon. The dragon transformation pool that Fengyali mentioned was definitely not the one in the burial land. Li Yunxiao was shocked, and he couldn't help but say, "Dragon transformation pool? Is it the birthplace of the next true dragon?" Once he said this, everyone immediately understood, and they were all shocked. Duanmuyoyu also seemed to understand, and he cried out in alarm, "I understand. Yinyu doesn't have long to live, so the heavenly martial realm will give birth to the next true dragon. And he wants to find the dragon transformation pool and seize the good fortune of the next true dragon to achieve his goal and return to the world king realm." Emopu sneered, and said, "A true dragon? It's just SOSO. Yinyu's expression turned cold, and he stared at Fengyali with surging killing intent. He said, "You really talk a lot." Fengyali's face was covered in a cold sweat, and he hurriedly said, "Once the world gives birth to a true dragon, there will inevitably be a phenomenon, and all living things will sense it. Even if I don't say it now, these people will know sooner or later." Inu coldly said, "Even so, I don't like people talking nonsense in front of me, especially when they say things I don't like to hear. Your senior brother Bailuanjie died because of this, and it seems that you will also follow in his footsteps." "What? You were the one who killed Ji Hiren?" Li Yinxiao was shocked, and anger surged in his heart. Although he hadn't known Ji Hiren for a long time, he was indebted to her care and had even been taught the absolute beginning true mantra. It could be said that she was both a teacher and a friend. Li Yunxiao's heart suddenly trembled as he suddenly thought of something. Before he left, Ji Hiren had imprinted a coordinate in his mind. From the conversation between Inu and Feng Yaoli, it was very likely that the coordinate was the place where the next generation would transform into a dragon. Duan Muyoyu was also furious. He roared, "You were the one who killed Senior Ji Hiren?" Inu snorted and said, "A thick-headed person deserves to die. Could it be that you all still sympathize with him?" His eyes turned cold as he stared at Feng Yaoli. Feng Yaoli had dropped the ball at crucial moments time and time again, making him realize that this person was absolutely unreliable. Archaeosaurus opened his mouth and spat out a dragon's breath. Boom! The earth trembled. Feng Yaoli was shocked as the space around him was sealed. An extremely bright azure light shot down from the sky. It was Inu's boundless light dragon fist. Feng Yaoli roared in despair, "Inu! You despicable villain!" He raised his icy sword and slashed out with all his strength. Bang! A terrifying fist force came crashing down and bombarded Feng Yaoli's body, causing the ground in a radius of several hundred meters to collapse. Li Yunxiao and the others watched on coldly. It was just a single fist, but it had the effect of 10 million strikes. It shattered all of Feng Yaoli's defenses and caused a large amount of blood to burst out from Huadozhen's body. "Inu, you will die a horrible death." Feng Yaoli stood on the cracked ground. The ground was covered in cracks and debris, just like his cracked body. It was a scene of desolation. Clang, the icy sword fell to the ground and completely lost its luster. Feng Yaoli's massive body fell backward, landing on the ground with a thud. An ambitious and ruthless person, a monarch, had finally become history. Li Yunxiao teleported down, and with a wave of his hand, he collected Feng Yaoli's body and the ice sword. Inu looked at him coldly and mocked, "You even want to pick up trash?" Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "The Heavenly Martial Union is very poor, but isn't Lord Inu also trash? Why don't you contribute yourself?" "I don't mind taking it." Inu snorted coldly and said, "Li Yunxiao, although you scolded me, I'm magnanimous and won't bicker with you. But now that you've released the Demon Lord, things have gotten out of hand. Let's see how you're going to clean up this mess." Li Yunxiao sneered, "According to what you're saying, I'm responsible for the Devil Lord's rebirth?" Inu had a matter-of-fact expression as he said, "That's only natural." Li Yunxiao said, "I don't want to talk nonsense with you anymore either. Say whatever you want. I'm only asking you, did you really kill the 100 will-nots?" Inu sensed the fury and killing intent on Li Yunxiao's body, but the two of them were already like fire and water, so he was naturally fearless. Facing that fierce gaze, he nodded and said, "That old fart is stubborn." He clearly deduced the location of the place of dragon transformation but refused to tell me. "Doesn't he deserve to die?" Li Yunxiao raised his head coldly and said, "Whether he deserves to die or not, I don't know, but I know that you deserve to die." Inu sneered and said, "Haha, I deserve to die? Now that the Demon Lord is in front, you don't eliminate the demon but want to have internal strife with me?" "Internal strife?" Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "In my eyes, you're someone who deserves to die even more than the demon race. Eliminating the demon, we have to eliminate the dragon first." "Preposterous." Inu rebuked angrily, "You're clearly abusing your authority for personal gain, borrowing the Heavenly Martial Alliance's power to settle your own personal grudges. What qualifications and face do you have to be the Heavenly Martial Alliance's alliance chief?" Li Yunxiao said, "What qualifications do I have to do with you? Just wait for your death." He took out 2 jade boxes on the spot and directly crushed them. 2 balls of jade-like light burst out from inside, flickering in his palm. It was actually 2 rank 10 divine pills. He put them into his mouth in front of everyone and swallowed them together. Everyone revealed a look of astonishment. Each of those ranked 10 divine pills was filled with vast spiritual energy and laws. Ordinary people needed a large amount of time to consume and absorb one when swallowing one. Furthermore, they needed a powerhouse to guard by the side to prevent accidents from happening due to the pill's power being too strong. Yet, he swallowed 2 in one go. Immediately, every pore on his body burst out with spiritual light, his entire person resembling a medicinal pill. In that previous exchange with Inu, he had struggled back from the edge of life and death. His physical body had directly stepped into the void light realm, and his cultivation had also come into contact with the barrier of the extreme void realm. If he was given a few months of quiet cultivation, it would be enough for him to break through. Unfortunately, there was no time, so he could only choose this kind of violent method. Moreover, in order to ensure the success of his breakthrough, he had chosen 2 divine pills at once, both of which had relatively mild pill power fluctuations. Even so, it directly caused his void light realm physical body to swell up, becoming as round as a balloon. Demon Lord Pu was also taken aback. Then, he laughed loudly, and said, "Haha, you're really going all out. Will you explode? This seed is very much looking forward to it." Li Yunxiao was also somewhat regretful. The medicinal effects of these 2 medicinal pills were too fierce, and moreover, they clashed with each other inside his body. His internal organs felt as if they were being boiled in water, about to be cooked. Duan Muyoyu said in shock, 2 in one go? That's too much. I also know, it's so uncomfortable. Li Yunxiao's entire body became round, and as he spoke, what came out of his mouth were snake-like spiritual energy. After his body expanded several times, it finally stopped and started to maintain a certain volume. Inu's gaze fell, knowing that Li Yunxiao already had initial control. He said with a cold smile, "Actually didn't explode. Dawn Wind Remnant's radiance glazed body indeed has a bit of knack. Then let this seat lend you a helping hand." His figure flashed, and he teleported down from the Archaeosaurus's body, appearing in front of Li Yunxiao, and directly stabbed toward his stomach with a sword. Li Yunxiao was already fat to the point that his stomach could not be seen, but he detected danger with a sweep of divine sense. He formed a one-handed seal and retreated backward. 2 streaks of golden light flew over. It was precisely Luding and Liujia. One punched out, and the other turned into a palm, cleaving toward that true self formless. Bang, the 2 puppets' fists and palms struck that sword and were immediately sent flying. Inu's sword chi rose again, chasing and stabbing over. But the other 10 puppets of Luding and Liujia all flew over, surrounding Inu in an instant, and attacked together. Bang! After a violent tremor, Inu's complexion changed. He leapt up, and his figure flashed in the air, returning to the Archaeosaurus's body. He shouted, "Attack!" Because of the Archaeosaurus's protection, he had managed to escape from that terrifying attack just now, but he had also suffered a considerable injury. At this moment, he did not dare to face Luding and Liujia head-on and immediately rode his dragon. The Archaeosaurus's body circled in the air for a moment before it fiercely spat out a dragon's breath. Li Yunxiao's hands rapidly formed seals, and Luding and Liujia immediately joined hands to open a barrier of light. Boom! The dragon's breath struck the barrier, causing the surroundings to tremble, but it could not break. The Archaeosaurus's giant eyes widened in anger, and it spat out a few words in Draconic. With a flick of its tail, it struck down. Its long tail was like a whip, and with a paw sound, it struck the barrier of light. With a loud rumble, Luding and Liujia's entire body was slammed into the ground, but the barrier still did not break. What? Inu revealed a look of shock. How can it be so strong? A large number of runes burst out from Luding and Liujia's body. Giant spirits stood up from behind him, each holding a blade of light and slashing at the Archaeosaurus. Inu's expression changed slightly. He recalled the battle between Li Yunxiao and Qiuyi, and the divine fiends condensed by these things. His face immediately became solemn, and he shouted, "Break them one by one." The Archaeosaurus's eyes turned red, and it directly turned into a beam of blue light, rushing towards Luding and Liujia. The dragon's body transformed into a layer of enchantment that was almost solid, and it was as hard as stone. Boom! The entire Archaeosaurus's true body slammed into the 12 heavens divine fiend array. Lu Ding and Liu Jia finally could not withstand it, and they were each sent flying. Li Yunxiao was secretly shocked. The Archaeosaurus's true body was definitely in existence at the creation realm. Li Yunxiao, the grudge between you and me ends here today. Inyu's aura was monstrous, and he rode on the Archaeosaurus, rushing towards Li Yunxiao. The majestic dragon might rolled down, and everywhere it passed, the ground below continuously cracked. Demon Lord Pu had been watching the battle between Inyu and Li Yunxiao coldly. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head to look at the sky, and he sneered, hiding all the time. Do you think no one knows you? Don't you think too highly of yourself? In the lonely sky, there was not a moment of peace. The fierce battle was still ongoing, and a large number of light waves were blasted out. And in the swaying sky, a pair of eyes gradually appeared, as if it was a miniature of the entire sky, deep and bottomless. The eyes quietly watched the battle between Inyu and Li Yunxiao, and then looked at Demon Lord Pu. Demon Lord Pu frowned, and said, Abyss Master, 9 Abyss? The pair of eyes did not speak. They were like stars embedded in the sky, emitting a bright light, without the slightest hint of emotion. The eyes glanced at Demon Lord Pu, and then looked in the direction of the Archaeosaurus, quietly watching. Just as Li Yunxiao kept retreating, and the Archaeosaurus madly rushed forward, the void trembled slightly, and a large hand reached out. A blue dragon symbol appeared on the palm of the large hand, flashing in the void. Immediately, 5 colors of light circled around the palm, directly turning into the 5 elements True Dipper Dragon seal. Boom! The void was shattered, and the 5 elements True Dipper Dragon seal flew down, locked on the back of the Archaeosaurus, and struck towards Inyu. What? That is. Inyu's pupils shrank, as if he saw something that made him angry, and he roared, How is this possible? Unfilial son, you are not dead yet. The Archaeosaurus also raised its head, and its huge dragon eyes were misty, as if it was a little confused. Boom! The 5 elements True Dipper Dragon seal hit the Archaeosaurus's dragon head, and Inyu also received a great impact, directly flying back on the dragon's back, until he glided to the end of the Archaeosaurus's tail, and then he stopped. Li Yunxiao was also shocked, and looked in the direction of the large hand. The void trembled, and a man walked out from it, his face as thin as snow, wearing a white robe, and there were dragon horns on his head. His sideburns fluttered between his cheeks. As soon as this man appeared, he looked like a dragon. His hands were covered with sharp dragon scales. However, his expression was sluggish. His eyes were spirited but without any spiritual light. His eyeballs turned and looked at Inyu. Instantly, a murderous aura shot out from his eyes. Li Yunxiao was shocked. He was sure that this body was Qiu's embodiment body. However, who was inside the embodiment body? As if sensing Li Yunxiao's gaze, Qiu Wei turned around and glanced at him. His eyes revealed a stunned expression as if he was thinking about something. Could it be? Li Yunxiao carefully scanned Qiu with his divine sense and found that his soul force was extremely weak. He immediately understood. Demon Lord Pu was originally a little angry because the pair of eyes in the sky moved away from him and looked into the distance. This made him feel like he was being belittled. Just as he was about to raise his saber and slash over, he was suddenly stunned. His gaze was attracted by Qiu's embodiment body. A playful smile appeared on his face. He chuckled and said, TSK, he actually found this embodiment body. Is this considered a kind of success? Inyu was also bewildered. His heart was in a frenzy as he said angrily, Unfilial son. Are you really not dead? Although Qiu's eyes were dazed, the aura and murderous intent were undoubtedly Qiu's. Qiu also stared at him blankly. The murderous intent in his eyes continued to condense and only increased. Inyu's pupils shrank slightly. He said, I understand. You have already soul divided into a myriad of souls. It's just that your soul accidentally found your physical body. Therefore, your memories are also very incomplete. Even so, you haven't forgotten your hatred for your father? He pointed at Li Yunxiao and said, Don't forget that this person is the one who killed you. Nonsense. Li Yunxiao angrily rebuked, Lord Qiu, we are comrades who fought side by side. This person who misrepresents a deer as a horse is the one you have always wanted to kill. Don't forget your own heart. Just follow your heart. Yin Yu was so angry that his chest almost exploded. He angrily scolded, Li Yunxiao, do you still have any shame? Heart, Qiu muttered to himself, and his eyes immediately burst with boundless killing intent. He raised his hand and attacked Yin Yu. The Archaeosaurus had been vigilant all this time. It suddenly raised its head and let out a dragon roar that shook the heavens as it charged towards the prisoner. Bang! Both of them were dragon sons and had creation realm bodies. When they clashed, the heavens and earth shattered. Terrifying power spread out and turned into strong gales. Li Yunxiao was surprised and delighted. He was delighted that he had gained a helper out of nowhere, but shocked that the might of a blessed realm martial artist was so terrifying. Yin Yu was so angry that he was about to go crazy. He shouted, my beloved son, third son Qiu, I am your father. How can you point your sword at me? That Li Yunxiao is our common enemy. His face was full of righteousness, and his eyes were full of benevolence and fatherly love. Royal father. Yin Yu, kill kill kill. Qiu muttered a few words in confusion. Then, his killing intent intensified. Even that trace of doubt was swept away, leaving only a firm killing intent. Boom! The two dragon sons fought in the sky, causing the heavens and earth to shatter. Dragon might surged in all directions. However, the Archaeosaurus had always been in his dragon form. Although he was strong, he was not agile enough. Although Qiu was in human form, his consciousness was blurry. He was purely relying on his killing intent and instinctive reactions to fight fiercely. However, it was a head-on clash that caused the weather to change. Ha ha ha. Li Yunxiao couldn't help but laugh maniacally. He said, Yin Yu, what kind of wicked thing have you done? Your own son actually wants to kill you so much. Even when he is in a state where he has lost his memory, he still doesn't forget his obsession to kill you. Yin Yu's face was ashen. It was obvious that he was furious. He suddenly noticed the pair of eyes in the sky and was shocked. He turned around and cupped his fists. Lord Nine Abyss, please lend me a hand. Li Yunxiao was also shocked. He looked at the pair of deep eyes with a solemn expression. The eyes were as calm as an ancient well, like the stars in the sky. They had been gazing at the land for billions of years without any emotions or twists and turns through the passage of time. Li Yunxiao was shocked. He looked at the endless sky worriedly. He didn't know how Gu Qingqing and the others were doing. The fierce battle had never stopped, but the Lord of the Deep Caves was watching the show so leisurely. The situation was probably not good. The pair of eyes gradually became faint and slowly disappeared in the sky. Then, a thin figure appeared in the space where the eyes were. It was a young man wearing a black cloak. He looked at everyone quietly. The eyes were exactly the same as before. They didn't match the young man's young face at all. Yin Yu said seriously, Lord Nine Abyss, help me kill the demon. Li Yunxiao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He scolded angrily, you scum. Who is the demon and who is the demon? Don't try to confuse me. Nine Abyss looked around quietly and said, he is the Lord of the Universe God Monument. Why do you want to kill him? Yin Yu's expression changed slightly, but he still said righteously, although he is the Lord of the Universe God Monument, he has gone astray. It's hard to turn back. Didn't you see the demonic arts he used earlier? He could even use the 6 paths demonic weapons, and this demon master was released by him. Nine Abyss's expression didn't change at all. His face was like his eyes, as if it hadn't changed for billions of years. Li Yunxiao hurriedly said, Lord Nine Abyss, don't listen to his nonsense. This person even wants to kill his own son. It can be seen how bad his character is. Lord is a peak expert of the world. You should abide by the righteous path and kill the demon. Kill this Genryu. Although Nine Abyss and Yin Yu only had a short conversation, he heard a lot of content. First, Nine Abyss wasn't a bad person. Otherwise, Yin Yu wouldn't talk about righteous path with him. He would probably talk about benefits like Fengyaoli. Second, Nine Abyss didn't want to go against the Lord of the Universe God Monument. Although the demon master looked disdainful, he was quite surprised. When did the heavenly martial arts realm have such a person? At least 100,000 years ago, when the world's experts besieged him, he didn't have any impression of this person. He couldn't help but feel sad. He sighed at the vastness of the world. He had underestimated the people of the world. Li Yunxiao. Yin rebuked him angrily. Do you think Lord Nine Abyss is blind? You used demonic arts just now and even used the 6 paths demonic weapons. What's the difference between you and this demon master? Li Yunxiao retorted, how can there be good and evil between techniques and weapons? Even if you are a real dragon, as long as you are evil, you will still become a demon, and the world won't tolerate you. Otherwise, why is the world giving birth to a new generation of real dragons while you are still a real dragon? It's because the world won't tolerate you anymore. Inu flew into a rage. Even the dragon scales on his body opened up. These words touched his weak spot. Since he was seriously injured, he had been trying to find a way to maintain the World King realm. But in the end, the celestial decay stage had its own fate. He had to accept his fate of gradually declining, and his cultivation had fallen. He had tried all kinds of ways to keep himself alive, including seizing the dragon essence of his sons in the Fate realm. This had led to the betrayal of his family. But with all kinds of ways, he had struggled at death's door until now. 100,000 years ago, he started to feel panic. He vaguely sensed the birth of the next generation of real dragons. There could only be one real dragon in the heavenly martial arts realm. The birth of a new real dragon would inevitably be accompanied by the death of the old one. It was impossible for 2 generations to exist at the same time. Even though he had enemies all over the world, he had never been so scared. Because the birth of a real dragon was the will of heaven. It proved that heaven wanted him to die. Shut up. I am a real dragon, and I represent the world's rules. My will is the will of heaven. Inu flew into a rage. His eyes reflected a murderous aura. He stared at Li Yunxiao and said coldly, what new generation of real dragon? Nonsense. It's impossible. Li Yunxiao sneered coldly and said, if there isn't, then there isn't. Why are you panicking? I'm not panicking. Inu was so angry that he lost his sense of propriety. Okay, you're not panicking. I'm panicking, okay? Li Yunxiao said slowly, I remember that in the immortal realm, knots of wheels gave me a space-time coordinate. I thought there was a beauty there, but it seems that it wasn't. I was happy for nothing. What? Inu's entire body trembled, almost shivering. What coordinates? Tell me. He had completely lost his composure. He looked incomparably ferocious. He wished he could pounce on him. Duan Muyoyu was also shocked. He said, young Master Yun, you've also seen senior knots of wheels? Li Yunxiao nodded and said, not only did she teach me the absolute beginning true technique, but she also imprinted an inexplicable space-time coordinate in my mind. Sigh, I can't forget it even if I wanted to. I thought it was something good. As if to prove it, he formed a seal with one hand. 9 ancient Maha characters appeared on his fingertips. Circles of golden light spread out. Absolute beginning true technique. Inu cried out in shock, and he instantly believed it without a doubt, and the gaze he shot at Li Yunxiao became extremely fierce. His heart continued to sink. Li Yunxiao was the most difficult opponent he had ever seen. Whether it was in terms of strength or intelligence, he was the best choice. What was more terrifying was that he was the master of the world deity monument. He followed the will of heaven. Inu kept telling himself in his heart, don't panic. Don't panic. There must be a way, in the endless skies, besides the fierce battle between the 2 dragon sons, the place where the 4 of them stood had become strangely silent. Nine Abyss suddenly said, I don't know who is right and who is wrong, but the demon lord is right in front of me. No matter what grudges you 2 have, one is a true dragon and the other is the master of the world deity monument. You 2 should work together to eliminate this demon. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed. Although this 9 Abyss was unknown and didn't seem like the kind type, he didn't think that he was a righteous person. My lord is right. Li Yunxiao immediately cupped his fists together and said, I hope that my lord can assist me in suppressing this demon. Inu's expression constantly changed, but he didn't say anything. What did the demon lord have to do with him? Right now, he only wanted to take the coordinates from Li Yunxiao's mind and then kill him before the true dragon was born. He wanted to seize his good fortune and return to the World King realm. Haha, after watching the show for so long, is it finally time to loosen up your muscles? Demon Lord Pu sneered, coldly looking at them. Nine Abyss looked at Demon Lord Pu and said expressionlessly, "You're just a clone, not your true self. There's not much meaning in killing you. But since you're a demon, there's a reason to get rid of you." Demon Lord Pu's brows furrowed in anger. He grinned and said, "Haha, what's wrong? Are you looking down on this clone?" Nine Abyss did not speak. He formed a seal with one hand and placed it in front of him, softly chanting a secret technique. The clouds in the sky changed color. A massive black light spun, covering 1,000 miles. The entire spacetime seemed to freeze in an instant, turning into his back. Above Jiutian, the giant deep-sea beasts seemed to sense it and disappeared in the sky one by one. The sky, which had been filled with a fierce battle just now, suddenly became abnormally peaceful. Demon Lord Pu crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked coldly at his movements. Nine Abyss did not make a move. He only used a secret technique to summon back those giant abyssal beasts. The sky returned to normal. Li Yunxiao, on the other hand, was overjoyed. This proved that the Nine Abyss was no longer his enemy. On the contrary, Inyu's expression became even uglier. Without Nine Abyss's help, it would be difficult for him to gain an advantage. In the sky, Gu Qingqing and the others who were fighting were already exhausted. Seeing their opponents disappear one by one, they felt that something was wrong. Why are they all gone? Could something have happened down there? I've always had a strange feeling that these giant beasts don't seem to want to kill us. They just want to trap us here. What? You feel the same? You too? The six looked at each other and frowned. Don't worry about it. Let's go down and take a look. I wonder how Li Yunxiao is doing. The six of them immediately turned into streaks of light and descended from the 9 heavens. Li Yunxiao immediately sensed the six's existence. Although their auras were extremely weak, there were no casualties. He heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Nine Abyss gratefully. Thank you, Lord Nine Abyss, for showing mercy. Inyu's expression also changed. He glared at Nine Abyss, suspecting him. But even so, he could do nothing. If he attacked Nine Abyss now, he would be courting death. Nine Abyss still stood in the sky expressionlessly. He turned a deaf ear to the two's attitudes, as if he did not see them. Alliance Master Yun, Gu Qingqing, the Liao brothers, and the others landed on either side of Li Yunxiao, and when they saw the situation in front of them, they were shocked. Not to mention Inyu, Zhou Yuan and the Demon Master, all of them were unfathomable. On the other side, Qiao and Shi were engaged in a world-shaking battle. Gu Qingqing said in shock, "Has Lord Bomu become bedeviled?" Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Everyone, be careful. He has been possessed by Demon Lord Pu and is no longer himself." Demon Master Pu? The six of them were taken aback. Gu Qingqing asked in astonishment, What's going on?" Li Yunxiao knew that it would be difficult to explain at the moment, so he decided not to. He said, "I finally understand why Lord Bomu did not dare to make a move all this time. It turns out that the demonic chi in his body was not completely expelled, but merely suppressed. Once I use my true essence, I will suffer a backlash from you." Demon Master Pu nodded and said with a smile, "He is, after all, my servant. How could it be so easy to break free from the shackles? Unless he forever suppresses his power to a certain level, once he exceeds that limit, I will definitely be alerted, and I will be able to descend upon this body and possess it." Li Yunxiao's heart sank. Even Bo Mu, who cultivated the true solar mantra, could not completely remove the demonic barrier. Wouldn't that mean that Hua Qianshu would forever be under Dijia's control? Could it be that as a demon servant, I will never be free? He asked. Demon Master Pu chuckled and said, "Of course not. There are still many ways. For example, I can voluntarily remove the master-servant contract. This is the simplest, but in a certain sense, it is also the most difficult." Li Yunxiao said, "Your true body is still in the southern region's Aquasky Nation. You will probably be freed soon, right?" Demon Master Pu said, "That's right. Even if I don't descend upon Bomu's body, that formation spirit won't be able to suppress me for long. What, you want to save Bomu? His eyes shot out a mocking smile. Li Yunxiao nodded and said sincerely, I hope you can let Bomu go. He hasn't used any demonic arts in the past 100,000 years, so it is clear that he doesn't want to become a demon. Ha ha ha, as my slave, how can I let him do as he pleases? Demon Master Pu's face was covered in frost as he said, moreover, this traitor has opposed me time and time again. Could it be that he used a secret technique to suppress the demonic essence? I could have left the 33 heavens tens of thousands of years ago. This traitor must die. Li Yunxiao said seriously, I once heard that back then, Demon Master was separated by good and evil. Lord Pu should be on the good side, so why is his evil heart still the same? Huh? Good and evil? Demon Master Pu suddenly laughed and said, how can there be pure good and pure evil in this world? Just like the two extremes of yin and yang, everything reinforces and counteracts each other. If there is good, there must be evil. Good and evil give birth to different thoughts, giving birth to different characters, thus splitting me and Dijia. But even after splitting, who doesn't have opposing thoughts? Isn't good and evil coexisting? He sneered and said, moreover, what is good? What is evil? It is just a thought of one's heart. Li Yunxiao cupped his fists and said, I've been enlightened. But this one still hopes that Lord can let Bomu go. He pleaded again. Let go? Hee, give me a reason? Demon Master Pu sneered and said, let me tell you a despairing matter. If I can't beat you later, I will explode this body, ha ha ha. You. Not only was Li Yunxiao at his wit's end, but the people from Heavenly Martial Union and Sea Imperial Palace were also dumbfounded. If they exterminated the demon, Bomu would die without a doubt. Yingyu gloated at the side and said with a sinister smile, Li Yunxiao, between righteousness and friendship, what choice will you make? Nine Abyss, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth and said, he is just a clone, so there is not much meaning in killing him or not. But since this Bomu is a demon servant, he will be a slave for life. Even if we don't kill him now, there will be a day when he will be killed. Unless he dispels the demonic will and suppresses his cultivation below the pure true God realm, he will be spared. Li Yunxiao hurriedly said, suppressing his cultivation isn't difficult. Does Lord Nine Abyss have a method to expel the demonic will? Nine Abyss said, I will try. He has the remnant ancient divine Maha art, so there should be hope. Demon Master Pu immediately became vigilant. His 5 fingers grasped and the Ahan bone cleaver appeared in his hand. He said warily, who do you think you are, to dare talk nonsense about expelling the seat? Nine Abyss said, you are right. Good and evil are just a thought. With one thought, 10,000 laws are born, and with one thought, 10,000 laws are extinguished. He raised his hand and a golden light flashed at the tip of his finger. His entire body flickered and appeared in front of Demon Master Pu. Clang! That finger directly touched the back of the Ahan bone cleaver, causing ripples of light to appear. What? Demon Master Pu's entire body shook. The power of the other party's finger actually suppressed the power of 6 demonic weapons, causing him to be unable to move. Everyone else turned pale with fright. The golden light on the tip of Nine Abyss's finger was like words, which turned into ancient Maha characters. They flickered on the Ahan blade. The ancient divine Maha art was a supreme comprehension of the heavenly martial arts realm's rules, and each character represented a rule. This is... Li Yunxiao looked puzzled. What Nine Abyss's finger had condensed were indeed ancient Maha characters, but they weren't any of the 4 great divine arts. While Demon Master Pu was being suppressed, a golden light flickered between his eyebrows, and the same characters appeared. Wave Mu's soul seemed to be sitting cross-legged between his eyebrows, and he was unceasingly weaving hand signs. The radiance of the true sun art shone brightly, and from the space between Wave Mu's eyebrows, golden light rippled out and swept away the demonic aura around him. So powerful. Li Yunxiao and the others were shocked, and they looked at Nine Abyss in shock. Braun was pleasantly surprised. He said, a remnant divine art. Li Yunxiao hurriedly asked, what's a remnant divine art? Braun roused himself and said, the ancient divine Maha art doesn't exist in the world anymore. Many experts have searched and studied it for countless years, and a large number of remnant divine arts have appeared. The so-called four great divine arts are just fragments of remnant divine arts, and they're the closest to the original divine arts. Even though the magical power Lord Nine Abyss is using now isn't one of the four great divine arts, it's definitely a remnant divine art. Li Yunxiao immediately understood, and he stared at the characters on Nine Abyss's fingertips. He could recognize each character, but when they were combined, they created different rules, and they were ever-changing. They were completely different from the four great divine arts. Holding the Ahan blade, Demon Master Pu coldly stared at Nine Abyss for a while, then said, "You're very powerful." Nine Abyss's expression didn't change, and he was as still as a mountain. Demon Master Pu said, "Consider this as Bomu's escape. When my true body comes out of the seal, I'll take your lives." With that, the Ahan blade vanished into thin air. Demon Master Pu's expression also became calm, and the demonic chi around Bomu's body gradually dissipated. "Lord Ancestor." Braun hurriedly stepped forward and supported the unsteady Bomu. Bomu let out a long sigh and said, "I'm fine." He hurriedly steadied himself and bowed to Nine Abyss, saying, "Many thanks for saving me, Lord." Nine Abyss expressionlessly said, "Since you're not an evil person, I'm naturally willing to save you." With that, he seemed to have no intention of staying any longer, and turned to leave. Inu hurriedly said, "Nine Abyss, where are you going?" Nine Abyss said, "Back to the abyss." "Take care of yourself." Inu said in alarm, "Wait. If you leave, these people will definitely kill me." Nine Abyss pondered for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "Then leave with me." A layer of dark light covered Inu's body, and a loud rumbling sound came from in front of Nine Abyss. Then, a huge vortex appeared, opening up a passage. Inu was shocked, and hurriedly summoned Archaeosaurus. The eyes of Archaeosaurus, who was in the midst of fighting, lit up. He abandoned prisoner and turned to chase after them. Liao Xingyuan said in a low voice, "Are we letting Inu go just like that?" Li Yunxiao shook his head slightly, saying, "Since Lord Nine Abyss is willing to take him away, then let him go." Actually, in their current state, Liao Xingyuan's group of 6 had already exhausted their true essence, and it would be very difficult to keep Inu and Archaeosaurus here. Archaeosaurus was even stronger than prisoner, who had lost his soul. Qiu roared and rushed over, but he was restrained by a force, unable to enter the whirlpool. "Humph. Unfilial son." Inu snorted and did not forget to curse. Then, he stared at Li Yunxiao fiercely and followed behind Qiu Yuan, disappearing into the passageway step by step. Then, the passageway slowly closed in the sky, and the huge whirlpool also disappeared. Roar. Qiu let out a beast-like roar, then looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. The angry dragon roar shook the 9 heavens, causing the wind and clouds to change, and the earth to tremble, but after a few roars, it stopped. Qiu stood in the sky in a daze, lost his target, and became a little confused. His long eyebrows knitted together, and he looked a little sluggish. After all, his soul was badly damaged, and he did not know how much of it was left in his body. His memory and spiritual intelligence were seriously lacking. Gu Qingqing said, "What do we do with this person?" Li Yunxiao licked his lips and said, "This is the physical body of a creation realm great perfection, of course we can't let it go." He waved his hand, and Luding Liujia, who was not far away, moved. The runes on his body lit up, and his whole body released light again, becoming full of spiritual qi. 12 rays of light shot up and landed around Qiu, trapping him within. At the same time, Li Yunxiao grabbed forward with his 5 fingers, and the immemorial astral wind whizzed out, sweeping towards Qiu. Bang! Qiu punched out instinctively, directly exploding the air, and the astral wind was also blasted into pieces, dispersing in an instant. Qiu's body emitted a strong sense of oppression, and Luding Liujia also creaked under the pressure, sliding back a few steps. Li Yunxiao was shocked. Previously, when he saw the fierce battle between Qiu and Shi, although it was earth-shattering, he felt that it was just so. Only now did he realize that it was not simple. It seemed that Qiu did not like being surrounded by the array, or perhaps it was Qiu's murderous aura that made him angry. With a dragon roar, the 5 elements' true aura blasted out from his palm, hitting Luding Liujia. Luding Liujia was pushed back, and in a few breaths, he was pushed back hundreds of feet. Li Yunxiao's expression turned ugly, as if he had realized the difficulty. Bomu said, although his soul isn't complete at the moment, he is indeed a prisoner's soul. He can completely control his physical body, so capturing him will be extremely difficult. Why don't we leave this place first and come back to take him after we've rested? Li Yunxiao found it hard to make a decision and said worriedly, I'm just afraid that we won't be able to find him if we leave. Gu Qingqing chuckled and said, you're worrying too much. Have you ever thought that a magical clone at the consummate level of the Fate realm can easily be found in the heavenly martial arts realm? Therefore, there is no need to worry at all. Moreover, in this world, how many people have the strength to subdue him? Liao Xingyuan also nodded and said, the Heavenly Martial Alliance, the Xuanli Island, the Dragons, and the Lord of the Deep Caves. Only these 4 forces can take down this avatar. Braun said, it won't be able to leave the 4 seas for a while. I'll send someone to keep an eye on it. Once everyone recovers their strength, we'll capture them. Li Yunxiao said, I'm afraid ordinary people won't be able to keep an eye on it. He shot out a golden talisman and imprinted it on the crocodile's forehead. The talisman flickered and disappeared. He said, you're in charge of following this magical clone. The crocodile's body swayed slightly before it turned into a gust of wind and disappeared in the air. Li Yunxiao felt relieved and said, let's go. Qiuji was still standing in the air with a twisted expression on his face. It seemed like he was thinking hard and wanted to retrieve his memories. Bomu sighed and shook his head. He's missing too many memories. Then he pointed at the air and the magical flower lotus platform flew up and absorbed everyone into it. Then it turned into a golden lotus and flew into the distance. Qiuji looked at the lotus in a daze. After pondering for a while, he unexpectedly followed it. Every step he took was like the distance between heaven and earth. Every step he took shrank the ground. He caught up with us. Gu Qingqing, who was on the magical flower lotus platform, shouted in surprise. Qiuji seemed to have set his sights on the magical flower lotus platform and did not want to do anything to them. It was just that he was very confused at the moment. He had a familiar yet strange feeling towards everything in the world, and the people on the magical flower lotus platform gave him some impression, even a familiar feeling. He hoped to retrieve his memories. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, unfortunately, it's too far from Yanwu City. Otherwise, we could lead him all the way to Yanwu City. That would save us a lot of trouble. Gu Qingqing smiled and said, you're so bad. If we really go to Yanwu City, we'll probably cause a world-shaking problem. If we don't handle it well, the entire Yanwu City might be destroyed. Li Yunxiao said, Lord Bomu, is there a way to get rid of him? Bomu nodded and said, although his physical body is strong, it's limited by his soul force. His divine sense is definitely limited. I'll hide the magical flower lotus platform in the void and he won't be able to detect it. Li Yunxiao praised, that's a good idea. Bomu immediately formed seals with both hands and continuously sent divine techniques into the magical flower lotus platform. The platform immediately became transparent and gradually disappeared into the void. As expected, Qiu lost him after following for a while. After the magical flower lotus platform disappeared, Qiu was stunned. He then stood in the sky in a daze, full of confusion and even at a loss of what to do. Several hours later, in the sea region tens of thousands of miles away, a golden light suddenly blossomed. The magical flower lotus platform slowly appeared from the void and floated above the sea. The lotus platform was 7 to 8 acres in size. More than 10 people were sitting in different positions on it, quietly healing their injuries. Tiny runes constantly flickered on the lotus petals, absorbing the surrounding spirit chi and sending it into the people's bodies. The surroundings were very quiet. There was no sound at all. Only the gentle lapping of the waves below could be heard. The sky was high and the sea was wide. The scenery was beautiful. Li Yunxiao's body was also slowly recovering from being a big fatty. The effects of the 2 level 10 divine pills had finally been neutralized. His current power was like a surging river. It was on a completely different level compared to when he was in the Heaven Sovereign realm. Moreover, after stepping into the void pole, he felt that some feelings that he had never felt before clearly appeared in his mind. The flow of the surrounding air, the illumination of the sun, and even the fish and prawns swimming in the deep sea. Every natural phenomenon contained energy and rules. This feeling made him even closer to the heavenly Tao. The remnant of the ancient Maha Sutra that Nine Abyss had used appeared in his mind. Then, he compared it with the 4 divine techniques in his heart. Immediately, he understood a few more things. He also understood many of the runes that were previously difficult to understand. For a moment, he was enlightened and began to use all kinds of divine techniques unconsciously. First, it was the Great Divine Evolution technique in his subconscious, followed by the True Primordium technique, the True Sun technique, and finally the Great Realm Divine technique. His understanding of each technique was not complete, but he verified and understood each other, allowing him to improve a lot in a short period of time. Finally, all the runes gathered on the Great Realm Divine technique. A blurry white light flashed between his brows. The World God monument flew up and turned into a glazed jade monument, floating in the air. Buzz buzz, the magical flower lotus platform let out a slight buzzing sound, as if it was resisting. Bomu smiled and weaved a seal with one hand. After a few seals were used, the buzzing sound calmed down. This phenomenon immediately attracted everyone's attention. They all looked over and looked at the ultimate divine tool of this realm. Their faces were filled with reverence. The World God monument shone brilliantly in the air. As the Great Realm Divine technique was used, its expression changed and it was abnormally gorgeous. The Great Divine Evolution technique and the Absolute Primordium Divine technique had been forced into his mind by someone else. He had absorbed and comprehended them as nutrients. He had not grasped much of the True Sun technique either. Only the Great Realm Divine technique had been comprehended and cultivated by him. His level of comprehension was higher than the other 3 divine techniques. After all the runes were used, the entire jade monument suddenly burst forth with a brilliant glow. It was as if an ancient sound was vibrating from it and entering Li Yunxia's consciousness, resonating with him. Li Yunxia was shocked. He had never felt such a feeling before. He immediately calmed his mind. He weaved a seal with one hand and started to communicate with the World God monument. Unfortunately, after a few hours, he still could not find the crux of the problem. It was as if 2 different frequencies of ripples were colliding, unable to merge. Only the ancient sound reverberated in his mind. He could not understand what it meant. Could it be because of the loss of the monument spirit that I am unable to communicate with the heavenly saint tool itself no matter how hard I try? Li Yunxiao could not help but feel dejected. He let out a long sigh and put the World God monument into his bosom. At that moment, the others had recovered quite a bit of their power. If they wanted to completely recover to their peak, they would have to return to Yanwu City and meditate in seclusion. Bomu looked curiously at Li Yunxiao and asked, "What is Alliance Head Yun so perplexed that you are sighing?" Li Yunxiao suddenly remembered that the magical flower lotus platform was refined by Bomu himself. His understanding of divine tools must be far above that of others. So, he immediately voiced out his confusion. The monument spirit is lost? Bomu looked a little surprised. He then pondered and said, if it's a normal divine tool, it might not have a weapon spirit. That's because divine tools are far superior to 9th level profound weapons, and they have their own spirits. Some divine tools have weapon spirits to make it convenient to manage the world within the tool. They are not very useful in battle. However, this World God monument is a divine tool of a world, so it is far beyond my understanding. After hearing that, Li Yunxiao became even more depressed. Bomu saw his dejected look and laughed. Alliance Master Yun, don't worry. You are the master of the World God monument, the person chosen by heaven. If this divine tool truly has a spirit, then you will meet it sooner or later. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, that's what I think too. It's just that there are many experts now, and cracks are constantly appearing between the 2 worlds. All sorts of powerful demon clans are restless around the cracks. My strength is limited, and I am afraid that I will let down everyone's expectations of me as the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. Bomu laughed. So that's the reason. Alliance Master Yun is loyal and courageous. I really admire you. However, some things can't be rushed. When the opportunity comes, everything will naturally become clear. Moreover, with regards to the matter of sealing demons, even among the many experts back then, who would dare say that they were confident? There are only 8 words to describe it: do your utmost until the day you die. Do your utmost until the day you die. Well said. Li Yunxiao praised, then said, that's all I can do now. I'll do my best and leave the rest to heaven. Bomu smiled faintly, calling out, Braun. Braun, who was also listening to the instruction, hurriedly responded, honored ancestor. Bomu said, pass the complete True Sun mantra to Li Yunxiao. Braun hurriedly said, yes. Even if Bomu hadn't mentioned this matter, he would have had the same idea. Moreover, he had been worried about how to ask the ancestor. Now that Bomu had mentioned it, it was exactly what he wanted, so he readily agreed. Bomu said, although this lotus platform was created by me, my cultivation is currently suppressed, and I am unable to display its power. It will only be covered in dust if it follows me. So. Narcissus, he called out. Narcissus seemed to be distracted, her face somewhat blank. Only when she heard Bomu call her did she regain her wits, hurriedly saying, yes, I'm here. Braun rebuked, the ancestor is here, what are you doing with your mind? So unfocused. He raised his hand and knocked on Narcissus's head, hitting it so hard that Narcissus cried out in pain, feeling wronged, I'm not listening. I used up a lot of yuan energy in the battle just now, so I'm sitting in meditation to recover. Braun swept his gaze over her body, finding that her yuan essence was still full, without any signs of exhaustion. He angrily said, lying in front of the ancestor and everyone, it seems that I have neglected to discipline you, and you've really become bad. He stood up, raising his hand to slap her. Bomu hurriedly smiled, don't hit me, that child Narcissus is right. She was indeed cultivating just now, and it was a bit abrupt for me to call out to her. Seeing that the ancestor was speaking up for her, Braun's anger dissipated, sitting down to the side and shouting, quickly listen to the ancestor's instruction. Only then did Narcissus sit properly, muttering, Narcissus will listen to the ancestor's instruction. Haha. Bomu laughed, saying, no need to be so reserved. Your talent in the divine way is far above your father's. Moreover, your comprehension of Ruli Wen is very unique. This Xian artifact should have been passed down to you. Braun was alarmed, great ancestor, you can't do that. If the lotus throne is given to Narcissus, then it will truly be covered in dust. Bomu laughed, actually, I've long since ceased to belong to this era. I can't help you anymore. I have heard that it is the best place for Narcissus to return to. This divine artifact originally had a divine art to control, but because I was not dead and had always resided in the lotus platform, this divine art was never passed down. That's why you've always known about sacred artifacts, but not how to fully control them. Now, I will pass this divine art to Narcissus. Braun was overjoyed and quickly said, quickly thank the ancestor. Thank you, ancestor. Narcissus pouted, appearing somewhat unwilling. She muttered to herself, I have always been carrying this golden lotus with me. It has always been mine. Why is it being passed down to me now? What nonsense are you talking about? Braun shouted angrily. Narcissus was so frightened that she didn't dare to speak again, but she looked too wronged. Li Yunxiao said with a smile, Narcissus, this lotus throne was refined by Lord Bomu. With him teaching you the divine art, your strength will increase by several levels. In the future, when you follow me, you will be of great help. Really? Narcissus was overjoyed and quickly said, then can I be as powerful as Sister Xianxia and Sister Hongyan? Although Narcissus was innocent and naive, she still felt inferior in front of Chu Hongyan and Xianxia. After all, the other women had their own strengths and could accompany Li Yunxiao, becoming indispensable helpers. She had never been able to help much. Hua Xiu watched quietly from the side, feeling incomparably bitter. Only he knew that ever since Narcissus met Li Yunxiao, she had cultivated more than 10 times harder than before. However, it was a pity that on the path of cultivation, besides talent and diligence, opportunities were also extremely important. Narcissus had always been in the World God Monument and didn't have any opportunities at all. She had relied purely on talent and hard work to advance. He also knew what her motivation and goal were. Although he felt bitter, he was still happy for his junior sister. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, of course you can. Moreover, Hongyan and Fei and I don't have any saint weapons. If you can completely control the Lotus Throne, your future achievements will definitely not be below theirs. Narcissus was overjoyed and looked like she was bursting with joy. She bowed respectfully and said, "Lord Ancestor, please teach me the Lotus Throne and the divine art." Bomu smiled and said, "Quickly get up. You have a natural affinity with the Rushi Wen. Moreover, Braun has always been by your side. I can also feel that kind of affinity and tacit understanding. It's really rare. Moreover, my divine art for controlling the Lotus Throne was also comprehended from the True Sun technique. You should be able to learn it very quickly." "Yes, yes." Narcissus just hopes to become stronger quickly and catch up to Fei Anai and Sister Hongyan. Narcissus clenched her fists and said resolutely. Bomu smiled and said, "There's no time to lose. Let's begin." Narcissus immediately sat cross-legged in front of Bomu and the two of them started communicating with their divine senses. Li Yinxiao smiled and suddenly thought of Fei Anai. She was currently still unconscious in the World God Monument and seemed to have entered a heavenly phoenix's self-protection state. It was somewhat similar to the Nirvana body from before. Li Yinxiao could feel that Fei Ni's body was full of true yuan and did not seem to be heavily injured. Only then did he feel relieved. Moreover, phoenix light would occasionally appear where Fei Anai was unconscious. Some would even directly transform into a phoenix, circling around the area for a few times before disappearing. This was Fei Ni's phoenix body continuously absorbing the power of the heavenly phoenix's true tail plume while she was unconscious. It was self-repairing and improving, even making a breakthrough. Gu Qingqing suddenly asked, "Young Master Yun, where are we going now?" Li Yunxiao muttered, "We won't be able to find Yinyu for a while." "Where does the Lord of the Abyss live?" Bo Long said, "I know the entrance to the Abyss. Back then, out of curiosity, I went in to investigate. There is no end to the Abyss, and I don't know how many powerful things are inside. But because there are very few monsters that come out of the Abyss, there is no effect on the four seas, so I didn't care about it anymore. I never expected there to be such a powerful and terrifying existence like the Nine Abyss." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Yes, the heavenly martial arts realm is indeed not simple. There are crouching tigers and hidden dragons everywhere. We really underestimated the heroes of the world." Everyone felt the same way and nodded with regret. Bo Long said, "Young Master Yun, do you want to go to the Abyss?" Li Yinxiao shook his head and said, "Not for now. Since the Lord of the Abyss never cares about worldly affairs, and he didn't even participate in the demon-sealing war 100,000 years ago, we won't disturb him. The only thing that is gratifying is that he can at least distinguish right from wrong, and he cares about the safety of the world. If we can't defeat the demon race in the future, we can go to the Abyss and ask him to come out." Bo Long nodded and said, "That's fine." Li Yunxiao said, "Let's return to Yanwu City first. After we recover some strength, we can gather some people to capture the prisoner's Dharma body." His eyes shone brightly, as if he was determined to obtain the prisoner's Dharma body. If he could let Listening Moody control the prisoner's Dharma body, it would be a joyous occasion for the entire Heavenly Martial Union. Moreover, he also cultivated his physical body. If he could have a Dharma body for reference and research, it would be greatly beneficial to his physical body cultivation. As he was thinking, his body suddenly trembled, as if something was lingering in his mind and he couldn't get rid of it. His heart sank like a boulder, and that feeling almost suffocated him. The others also noticed his abnormality, and they all asked, "Alliance Leader Yun, what's wrong?" Li Yinxiao's face was slightly pale, and he gritted his teeth and said, "I'm fine." However, his eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent, which he had never seen even in the previous battles. His right eye directly turned the color of blood, and it bulged out from the pupil, continuing to occupy 1/3 of his face. "Ah?" The others were shocked, and they said, "What's going on?" Li Yunxiao stretched out his hand to stop the people who were about to come forward, and he shouted sternly, "I'm fine. Don't mind me." Everyone immediately stopped, but they were all on guard. In Li Yunxiao's right eye, the scene became blurry, as if he had passed through thousands of miles of time and space, and then it became clear again. Hee, Void Prime. TSK, it's really not easy. On the other side of his eyes, two lonely figures reflected in his eyes, causing his face to pale, and his body to tremble slightly. Although Ning Qiue's expression was calm as usual, there was uncontrollable joy in his eyes, and he said leisurely, "This moment has finally come. Li Yunxiao, come with me." Tianxi still had a teasing smile on her lips, and her strength was vaguely much stronger than before. But even so, there was an additional trace of fear in her eyes when she looked at Li Yunxiao. "Where are we going?" Li Yunxiao hissed from tens of thousands of miles away. Ning Qiue smiled slightly, and her pair of eyes that were as clear as water slowly turned red, and her beauty was somewhat bewitching. "Illusory realm of stars and moon." "Illusory realm of stars and moon?" Li Yunxiao was shocked, and he said, "The land of the demon race?" Ning Qiue nodded, and said, "Yes, the land of the demon race." Li Yunxiao immediately recalled what Ultimate Ruins had said before. Not only did he need to greatly increase his strength, but he also needed his true spirit to be nihility. Although he did not know what Ultimate Ruins wanted to do, it was definitely not something good. "All right. Illusory realm of stars and moon, wait for me." Li Yunxiao said hatefully, and an astonishing killing intent erupted from his body. Years of hatred and fury turned into strength at this moment, and he clenched his fists so tightly that even the air began to burn. "Wait for you? This seat can't wait any longer." Ning Qiue smiled lightly, and said, "Come with me now." She raised her hand, and drew a seal in the air, and then disappeared with a flash. At the same time, the sky above the magical flower lotus platform suddenly surged, and the sea rumbled as the world changed. "What's going on?" Everyone on the magical flower lotus platform was shocked. Even Bomu opened his eyes slightly. He had just finished imparting the divine technique to Narcissus, and he looked at the giant passage that covered thousands of miles in the sky, and said in shock, "A transboundary passage?" Li Yunxiao's expression was ice cold, and he nodded heavily. Gu Qingqing said in shock, "Who summoned you?" Li Yunxiao took a deep breath, and then spat out two words, "Ultimate Ruins." "Sinkhole?" Apart from Bomu, everyone else was at a loss. Gu Qingqing said, "Could it be that woman who appeared at the Battle of Five Cloud Mountain?" Li Yunxiao nodded, "That's her. She was my close friend, possessed by Sinkhole. The man beside her is also my close friend, also possessed by Sinkhole's follower, heavenly thought." Everyone was taken aback. They finally understood why Li Yunxiao was so furious. Li Yunxiao gritted his teeth, "And that close friend of mine died to save me. Otherwise, that puppet should have been me. And the two of them could have been immortal companions." Endless regret and hatred turned into sparkling lights in her eyes. She couldn't help but want to fall down, but she managed to hold it in. "So that's how it is." Liao Xingchen said firmly, "Since this person dares to make an appointment, then let's go. With our strength, besides realm kings, I'm afraid no one in this world can match us." Li Yunxiao took a deep breath, saying, "Then I'll have to trouble everyone to come with me. I'll deal with Sinkhole and Heavenly Thought alone. If there are any other problems, I'll have to rely on everyone's help." Gu Qingqing smiled, "Don't worry. This lady fears those Yao minions the least." Mo's expression changed slightly, but he didn't say anything, only snorting lightly. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. If he hadn't been bitterly cultivating the sacred Brahma demonic art, he could have returned to Fantasy Star and Moon to fight for the position of Yao Monarch with his current strength. Perhaps returning now was the right time. Bomu said, "Since that's the case, let's go to the Yao tribes. We'll take care of your matter, then come back to capture that prisoner's avatar." Li Yunxiao cupped his fists, saying, "I'll be counting on you." Bomu immediately formed a seal, and the transcendent lotus platform flew up, its petals unfurling in the air as it spun towards the passage. The heavens pressed down, and the earth surged as the tremendous power of the void forcefully tore through the laws. Thus I smell quickly turned into a speck of golden light, disappearing into the endless pitch-black passage. Then, the terrifying power that filled the sky gradually dissipated. The sea slowly calmed down, as if nothing had happened. In a certain place in the heavenly martial arts realm, a strong wind was blowing fiercely. Two figures followed him like shadows. The woman sat cross-legged in the air while the man carried a golden spear on his shoulder with both hands on it. Suddenly, the woman slowly opened her eyes. Her captivating red eyes were like two blood-stained peach blossoms. Ning Qiue stood up and said expressionlessly, I have already sent them to the border between the eastern and western regions. I don't know the exact location of the illusory star and moon, but it should be there. Then let them search for a while. The corners of Xianxi's lips curled up into a playful smile as she said, after being tossed and turned in the river of time, I'm finally about to regain my peak strength. It really surprises me that Lord Sinkhole can still maintain such composure. Ning Qiue turned his head slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his handsome face. He said, after experiencing so much, there are many things that no longer interest me. Even the contingency plan I left behind in the past feels dull and tasteless when I use it now. Maybe the sky is too weak now, and you can't find your passion? Maybe. But I'm really surprised to see some old friends. Ning Qiue's eyes narrowed as if he thought of something interesting. Xianxia rubbed her chin and thought for a while. She said, is it a real dragon? So many years have passed, yet he still hasn't died. He really has some skill. But he still can't escape the David decay. Ning Qiue raised his head and stared at the boundless void, as if there was no end to it. He said in a profound voice, the ruler of this world in the past has fallen into such a sorry state. I don't know if I should be happy or sad. Of course I should be happy. Wasn't he the one who injured Lord and forced Lord to leave behind a contingency plan, causing him to fall unconscious? Now, things are the same, but people are different. If we meet again, Lord can take revenge, Xianxia said. Ning Qiue shook his head and said, maybe. Looking at his reptilian appearance, I can't even think about taking revenge. Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed without the slightest scruple and said, indeed, if the opponent is too weak, it won't be interesting at all. But that Zhou Yuan is really powerful. Maybe he will be a formidable opponent for Lord. Ning Qiue said, the Abyssal clan will forever live in the abyss of the realm. Unless the heavenly martial arts realm is destroyed, they won't interfere in worldly affairs. I have no interest in the abyss or the earth realm. When this matter is over, let's go to the demon realm and look for that person. What? Xianxia trembled and said in shock, is that person still alive? The corners of Ning Qiue's mouth curled up into a smile, and he said with a chuckle, even me and Inu are still alive, so how can that person die? Moreover, that person's existence is already the only joy I can feel. Xianxi's eyes were filled with disbelief and she muttered, but Ning Qiue had already gone far. He was shocked and hurriedly chased after him. At the border between the eastern and western regions, it was a desolate place with few people. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rolled in the sky. Countless lightning bolts surged out of the void and shot in all directions like electric snakes. Rumble. The ground was shattered by the lightning bolts. A golden lotus flew out of the surging darkness and became bigger in the violent weather. It slowly and steadily floated downwards. Rumble. The moment the golden lotus landed on the ground, soil and rocks flew everywhere and a deep pit was blasted open. More than 10 rays of light flew out from the pit. Narcissus used the divine technique and took the rumor of myself back into the space between her eyebrows. Is this the illusory realm of stars and moon? The crowd asked in confusion. Although this place wasn't very desolate, it was much more barren compared to those spiritual mountains and treasured lands. The decline of the demon clan could be traced back to 3,000 years ago. It was the battle between Gu Qingqing and the demon emperor of that time, Ancestor Mo. It was after that battle that the demon clan started to decline. They were constantly rejected by the human race and finally migrated to the fantasy realm of stars and moon, an independent space created by the ancestors of the demon clan. The people of the Heavenly Martial Union were experts of the previous generations and were far ahead of this era. They didn't know about the fantasy realm of stars and moon. Gu Qingqing looked at the faint spiritual energy around her and couldn't help but sigh. She said, back then, I only made a bet with the demon emperor. Who knew it would have such a far-reaching effect? And the demon emperor didn't hesitate to use his body to create a void extreme god realm expert. Was it right or wrong? It's hard to know. Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes at her and said, if the ash demon knew the result of that bet, that the demon clan was driven to such a barren land and that the blood pill he created with his body was taken away, he probably wouldn't have made the bet with you even if you beat him to death. Humph. You heartless person. Gu Qingqing laughed and scolded, I spent so much effort to get that blood pill, but didn't you feed it to your sweetheart in the end? How heartless. I will make her spit it out and return it to me when we get back. Emma watched and listened quietly at the side. His expression was calm and no one could tell what he was thinking. Li Yunxiao said, stop fooling around. Everyone, be careful. With our strength, we don't need to be too afraid. But the demon emperor isn't someone to be trifled with. Especially since his host is the most mysterious true spirit since the ancient times, nothingness. We need to be more careful. Everyone nodded in agreement. Li Yunxiao looked around and said, although the ultimate ruins used the connection with me, Tsutsumi, to open the inter-region teleportation channel, we are still in the vicinity of the fantasy realm of stars and moon. We still need to search more to find the specific location. Gu Qingqing said, this is a little difficult. Without the specific coordinates, how are we going to find a secret realm in such a huge region? There aren't any anomalies either. Duan Muyoyu smiled and said, leave this to me. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, how could I forget the young master you who never begs for help? There is nothing in this world that you don't know. Duan Muyoyu smiled bitterly and thought to himself that he was also a titled Emperor Wu. He had the talent to rule the world and was knowledgeable about the past and present. But now, he was reduced to the role of a special guide. But these people in front of him, which one of them wasn't a strong martial artist that had once shaken the world? Their level of awesomeness was far above him. Thinking of this, he felt better and started to execute the divine arts to deduce the location. After a while, the dozen of them flew above a mountain range. Looking down, although it wasn't a spiritual mountain or treasure land, it was still rich in spiritual energy. In this desolate and remote place, it was considered a good place. Duan Muyoyu looked inside and said, that fantasy realm of stars and moon should be in the valley. Gu Qingqing smiled and said, it's easy to do now that we have the specific location. This valley isn't big and the spiritual energy is ordinary. It's not a pity to destroy it. We can throw a few big moves in and blow up the valley. If the fantasy realm of stars and moon is really inside, there will definitely be people from the demon race coming out. Everyone frowned and clearly felt that it was inappropriate. If that was really the case, it would be no different from destroying the nest of the demon race. It would really be a situation where the demon race wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. Li Yunxiao said, there's no need to throw big moves. They have already been frightened by your words. As expected, a few figures rushed out from the valley and flew into the air. They shouted angrily, who dares to say such nonsense here? There were a total of 8 people, and they all looked ugly and angry. Furthermore, all of them were holding weapons. Obviously, they had heard Gu Qingqing's words. 8 pairs of eyes landed on her, overflowing with killing intent. Gu Qingqing smiled and said, I said it, but I was just joking. I won't joke with you now. Quickly go and inform the Demon Emperor. Just say that my old friend Li Yunxiao, the Heavenly Martial Alliance's alliance master, has come to see him. Li Yunxiao? The leader shouted in shock, as if he had heard a terrifying name. He was so scared that he sucked in a breath of cold air. The expressions of the other 7 people were not good either. Under the fear, there was more anger and killing intent. There was also determination, as if there was a deep hatred between them that would not rest until one of them was dead. Who was Li Yunxiao? The leader of the demon race clenched his teeth and shouted. They did not know who the Heavenly Martial Alliance master was, and they were not interested. However, Li Yunxiao's name was like thunder in their ears. He was an existence that was equivalent to an evil star. Li Yunxiao was surprised for a moment, but he quickly realized that it must be because of the battle at Pentasura Mountain. He and Bei Chennan had used the eternal spinning yo-yo together and killed too many demons, leaving a deep and bad impression on them. Li Yunxiao walked forward and cupped his fists, saying, I am Li Yunxiao. I have something that requires an audience with the demonic monarch, Desolate. I am definitely not here to cause trouble. I hope you can help me inform him. When the 8 demons heard his name, they could not help but take a few steps back, keeping some distance from this killing god. The leader of the demons gritted his teeth. You actually dare to come to fantasy realm of moon and star. You are really seeking death. My close friend was killed by your poison lightning in Pentasura Mountain. I will kill you for revenge. That demon was brave. Although he sensed that these people's auras were not ordinary, he still gathered his courage and rushed over. The wings on his back flapped, and he appeared in front of Li Yunxiao. He shouted and formed a seal with both hands, attacking fiercely. This demon was only a martial venerable. Li Yunxiao did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not know whether to attack or not, so he could only form a barrier in front of him to block that demon's hand seal. Boom! 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 That demon madly attacked more than 10 times, but they all hit the barrier. There were almost no ripples. That demon's expression changed greatly. His face was pale, without a trace of blood. Only then did he understand the gap between them. The other party did not care about it. Otherwise, he would have died even if there were 100 demons like him. He was not someone who did not know what was good for him. He stopped and said, "Fine. Don't think that I will forgive you if you don't kill me. Since you dare to come to fantasy realm of moon and star, then you will not be able to return." He turned and shouted, "You guys stay here and watch them. Do not let them escape." After saying that, he turned around and rushed into the valley. Obviously, he was going to report the news. The remaining 7 demons formed a formation from afar, surrounding the dozen or so demons. Although they knew the difference in strength, they were willing to die 10,000 times for their duty. Li Yunxiao nodded to himself. Although the demon race was more courageous than resourceful, they were indeed hot-blooded warriors and worthy of respect. Very quickly, that demon race flew back and said loudly, "Lord Demon King has orders, bring Li Yunxiao and the rest into the illusory star and moon." The 7 demons immediately withdrew their vigilance and stood solemnly at the side. At this moment, the scenery in the valley began to change. Clouds were rising, and colorful lights began to appear from within. Soon, a rainbow landed in front of everyone, leading straight into the valley. However, everyone knew that this rainbow did not really lead to these valleys. Instead, it led directly to the secret realm in the valley, the illusory realm of stars and moon. Li Yunxiao said, "Let's go." Immediately, one person stepped on the rainbow bridge and headed forward. The rainbow didn't seem long, but after walking for about 10 minutes, they could see the end. The other end of the rainbow was deep in the illusory realm. On top of a giant mountain, one could overlook the space for thousands of miles. Li Yunxiao scanned with his divine sense. The entire illusory realm of stars and moon couldn't be said to be that mystical, even far inferior to the sea forest, but it was still a world of its own. There was a sky, mountains, rivers, lakes, and earth. The demon race ancestors who created the secret realm had spent quite a lot of effort. Li Yunxiao and the rest walked down from the rainbow with a faint smile on their faces. With their divine sense, they could clearly sense that there were tens of thousands of demon race lying in ambush in the surroundings. Their strength varied. The strongest few were only at the origin god realm, and from the looks of it, they had just broken through recently. It seemed like the Demon King was still quite vigilant against Li Yunxiao. However, the Demon King didn't expect that nearly 10 Void Extreme Realm experts would come at once. If these ambushers really took action, it would definitely be a one-sided massacre like the massacre of the tribes of the 4 seas. However, Huang was also a person with great talent and strategy, he probably wouldn't be so foolish. The demon race leader brought them to the top of the giant mountain. It was an extremely spacious flatland, and a demon palace towered majestically in front. "You guys just wait here. I'll go report." The demon race leader scolded without any trace of politeness and glared fiercely at everyone. "Behave yourselves." As soon as the demon race leader turned around, a light breeze blew over, followed by a friendly voice. "Young Master Yunxiao, your cultivation has greatly improved since we last met." The demon race leader was shocked when he heard this and hurriedly retreated to the side. He said respectfully, "Greetings, Mr. AI." A delicate and handsome man slowly walked over with the light breeze. He wore a smile on his face. It was AI. Li Yunxiao hurriedly went forward and cupped his hands. "So it's Mr. AI." AI looked at him in surprise. Then, he smiled and said, "Young Master Yunxiao, there seems to be some distance between us." Li Yunxiao was taken aback. He smiled and said, "Perhaps." AI nodded. "I understand. Young Master Yunxiao is now the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. His every action represents the will of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, or rather, its attitude. Thus, he has to be cautious and courteous most of the time. As time passes, he loses his carefree and unrestrained self, and his actions are restricted everywhere. Li Yunxiao was slightly shocked. AI's words did make sense. Although he had vaguely sensed it, it wasn't as thorough as AI. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. Mr. AI is wise. I'm indeed not suited to be this kind of leader. I'm more suited to live a carefree and unrestrained life. He thought of the time when he was the conferred Emperor Wu. The sun and moon moved freely in the sky, and he could do whatever he wanted. It was so carefree and comfortable. It wasn't like now, where he had to be cautious when doing things. There were too many things to consider. AI smiled and said, Young Master Yun is too humble. As the saying goes, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. The responsibility that young Master Yun is shouldering is far beyond that of an ordinary expert. Even in the history of history, there aren't many who can compare to you. Li Yunxiao smiled. I only know that Mr. AI's spell Dao is unparalleled, but I didn't expect your eloquence to be unparalleled as well. Although you praise me badly, it still feels so good to hear. AI smiled. I'm not trying to flatter you. I'm just speaking the truth. Speaking of unparalleled spell Dao, AI's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, Young Master Yun has already become a rank 10 spell god, right? I'm looking forward to another spar. Li Yunxiao looked at him with a smile and said, a spar is easy. We can do it whenever I'm free. I like to hear you speak the truth, so please speak more. AI laughed and immediately changed the topic. Everyone, don't stand outside the door. Otherwise, I won't be able to serve you well. Please come in and take a seat. He immediately brought everyone into the hall. The interior was simple and plain, but it was grand and dignified. AI immediately ordered people to prepare fine wine and spirit fruits. After a few courteous greetings, his gaze became serious. He said, I wonder why young Master Yun came to Stellar Lunar Illusion? I don't think Stellar Lunar Illusion invited anyone? His expression was clearly much colder than before. He even glanced at Gu Qingqing's group with some fear. The shock in his heart was immeasurable. The people in front of him all had unfathomable strength. They might not even be weaker than Yao emperors. His gaze lingered on Gu Qingqing and Mo for a while longer. He especially nodded at Mo in a friendly manner. Mo also nodded back as a greeting. The other party was a rare super alchemist of the Yao race. He deserved everyone's respect. Li Yunxiao's expression was solemn. He said, Don't worry, Mr. AI. I'm not here to target the Yao race, but, he gave a brief explanation of the situation. AI did not really understand the ultimate ruins matter, but he more or less understood something. He asked in surprise, You mean, other than looking for you, the ultimate ruin is also looking for His Majesty? Li Yunxiao nodded. Although I don't understand why the ultimate ruin is looking for nothing, Huang is the only one who can communicate with nothing. Furthermore, the ultimate ruin directly opened the inter-region teleportation channel here. They are obviously looking for Huang. AI's expression immediately turned serious. He stood up and cupped his fist at everyone. Excuse me, Mr. AI. This matter is too important. I will report to His Majesty now. Huang is really arrogant. Mo said coldly, In my opinion, Mr. AI doesn't need to go. When the ultimate ruins comes, they will most likely kill him, and the next demon emperor will definitely be me. Mr. AI should stay and talk with us. AI was stunned for a moment. Then, he shook his head with a bitter smile. He said worriedly, The Yao race is on the decline now. We can't afford any more trouble. Lord Mo, please don't cause any trouble. Just treat it as Lord AI begging you. Tisk. Mo sneered. The Yao race's decline is not because of our decline, but because the Yao emperor is too useless. If it was anyone else, thousands of years of recuperation would have brought our race to the peak a long time ago. Only a piece of trash like Huang is making the entire Yao race worse and worse. AI frowned as he listened. Not to mention whether what Mo said was right or wrong, just from his tone, he seemed to be able to glean some clues. This person coveted the throne of the demon monarch, which was harmful to the entire demon clan. Impudent! An angry voice came from afar. Then, a powerful gale rushed into the main hall, shattering all the items placed around it. A tall and sturdy figure appeared in front of everyone. He was full of killing intent. It was the Emperor of all Yao, Huang. Ashen demon race's brat. Did you come here to die? I will fulfill your wish now. Huang stared at Mo domineeringly. His body was full of killing intent, as if he wanted to kill him right now. However, Li Yunxiao and the others were here, which made him feel apprehensive. Mo stared straight at him and sneered. It's fine if you came here to die, but why did you set up hundreds of experts around the main hall? Don't you know that these people are just trash in front of us? The Yao race has been completely destroyed in your hands. Do you want to bring the entire race to eternal damnation? Shut up. Huang was furious. I only need to kill you. Why do I need to set up an ambush? Although he was angry, he couldn't suppress the shock in his heart. He looked around. Other than Mo, most of the humans were Void Ultimate Realm experts. He was shocked. End of chapter 2136. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.